You wake up in your bedroom and discover that the body in the coffin is gone, so you're so furious that you decide to call the police. What you don't know is that the moment you step out of the cemetery, a highest level alarm sounds at the Global Forbidden Zone Monitoring Center. You lead the girl you rescued out of the mist, stepping over the stone monument engraved with Silent Village. At the same moment, thousands of miles away, in a secret room hung with red envelopes, all the wind chimes suddenly ring out wildly. On the central control screen, a line of blood-red text flashes frantically, warning. Anomaly S-001 Gravekeeper has escaped the Forbidden Zone. Repeat. Gravekeeper has escaped the Forbidden Zone. The alarm pierced the sky, and the entire human high command instantly fell into deathly silence. The sky was overcast with dark clouds. Fine raindrops fell in strings, splashing onto the pitch-black soil. The air was oppressively heavy, maintaining its silence alongside the motionless gravestones. A strange raven flew low, skimming across the sky. Its blood-red eyes darted eerily as if it had seen something. It suddenly flapped its wings and soared upward, screeching as it fled the area. Its cry was raucous and piercing, as if it were terrified of something. This was a cemetery, surrounded by desolation with not a speck of greenery in sight. Unmarked gravestones stood in neat rows, packed tightly together, leaving only a narrow path wide enough for a single person to pass. Behind each tombstone lay a deep, square pit containing a pitch-black coffin. The wind was strong, causing the door of the small hut at the end of the path to creak. The dust piled on the doorknob scattered everywhere, though large sheets of yellow talisman still clung stubbornly to the door. It was unclear how much time had passed. Creak. The door, which hadn't been opened in a long time, was pulled open by a pair of pale arms. A young man with pale skin stretched and stepped out of the room. The darkness behind him was exceptionally deep, making it difficult to see inside. I was wearing a black tracksuit. He stood quietly at the doorway for a long time, looking up at the gloomy sky, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. "The weather's really nice," he remarked. The sky remained overcast. It didn't look like early morning at all, but rather like dusk, hardly what one would call nice weather. Strangely enough, both the howling wind and the steady rain had stopped at some point, though no one knew when. After a quick wash, I grabbed a wooden stick from inside the house and patrolled the cemetery to check for any abnormalities from the previous night. As a gravekeeper, his primary duty was to ensure the safety of this cemetery, or, more precisely, to ensure the safety of the corpses within it. Of course, this wasn't because he feared ghosts. He was a staunch atheist. It was people he had to watch out for. After all, these days you come across all sorts of people. There is no shortage of those testing their courage or seeking thrills, and some might even sneak into the cemetery to steal corpses, so he had to be on guard. Seeing that everything was normal, I headed back inside, only to notice that the door was plastered with a dense layer of yellow paper. He frowned and muttered, "Who put up these flyers? The handwriting looks like gibberish. I don't remember these being here yesterday." Perhaps because he hadn't slept well the night before, his thoughts were a bit jumbled. He didn't dwell on it but instead set about tidying up the room. For some reason, the food and water he bought not long ago had mysteriously gone bad, unfit to eat or drink. Even the toothpaste he just used to brush his teeth had a strange odor. It looked like they'd gone bad. This was no small matter. While it was still early, he needed to head out to the nearby store to stock up. What a bunch of unscrupulous merchants daring to sell such shoddy products. Don't they fear karma? I muttered to himself, closed the door, and walked out of the cemetery along a small path, gradually disappearing into the early morning mist. At the same time, on a desolate path, a group was moving forward slowly, on high alert. The group consisted of about 7 or 8 people, both men and women, most of them fully armed and with cold, stern expressions, clearly not the kind of people to mess with. At the rear of the group was a burly man carrying a video camera. He shifted his position from time to time, filming the group non-stop. In front of him, a long-haired girl holding a miniature microphone took a deep breath, forced a sweet smile toward the camera, and spoke in a low voice. "Hello everyone, I'm Orange, a reporter for Forbidden Zone. As you can see, I'm now inside the Forbidden Zone with 6 explorers. This is an unexplored Class C Forbidden Zone, codenamed Silent Village. We have absolutely no intelligence on what lies within. As the first team to explore it, we'll give you a clear look at the conditions inside the Forbidden Zone. Without further ado, the expedition is about to begin. For safety's sake, I'll turn off my microphone now and try to stay as quiet as possible. Orange's smile faded slightly as she decisively turned off her microphone, her expression turning alert. Inside the Forbidden Zone, staying quiet is the most basic rule of survival. Not to mention, this particular Forbidden Zone is called Silent Village. Anyone with half a brain knows they should keep their mouths shut. The Forbidden Zone first appeared over 200 years ago, when black stone steels fell from the sky, engulfing vast tracts of land and forming one eerie and unpredictable Forbidden Zone after another. Human habitable areas were reduced to less than 1/10 of what they once were. The Forbidden Zone is fraught with danger, mutated flora and fauna, terrifying monsters, and even bizarre lifeforms beyond human comprehension, all posing a massive threat to human safety. Fortunately, these entities cannot leave the Forbidden Zone, and many powerful individuals have emerged among humanity, continuously exploring and clearing the Forbidden Zone. Danger and profit coexist within the Forbidden Zone. Setting aside the novelty of what lies within, anyone who manages to bring back intelligence alive can secure a fortune, which is why so many are drawn there. Over time, a profession dedicated to exploring the Forbidden Zone gradually emerged, the explorers. Some possess exceptional intellect, while others boast astonishing physical strength driven by profit or sheer excitement. They constantly venture into the Forbidden Zone. Far from discouraging this, the Council actively supported the creation of a show called Forbidden Zone, The Exploration, which exploded in popularity as soon as it premiered. No editing, no censorship, injuries and bloodshed are commonplace, and death is a regular occurrence. This is the most brutal reality show, offering an up-close look at life in the Forbidden Zone. Every episode sparks a frenzy. That is, if the episode makes it to the end. The dangers of the Forbidden Zone are no mere exaggeration. In fact, most exploration programs never reach their conclusion, as very few survivors manage to leave the Forbidden Zone alive. According to incomplete statistics, fewer than 1/3 of exploration missions have survivors. It's worth noting that insurance companies have long refused to provide coverage for explorers and assume no liability for deaths related to the Forbidden Zone. Orange pulled his thoughts back and forced himself to stay calm as the team moved forward along the narrow path. Before long, the path ahead suddenly opened up. The group exchanged glances and walked down the road. The burly cameraman shouldered his camera, capturing the scenery along the way. Before long, a village suddenly appeared ahead. On both sides of the road lay vast stretches of abandoned farmland, overgrown with weeds so thick they were nearly as tall as a person. The explorers weren't surprised when the Forbidden Zone first appeared. It had wiped out countless cities, and this village before them was likely one of the towns that had fallen victim to it back then. Then, in the very next second, something shocking happened. They actually spotted an old man sitting under a large tree at the village entrance. The old man lay in a worn-out deck chair, a moldy palm leaf fan resting on his lap. He exuded an air of withered desolation. His eyes were tightly shut, and his chest didn't rise or fall at all. He looked just like a corpse. Everyone was startled. How could there be a person in the Forbidden Zone? Unless another explorer had entered before them, it was impossible for there to be a living person in the Forbidden Zone, but this old man looked so frail he'd likely have trouble even walking, so how could he possibly be an explorer? And, was he alive or dead? Orange immediately grew tense. She was just an ordinary person, weak as a kitten, with no firearms to her name. If anything went wrong, she'd surely be the first to suffer. If she hadn't been forced into it, she would never have come to a Class C Forbidden Zone to court death. Blocked at the village entrance by this eerie old man, the group hesitated for a moment. Just as they were wavering, someone whispered. His chest isn't rising and falling, and he hasn't made a sound for a while. He must be dead. He is most likely a victim from 200 years ago, whose body simply hasn't decomposed for some reason. The group nodded to themselves. This conjecture made sense, since the old man hadn't shown any signs of life from start to finish. It really did seem to be a corpse. Still, they didn't dare let their guard down. They quickly turned to look at the speaker, waiting for his further analysis. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing glasses who looked quite level-headed. He stared in the direction of the old man, a confident smile on his face. As a reporter, Orange had naturally researched the program participants and knew this man's surname was Chen. Not only was he intelligent and decisive, but he was also an awakener, a man of both intellect and courage, truly formidable. After all, he was a seasoned explorer who had once made it out alive from a Class C forbidden zone. Thinking of this, Orange couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, yet she gradually sensed that something was amiss. Everyone was staring intently at the middle-aged man. Second by second, time ticked by, yet the middle-aged man still hadn't spoken. He stood motionless, his eyes dull and lifeless, like a statue. A deathly silence hung in the air. Orange gradually felt a chill run down her spine. Something was clearly wrong with Mr. Chen. She could see a faint trace of fear and confusion lingering in his eyes. The explorer acted decisively, taking several quick steps back to put distance between herself and the middle-aged man, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Just as everyone's suspicions were mounting, blood suddenly trickled from the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. His body slowly slumped to the ground, yet a confident smile still lingered on his face. He was completely lifeless. He was dead. This eerie scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. In the time it took to say a single word, this guy had actually died? He was an awakener, after all. But the most terrifying part was yet to come. As the middle-aged man fell, the crowd finally noticed a little girl standing behind him, her hair tied in cute buns, with rosy lips and pearly white teeth, looking just like a porcelain doll. A chill ran down their spines, because in the girl's hand she was clutching a tongue that had been ripped out by the root. So Mr. Chen died because this child pulled out his tongue? Orange realized what had happened instantly. She shuddered and hurriedly took a few steps back, hiding behind the group of explorers. As everyone grew wary, the eerie little girl tilted her head to size them up, her dull eyes brimming with a chilling, deathly intent. The next second, she tossed the blood-stained tongue onto the ground as if it were trash, grinned, and flashed a sinister smile at everyone. Placing her blood-stained right index finger to her lips, she first licked the blood off her finger, then softly uttered a single syllable. Shoo! Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence of the deserted village. Faced with the threat, a burly man among the explorers chose to act first. The pistol in his hand was clearly modified, with astonishing firepower. The silencer on the muzzle seemed like a mere ornament, serving no practical purpose. The shot was remarkably accurate. The eerie little girl was instantly sent flying backward, a large hole torn open in her forehead, and she fell to the ground, motionless. The burly man said nothing. He turned and fired another shot at the old man on the lounge chair, another headshot. The group marveled at his decisiveness, but, worried that such a loud noise might attract unknown trouble, decided to move out immediately. The burly man looked at his pistol and muttered in a barely audible voice, "This crappy silencer, it doesn't work a damn bit." Suddenly, his voice cut off abruptly, and a torrent of blood spurted from his mouth. The group's pupils contracted sharply as they realized the burly man's tongue had vanished from his mouth. He clearly wouldn't survive much longer. With his last ounce of strength, he turned his head and saw that the little girl he'd shot in the head had somehow crawled onto his shoulder, clutching a still steaming tongue in her hand. Shoo! The little girl, with only half her head remaining, acted as if nothing were wrong and once again made a shushing gesture toward the crowd. What kind of monster is this? The burly man collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with fear and resentment, his final gaze frozen in death. Orange sucked in a sharp breath, nearly screaming out loud, but managed to control herself just in time. No talking allowed in Silent Village. Her whole body trembled, and she felt an eerie chill behind her, as if a cold, lifeless corpse were standing there. She clamped her hand tightly over her mouth and slowly turned her head. She saw that the bloodied, mangled old man had appeared behind her at some point and was reaching out a hand covered in cadaverous spots. If she made a sound, her tongue would be ripped out. Although her mind went blank, the girl still did her best to stay calm and hurriedly moved away from the old man. He didn't make a sound. At that critical moment, the photographer signaled for everyone to evacuate immediately, but suddenly, a large number of villagers appeared in the fields, blocking the path behind them. They were all dressed in tattered clothes, with eerie smiles on their faces, and their index fingers pressed against their lips. Shoo! The village market was eerily quiet. At every stall stood a sinister figure. They stiffly craned their necks, their gazes fixed on a young man wearing a black tracksuit. The young man was crouching in front of a fruit stall, picking through the produce, when suddenly, as if he noticed something, he looked toward the village entrance with interest. "I was just wondering why the market was so empty. So something exciting is happening in the village, they're even setting off firecrackers, what's going on?" Seeing that the stall owner didn't answer, I immediately lost interest and frowned. "Hey, lady, your fruit clearly isn't fresh. Don't you have anything better?" As he spoke, he shook his head in disappointment. The stall owner looked at him. Everyone in the market was looking at him. They said nothing, the air was eerily silent. There is, I'll go get some for you." After a long pause, the old lady running the stall forced a stiff smile. She spoke with difficulty, her voice hoarse as if she hadn't spoken in a long time, then turned and walked toward the courtyard behind her. Before long, she emerged from the courtyard, walking unsteadily, carrying a basket under her arm, which she set down on the stall. "Just picked, fresh." I casually picked up an apple. Sure enough, it was large and round, and he was quite pleased. Pretending to be dissatisfied, he said, "You've got good stuff but insist on selling the stale ones, that's not fair of you, old lady." After a brief pause, he probed, "How about a discount?" The old lady gave a forced smile and nodded. "Sure. This time it's my fault, you decide, pay what you think it's worth." "Really, I get to decide?" "Yes." Without another word, I tossed down a credits note and walked away, searching for the next stall. The old lady took the credits. As soon as he was out of sight, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by an inexplicable expression. Before long, I was standing in front of a meat stall, staring at the strangely colored meat on the cutting board. His expression gradually grew serious. "Sir, this meat." "The meat? What's wrong with it?" The butcher was a gaunt middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. Upon hearing S words, he seemed to grow tense all at once. "This meat," S brow furrowed deeper and deeper, as if he realized something was amiss. Throughout the entire market, the eyes of every vendor began to flicker, emitting a faint, eerie glow as they watched S every move. Surely they haven't found out. The middle-aged man smiled, yet his whole body trembled uncontrollably, as if he had just thought of something terrifying. "This meat is quite good." Amid the eerie, intense atmosphere, S brow gradually relaxed, and he said with a hint of regret, "It's just a shame I didn't bring enough money. I'll have to buy some next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to hear a long collective sigh of relief. He looked around in confusion but found that all the vendors were staring straight ahead, each busy with their own business. Strange. Shook his head and withdrew his gaze, sizing up the stall owner before suddenly asking out of curiosity, "Hey, boss, you're a butcher, why do you keep your right hand tucked in your pocket all the time?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the air froze once more. Under S scrutinizing gaze, the middle-aged man swallowed hard and laughed awkwardly. As the old saying goes, in everything, you've got to keep a card up your sleeve. His voice trembled, and he looked quite guilty. "Ah, boss, you're really funny." After a brief silence, I suddenly burst out laughing, thinking to himself that this village was actually quite interesting. How had he never noticed it before? Carrying his bags, he turned to leave and said to the vendors, "Next time I bring enough money, I'll definitely support your businesses." "Sure," the middle-aged man replied, his smile unchanged, though inside he was screaming in despair. "Please, for the love of God, don't come back." I didn't notice the strange expressions on everyone's faces. Instead, he stopped in his tracks. At that moment, the expressions of all the vendors turned eerily strange. They all turned their heads simultaneously, gazing in the same direction. Not far away, a man and a woman were running toward them. The man was carrying a video camera on his shoulder. Both looked terrified and completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. Orange was on the verge of despair. Staying silent in Silent Village was no easy feat. Along the way, scares and hallucinations came one after another, and many explorers had their tongues cut out for no apparent reason. Vaguely, she seemed to have glimpsed a strange force that shouldn't have appeared in a Class C forbidden zone. Fortunately, she had been biting down hard on her tongue and clamping her mouth shut the whole time, which was the only reason she managed to survive this long. Suddenly, Orange noticed the cameraman in front of her collapse to his knees, his camera tossed aside. He had clearly given up completely and was preparing to wait for death right there. She froze for a moment, glancing around, and her heart sank to the bottom of her stomach. The area was swarming with people. No, wait, they weren't people. The entire silent village was filled with monsters. There was no escape. Overwhelmed by despair, Orange knew she would die in this village sooner or later. She was already physically exhausted, having survived this long solely on her will to live. Now, overcome by despair, her whole body went limp, and she was about to collapse to the ground. But just then, a pair of strong arms caught her in time. "Are you okay?" Orange looked up to see a pale, handsome young man staring at her curiously. His eyes were lively, clearly different from those of the corpse-like monsters. "I'm fine." She almost spoke, but suddenly snapped back to her senses. "This is a hallucination. The monster is trying to trick me into talking." Her teeth were chattering. She struggled to break free from his grip, hugged her knees, and huddled against the wall, trying her best not to make a sound. Seeing this, the photographer followed her over, intending to take this opportunity to rest a bit. Since there was no way to escape anyway, he decided to take a closer look at Bai, wondering to himself what kind of creature this guy was. "What is going on with you two?" Bai was confused. After several fruitless attempts at communication, he decided they needed help and went to find a few stall owners to assist them. "No, don't let them come over, they're all monsters." Orange couldn't hold back any longer and screamed out in panic. The photographer tried to cover her mouth, but it was too late. His heart sank instantly. Orange also realized something and instantly turned ashen. Time ticked by, and the two exchanged glances, each seeing the bewilderment on the other's face. "Why? I'm actually fine." "Monsters?" At that moment, Bai looked back suspiciously and saw the villagers grinning widely, laughing with great enthusiasm. So he looked back at the two, whose expressions kept shifting, and said with a chuckle, "The villagers are all very friendly. Why did you call them monsters? Did something happen?" At that moment, Orange's gaze was vacant. She had seen it, but how could that be possible? Just now, when this guy turned around, those monsters actually smiled. Smiled? However, as he turned away, the monsters' expressions instantly darkened, as if they'd torn off their masks of pretense. A flash of insight struck her, and a thought immediately sprang to mind. The monsters, are they afraid of this guy? That's it. I didn't die because the monsters were kind, it's because they didn't dare kill anyone in front of this guy. Orange was suddenly filled with excitement. She seemed to have spotted a way to survive. Although whoever could strike fear into the monsters might not exactly be a normal person, this was the only way to survive right now. Let us take a chance. After weighing her options, she mustered her courage and tentatively asked, "Can you take us away from here?" "Why?" I looked a little puzzled. I don't have a place to stay right now." "What about him? Is he in the same situation?" I thought for a moment, then pointed at the photographer. The photographer remained on guard without saying a word. He hesitantly nodded. I fell silent. The air grew thick with tension as everyone's eyes turned to him. It seemed everyone was waiting for his decision. "All right, I can take you to my place to stay for the night, but in exchange, you'll have to help me carry some things." After a moment, Bai sighed and pointed to a large pile of eco-friendly bags behind him. "Where is your house?" Orange asked. "Oh, it's a bit far, not in this village. It's quite a long walk." I thought for a moment and suggested, "Why don't I ask the villagers if you can stay at their place for the night?" No, that won't work." Orange's face went pale at the suggestion. Perhaps realizing she was acting a bit strangely, she quickly came up with a flimsy excuse. "If it's that far, someone is going to have to help you carry your things, right?" You're right. Let us go, then." Bai nodded and helped the girl to her feet. Orange stood up and followed cautiously, watching the young man bid a reluctant farewell to the stall owners. She couldn't help but feel the atmosphere was exceptionally eerie. The photographer hoisted his camera onto his shoulder and followed the pair in silence. Seeing everyone looking so harmonious and cheerful, his expression wavered for a moment for no apparent reason. He let down his guard completely, walked up to a meat stall, patted the stall owner on the shoulder, and remarked with a smile, "Looks like you guys are on good terms with this young man." His tone was light and casual, even more natural than a seasoned ladies' man striking up a conversation with a girl. The vendor didn't say a word, but his expression turned eerie. He extended his right hand, which had been hidden in his pocket the whole time, revealing that where his palm should have been, there were only writhing tongues. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. The photographer's smile gradually froze on his face, as if he'd just woken from a dream. Cold sweat completely soaked his back. He tried to call for help, but couldn't make a sound. He could only watch helplessly as another blood-stained, crimson tongue appeared on the vendor's hand. It was his own tongue. All the vendors stared at him as if he were a corpse. "Goodbye." Before closing his eyes, he heard the vendor's chilling farewell. The photographer died. The photographer was dead. Orange turned around and saw the photographer standing motionless in front of the meat stall. A deep sense of sorrow welled up in her heart. She was an ordinary person through and through. If it hadn't been for the photographer's constant care along the way, she would have been trapped in Silent Village by its monsters, if not killed outright. Why isn't he moving? I stopped in his tracks as well. Orange suppressed her grief and shook her head. He's different from me. He wants to go home. Oh. I nodded and, acting nonchalant, led Orange out of the village. By the way, don't be scared later, he suddenly reminded her halfway there. What's wrong? I'm a gravekeeper, so I live in a graveyard. A graveyard? Orange stiffened and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Bai's pale skin. Come to think of it, this person's skin was almost unnaturally pale. It couldn't be just makeup, could it? She quietly swallowed. As far as she knew, there was a type of Forbidden Zone creature called a vampire. They had very pale skin, were naturally brutal, and loved to drink blood, though they couldn't speak. Right, so when you see coffins and tombstones later, don't let it bother you too much. Oh. The two didn't stop, making their way through the mist-shrouded path until they finally reached the cemetery. Seeing the neatly arranged gravestones before her, Orange couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this place wasn't as eerie as she'd imagined. She followed behind Bai, walking along the narrow path toward the house, when she suddenly asked out of curiosity, "Why aren't there any inscriptions on these gravestones?" "Who knows?" Bai fell silent for a moment before saying, without turning his head, "I'm just a gravekeeper, responsible for watching over the cemetery. I don't know much else." Orange pondered this. City number 3 did indeed have many cemeteries. Although most likely wouldn't have any information about this place, she could still try looking it up once she got back. If she made it back alive, that is. It was too quiet all around, no chirping insects or birdsong, not even a speck of greenery in sight. It was as if no living thing existed here. "This place is so desolate," she said. "Don't you get lonely all by yourself?" "Why would I be lonely?" Bai pushed open the door, turned his head, and gave Orange a puzzled look. "I'm not alone, am I?" "I see." Orange smiled, but her expression suddenly froze. She shrank her neck and looked around in bewilderment, but all she could see were rows upon rows of cold gravestones. She couldn't help but swallow hard and forced a smile. Could it be that there's someone else here? Bai didn't answer. He walked straight into the house. Orange froze in place, feeling as if countless pairs of eyes were scrutinizing her from behind. She shuddered and hurriedly followed him inside. She could tell, of course, that neither the cemetery nor this so-called gravekeeper was normal, but she hadn't yet thought of running away. Compared to facing the unknown dangers outside, at least her current situation was relatively safe. The room wasn't large and was quite Spartan. There were no electronic devices in sight, and even the cooking setup was a primitive stove that required kindling to start a fire. I bent down to prepare the groceries he'd bought. Without looking up, he said, "I'll cook. You just find a place to sit." Orange had no idea what kind of person he was, so she certainly didn't dare accept a free meal. What if he got angry and decided to eat her as a meal? I'd feel so bad about that. She hurriedly sat down in front of the stove, picked up the old-fashioned lighter, examined it briefly, and said nervously, "Why don't I help you tend the fire?" I thought for a moment, then nodded. "Sure. Tonight's meal will be very special after all. I found an ingredient I haven't seen in a long time." Ingredient? Orange was just about to ask what it was when she suddenly snapped back to her senses. Wait a minute, when he said ingredient, he couldn't possibly mean me, could he? She hurriedly looked up, only to meet his eyes, which held a hint of a smile, and the kitchen knife in his hand, from which blood was still dripping. Click. Gulp. The sound of dripping blood and the sound of him swallowing his saliva rang out simultaneously, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Orange forced herself to stay calm. She cleared her mind, intending to start the fire first so she wouldn't give in to wild imaginings. But since she'd never used this kind of stove before, and her hands were fumbling with fear, not only did she fail to light the fire after a long while, but she also ended up covered in soot and dust. Seeing this, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Upon hearing it, the girl who knew what had crossed her mind instantly tucked her neck in, looking terrified. He chuckled to himself. Who knew what this girl had been through? She was like a bird startled by a bowstring. He walked over to the stove, motioned for her to step aside, and said, "Let me handle this. At this rate, I'm afraid we won't have anything to eat by tomorrow morning." Orange walked over blankly and soon saw the fire flare up. The flames flickered. Even though they offered only a faint glow and warmth, they put her mind at ease considerably. The young man's pale face flickered in and out of view in the firelight. As she watched, her fear began to subside, so she spoke up, "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Orange, and I'm a reporter." "Ching Chang?" I looked the girl up and down, then nodded in agreement. "You really are quite pretty." Orange blushed and spent quite a while explaining which two characters he meant. "My name is Bai." Perhaps afraid she might misunderstand, I explained earnestly, "The Bai and freeloader, the MO and ignorant as a rock, not the Bai and foaming at the mouth." "Couldn't you have come up with a better combination of characters?" Orange wore a peculiar expression, but she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. From what she could tell so far, this guy didn't seem to be some kind of monster. At least not a monster who was hard to get along with. She mustered her courage and was just about to ask about Silent Village when a sudden clang from outside abruptly interrupted her train of thought. What was that sound? She listened carefully but heard nothing. Thinking it might have been her imagination, she opened her mouth to continue asking, only to hear the clang again louder than the first time. "Did you hear that?" She was a little scared. After all, this was a cemetery, and who knew what strange things might be lurking here? Outside, not a blade of grass grew. There was no sign of life, just gravestones and coffins. I had already stoked the fire into a roaring blaze and replied, "No." "No?" Orange waited a moment, but the sound didn't return. She was determined to get to the bottom of Silent Village. Having formed a plan in her mind, she was about to speak again, when, almost at the same moment, an even more violent clang rang out from outside, the noise quite loud. This time it wasn't a figment of her imagination, for Bai had already furrowed his brow, stepped out of the kitchen, and pulled open the outer door. Orange hurried after him. She glanced outside and her face paled instantly. In the twilight, she saw the coffin lid in the deep pit repeatedly bouncing up and down, rising and falling like a giant black hailstone, emitting a dull thud. What was this? Was the corpse playing around by pushing the coffin lid? Orange's heart was pounding with fear. She didn't dare get close enough to the coffin to look, so she quickly turned to look at Bai, who stood with a stony expression, as if he were plotting something. She had actually noticed the yellow talisman on the door long ago. And after piecing things together, it suddenly clicked. I get it. Could it be? Could Bai be a Taoist priest? But that doesn't make sense. Could a Taoist priest really control the monsters in the Forbidden Zone? To be a good Forbidden Zone reporter, she'd done plenty of research beforehand and knew that in the past, cultivators like monks and Taoist priests had explored the Forbidden Zone. But so far, she hadn't seen or heard of anyone who could strike fear into the creatures of the Forbidden Zone. She stared intently at Bai, waiting to see what he would do, but after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, all she heard was a resigned exclamation from him. "Good night." Is that enough? Good night? Who was he talking to? A bizarre scene unfolded. As soon as Bai finished speaking, the coffin lid suddenly stopped moving, all sounds vanished completely, and everything that had just happened seemed like nothing more than an illusion. Orange was horrified. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Bai singing softly. "Sleep tight, little one. The night has fallen. Roses cover your bedside, lulling you to sleep. Little one, little one. This song lulls you to sleep. Sleep tight, little one. Moonlight bathes the earth. A gentle breeze blows. Little one, little one. This song lulls you to sleep." Bai's voice was very soft as she sang this lullaby to the coffin in the night. Yet, despite witnessing such an eerie scene, Orange felt no fear. Instead, she was inexplicably calmed. At the same time, just as the song described, night fell silently, moonlight bathed the earth as if draping the graveyard in a white veil, and the night breeze was soft and gentle, completely devoid of the graveyard's usual chill. Orange's eyes widened. What kind of place was this, and who was Bai? At the same time, she belatedly realized something: these coffins seem to be stopping me from asking Bai about Silent Village? With that thought in mind, she feared that saying anything more might cause trouble, so she said nothing and, trembling with fear, followed Bai into the house. Dinner was ready in no time. The special ingredient Bai had mentioned wasn't her, but a fish. Seeing this, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, yet she was also a bit curious. She couldn't tell what was so special about this fish. She just thought it tasted great, much better than any farmed fish she'd eaten before. Ever since the Forbidden Zone had appeared, rivers and oceans had become places humans could no longer easily set foot in. Even without the Forbidden Zone as a barrier, faced with such unpredictable waters, it was hard to say who, humans or wild fish, was the true hunter. After dinner, Bai planned to make a bed for Orange. He walked into the bedroom, but soon let out a startled gasp. Orange rushed over. The room was dark, but by candlelight, she saw Bai examining a coffin placed in the room, his face contorted with fury. Just like the one in the cemetery, this coffin was as black as ink, but it had clearly been opened by someone. The lid lay askew, and the inside was completely empty. There was no sign of a body. Bai looked furious. Who stole the body? Orange, however, was more concerned about something else. She hesitated and asked, why did you put a coffin in the room? That's not important. What matters is that someone broke in and stole the body. Bai was both anxious and angry. No, that is important, okay. Orange looked puzzled. Who in their right mind would put a coffin in their bedroom? And she looked around and saw that, aside from the coffin, there wasn't even a bed in the entire room, yet Bai had just claimed this was his bedroom. She stole a glance at the furious Bai, and a ridiculous thought crossed her mind, but she certainly didn't dare tell him. Maybe it wasn't that someone had stolen the body, maybe the body had just crawled out of the coffin on its own. And that escaped body was Bai himself. But Bai obviously wouldn't think that way. He searched the room for ages, even turning the coffin upside down, but found nothing. Finally, he made a difficult decision. Call the police. We have to call the police. Early the next morning, Bai left the cemetery with Orange. After a moment's thought, he headed straight towards Silent Village. Could we not go through the village? Recalling yesterday's terrifying experience, Orange's face went pale, but she still did her best to stay calm. Why? It's too far to go through the village. She hurriedly came up with an excuse, stealing a glance at Bai's expression. Is that so? Bai paused, a look of confusion suddenly crossing his face, and he said awkwardly, but I don't quite remember which way to enter the town. I remember. Just head east. Saving some distance was a good thing, so Bai accepted Orange's suggestion. The two headed east, with thin mist appearing from time to time all around them, constantly swirling and spreading, as if it were the breath of some gigantic living creature. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but Orange kept feeling as though pairs of terrifying eyes were hidden within the mist, staring at her with ill intent. The thought that she was likely still within the forbidden zone sent a shiver down her spine. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened along the way. The moment she saw the black stone monument standing beside the tree stump, Orange's heart, which had been in her throat all night, finally settled back into her chest. For a moment, she felt a mix of emotions, a blend of sorrow and joy. She was happy because she knew she'd made the right bet after all that fear and anxiety. She'd finally managed to leave the forbidden zone alive. The guy named by her side might be strange, but he didn't seem to be some kind of monster. On the contrary, he was her savior. Her sadness stemmed from the fact that everyone else on the show had died, including the cameraman who always looked out for her, and she found it hard to accept. Moreover, since the camera had been left behind in Silent Village, she had no way to bring back the footage from this expedition and could only return empty-handed. This meant that everyone else had died in vain. Fortunately, the expedition wasn't entirely fruitless. Having spent so much time fleeing through Silent Village, she had managed to gather some intelligence about this new Forbidden Zone, information that was quite valuable. If the company allowed it, she planned to release this intelligence as soon as possible upon her return. She asked for nothing more than for another explorer to completely clear out Silent Village and avenge the cameraman's death. Thinking of the cameraman, Orange quietly clenched the note in her pocket. Silent Village? Where did this stone tablet come from? I've never seen it before. While she was lost in thought, I was examining the black stone tablet in front of him with great interest. The tablet was about half a person's height. At the top were the three characters Silent Village carved in blood red ink, and at the bottom was a single letter, C. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Orange was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. I was actually seeing the Forbidden Zone stone monument for the first time. How was that possible? The existence of the Forbidden Zone was common knowledge. How could anyone not know about it? Could it be that Bai had always lived in the cemetery, so he knew nothing about the outside world? No, judging by what Bai had said earlier, he had clearly been to the city before. Could it be that? All the clues she gathered so far fell into place in her mind, and a bold hypothesis took shape. Gazing at the black stone tablet, Orange couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression. Silent Village was simply too terrifying. Explorers had absolutely no chance to resist. They didn't even have time to react before they were inexplicably silenced and had their tongues cut out. This sense of despair didn't seem like the level of danger one would expect from a Class C Forbidden Zone. So, just how terrifying must this creature be, one that strikes fear even into the monsters of Silent Village? Let us go. Suddenly, Bai spoke up, interrupting her train of thought. He turned his attention away from the stone tablet and led the girl briskly toward the town center. Orange knew that Bai was in such a hurry mainly because he wanted to find that missing body as quickly as possible. Still, deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that the corpse he kept mentioning was actually Bai himself. Guesses aside, she certainly didn't dare voice the thought aloud. Lifting her head, Orange finally let out a sigh of relief as she watched Bai step out of the stone monument's perimeter. It was common knowledge that no life form from the Forbidden Zone could leave it, so this much was absolutely certain. Bai was not a creature of the Forbidden Zone. A room hung with red envelopes. The four walls emitted a soft white glow, and red threads crisscrossed wildly, suspending countless red envelopes in midair. At the very end of each thread hung a black wind chime. As Bai took a step out of the Forbidden Zone, a red envelope fell to the floor without warning. A frantic, chaotic clatter of wind chimes filled the room, and someone hurried in to open the envelope on the floor. Attention! 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 The letter began with 6 startling, blood-red characters. The reader's heart sank upon reading the text below, his hand trembled violently, and his expression changed drastically. Forbidden Sequence S Gravekeeper suspected to have awakened 69% probability of entering Dongyang City Sector 3. Its characteristics are as follows. City-wide alert. Evacuate the city if necessary. Please implement countermeasures immediately. After entering the city, I said goodbye to Orange. He didn't dwell on whether the girl was truly homeless, he just put her up for the night, treating it as a small favor. I've only been at the cemetery for a few days, and the city has changed so much already. Seeing a city that was completely different from the one he remembered, I looked taken aback, but quickly snapped out of it and hailed a taxi to head to the police station. The car soon arrived at its destination. I tossed a bill onto the seat and got out, saying casually, "Keep the change." Upon hearing this, the driver felt a surge of delight. It's been ages since I've seen such a generous passenger, he thought to himself, glancing at the bill on the seat, but his smile gradually froze. He rubbed his eyes, picked up the money, and examined it twice more to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Joss paper. Joss paper? This is the first time in my life I've seen someone use Joss paper to pretend to be rich. The driver was both shocked and terrified. If it hadn't been broad daylight, he might have fallen ill from the fright caused by this stuff in his hands. Seeing Bai about to walk away, he rolled down the window and bellowed, "Stop right there, you little bastard! Don't you dare walk away!" "What's the matter?" Bai turned back in confusion. When he saw the driver waving the bills in his hand, it suddenly dawned on him. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Really, no need to give me change. A ride like this doesn't cost much, I was just worried you wouldn't have the change." As if. Where the hell am I supposed to find change for $1 million in Joss paper? The driver was seething with rage. This kid actually dared to make a fool of him right in front of the police station. He must be out of his mind. "You've got some nerve, you little Joss." He was about to unleash a tirade when he suddenly fell silent. A smiling young man walked up to the taxi, pressed his ear against the window for 2 seconds, then looked at Bai. The driver said, "It's just a small amount of money. Do you really think he can't make change? Don't look down on people." Driver? Bullshit. He cursed inwardly, but kept his head down, too scared to say a word. What a fucking stroke of bad luck. Why isn't this guy at the Zone Bureau? How did he end up at the police station? The young man glanced at him and continued speaking to Bai. He also said he is determined to get his 93 yuan back today, and anyone who dares to stop him will have to deal with his wrath. Bai was taken aback, then watched as the driver actually pulled 93 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to the young man. He then slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped off in a hurry. The young man watched the taxi drive away, walked over to Bai, handed him the money, and turned to walk toward the police station without saying a word. Bai was left standing there, musing, "That driver sure has some character." The young man scanned his target out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that the other party wasn't paying attention, he discreetly touched the miniature microphone on his collar. "Follow that car from earlier and give the driver 200 as compensation." "Come on, of course the Bureau will reimburse me." "Do I really need to tell you that?" "Oh, right, he was speeding just now, wasn't he?" "Make sure he pays a 200 fine." "No kidding, I'll keep that money, of course. These guys are always eyeing my measly salary." The young man sneered inwardly. Hearing footsteps behind him, he touched his collar again, turned his head, and smiled warmly at Bai, who had caught up. Bai also sized him up and asked curiously, "Are you here to file a report too?" "No, I'm a police officer." "I'm just a little late for work," he replied casually. As he spoke, he showed Bai his police ID. Bai glanced at it and quickly memorized the name on the card. Lou. That's wonderful. Bai's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly said, "Officer, you've got to help me. The body in my room is missing." "The body in your room?" Including Lou, all the passing police officers shot him wary glances. Some even discreetly reached for their holsters as they quietly closed in on him. Bai felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He looked around and finally realized, so they thought he was a criminal? With that thought, he hurriedly explained the whole story from start to finish. Upon hearing his account, the group reluctantly dispersed, glancing back at him from time to time with looks of suspicion in their eyes. Bai's expression froze. "Do I really look like a criminal? All right, stop staring. It's off-duty time, go grab some dinner." Lou snapped, and the officers finally scattered. "Off duty?" Bai looked bewildered. You were just a little late. Are you done for the day already? I was a tiny bit late, that's true. Lou chuckled. Come inside and tell me all about it. The two of them went into the duty room. Let me repeat this, you, are a gravekeeper. You went out to buy groceries yesterday morning, returned to the cemetery in the afternoon, and didn't discover the body was missing from your room until that night, is that correct? That's right. Lou stroked his chin thoughtfully. But why did you keep the body in your room? That's not the point. The point is that the body was stolen, I said earnestly. True, that isn't the point. Bullshit. What sane person would keep a body in their room? Lou fought back the urge to curse, cleared his throat, and continued, Is there anything else you'd like to add? Let me think. Actually, there is. I seem to have just remembered something and exclaimed indignantly, I'm reporting Heyman Supermarket, they're so unscrupulous. They actually dare to sell expired products. Everything I bought from them went bad just a few days after I bought it. Heyman Supermarket? Is there a place called Heyman Supermarket in city number 3? I can look it up. Seeing the other person's face filled with righteous indignation, Lou remained impassive and asked for a few more details. Once he'd asked everything he needed to, he said, losing a body is no small matter. We'll look into it as soon as possible. Just leave us your phone number and you can go. I don't have one. You don't? Lou raised an eyebrow. Does that really affect your investigation? Noticing the other person's strange expression, I said sheepishly, I only realized yesterday that my phone was missing. No, it's fine that you don't have one. Lou shook his head, a beaming smile spreading across his face. He waved and took an elegant box from the officer standing beside him. Congratulations, you've won a prize. Since you're the 999th person to file a report this month, we're presenting you with a brand new cell phone, complete with a SIM card. I won a prize? I was dumbfounded, even doubting his own ears. You can win a prize just for filing a report? We're keeping up with the times, Lou said with a smile. Okay, I still found it hard to believe. He took the box and examined it, then his expression suddenly turned serious. Lou's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly grew tense. Could it be that I had figured it out? This test had been a bit too hasty. In the blink of an eye, he'd already come up with numerous contingency plans, only to realize his worries were unfounded. Excuse me, officer. The man in front of him relaxed visibly, shook his head, and remarked with a sigh. It's only the beginning of the month, and we've already had over 900 people file reports. Looks like your efforts to keep up with the times have gone a bit off track. Seeing Lou pound his chest and solemnly promise to recover the body as soon as possible, I felt much more at ease. He left the police station with a stack of brand new cash in hand. He exchanged the old bills he was carrying for this money. It was all he had left. Just moments ago, Lou had told him that currency was being phased out across the country and suggested he exchange his old bills for new ones right there at the police station to avoid unnecessary trouble down the road. I didn't suspect a thing after all, a police officer wouldn't lie, would he? So he went ahead and made the exchange without hesitation. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Isn't exchanging money something banks are supposed to do? Why is the police station, instead of focusing on public safety, taking on this side job? TSK. No wonder there were over 900 people filing reports at the beginning of the month. He wondered when they'd finally find the body. He left, deep in thought. As he watched S figure gradually fade into the distance, Lou's taut nerves finally began to relax. He appeared calm, but his back was already soaked with sweat. Put these Joss money notes away safely, they might come in handy someday. And he added, have the station reimburse you for the money you just exchanged. Yes, sir. The officer behind him gave a wry smile, then asked curiously, Captain Lou, who is that guy? I've told you this so many times, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Lou shot him a glance and said sternly, remember, put the Joss money in the containment box. Don't open it without my orders. The officer wisely kept his mouth shut and walked away with an awkward smile. Lou stood where he was, lost in thought. In fact, including him, not everyone present was originally from the police department, most were from the Zone Bureau. And among them all, only Lou knew just how perilous the situation had been moments ago. One slight misstep, and the entire city number 3 might have been wiped out. He walked toward his office, information about the Forbidden Sequence S Gravekeeper floating through his mind. Forbidden Sequence S Gravekeeper, a living organism. Appears indistinguishable from a normal human male. Physical characteristics unknown, behavior unknown, special abilities unknown, methods of elimination unknown. Note, this is the third data collection on this forbidden sequence. Based on existing intelligence, the analysis of its characteristics is as follows. Characteristic 1, Gravekeeper disregards standard Forbidden Zone rules and possesses the ability to enter and exit the Forbidden Zone at will. Characteristic 2, the Gravekeeper possesses a thorough understanding of basic human common sense, language, and conventional logical cognition. Characteristic 3, analysis indicates that the Gravekeeper operates according to a unique logical framework. Its perception of the world appears to be frozen in time prior to the emergence of the Forbidden Zone, specifically, around the year 2160. When confronted with any unusual phenomenon beyond its own understanding, Gravekeeper exhibits a certain degree of mental sluggishness and may employ a series of tactics such as ignoring the phenomenon, self-hypnosis, or logical distortion to eliminate its impact on itself. It is believed that this may be a form of self-protection mechanism for Gravekeeper. Insufficient information. No further characteristics have been identified. Attention! 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 Under no circumstances must Gravekeeper be allowed to realize that the world has undergone a drastic change. Please use every feasible means to ensure it remains in a state of ignorance, until that moment arrives. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unimaginable, huh? Lou furrowed his brow, once again realizing the gravity of the situation. The red envelopes in the sequence room contained extensive information on various forbidden sequences. Whenever a forbidden sequence escaped the Forbidden Zone, the corresponding envelope would drop. In past emergencies, the letters had provided detailed explanations of the consequences each forbidden sequence would bring. Never before had such a vague term as unimaginable been used. Behavior unknown, special abilities unknown, elimination methods unknown. Even for a forbidden sequence with a danger rating of rank S, this string of unknowns was enough to illustrate Gravekeeper's uniqueness. As a forbidden sequence prefixed with S, Gravekeeper's danger was beyond question. The only uncertainty was exactly what form that danger would take. Moreover, this seemed to be the first time a humanoid active forbidden sequence had ever appeared. Based on their recent interaction and probing, Lou had already confirmed that Bai was a pure human, which was simply unbelievable. He had never imagined that one day he would get along so well with a forbidden sequence. But he had to admit, being called Team Leader Lou by a rank S forbidden sequence felt pretty good. In fact, as early as 2 years ago, a containment plan for the Forbidden Sequence S Gravekeeper had already been formulated and put into action. And the moment Gravekeeper appeared, Dongyang City wasted no time in launching this unprecedented containment plan, the City Prison Project. As the name suggests, the City Prison Plan involved turning the entire City Number 3 into a prison to contain Gravekeeper. Specifically, the plan called for rolling back the entire City Number 3 to the way of life from 200 years ago, imposing comprehensive restrictions on all information sources including the internet, videos, novels, and music, and banning the use of keywords such as supernatural, forbidden zone, and anomalies within City Number 3. In short, the goal is to make City Number 3 resemble as closely as possible the world as the Gravekeeper perceives it. As early as 2 years ago, the Zone Bureau began relocating more than half of City Number 3's residents, replacing them with highly trained soldiers posing as locals to monitor and control public opinion and the flow of information throughout the city. A crucial component of this plan is to relocate as many Awakener as possible. A city populated entirely by ordinary people would naturally make it much harder for Gravekeeper to detect any anomalies. Through various efforts, a large number of civilian Awakener have already left City Number 3, while those who could not be relocated were all made to sign an agreement pledging never to use any supernatural abilities within the city limits. Should anyone violate this agreement, the Zone Bureau will execute them on the spot, with no leniency. The Zone Bureau is the most fearsome enforcement agency in this era of widespread forbidden zones. Originally established to eradicate the forbidden zones, it later took on the responsibility of dealing with certain unruly awakener. Unlike the explorers seen on television shows, most members of the Zone Bureau operate behind the scenes, typically only taking action when carrying out missions like assassins lurking in the dark of night, watching everyone with a cold, watchful eye. This is also one of the key reasons why Awakener can coexist harmoniously with ordinary people in this era. The City Prison Project has only one core objective. That is to completely transform City Number 3 into a city as perceived by the Forbidden Sequence S Gravekeeper and use it as a false prison to contain Gravekeeper. This project has been carried out in secret, with only a handful of people aware of its specifics. Lou is one of them, and he is also the second in command for this mission. Lou had been worrying about how to locate the Gravekeeper quickly when, unexpectedly, he received a phone call. By the time he was halfway through the call, he was already certain that the person on the other end was most likely describing the Gravekeeper. It was precisely because of this intelligence that Lou had chosen to stake out the police station and narrowly resolved the Joss Money incident. He wasn't sure how Gravekeeper defined an abnormal situation, but even an ordinary person would find the ghost money unsettling. He wasn't willing to take that chance. Based on their previous interactions and his probing, the target did indeed react rather sluggishly to unusual events and seemed to have a knack for self-deception. According to the red letter, as long as Gravekeeper didn't detect anything unusual, the target would most likely be harmless. Until that moment arrives, then Lou leaned back in his chair. Pensive. Which moment is that? Team Leader Lou, the target has gone to Lon Bay Street. Should we send someone to follow him? Suddenly, a voice from outside the door interrupted his train of thought. Blue Bay Street? No need. We've got our people on Blue Bay Street pulled back the tail as well. Don't disturb the target unless absolutely necessary, just let things take their natural course. He paused for a moment, his tone growing a bit colder. Oh, and go warn those restless awakener, tell them all to keep a low profile. Yes, sir. The footsteps outside faded away, and the air gradually grew still. Lou stroked his chin, then suddenly sighed with concern. Sigh, how did that girl get mixed up with the rank S Forbidden Sequence? I hope nothing goes wrong. There's no way a corpse would just disappear from Gravekeeper's territory. It can't be that some explorers snuck into the rank S Forbidden Zone and stole it, can it? Sigh, I don't have a single clue. Where am I supposed to find that corpse? Come to think of it, there have actually been a few cases involving corpses lately. So many headaches, it's really a pain. He pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose, a look of distress on his face. I'm the captain of the Zone Bureau, for heaven's sake, and here I am having to help a Forbidden Sequence find a corpse. This is ridiculous. I've got to request some overtime pay. Things have really changed. I wandered aimlessly down the street. The entire city looked nothing like he remembered. He couldn't even find some of the shops that were supposed to be at certain addresses. Strange. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a man and a woman in business attire approached from behind him. Both were carrying briefcases, wearing confident smiles, and looking quite energetic. They cut the figure of successful professionals. The woman looked at the high rises on either side and remarked softly, I've only been away on a business trip for a few days, and yet Dong Yang has changed so much. Actually, it hasn't changed that much. The man beside her chuckled. The Planning Bureau had long planned to restructure the city. They've demolished quite a few buildings over the past couple of days, and some of these new buildings were just recently completed, which is why it looks a bit unfamiliar. Are they building that fast? The woman cast an almost imperceptible glance at the young man ahead and feigned surprise. Of course, technology has advanced, the man explained. Many of these developments were actually nearly finished a long time ago. They just opened to the public a couple of days ago. The two gradually walked away, making no effort to conceal their conversation as if they were deliberately speaking for someone else to hear. I stood there listening for quite a while, a look of sudden realization spreading across his face. So that's it. No wonder the whole city looked so unfamiliar. Society really does change fast. He'd seen quite a few new things along the way. For instance, many people were driving energy-efficient cars powered by new energy sources, and they were using new types of biodegradable eco-friendly bags for shopping. All the streets were spotless, with almost no trash in sight. He hadn't noticed before how much people were committed to going green. Thinking of the desolate cemetery where he lived, he naturally wholeheartedly supported the concept of environmental protection. Not a blade of grass grew there, nothing could take root, forcing him to get a flower pot of his own so he could cultivate his spirit by arranging flowers in his spare time. Bai looked around and told himself he absolutely couldn't spend all his time at the cemetery anymore, otherwise, he might find himself out of touch with society in no time. The shopping street was bustling with people, and everything seemed so peaceful. Bai went to a convenience store to buy a bottle of water, but as he was paying, he suddenly realized something. He was running low on money. But the real problem wasn't that it was that no matter how hard he thought, he just couldn't remember where to go to collect his paycheck. Whose grave was I supposed to be tending again? A look of confusion crossed his face as he walked out of the convenience store, dazed and disoriented. He began to regret losing his phone. Not only could he not find his boss's contact information, but he couldn't reach any of his friends either. Although it seemed he didn't really have any friends to begin with. Should I ask the police for help? I thought about it for a moment, then quickly dismissed the idea. First of all, this wasn't a big deal. In fact, it was pretty embarrassing, so there was no need to bother the police. Second, a body was currently missing from the cemetery, which was a serious dereliction of duty on his part. He'd be lucky just to avoid being held accountable. How could he possibly have the nerve to ask for his pay? Sigh, looks like I'll have to find a part-time job for the time being until I recover the body. I felt distressed. As a gravekeeper, he didn't have much time to spend out and about, so he couldn't take on a part-time job that required a lot of time. But finding a part-time job with a light workload and decent pay wasn't that easy. He pulled out his brand new cell phone, searched major job sites, and scanned every advertisement on the streets. He saw plenty of pimps, but he just couldn't find a suitable job. So, wandering here and there, he found himself turning into a small alley without even realizing it. The alley was very narrow. It seemed that quite a few advertisements had once been posted on the walls on both sides, but they'd all been torn down, and the walls had been repainted. I felt a bit disappointed but continued down the alley. Before long, he came upon a street that looked quite different. Unlike the bustling commercial street outside the alley, this street seemed very quiet. There were no skyscrapers in sight. The tallest buildings were no more than 2 stories high. Every brick and tile exuded an antique charm, giving passers-by a profound sense of history. Unfortunately, most of the buildings were in a state of disrepair. Even the intact ones bore obvious signs of restoration. Even so, Bai's eyes lit up. He hadn't visited Dongyang's downtown area very often and had never seen a place like this before. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the empty street. Bai looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure approaching. The man was slightly stocky, wearing a baseball cap. Large, oversized sunglasses covered half his face, while the other half was hidden by a mask. Bai thought for a moment, then walked over and said with a smile, "Excuse me, sir, I was wondering where I am?" The man shot him a glance, looking somewhat annoyed, and turned to walk away. Bai was confused. Why was the man getting upset? "Sir, wait a minute." Upon hearing this, the man immediately quickened his pace, clearly not wanting to deal with him. Bai froze in place, unable to help but think to himself, this guy is dressed just like a criminal, and yet he is so cold. Wait a minute. He paused for a moment, thinking to himself, could I have guessed right? This guy has his face covered so tightly and is walking so fast. Maybe he really is some kind of criminal. Could he be on the run? Stop right there. Bai grew increasingly alarmed as the thought crossed his mind. He shouted and blocked the person's path in just a few strides. What exactly are you trying to do? Before Bai could even finish his question, the other person spoke impatiently, and to his surprise, it was a woman's voice. Bai was taken aback. Only then did he realize why she hadn't wanted to talk to him. Of course, if someone kept calling him Big Sis, he certainly wouldn't give them a friendly look either. But he sized up the woman's figure, then sneakily glanced at her chest, letting out a soft sigh to himself. Sigh, I can't take all the blame for this. Big sis, sorry, I just wanted to ask where this place is. Who are you calling sister? The woman's voice was pleasant. She didn't sound very old. She might even be a young girl. It was no wonder a girl her age would be so angry at being called big brother or sister. In fact, she'd almost given in to the urge to teach. By a lesson in her eyes, it was a provocation. But when she thought of the rules the Zone Bureau had recently established, she had to let the thought go. I'm sorry, I knew she was in the wrong and apologized repeatedly. I misread the sign. Please don't be angry. Seeing that Bai's attitude was fairly sincere, the woman's anger subsided considerably. Although she'd been mistaken for a man, didn't that just prove how well she'd disguised herself? With that thought, her mood improved a bit, and she said, the street sign says it clearly, this is Lon Bay Street. Don't come wandering in here unless you have to. She glanced at Bai's face, thinking to herself that this guy was actually quite good looking, though his complexion wasn't great. He looked visibly weak. After a moment's thought, she added, if you really can't resist coming in to join the fun, at least wear a mask. Why? Bai asked, puzzled. The woman frowned slightly. Although Lon Bay Street was primarily a place for explorers to gather and trade, it didn't restrict ordinary people from entering, and many of the rules there weren't exactly secrets. Logically speaking, the entire City Number 3 should know about Lon Bay Street. Most of those who come to Lon Bay Street are explorers with extraordinary abilities. They mostly engage in high-risk work, so they tend to have short tempers, and friction between them is common. Once they gain power, most people find it hard to keep their emotions in check. Fights and brawls are a regular occurrence, and some petty individuals even enjoy seeking revenge after the fact. Although the Zone Bureau strictly regulates Awakener, there are always those who like to exploit loopholes in the law, and their methods of retaliation can be incredibly inventive. Precisely because of this, if you don't properly conceal your identity while operating on Lon Bay Street, you might run into trouble after leaving if a conflict arises. The woman was about to explain, but then she remembered another rule of the Zone Bureau: do not disclose any information about Lon Bay Street or the Awakener. She felt a sense of helplessness. So she said casually, it's nothing. It's just that colds are going around lately, and wearing a mask is good for your health. It's nothing. The woman walked toward the alley, finally tossing out one last piece of advice: also, don't just block people's south paths on Lon Bay Street, it's dangerous. In her view, Bai must be a naive greenhorn who didn't know much about the world, the kind of person most likely to get into trouble, which was why she couldn't resist giving him a heads up. With that, the woman's figure vanished into the alley. Danger? Bai thought for a moment. Maybe she was just worried that getting too close to others would make him more likely to catch a cold. He couldn't help but marvel what a kind person. Not only was she not upset about mistaking his gender, but she actually reminded him to take precautions. Sure enough, there are many things in this world that can't be judged by appearances alone. Take generosity of spirit, for example. Lon Bay Street wasn't large, but the shops were incredibly diverse. At a glance, Bai saw shop names of every strange and unusual variety. Many of the signs were handwritten in very sloppy handwriting, as if they'd been hastily put up just to pass some kind of inspection. This seemed to be a commercial street as well, but strangely, most of the shops were closed at this hour. Even when Bai happened to find a few that were open, he didn't see a single soul inside. He shook his head to himself. The place was certainly unique, but the novelty would wear off quickly. Plus, it didn't seem like many businesses had set up shop here. No wonder the whole street was so deserted. Still, something didn't quite add up. Even if a place like this wasn't marketed as a tourist attraction, it shouldn't be completely deserted. Bai, of course, had no idea that in order to minimize the chance of him coming into contact with explorers and thus detecting anything unusual, the Zone Bureau had requested that explorers avoid Lon Bay Street for the time being. The explorers assumed the Zone Bureau was up to something big, perhaps rounding up some terrifying figure, so they were all scrambling to get as far away as possible. There was no way they'd dare go near Lon Bay Street. Bai couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He actually hoped to find a part-time job here. But since he was already here, he might as well take a good look around. He'd treat it as a little vacation for himself. He walked along the street, seeing no one else besides that woman he'd encountered at the start. The deserted street was eerily silent, with only his shadow for company, yet he didn't feel lonely. Walking and stopping intermittently, By suddenly noticed a shop with its doors open. It appeared to be a coffin shop, and his eyes lit up. Most people are superstitious about coffins, believing that coming into contact with them brings bad luck, so coffin shops are rarely seen on ordinary days. He hadn't expected to find one here. Perhaps because he spent so much time dealing with coffins at the cemetery, I actually found this shop somewhat comforting. Looking up, he saw the sign bearing the 4 large black characters "Guidance to the Underworld," written in a bold, vigorous hand with a hint of dark red at the stroke S, and clearly the work of a master calligrapher. That S actually quite artistic. I didn't know much about calligraphy, but he thought the characters were beautifully written. As he was admiring them, he noticed the shop door was ajar, and the interior was pitch black. He couldn't tell if it was open for business or not. Listening closely, he could faintly make out voices coming from inside. It seemed someone was there after all. His curiosity was piqued, and he decided to go in for a closer look and pick up some joss paper on his way out. As he reached the doorway and was about to push the door open, I suddenly felt an odd gaze upon him, as if someone were watching him. But the street was deserted, not a soul in sight, so where could this person be? Suddenly, a premonition struck him. He looked down and saw a deathly pale paper figure lying on the threshold. The paper figure was about the size of a palm. Its face lacked detailed features, only 2 enormous eyes were drawn, their gaze cold and menacing, while its cheeks were a crimson red, giving it a rather eerie appearance. A paper figure? I paused for a moment, then crouched down to pick it up. It felt slightly cold to the touch, and its weight was somewhat strange, much heavier than he had expected. It was clear that the paper doll's eyes had been meticulously drawn lifelike, yet not lively. Instead, they were vacant and stiff, and staring at them for too long was a bit unsettling. I examined the paper doll for a moment, then gazed intently into those eyes for a long time, as if locking eyes with it. After a short while, he gave a self-deprecating smile and set the paper doll back on the ground. Guess I didn't sleep well last night. I actually had the illusion that this paper figure was staring at me. He shook his head and was about to step inside the shop when he happened to overhear a conversation coming from within. He heard one person ask, "This corpse must have just been brought in, right?" Corpse? Upon hearing those 2 words, I froze in his tracks and stood at the doorway, eavesdropping. The paper figure, which had been lying motionless on the floor, rolled its eyes and quietly shifted its body, as if trying to crawl inside along the threshold. I looked down suspiciously, and the paper figure hurriedly stopped moving. Soon, another voice rang out from inside the room, speaking calmly. "It was indeed brought in not long ago, but don't even think about making a move on him." "What, you're not planning to sell him?" "I'll pay double the price." "It doesn't matter how much you offer. This guy's got some connections." "I wouldn't dare sell him until I figure out what's going on." "Oh." The man who had spoken first seemed to take an interest. "So there's a corpse you're afraid to sell?" "TSK. The Yellow Springs Ferry sign's already up out there, and yet you're still afraid to do business." "No need to goad me." Another man said calmly, "He is a student of that old guy who carves tombstones." "Even if I dared to sell him, would you have the guts to buy him?" As soon as the words fell, the room fell silent. Both men fell quiet at the same time. "I see. A tombstone carver, huh?" The first man seemed to ponder for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "I'll buy it." "Why wouldn't I dare to buy it?" His voice continued, "I won't keep it from you. I've set my sights on this corpse's hands and eyes." "Sell them to me, you name the price." The other man still refused. "I told you, I don't dare sell them. If this gets out, both you and I will be in trouble." "It'll be fine. Just like before, you make a pair of prosthetic hands and eyes for the corpse, then cremate it as soon as possible." "No one will notice." "Impossible. It's too dangerous." Apparently finding this guy too stubborn, the first man grew impatient. He lowered his voice and spoke in a seductive tone. "These hands will be very useful, not for me, but for a very important person." "A big shot?" "Right, a very big shot." I know you've been looking for materials to preserve corpses. That's right, the other man exclaimed excitedly. Do you happen to have some? I heard only a gasp, followed by complete silence. Still, he had gathered that the corpse the two men in the coffin shop were talking about wasn't the one missing from the cemetery, but a different one. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that this coffin shop seemed to be secretly trafficking in corpses, and it appeared this wasn't the first time. After removing certain organs from the corpses, they actually crafted fake replacements to deceive the bereaved families. According to traditional beliefs, this desecration of a corpse is a particularly vicious act that prevents the deceased from resting in peace. Although I didn't believe in such things, as a gravekeeper, he did feel a certain attachment to corpses and naturally detested this kind of business. Moreover, judging by how familiar the two men inside seemed with the process, they'd likely been making a fortune through unscrupulous means over the years. With that in mind, I quietly backed away from the coffin shop, keeping his eyes on the door while pulling out his phone to call Lou. There were at least 2 people inside the shop. 2 against 4 was no match. He certainly wasn't going to lose his head and storm into the coffin shop to deliver a righteous speech that would be the act of a fool. If you're in trouble, call the police. That was the wisest choice right now. In front of the coffin shop, a paper figure no bigger than the palm of a hand was perched on the threshold, about to crawl inside, but I kept his gaze fixed intently on the shop entrance. Under his watchful eye, it didn't dare move a muscle. The police were highly efficient. Before long, I heard the sound of sirens outside Lonbay Street. Lou, dressed in plain clothes, led several officers through the alley and onto Lonbay Street. I had been waiting there the whole time. As soon as he saw them, he hurried forward to meet them and led them to the coffin shop. Officer Lou, this is the place. I heard 2 people discussing a deal involving a corpse with my own ears. They're still inside. Lou nodded. He'd already been briefed on the general outline of the incident over the phone. To be honest, though, you're a taboo sequence member. It's bad enough that you're not staying put in the forbidden zone, but now you've gone and taken up crime fighting as well. He grumbled to himself. Noticing someone discreetly pointing at the coffin shop sign, he whispered, Team Leader Lou, it's Huang Quan Indu. Lou remained unfazed. He composed his expression, first motioning for Bai to step back, then giving a nod to one of the officers. The officer immediately caught on, kicked open the half-closed shop door, and rushed inside with several other officers. Freeze! Inside the coffin shop at that moment stood 2 people. The room contained several translucent coffins, each holding a cold corpse, some old, some young, their faces carefully arranged so they looked as if they were merely asleep. Joss paper, funeral money, candles, all sorts of items commonly used in funerals were haphazardly piled in the corner, with colorful scraps of paper scattered across the floor. The center of the room was the most empty. Right in the middle stood a red coffin, entirely covered in thick chains, giving it a rather eerie appearance. The 2 men in the room were both awakener. They had heard the police sirens outside long ago, and now, noticing the commotion at the door, the one with a scar on his face furrowed his brow. The police are here, he said. Don't worry, replied the other man, a short, weathered-looking middle-aged man with a faint smile. They're just passing by, they're not here for us. Before he could finish speaking, the front door of the coffin shop was kicked open with a violent thud. Just as the man with the scar was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw this and his mouth twitched. He turned his head and slowly looked at the shorter man. Didn't you say they weren't here for us? The short man clearly looked taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and chuckled lightly. Don't worry. In our line of work, how could we possibly be caught off guard? I anticipated a situation like this a long time ago, so I've already made all the necessary arrangements. Don't move. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crouch in the corner. As he spoke, several police officers burst through the door, turned on the lights, and began searching the room while shouting menacingly. Seeing that these men meant business, the man with the scar hesitated slightly, but remembering the short man's words, I've already taken care of everything, he felt a little more confident. He stood there motionless, looking composed. What are you standing there for? I told you to get in the corner. Suddenly, one of the officers glared at him menacingly. The man with the scar froze. Is this guy yelling at me? Hurry up! Just as he stood there bewildered, he suddenly stumbled, having been kicked squarely in the gut. I'm talking to you. The man with the scar opened his mouth to say something, but when he turned his head, he realized the short guy beside him had long since vanished, and his expression became even more priceless. Glancing toward the corner, sure enough, the guy was crouching there with his head in his hands, his posture as textbook as could be. And there, on his back, was a bright yellow footprint. He hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly crouched down beside the short guy, gritting his teeth and snarling, "You fucking. Didn't you say you'd taken care of them?" The short guy gave a sheepish smile and said hesitantly, "I don't know a single one of these guys." Before Scarface could lose his temper, he quickly added, "Don't worry, they're just here to look around, they can't touch us. You know as well as I do that I never leave any evidence behind." Seeing the confident look on his face, Scarface was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, a police officer spoke sternly, "We received a tip that someone here has been illegally trafficking corpses for a long time, and just 10 minutes ago, you were even plotting a depraved deal involving cutting off hands and gouging out eyes." Scarface trembled all over and turned his head with a numb expression. "You said?" He was on the verge of losing his mind. Clearly, their earlier conversation had been overheard. And they're telling him there's no evidence? That doesn't make sense. The short man shrank his neck. The lookout, paperman, hadn't given any feedback, which meant no one should have been approaching from outside. Could they have run into a master? Even so, he didn't panic. Seeing the grim look on Scarface's face, he actually breathed a sigh of relief and spoke reassuringly. "Don't worry. Pretty much everyone doing business on Lon Bay Street is an awakener. The police know that, so they won't do anything to us. After all, selling corpses isn't exactly a major offense." Just as he spoke, the noisy room suddenly fell silent. The menacing-looking officers stopped their shouting and stood quietly to the side. A young man with a smile on his face walked into the coffin shop. He casually scanned the room, his gaze lingering a moment longer on the red coffin, then walked behind the two men crouching on the floor, bent down, and looked at them. Scarface sensed something was off. He turned his head and caught the young man's gaze. It was one thing not to look, but the moment he did, he nearly dropped dead on the spot. He even found himself thinking, maybe I should just go find a coffin and lie down in it myself. Isn't that Lou, for God's sake? Wasn't he supposed to be working at the Zone Bureau? When did he switch careers to become a cop? What are you shaking for? I told you it's fine. The short guy was confused. He thought to himself, this guy's way too timid with mental fortitude like that, how dare he even help people buy corpses? He turned his head in annoyance, only to meet a smiling face. The air was still for a few seconds. Gulp! Inside the room, the sound of someone swallowing was clearly audible. Not bad. Looks like you both know me. That'll make things easier. Seeing how timid these two were, Lou found it rather boring. He stood up, stretched, and said lazily, I heard someone's selling corpses around here. Is it you two? As he spoke, he strolled back and forth nonchalantly, inspecting the coffins in the shop. Why, yes, it's us, the man with the scarred face said in a trembling voice. Don't worry. Taking advantage of Louis' inattention, the shorter man forced his fear down and said to him, I checked all the bodies before taking them in. They're just ordinary corpses. The one you want was an orphan in life. The Zone Bureau won't go out of their way to give us trouble over something so trivial. Besides, have you forgotten? I've got a sign up that says Underworld Ferry. The more he spoke, the more reassured he felt, but he saw that Scarface had gone pale, staring at him as if he were a complete idiot. Scarface was on the verge of tears, thinking to himself, is this guy's mouth blessed or something? Doesn't he fucking notice anything off? Please, stop talking. I just want to live a few more years, he pleaded. Just as the short man was about to speak, he suddenly shuddered, feeling the temperature in the room drop sharply. Why is it so cold? A sense of unease gripped him as if he realized something. He quickly turned his head in a certain direction, cold sweat pouring down his face. Somewhere in the room. Lou stood before a coffin, staring intently at the corpse inside, lost in thought. He was no longer smiling, his expression was terrifyingly grim. Although it wasn't even autumn yet, the temperature in the room was as low as it would be in winter. The group of police officers fell silent, frozen in fear. Though curious as to why the captain had suddenly become angry, they were all tactful enough not to ask any questions. In fact, anyone who knew Lou even a little well would never cross him at a time like this. Lou, the youngest captain at the Dongyang City Zone Bureau and one of the operation leaders for City Number 3, was an Ice-type awakener. He was relatively unknown among ordinary people, but his reputation for brutality was well known within awakener circles. He usually wore a smile, but his methods were actually quite ruthless. Combined with his formidable power and an almost complete lack of compromise, he fully embodied the Zone Bureau's iron-fisted purge operational philosophy, throwing Dongyang City into chaos on more than one occasion. Many people disliked Lou, but despite his seemingly erratic behavior, he always operated strictly within the rules. Even a formal complaint would be useless. Many people knew that Lou usually liked to put on a friendly facade, but judging by his current expression, he was likely in a very bad mood. The short man realized the gravity of the situation. It didn't take much thought. The corpse in that coffin must be extremely important to Lou. But how could that be? Wasn't that guy an orphan? His teeth were chattering, but he struggled to maintain his composure as he turned to look at the man with the scarred face. Let go. Bullshit. Everything you say is bullshit. Scarface was livid. He cut him off through gritted teeth, afraid that if the other guy said even two more words, he'd be sent packing. He looked at Lou, silently tensing his body, already prepared to fight. Getting caught wasn't the end of the world, but there were some things he absolutely couldn't let slip. If he were caught, he wasn't confident he could withstand the Zone Bureau's interrogation. The short man hesitated briefly, knowing full well there was no way out now, and likewise prepared to make a run for it. After all, Lou acted entirely on a whim, and judging by the look on that guy's face, he might already have figured out an excuse to kill them both. The officers present were all from the Zone Bureau. This wasn't their first mission, and they knew exactly what would happen if an awakener resisted arrest, so they were all ready for a fight. For a moment, the room was filled with a tense, charged atmosphere. Just then, a figure walked into the coffin shop. "Brr, it's so cold in here." As soon as Bai entered the room, he shivered, rubbing his hands together as he muttered, "Which idiot turned the AC down so low?" Everyone stared at him with strange expressions, and upon hearing the words "brain dead," they all simultaneously shifted their gaze to Lou. Lou looked up and swept the room with a cold stare. Everyone immediately lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Scarface chuckled to himself, thinking, who is this hothead who dares to talk back to Lou like that? It's fucking thrilling. Isn't Lou just a petty guy? Given Lou's personality, he expected the kid to get a lesson, but to his surprise, Lou didn't get angry at all. Instead, he forced a smile. Seeing this, Scarface and the short guy exchanged a glance, their expressions a picture. Who was this kid, anyway, that he could actually make Lou rein in his temper? "Officer Lou, did you catch the suspect?" Just as the two were speculating, Bai had already walked up to Lou's side. "We caught him, thanks to the lead you provided." Lou pointed at the two men crouching by the wall and said earnestly, "Thank you so much." He never expected to see Xiaowen here, let alone that Xiaowen's body had nearly been sold off. Xiaowen was Lou's non-biological younger brother. They'd grown up together in an orphanage and were very close. Although they'd lost touch, that didn't mean their bond had vanished. The moment he saw the body, Lou nearly lost control to his emotions, which is why he inadvertently let his powers get out of hand, causing the room's temperature to plummet. Fortunately, this didn't seem to catch Gravekeeper's attention. Otherwise, it might have led to a major disaster. "It's nothing." Facing Lou's thanks, Bai waved his hand dismissively. He looked in the direction Lou was pointing. "Are those two the culprits?" "That's right. We've already confirmed it. They've confessed to their crimes without reservation." To be on the safe side, Lou planned to send Bai on his way first and deal with Xiaowen's situation later. He never forgot the contents of the red letter. If the Gravekeeper detected any anomaly beyond its comprehension, the consequences would be unimaginable. He couldn't endanger the entire city number 3 because of a momentary impulse. The scar-faced man by the wall was completely baffled. Wait, I haven't even said a word yet. How did I suddenly end up confessing without reservation? I fucking didn't confess. Though he was cursing non-stop in his head, he simply kept his head down and said nothing. Good. I nodded, then looked around in confusion. That's strange. Why is it so cold in here? I don't see an air conditioner anywhere. The room fell silent. No one answered. Facing Baez's gaze, Lou remained silent for a moment, then walked over to the corner of the room and kicked the scar-faced man hard. I'm asking you a question. Why is it so cold in here? The man was taken aback at first, then filled with grief and indignation. You're asking me why when you're the one responsible? It's only this cold because you used your powers. But he wasn't a fool. He knew he definitely couldn't answer that way. So, after a moment's thought, he tentatively suggested. Maybe it's because low temperatures help preserve corpses? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the look of sudden realization on Baez's face, he gave the scar-faced man a deep look, thinking to himself that this guy was actually pretty sharp. He could go a little easier on him when the time came. However, Baez's questions didn't end there. He asked curiously, I get how low temperatures help preserve a body, but where's the air conditioner? I haven't seen it anywhere. The air fell silent once more. When Lou looked at him again, the man with the scar on his face froze. He stammered for a while, but every time he tried to speak, he did get kicked for no apparent reason before he could even finish his sentence. The short guy standing nearby watched the whole thing and was practically cracking up inside. Even though they were all in the same boat, that didn't stop him from taking schadenfreude. Officer, I really don't know about that. The coffin shop is run by this short guy right here. Why don't you ask him? Just then, the scar-faced man's bitter voice rang out again. Hearing this, the short guy snapped back to his senses and looked up to find everyone staring at him. This guy actually sold me out. He turned his head and saw the scar-faced man's lips move slightly, silently forming two words. Don't worry. The short guy's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, judging by the look on everyone's faces, he'd have no choice but to answer. The air conditioner is. He paused to think for a moment, then a confident smile quickly spread across his face. The air conditioner is right in this room, and it's a human-shaped air conditioner. Because this is actually Team Leader Lou's ability. Lou knew something was wrong. He kicked out at him and said coldly, stop trying to be clever. Just tell me the truth and speak clearly, got it? But it was too late. I had already heard the scar-faced man's words clearly, and he asked with interest, what do you mean, a human-shaped air conditioner? It's feeling. Lou's warning glare, the short man looked thoroughly aggrieved. He didn't even know why the other guy had hit him. Wasn't my answer entertaining enough? After stammering for a while, his eyes suddenly darted around, and he pointed at the red coffin in the room, saying, that's our store's air conditioner. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and saw a deep red coffin standing in the center of the room, completely wrapped in thick chains, giving it an exceptionally eerie appearance. But I just looked curious, is this an air conditioner? It doesn't look human-shaped at all. Don't rush. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, the short man secretly moved his arms, which had been clutching his head, behind his back and made a few strange hand gestures. A sinister smile spread across his face as he whispered, the real air conditioner is right inside this coffin. Clang. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the chains binding the red coffin snapped and fell, making a loud clattering sound. Lou realized his mistake. He'd been focusing most of his attention on Bai and hadn't expected to overlook someone else's sneaky moves. With the forbidden sequence right behind him, he dared not use his powers and could only watch helplessly as the lid of the red coffin crashed down with a thunderous bang. Boom! The temperature in the room dropped sharply. Sensing the strange aura ahead, everyone's heart sank. After about 3 seconds, the dust settled and the scattered banknotes came to rest. Everyone looked at the coffin, their pupils contracting slightly. Inside the coffin, standing there was the corpse of a woman dressed in theatrical costume, her skin a pale gray. The woman's face was ashen, her long, jet black hair was pinned up high, and she wore meticulous makeup. Her eyes were tightly closed, a yellow talisman was pressed against her forehead, and her long, sharp, black and purple nails gave her a rather terrifying appearance. A zombie. A zombie control spell. Lou realized it instantly. The term awakener did not refer exclusively to those with supernatural abilities, but rather to a group of people possessing strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Ever since the Forbidden Zone appeared, various forms of power had emerged in endless succession, but there were only two mainstream systems of supernatural abilities: Awakener and Cultivator. These two systems were typical representatives of innate and acquired abilities, respectively, and the barriers to entry for both were quite high. Corpse control is a form of Taoist magic within the cultivator system. It allows a corpse to be transformed into a zombie that acts according to the caster's will, capable of crushing anything in its path and possessing staggering destructive power. It's worth noting that the term Taoist arts here does not refer to traditional Taoist practices of the past, but rather serves as a general term for all forms of spiritual cultivation and spellcasting practice today. Looking at the motionless corpse, Lou's heart sank. He knew that the only reason the corpse remained still was because a yellow talisman was pressed against its forehead. Once that talisman was removed, things would get complicated. Dealing with a zombie wouldn't take much effort on his part, but the crux of the matter was that Gravekeeper must not witness any of this. A moving corpse would clearly defy Ba's understanding of reality, so he absolutely must not find out. Meanwhile, the short man and the man with the scar were whispering to each other in the corner. The short man gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry. I'll have the zombie block their path right away, and we'll use that chance to escape. Remember to run fast later. I can only have the zombie hold them off for a little while, otherwise, she'll get hurt. Got it?" Upon hearing the words "don't worry," the scar-faced man's face twitched, but he still nodded solemnly. The air froze for a moment. The next second, the yellow talisman on the female corpse's forehead moved of its own accord, falling silently to the ground. "Now!" the short man roared, and the two leaped up suddenly, fleeing toward the door. However, they soon froze in their tracks. Everyone had turned their heads and was staring at them with a very strange look in their eyes. Something wasn't right. Weren't they supposed to be fighting the zombies right now? Confused, the short man turned his head. The yellow talisman on the woman's forehead was gone, revealing her ashen face, yet her eyes remained closed, and she lay completely still. Not moving? He silently formed hand seals, but no matter how he changed his gestures, the corpse showed no reaction. Damn it, at a critical moment, she's AFK? The short guy felt like crying but had no tears to shed. He could sense the close connection between himself and the corpse, but the stronger that connection felt, the less he could make sense of the current situation. There was definitely no way to escape, because Lou had already made his move. The legs of the two men, hidden beneath their pants, were already covered in a layer of solid ice. I'm such an idiot, really. The scar-faced man standing nearby stared blankly and muttered, "I knew I shouldn't have let you say those two words. I knew I should cut out your tongue sooner." I watched the two men, who had suddenly jumped up and then stopped just as abruptly, and asked curiously, "What is going on with them?" They tried to escape, that's an aggravating factor. Lou offered a brief explanation, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I secretly used my ability just now, but Gravekeeper didn't react." Could this mean that Gravekeeper's ability to detect anomalies relies solely on his eyes? So, in the absence of any anomalies, would he be no different from an ordinary person? This might be a very important piece of information. He snapped back to reality, his expression suddenly changing. He saw that Bai had already walked over to the red coffin and was examining the female corpse inside. How could this be? I didn't even notice when he left? It was too late to stop him now, but despite his anxiety, Lou had already figured out a plan of action. It's definitely gotten a lot colder. Is that really air conditioning? It's pretty realistic. I looked at the corpse with interest and found that, aside from her slightly bluish complexion, she was virtually indistinguishable from a living person. He poked the corpse's arm. It was hard. He poked her face. It was still hard. The entire corpse was rock hard, like cold steel. But that wasn't too surprising after all. Isn't air conditioning supposed to be hard? Don't go touching it, the short man shouted. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and added, it's really expensive. Even though it was an air conditioner, it was shaped like a woman, so by naturally wouldn't he just go touching it. He withdrew his hand, a look of amazement on his face. Unbelievable, it really is a human-shaped air conditioner. I guess you really can't afford to fall behind the times. As he was pondering this, a police officer walked up to Lou and whispered, Captain Lou, is this guy out of his mind? Shut up. Lou shot him a glance and let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. It seemed Gravekeeper really did have a knack for self-deception. But it was strange. Why was this zombie standing completely still? The same confusion crossed the short man's mind. He simply couldn't understand why the zombie that had been by his side for so long was just sitting there. To bond with the zombie, he'd been feeding it his own blood and dressing it up day in and day out. It was practically like waiting on a grandmaster. Yet even so, the zombie would occasionally lose control and chase after him, biting him until he was howling in pain. Left with no other choice, he'd been forced to chain the zombie inside the coffin. Although he was reluctant to let the zombie out to fight, as the saying goes, you train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a single moment. Now that he needed her to fight, she was actually hiding motionless in the coffin. Wasn't she obviously just putting on a show? Ah, never mind. The short man sighed softly, thinking to himself, fine, if she won fight, then so be it, better than getting beaten to a pulp. Just as he was feeling conflicted, he heard the kid suddenly ask, how do I turn off this air conditioner? I can't find the switch. Still playing dumb. The short man didn't want to bother with him at first, but then something occurred to him, and he called out loudly, the switch is on her mouth, just press her lips. After a pause, he hurriedly added, remember, just one press. Humph, he dares to play dumb with me? Try pressing it once, and I'll bite your finger right off. The short man thought cruelly, and sure enough, the guy was overconfident. He brazenly reached out and put his hand near the woman's mouth. The police officers remained silent, but the more they watched, the more they felt that Bai didn't seem like a normal person. Logically speaking, even the boldest person wouldn't be completely unafraid of a corpse, would they? But this guy clearly seemed to be missing a few screws. Lou also didn't move, his eyes fixed intently on Bai. He wanted to test a hypothesis. Bai, of course, had no idea what everyone was thinking. Without hesitation, he gently pressed against the woman's lips. Soft? So it really is a switch after all, he thought. Witnessing this, everyone froze. The short guy was especially dumbfounded. A full 3 seconds had passed, and nothing had happened? Why wasn't the zombie biting him? Wait. A moment later, he realized with horror that the temperature in the room had actually risen. That meant the zombie's inherent ability to maintain a low temperature had actually vanished just from having its lips pressed? Wake up! You're a brutal weapon, a bloodthirsty zombie, not some real air conditioner. The short man screamed in anguish in his heart, but the female corpse remained completely unmoved. He looked at her, then bowed his head in resignation. Why are you messing with me? Scarface had already gone numb. He'd been on the streets for most of his life. He'd seen every kind of storm, but he never could have imagined that one day he'd actually fall victim to the words "don't worry." He swore that if he made it out of this alive, he'd go to a temple and burn incense every single time he heard those words from then on. He was desperate, but the short guy was still holding on. Although the latter saw no way out either, he refused to give up just yet. He thought it over carefully, telling himself that neither of them deserved to die. As a legitimate agency that followed the rules, the Zone Bureau surely wouldn't kill them. As long as they were alive, there was hope. So he patted Scarface on the shoulder and said firmly, "Don't worry." Scarface shuddered and covered his ears in agony. "Please. I can't hear it, I can't hear a thing." Lou ignored the two baffling figures. He told the others to keep a close eye on them, then walked over to Bai. First, He examined the female corpse closely for a moment. A thought crossed his mind, and then he looked down at Bai. Bai picked up the fallen yellow talisman from the ground and asked curiously, "What is this?" He remembered that this piece of paper had just fallen from the head of the humanoid air conditioner, and similar things were stuck on the door of his own house in the graveyard. "I get it." Before Lu could explain, Bai muttered, "This must be some air conditioner brand S logo. So those papers on my door were put there by air conditioner salespeople, then." Lu was at a loss for words. He even had a strange thought: was the city prison plan perhaps unnecessary? It felt as though S gravekeeper was tricking himself into a corner all on his own. However, to avoid any complications down the line, he composed himself and said sternly, "Mr. Bai, many of the items here may serve as evidence and must not be moved without permission." Upon hearing this, Bai realized he'd indeed gotten a little carried away, so he quickly apologized. "Sorry, Captain Lu, Lu smiled slightly. "It's fine. Thank you for the lead you provided. If anything else comes up in the future, be sure to contact us as soon as possible." Definitely. We'll stay in touch." Lu nodded in satisfaction, but after pondering for a moment, something didn't sit quite right. "Wait, what does stay in touch even mean? Are you saying that just because you're a taboo sequence, you're supposed to be fighting crime every day? I'd be grateful enough if you just didn't commit any crimes." "By the way, officer," Bai said, oblivious to Lu's expression, "thank you for going out of your way to help us recover the body." "Don't worry, we'll do our best," Lu replied, then suddenly felt a strange sensation. He turned around but saw nothing. Strange. Why did it feel like someone was watching me just now? He shook his head, completely oblivious to the fact that the man with the scar was clutching his face in agony, looking as if he'd lost all will to live. As he watched Bai's figure fade into the distance, Lu finally let out a slight sigh of relief. He stuck the talisman back onto the woman's forehead, then walked over to the translucent coffin and gazed quietly at the body inside. Inside the coffin lay a handsome young man of 17 or 18, his face pale and his expression serene, as if he were simply asleep. "S-001 is dead. Why didn't anyone tell me?" With his back to the others, his voice was very low and his expression calm, but he clenched and unclenched his fists, looking somewhat at a loss. No one answered. "Seal the coffin lid, send a few people over to guard it, and don't move the body inside. Also, take down the sign outside and bring it to my car. We should be able to sell it for a few bucks later." After a long moment, Lu put all his emotions aside and forced a light-hearted smile. The Yellow Springs sign is probably worth less and less these days. The name Yellow Springs Ferry has almost been completely discredited. He shook his head and beckoned to the others. The group, accompanied by the two men with the scarred faces, left the coffin shop, intending to take them back for a thorough interrogation. Seeing that Lu had no intention of touching the female corpse, the short man breathed a slight sigh of relief. Lon Bay Street was deserted. The doors of the houses on both sides were tightly shut, and the air was eerily still. Everything seemed exactly the same as when they had first entered. But Lu suddenly stopped in his tracks. He sensed something out of the ordinary. Bang! As if to confirm his suspicion, a loud gunshot rang out from the distance. He spun around to see blood gushing from the scar-faced man's chest. It was clear he wouldn't live much longer. "I knew it, damn it." Scarface seemed to have anticipated this moment all along. As he lay dying, he fixed his gaze on the short man, his lips moving slightly. Before he could say anything, his eyes gradually dimmed, and he collapsed to the ground. He was dead. "It's a sniper. Take cover." Lu's face was as stern as stone. He quickly found cover and shouted to the group behind him, "Protect the prisoner, they're most likely after them." Unless someone had completely lost their mind, few would dare to attack the Zone Bureau, especially since the sniper had aimed his first shot directly at the scar-faced man. The motive was as clear as day. The short man wasn't stupid either. He rolled on the spot to take cover behind a large tree and quickly formed a hand seal to sense the presence of zombies. Inside the sealed coffin shop, a talisman drifted gently to the ground. The female corpse, dressed in theatrical costumes, opened her eyes and burst through the door. The short man had already given up hope, but now a look of delight flashed across his face. Huh, their SA reaction? Noticing the commotion behind him, Lou's expression turned pale, and he snapped, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? You're not allowed to use supernatural abilities in city number 3. Gravekeeper might not be that far away." The short man snorted derisively. "In a life or death situation, he couldn't possibly care about such rules. I'm about to die, for fuck's sake, do I really have to follow your rules? I'm going to." Bang! Before he could finish, a deafening gunshot rang out again. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the gaping hole in his chest. The shot had come from behind the group. There was more than one attacker. There was another sniper lurking down the street. The short man collapsed to the ground with a thud, mustering his last ounce of strength to form a hand seal, ordering the zombie to stand by. The female zombie, who was rushing toward them at full speed, sensed something was wrong, but instead of stopping, her eyes turned red in an instant, and she spun around, leaping toward the source of the gunshot. Watching the two prisoners die right before his eyes, a violent rage welled up inside Lou, but he kept his wits about him and didn't let his men stick their heads out to look. Lon Bay Street was eerily empty. Any movement would inevitably expose them to the sniper's fire. Although the sniper might not fire again, he couldn't risk his men's lives. Holding his breath and focusing his senses, he darted several times to reach the short man's side and shouted, "Tell me, what do you know?" The short man seemed to possess some terrifying ability. He was still clinging to life despite having been shot through the chest, though it was clear he wouldn't last much longer. This was clearly something the sniper hadn't anticipated, which was why he hadn't fired a second shot in time. Besides, the sniper was currently being chased by the female corpse. Scar told me he was looking for a suitable body for a big shot in a syndicate. Organization: the Shinhai Group? Lou furrowed his brow slightly and pressed further, "Which big shot?" I didn't dare ask too many questions, and he didn't dare say much either. "What else? What else do you know?" "He only wants young corpses." "That person probably isn't very old. He might be making plans for a young person." Lou hadn't expected the man to be so cooperative. Looking at the blood-soaked hole in his chest, he knew this guy was beyond saving. "Team leader Lou," the short man said weakly, paying no heed to his own condition, "I'd like to ask you for a favor." Lou was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Go ahead. I know I deserve this, and I deserve to die, but my zombie is innocent. I hope that after I'm gone, the Zone Bureau will treat her well. I created her from my wife's remains. I was such a coward I couldn't give her a good life while she was alive, so I had no choice but to turn her into a zombie. I opened a coffin shop so she could live in luxury in the afterlife, using the money from selling corpses to sustain her. She's very timid. She never hurt anyone, either in life or after death. All the blood she drank was either given to her by me or bought on the black market. I beg you, please, don't send her to the Forbidden Zone to scout the area. The Zone Bureau operates ruthlessly. When it comes to vicious criminals or uncontrollable creatures, they often make full use of them by sending them to the most dangerous Forbidden Zone to scout the area. Let her guard the place. She is very obedient. I'm begging you, Captain Lou." Lou remained expressionless. A zombie goes berserk without a master, unless you use your heart's blood to give her a new one. "Heart's blood," the short man muttered. "It's fine. I'm almost dead anyway. Feel free to take as much as you want. Your fate isn't worth pity, but for the sake of the intelligence, I'll agree." The short man trusted Lou's promise. He forced a smile and lay on the ground, half dead. The air at the scene grew still. Everyone remained silent, listening to the distant bursts of gunfire and shrill screams. The female corpse was locked in a deadly struggle with the sniper. It was unclear how much time had passed when a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. A blood-soaked female corpse leaped toward them, her costume in tatters, her body riddled with bullet holes, one arm twisted grotesquely backward, giving her a hideous appearance. Zombies are inherently vicious, so everyone remained on high alert. Yet the female corpse didn't even glance at them. She leaped straight to the short man's side and stood motionless. "What is going on today? My spells keep failing. Didn't I tell you to stay put?" The short man stared at the corpse with obvious effort, and a flood of memories suddenly surged through his mind. In his youth, he'd been used to a carefree life, lazy, unambitious, and a compulsive gambler. He gambled from a young age, always dreaming of winning a fortune and traveling all over the safe zone. Back then, the dead woman was just his girlfriend. She tugged at his ear every day, begging him to quit gambling, but he carried on as he pleased until he gambled himself into a mountain of debt and finally came to his senses. But by then, it was too late for regrets. He was penniless, and all his relatives and friends were avoiding him. At the thought of the bleak life that lay ahead, he nearly took his own life. It was raining that day. He'd been beaten to a pulp by debt collectors and lay on a street corner like a dead dog, ignored by everyone for what seemed like an eternity. In the pouring rain, his girlfriend, no one knew how she found him, stood there, soaked to the bone, and asked if he was awake. He said he was. The girl looked at him, suddenly smiled, and said, "I'm glad you're awake. It's okay. Let us go home." The two got married, and his wife used all her savings to help them get through a very difficult period. Life was hard, neither of them knew how they managed to persevere, nor did they want to recall those days. But he could never forget the phrase his wife often repeated during that time. "Don't worry, it's okay. Everything will be all right." He truly quit gambling. Not only did he gradually pay off all his debts, but by a twist of fate, he discovered and mastered a cultivation technique, the art of corpse control. He became an awakener revered by all. Cultivators who control corpses are rare, yet their capabilities are vast. Many large companies extended olive branches to him, offering generous terms to recruit him. At that time, supernatural celebrities were all the rage. An awakener with unique abilities could rake in a fortune simply by creating a persona. He wasn't tall, but he was good-looking, and he possessed the rare and mysterious art of controlling corpses. The companies hoped he would market himself effectively, ideally by severing ties with his past to avoid any scandalous history. But he rejected all the offers without hesitation, because his wife had never trusted these so-called big companies. Of course, the main reason for his refusal was that what these companies meant by cutting ties with the past included abandoning his current wife. He didn't like staying in one place for too long and planned to use his corpse control technique to find a legitimate job. Once he earned enough money, he intended to take his wife on a trip around the world. However, before he could tell his wife about his plan, she passed away from an illness. She was only in her early 30s when she died. Her prime years had been nothing but hardship. Just when she was finally able to enjoy a comfortable life, she was taken from him. He felt it was terribly unfair. He was the one who should have died. His wife loved to look her best, but she rarely bought cosmetics. When she did, she always chose the cheapest ones. She loved traditional opera, yet had never attended a live performance, even though there was a theater right outside their door, and tickets cost next to nothing. With his wife gone, he could have applied for a job at a major company, but he didn't. He happened to recall a line from The Art of Controlling Corpses: "A corpse possesses a spirit. If nurtured properly, a corpse could potentially come back to life." So, after much hesitation, he chose to transform his wife into a zombie. He opened a coffin shop on Long Bay Street, spending his days tending to the bright red coffin. He bought his wife a complete set of opera costumes, changing them daily, burned the finest joss paper, and used the most expensive cosmetics. It was as if he were making up for past regrets. However, perhaps freed from the nagging of a living person, he actually strayed down the dark path of trading in corpses in order to nurture the zombie. Many things are predestined. Now karma has caught up with him. He is about to die. The failures of his first half-life flashed before his eyes like a whirlwind. The short man surveyed them all and realized that, as expected, the person he had wronged the most was his wife, who had died so young. Looking at the corpse's ashen face, he silently whispered, "I'm sorry." But the corpse, of course, could not respond to his feelings. She simply stood motionless beside him, her expression blank. He gazed at her longingly, regretting that he hadn't been able to wait for the day his wife would come back to life. A whirlwind of emotions churned within him, but when they surged to his lips, only 5 words remained. "Don't worry, it'll be all right." He believed in Lou's promise: if the corpse was preserved long enough, his wife might truly come back to life. He had hidden a great deal of money in their home. If his wife were to be revived, she could spend her long life living in luxury. As his thoughts lingered on this moment, his head lolled to one side, and he drew his last breath. The female corpse remained stiff and motionless where she stood, her face devoid of any emotion, like a machine that had lost its operator. Yet everyone stood frozen in place. This scene was actually quite illogical. As Lou had said, in most cases, zombies that lose their masters go berserk, but this female corpse did not. Lou watched quietly. Behind him, the group of police officers, as if having forgotten the sniper lurking in the shadows, stared intently at the female corpse. Suddenly, they saw the corpse move. It hopped a few times in place, as if adjusting its posture, then fell straight backward onto the ground, landing beside the short man. Her face was expressionless. She turned her head to glance at the short man, then closed her crimson eyes. Her hand, covered in sharp nails, touched her blood-stained hand, and on her ring finger, 2 simple rings seemed to flicker briefly. Captain Lou, this. Everyone's mouths dropped open. They had never seen anything like this before. Looks like I can't keep my promise, Lou muttered to himself. This female corpse had clearly regained consciousness. She was unwilling to be separated from her master, no, from her husband. He, too, had never seen anything like this. If given time, this corpse might one day truly come back to life, but... Lou looked at the corpse lying quietly beside the short man. Never mind, he said after a moment of silence, shaking his head slightly. Once it's safe, find a place to build a fire and cremate them both together. Oh, and make sure to burn them thoroughly. Before long, flames shot skyward on Lon Bay Street, and the black smoke was absorbed by some kind of barrier. The 2 corpses lay motionless, resting peacefully amidst the dancing flames, as if in a deep slumber. Bai, of course, had no idea what had happened after he left Lon Bay Street. At that moment, he was still wandering the streets, adjusting to the city's changes while searching for a suitable part-time job. I never thought anyone would be able to create such an amazing air conditioner, though the designer's taste is a bit odd. Once I have the money, I'll definitely buy one to take home, though before that, I'll have to get electricity hooked up to the cemetery first. He walked along, lost in thought, completely oblivious to the 2 men following him not far behind. They were 2 ordinary-looking men who appeared to be strolling aimlessly, yet their gaze swept over him more than once, only to shift away imperceptibly. After passing through several streets, they continued to follow Bai in a seemingly natural way, as if they were passers-by who had planned this all along. When they saw their target stop once again in front of a billboard, the 2 men didn't hesitate for a moment. They walked straight past Bai, chatting casually as they went, even glancing curiously at the billboard's content along the way. Before long, one of the men, the one wearing a black jacket, walked into a convenience store, while the man in the shirt stayed outside to wait. Bored, he pulled out his phone to check it, but out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Bai once more. Soon, the man in black emerged from the convenience store. He handed a bottle of soda to the man in the shirt, then unscrewed the cap of another bottle and took a big gulp. How much longer do we have to follow him? Having downed most of the bottle, he tossed the remaining half into the trash can. His lips moved slightly as he said in a barely audible voice, "This guy looks like an ordinary person. He might not even have been injected with any genetic serums." Yeah, that's easy to tell, but we still need to find a secluded spot before we make our move. The man in the shirt paused for a moment before adding, "We absolutely cannot fail. That's the boss's order." The man in black remained silent, glancing back toward Lon Bay Street and silently thanking his luck that the 2 of them had been assigned this simple job. Most of the hitmen tasked with the hit on Lon Bay Street wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. After all, no one had anticipated that Lou would actually show up there, and given Lou's capabilities, those hitmen would likely all be tracked down within a day. The Zone Bureau's interrogation capabilities were well known to the world. If they wanted to keep their secrets, those guys had no choice but to take their own lives. By comparison, they were merely tasked with killing an ordinary person. It was no challenge at all. There were risks, of course, but given the hefty reward, those risks were certainly acceptable. At most, they just have to be a little more cautious. The target's on the move. Suddenly, the man in the shirt spoke up. He'd been keeping a close eye on Bai's movements, and as he watched the man walk away from the billboard with a look of regret, he whispered a warning. The man in black nodded in understanding, and the 2 split up, blending into the crowd to follow him. Seeing that it was getting late, Bai knew it was time to return to tend the grave, so he hailed a taxi. However, upon hearing his request, the driver firmly stated that the car wouldn't go too far out of the city. He could only take him as far as the suburbs at most. Although Bai was a bit puzzled by this, he didn't ask any further questions. It wouldn't take too long to walk from the suburbs to the cemetery, so he figured he'd just treat it as a bit of extra exercise. Having spent most of the day without finding a suitable part-time job, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Pondering his plans for the next day, he closed his eyes and dozed off. The taxi soon reached its destination. He opened his eyes just in time, paid the fare, got out, and walked toward the cemetery. Target number 6 has left city number 3. Should we pursue? Meanwhile, at a gas station along the highway, a zone bureau agent disguised as a staff member noticed by getting out of the car nearby and quietly dialed his superior S number. To carry out the city prison plan, more than 60% of the population in city number 3 was working for the zone bureau, with a single core objective: to monitor Gravekeeper and, at critical moments, mislead him so he wouldn't detect anything unusual. Of course, for various reasons and to avoid causing panic, only a select few were aware of Bai's true identity throughout the entire operation. Therefore, aside from Bai, the mission had multiple targets to throw off suspicion and conceal the plan's true purpose. Many astute organizations had sensed the unusual activity in city number 3, but while they vaguely suspected that the Zone Bureau had established an unprecedented intelligence network, they remained unaware of the underlying reason. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed shortly by the sound of faint murmurs. It seemed the superior was seeking instructions from higher-ups. No need. Once the target leaves the city, we don't need to pay him any mind, but as soon as he enters the urban area, be sure to report it immediately. After a pause, the superior's voice came through the phone. Yes, sir. The Zone Bureau agent hung up the phone and expertly refueled the passing vehicles, performing each step with such ease that it seemed as if he'd truly been working at the gas station for a long time. He didn't notice that, among the passing traffic, an unremarkable jeep had left the city. Inside the jeep, 2 assassins were talking. This guy actually left the city, isn't he just handing us an opportunity? The man in black said casually, but his expression suddenly shifted slightly as he asked suspiciously, wait, could this guy have done it on purpose? It's hard to say. The man in the shirt held the steering wheel with one hand, pulled out an e-cigarette, popped it into his mouth, and shook his head. I see what you mean. I heard that the reason Lou ended up on Lawn Bay Street was because of a phone call this guy made. We can't confirm the relationship between the two, but given Lou's modus operandi, it's entirely possible he's using the target as bait. Lou, huh? The man in black looked grave and hesitated. What kind of secret could possibly force the boss to send someone to take him out right under that guy's nose? In our line of work, if you want to stay alive long, it's best to set aside your curiosity. The man in the shirt reminded him coldly, then narrowed his eyes as he analyzed the situation carefully. It's probably not a decoy. Given the circumstances at the time, Lou wouldn't have had time to issue an order. So far, we haven't spotted anyone tailing us. Still, we need to be careful. Fire a few extra shots later on, and as soon as we're sure the target is dead, switch cars and head straight to city number 2. Understood. The two had been partners for years. The man in black trusted his partner's analysis. He pulled a pistol from his coat, inspected it carefully, and then loaded a magazine filled with unregistered bullets. With the growing trend of exploring the forbidden zone and the deterioration of living conditions, the Council's control over firearms was no longer as strict as it once was, but it still maintained a comprehensive set of standards governing the production, manufacturing, and distribution of firearms. All firearms must be registered, and every single bullet must be strictly marked to facilitate post-use verification. However, for certain major factions, obtaining a batch of unregistered bullets is no difficult task. Those bold enough can even produce them themselves. The two quickly spotted their target. Since the target was taking a rugged, winding path, they had to abandon their vehicle, conceal themselves, and follow on foot. The man in black was tasked with keeping an eye out for any suspicious individuals in the vicinity, while the man in the shirt kept his eyes fixed on Bai, ensuring he wouldn't have a chance to suddenly vanish from their sight. Bai kept his head down, deep in thought, completely oblivious to the two men with ill intent behind him. This is probably the easiest mission I've ever taken on. The man in the shirt licked his lips, pulled out a silenced pistol, and raised it, aiming at Bai. Bang! 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 Holding his breath and focusing intently, without the slightest hesitation, he fired several shots in rapid succession, each aimed directly at vital points, cutting off any possible escape route. Even as the gunshots rang out, I still showed no reaction. Then, the air around them suddenly froze. Dongyang City, City Number 3, Zone Bureau. Have you found him? Lu, his face expressionless, looked up at the man wearing sunglasses in front of him. Yes, we found them 4 in total, including the assassin who met his end on Lanbei Street, the man said. Unfortunately, they all shot themselves the moment our people arrived. After a pause, he added, there is no information on these assassins in the database. I suspect they were suicide agents trained by some organization. A major organization with suicide agents. This was not what Lu had expected. He quickly ran through a few names in his mind and continued, have you found any leads? The man shook his head. Lu pondered for a moment, then ordered, send someone to investigate the identities of those 2 men at the coffin shop. I want to know where they've been recently and who they've met. But the man in sunglasses hesitated, those leads have likely already been cut off. I want to see exactly which step they've cut off. Lu's expression remained calm. A moment later, as if suddenly remembering something, he continued, oh, and have someone look into the origin of those bodies at the coffin shop as well. Yes, sir. Lu thought for a moment, stood up, put on his coat, and walked toward the elevator. The man in sunglasses followed closely behind, ready to carry out his next order at any moment. Go fetch a death row inmate. Sure enough, halfway there, Lu suddenly stopped and whispered, I need to verify something. On the way back, Lu kept pondering one thing, what exactly was Bai's background? Bai, also known as Gravekeeper, could he be a case of a zombie coming back to life? According to intelligence reports, this guy had been staying in a cemetery within the Forbidden Zone. He was suspected of having awakened from a coffin and exhibited significant gaps in his understanding of the world. He was, at the very least, a figure from at least 200 years ago. Moreover, it was said that the door to his residence was plastered with numerous yellow talismans. As everyone knows, this is a method used to seal away dark entities. After the incident with the female corpse on Lanbei Street, he had come to believe to some extent that zombies could indeed be resurrected. However, this was merely a conjecture. Upon closer inspection, many details actually didn't add up. In fact, not only did Bai lack any zombie-like characteristics, but he actually fit human standards quite well. He was even more pure than humans who had been injected with genetic serums. Lu actually had some vague theories about the Gravekeeper's abilities, but he needed further verification. On his way back, another idea occurred to him by chance, one inspired by those snipers. Since he couldn't expose the Gravekeeper to supernatural phenomena beyond his own understanding, could he instead use weapons within his existing frame of reference? There is such a vast array of modern thermal weapons that even a Class C Awakener would struggle to evade them, let alone dodge a sniper rifle. So, could thermal weapons be used to kill Gravekeeper? Without a doubt, Bai was familiar with firearms. They were part of his existing knowledge, so using a gun against him wouldn't violate any taboos. Given this, the Zone Bureau needn't have too many reservations. It simply needs to consider the issue of firepower, namely, whether any thermal weapons are capable of killing the Gravekeeper. In fact, all rank S level powerhouses, and even those of the taboo sequence, are unafraid of thermal weapons, but the Gravekeeper is clearly an exception. Perhaps it's worth a try. When it comes to active taboo sequences, the Zone Bureau's policy has always been to eliminate them whenever possible. They are only contained if the Bureau has absolutely no confidence in handling them or if they serve a specific purpose. Lu pondered this for a long time and decided to seek advice from someone first. This was also why he chose to return to the Zone Bureau rather than the police station. Because he needed something that only the Zone Bureau possessed. The taboo sequence, the B-pen spirit. As he pondered, the elevator had already descended 30 floors. He inserted his ID card, and after undergoing multiple verifications including fingerprint, iris, and voice scans, the elevator doors opened, and Lu stepped into a vast, empty space. A long corridor lined with countless rooms. Since forbidden sequences must be stored in isolation, the layout here closely resembled that of a prison. The interior of each room was completely different: rooms with mysterious metal grills, rooms bathed in blinding light, and corridors filled with unknown liquids. A bizarre and eerie atmosphere permeated the air. Each room was like a strange little world of its own. After walking for a short while, Lou stopped in front of a room. He looked up. The doorplate bore the simple characters, "B. Pen Spirit." The forbidden sequences are ranked from lowest to highest into 6 tiers: E, D, C, B, A, and S. Generally speaking, the lower the tier, the weaker the ability, and the lower the corresponding level of danger. In fact, there aren't many forbidden sequences in the Forbidden Zone, and even fewer that humans can take away and use. While exploring the unknown is fascinating, it's fraught with danger and death. He returned to the elevator entrance and soon saw the man in sunglasses emerge from the elevator with a scrawny, unshaven prisoner. After Lou swiped his card to authorize access, the two were finally allowed into the forbidden corridor. The prisoner quickly realized where they were and began trembling all over. The moment he saw Lou, his expression darkened even further. "Don't be afraid of me." Lou looked at him with a smile. "Do you know why I brought you down here?" Before the prisoner could speak, he continued, "That's right, I need you to do me a small favor. Well, just ask a question for me." The prisoner instinctively tried to refuse. "What happens after I ask it?" "I don't know," Lou shrugged. "Maybe you'll die. If you're lucky, you might not. But none of that matters." His smile suddenly turned cold. He leaned in sharply toward the prisoner and said in a chilling tone, "After all, scum like you deserves the death penalty anyway, doesn't he?" The prisoner dared not utter a word and could not refute it. The fact that he was locked up in the Zone Bureau prison was proof enough that he was an awakener, and his crimes were indeed too numerous to list. According to the original sentence, he was supposed to be sent to the Forbidden Zone to scout the area before long. "What's in it for me?" After a long silence, the prisoner asked through gritted teeth. "What's in it for you? The benefit is that you have a chance to survive. Even if you die, at least it won't be too painful." Lou smiled faintly. "Either way, it's better than dying in the Forbidden Zone, isn't it?" The prisoner's face darkened. He knew Lou was right. Many parts of the Forbidden Zone were eerie and bizarre. In those places, let alone staying alive, even death was a luxury. Many who entered found their lives worse than death, unable even to take their own lives. Relatively speaking, dying here was indeed much better, not to mention the chance to survive. "Let's do it." Without much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "But I want you to promise me that if I survive, you'll help me send a message out." "Sure." Lou replied casually, then grew serious. "In a moment, you just need to ask one question: will shooting the Gravekeeper kill or seriously injure him?" "Got it?" The Gravekeeper. The prisoner repeated it under his breath a few times, then nodded nervously. Seeing this, Lou seemed quite satisfied. He motioned for the man in sunglasses to leave, then led the prisoner to the door of the room where the spirit pen was kept. He slipped a silencing charm into his mouth and opened the door. He led the prisoner into the room and turned on the light. The entire room was empty, except for a black cube the size of a dining table placed in the center. Its material was indistinguishable. With practiced ease, Lou verified his identity at the control panel. After a couple of simple keystrokes, the cube slowly unfolded, revealing its contents. The floor was covered with a tattered old newspaper, 1 meter square, covered in grease stains. The small print was blurred and indistinct, and on the left and right sides, the words yes and no were scrawled in crooked black marker. Between the two characters, a black fountain pen stood motionless, its cap missing, the rusty nib speckled with crimson that looked like dried blood. Just one glance was enough to send an inexplicable shiver down the prisoner's spine, and for some reason, an inexplicable urge to speak welled up inside him. He turned his head, and Lou gave a slight nod. So he swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "I'd like to ask a question." Whoosh! Before he could finish, the pen on the newspaper suddenly shot upward. The prisoner had no time to react. He could only let the nib pierce his arm, then watch as the pen flew back to its original spot, hovering in midair. He felt as if some of the blood had drained from his body, and a sudden pang of regret washed over him. but he steeled himself and asked, would shooting Gravekeeper kill him or seriously injure him? The air fell silent. Throughout this, Lou kept his eyes fixed on the pen's reaction as was customary. The spirit of the pen would soon circle either yes or no in blood. However, he waited a long time, and nothing happened. For a full 10 seconds, the pen hung motionless in midair, showing not the slightest inclination toward either choice. How could this be? Lou was baffled, but suddenly a premonition struck him, and he jerked his head toward the prisoner. He saw the prisoner standing where he was, his body still trembling as if he were still terrified, except that all his flesh and organs had long since vanished. In an instant, he had turned into a skeleton. Lou took a deep breath and waited another minute. Seeing that the pen still showed no sign of movement, he finally closed the cube. After double-checking to make sure everything was in order, he dragged the corpse out of the room. Forbidden Sequence B Pen Spirit, a forbidden artifact possessing precognitive type abilities. This forbidden sequence consists of a scrap of newspaper with illegible handwriting and an old-fashioned fountain pen. Once exposed, it exerts a powerful psychological suggestion on all living beings within a 10-meter radius, inducing an urgent impulse to ask questions. Once questioning begins, it cannot be interrupted. The pen spirit will prioritize drawing the questioner's blood to replenish its ink reservoir and will answer by circling characters on the newspaper. According to verification, the pen spirit's answer accuracy rate exceeds 90%. It is worth noting that while the answers are accurate, they are often highly misleading. Please do not take them at face value. Note 1. Questions come at a price. Depending on the nature of the question, the questioner will pay a price ranging from hair loss to instant death. Please ask questions with caution. Note 2. Do not speak casually near the pen spirit, or you may be forcibly deemed to be asking a question, a process that cannot be interrupted. Note 3. The pen spirit will answer only one question per calendar month. If additional questions are asked, it will not respond but will still collect the corresponding price. Unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from using this forbidden sequence and keep it permanently in a completely soundproof, dark environment. Recalling the scene that had just unfolded in the room, all the information regarding the forbidden sequence be the pen spirit rapidly flashed through Lou's mind. It must be said that the pen spirit's abilities are extremely practical. Everyone who has used it raves about it, at least, that's what he thought. The only drawback is that it's quite taxing on the user. As for being misleading? Only a fool would be misled, and he was no fool. After disposing of the remains, Lou stood in the hallway, lost in thought. Every room around him seemed eerie and desolate, as if pairs of eyes were watching him from the shadows. The pen spirit was last used 3 months ago, so there was no operational error, yet the prisoner still died. The price has been paid, a high price, indeed, in lives and blood, yet the pen spirit remains unmoved. So is it refusing to answer, or is it unable to answer? Is it because this involves information related to the rank's forbidden sequence? Lou pondered this, but didn't he dwell too much on the result. After all, it had been nothing more than a whim, a test of the waters. Besides, in many cases, the silence itself is an answer. He had already reached a conclusion. Gravekeeper was dangerous, extremely dangerous, so dangerous that the pen spirit didn't dare reveal even the slightest bit of information about him. Although he still didn't know exactly where the danger lay, trying to take him down with a gun. It would likely be a suicide mission. Bang! 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 The moment the bullets left the barrel, the man in the shirt sensed an indescribable sense of unease. It was hard to put into words. The air around him seemed to be constantly squeezed by a giant hand, creating such extreme pressure that he felt an illusion of being unable to breathe. Time seemed to slow down, and all sound faded away. He saw his comrade, who had been keeping watch nearby, turn his head just then. The look of admiration that should have flashed across his face for just a moment was strikingly clear, as if he were praising the man's exquisite marksmanship. In fact, not only his comrade, but even the man in the shirt himself felt that these shots were well above his usual standard. Every shot was aimed directly at a vital spot, completely sealing off all escape routes and eliminating any possibility of the target dodging. Never mind an ordinary person, even an E-rank awakener would have absolutely no chance of surviving this barrage of fire. But as an E-rank cultivator, he possessed sharper intuition than the average person. Although there had been no signs of danger so far, he couldn't shake a sense of unreality. It was as if he were suspended in a void, causing his heart to race for no apparent reason. The target never turned around. Just as the bullets were about to pierce the man's body, the man in the shirt found himself more tense than ever before. Something's wrong. I must have overlooked something. What exactly is off here? Cold sweat trickled down his face, his heart pounding wildly. His intuition told him he wouldn't be able to kill the other man. As time seemed to slow to a crawl, he kept scanning B's back, from head to toe, searching for the source of that strange sensation. A head, hands, feet, everything was there. Wait a minute, something seemed to be missing. A shadow. Why doesn't this guy have a shadow? The sun was setting, casting a crimson glow across the sky. Beneath the massive red sun, it seemed as if nothing could hide. After checking several times, he confirmed that the target truly had no shadow. The man in the shirt felt a chill run down his spine. Whatever the reason behind this, he didn't want to stay here any longer. He hurriedly opened his mouth to order his companions to retreat. But he froze. He couldn't speak, nor could he move. The only part of his body that could still move was his eyes. He strained to look down and saw a deep, eerie black shadow beneath his feet, holding him firmly in place. A desperate situation unfolded. His body sank rapidly. The solid ground beneath his feet seemed to have turned into a man-eating swamp, devouring him from his feet to his knees, then to his waist, his chest, and finally his neck. His limbs, engulfed by the shadows, had all lost sensation, and he could only watch helplessly as he was swallowed up. Was this the price he paid for shooting at him? Just as he was about to vanish, he glanced at his companion beside him, wanting to urge him to flee, but his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that his companion had already collapsed to the ground. His forehead, heart, and neck, vital spots were riddled with bullet holes, and blood pooled on the ground. His gaze was unfocused, his eyes filled with deep bewilderment. It was as if, even in death, he still didn't understand where those bullets had come from. Only the man in the shirt knew, those wounds were exactly where he had aimed his shots. Everything suddenly went black before his eyes, and he lost all consciousness. B suddenly turned around. Behind him, everything was as usual. There was nothing there. Furrowing his brow slightly, he was certain he'd just heard a strange sound. Surely it couldn't have been a figment of his imagination? This place was far from the suburbs. It was already a remote area. He wondered to himself, could I have been targeted by some criminals? So he kept his guard up and quickened his pace toward the cemetery. Fortunately, the rest of the journey was uneventful. It seemed he'd overthought things. Upon entering the cemetery and seeing row after row of deep black headstones standing quietly, I felt much more at ease. He checked every coffin one by one, finding nothing out of the ordinary. He finally walked into his little cottage with satisfaction. I hope Officer Liu will send some good news soon. Aside from the money, his only concern right now was the missing body in the cemetery. As dusk fell, he watered the flower pots outside, then went inside to start making dinner. With no guests today, there was no need for a lavish meal. He quickly cooked a bowl of noodles, carried it outside, and ate alone. The gravestones were silent, the coffin still. The surroundings were eerily quiet. In the vast cemetery, the only sound was the occasional slurp coming from him. After dinner, the moon was high and the stars sparse. I grabbed his stick and patrolled the area once more, confirming there were no suspicious figures before returning inside and locking the door from the inside. If I can't find the body, I'll have no face to ask for my pay. If I can't get paid, I want to have money for food, and if I don't have money for food, I'll starve to death. Sigh, I really need to find a part-time job right away. I'll go check out the city again tomorrow. With that thought in mind, I walked into the bedroom, deftly climbed into the coffin, closed the lid, and fell into a deep sleep. As night fell, the streets and alleys of city number 3 lit up, appearing even brighter than during the day. Orange walked alone down a small path. After returning to the city, she first went home to take a shower and change into clean clothes. Then, because she'd been delayed by certain matters, she'd only just managed to find the photographer's address. She felt a vague sense of unease, as it was already dark. Although Dongyang City at night couldn't exactly be called chaotic, it was by no means peaceful. To be more precise, no urban area is peaceful once night falls. With the emergence of supernatural powers, a natural divide has arisen between awakener and ordinary people. It has nothing to do with ideology, nor with good and evil. When an unarmed patient stands next to a burly man wielding heavy weapons, don't expect them to truly get along peacefully. No matter how kind the latter may be, the patient will still fear him. Because of the imbalance of power. In reality, ordinary people are the unarmed patients, while awakener are the burly men wielding heavy weapons. They are still the same kind of people, and in many cases, they may even be relatives or close friends. Most of the time, the two groups might help and support one another, but there are always moments when friction between them is inevitable. And once a conflict arises, regardless of who is right or wrong, it's actually very difficult for ordinary people to say no to an awakener, due to the vast disparity in power. Naturally, voices of fear emerge among ordinary people, while some awakener develop a sense of superiority. Whether it's awakener or cultivator, neither of these power systems can be widely adopted. In a sense, at least in terms of power, awakener are a cut above the rest. Although society remains stable and most people do not pay much attention to this, the antagonism stemming from this power disparity is very real. In fact, the Council's decision to relax gun control and dedicate resources to researching genetic serums for ordinary people may well stem from this very consideration. To empower ordinary people with the means to defend themselves. The Zone Bureau maintains strict control over awakener, but in any era, there are always those who refuse to be bound by rules. The night is a breeding ground for negative emotions, and evil always breeds in dark corners. Whether ordinary people or awakener, those who are heavily repressed during the day will inevitably drop their masks at night to seek their own pleasure. This path isn't safe. Orange took a deep breath. Of course, she could choose to turn around and go home immediately. But some matters simply cannot wait. She reached into her bag, where she kept 2 pieces of paper. One of them had been given to her by the photographer before they set out to explore the Forbidden Zone. Long before entering the Forbidden Zone, she and the photographer had exchanged last wills. After all, the Forbidden Zone was extremely dangerous, and no one could guarantee they'd make it back alive. Whichever of them survived would convey the other's final wishes to their family. This practice was an unwritten rule among reporters and photographers covering the Forbidden Zone for major companies. The other piece of paper was a yellow talisman she'd torn from by S-door with permission, intending to study it later when she had time. Orange walked for a while before finally stopping in front of a courtyard. She had come to deliver the letter to the photographer's family. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment's hesitation, she knocked on the door. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from within the courtyard, accompanied by an agitated female voice. Honey. The door opened, and a woman with her hair loose froze in place. The eagerness on her face vanished instantly, and after a long pause, she asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Brother Yang's colleague." Before she could finish speaking, Orange saw the woman's body begin to tremble slightly. Her eyes were fixed intently on Orange, her expression exceptionally complex. It seemed as though she had anticipated something. Orange opened her mouth but, for a moment, didn't know how to begin. "We entered a forbidden zone, and he's dead, isn't he?" The woman's tone was calm, but her breathing suddenly quickened, and her face turned an almost sickly pallor. "I'm sorry." Orange lowered her head, saying nothing more. "He deserved it." "Serves him right. How many times did I tell him not to go to the Forbidden Zone and play some short-lived photographer? But he just wouldn't listen." The woman ranted, tears streaming down her cheeks. "He clearly promised me he'd never go to the Forbidden Zone again. I didn't want anything, I just wanted him to stay with me a little longer." She cried louder and louder, leaving the girl at a loss. Just as she was about to offer comfort, another person emerged from the room. The man wasn't very old, but he had a large head and looked groggy. Seeing the woman crying, his eyes instantly reddened. He rushed over, shielding his sister behind him, and shouted at Orange, "Who are you? What did you do to my sister?" "I." Seeing this, The woman forced back her grief and tried to stop him. Xiaopeng, don't be like this. This young woman is your brother-in-law's colleague. She is here to. She paused, then said in a trembling voice, she is here to deliver the news of your brother-in-law's death. Death? Xiaopeng froze, looking somewhat incredulous. His eyes reddened even more as he gritted his teeth and sneered, serves him right. That guy deserved to die. Don't talk about your brother-in-law like that. Seeing his sister glaring at him, he retorted defiantly, I didn't say anything wrong. The moment you got sick, he started arguing with you, then ran off. He didn't dare come back for half a month. A guy like that doesn't deserve to be my brother-in-law. I have a terminal illness, the woman said, stroking his big head as she explained sadly, and he didn't really run away. Xiaopeng's face twisted with grief and anger. You're still defending him? So what if it's a terminal illness? It's not like it can't be treated. He was just afraid of spending money. Running away was wrong. You don't understand. That's not what we were arguing about. The woman wiped away her tears. It wasn't like you think. I shouldn't have argued with him. My condolences. Orange didn't know what to say, so he simply took out the photographer's suicide note and handed it to the woman, saying solemnly, Brother Yang asked me to give this to you. The woman quickly clutched the note to her chest, and tears streamed down her face once more. Xiaopeng, his eyes red, remained silent for a long time before suddenly glaring at Orange with hostility. My sister, that guy was a photographer, and you have his suicide note, so you must be a reporter, right? Yes. He sneered, you must be just an ordinary person. If even someone as skilled as that guy died, what makes you think you survived? Good luck. Orange spoke the truth. Luck was indeed the biggest factor in her survival. She said sorrowfully, it was also thanks to Brother Yang's care in the Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, I might not have been able to. Care? Xiaopeng's expression suddenly turned particularly ferocious. It was you who abandoned him, wasn't it? Hearing this, the grief-stricken woman froze for a moment, then snapped her head around. Xiaopeng pressed on relentlessly, even that guy died in the Forbidden Zone. How could an ordinary person like you possibly have survived? Tell me. Did you use him just to save your own skin? I didn't. Impossible. That guy was so skilled he wouldn't have died that easily. Xiaopeng gritted his teeth. It must be because of you. Orange shook her head. Brother Yang had looked out for her in Silent Village, and the two men before her were his family. It was only natural for him to let his grief run wild. She didn't want to make things difficult for them. The photographer had indeed helped her, but that didn't mean she was the one who had caused his death. She actually knew the truth about why Brother Yang had gone to the Forbidden Zone. Exploring the Forbidden Zone was extremely dangerous, so the pay was naturally quite high. Even if someone died, the company would pay employees a hefty compensation package. Otherwise, no one would risk their life for a production company. As a veteran employee, Brother Yang was undoubtedly after that money. Whether he survived or not, he could use it to pay for his wife's medical treatment. The reason he left home after arguing with his wife was precisely because they disagreed on this point. This kind of thing isn't actually uncommon these days. It's similar to insurance fraud in the past, but it undoubtedly requires even more courage. Entering the Forbidden Zone means facing more than just death. No one can guarantee there won't be an even more devastating price to pay. The woman standing before him must understand this, which is why she is so heartbroken. And after hearing Xiaopeng's analysis, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Orange had clearly changed. It was filled with surprise, suspicion, and distrust. To be honest, his suspicion wasn't entirely unfounded. If she hadn't encountered Orange as an ordinary person, would have had absolutely no chance of survival. Even so, being suspected still hurt her deeply. Unwilling to say more, she turned and walked away in silence, enduring the boy's insults. You're feeling guilty, aren't you? I'm going to report you. The woman told Xiaopeng to stop talking nonsense and unfolded the suicide note to read it. Xiaopeng shut his mouth. Time seemed to drag on endlessly. The suicide note was long, with many parts crossed out and rewritten in the end, only a few sentences remained. If I survive, you see this note, I'll go straight home. If I don't make it back, there's really nothing to regret. If I had to name one thing I regret, it would be I shouldn't have argued with you the last time we met. The woman's face was streaked with tears. Tall buildings lined both sides of the wide boulevard, and energy-efficient cars roared past the girl, yet she seemed oblivious to them. People bustled along the street, adults hurriedly squeezed onto buses, children skipped and jumped their way to school, and young couples strolled hand in hand. The sounds of laughter, music, and vendors' cries from loudspeakers blended into a single symphony. Though bustling, it wasn't chaotic. Everything seemed peaceful and serene, as if it were truly no different from the old days. It's worth noting that many people were carrying not plastic bags, but biodegradable eco bags. Since the emergence of the Forbidden Zone, humanity's living space had been severely restricted, and land had become increasingly important. And the Council has finally recognized the importance of environmental protection. It has vigorously promoted eco-friendly practices and enacted environmental protection laws that are considered quite stringent. In this era, intentionally damaging the environment is a serious crime. Orange walked toward the office with her mind elsewhere. After parting ways with Bai yesterday, she weighed her options for a long time and finally decided to contact Lou, the older brother figure from her days at the orphanage. Although she was convinced that Bai couldn't possibly be a creature from the Forbidden Zone, she couldn't rule out the possibility that he might be something else entirely. Whether it was the old-fashioned stove and lighter, the open coffin in the bedroom, or Bai's complete ignorance of the Forbidden Zone. All of this seemed to point to one thing. Bai wasn't from this era. He had lived at least 200 years ago, back when the Forbidden Zone hadn't yet appeared. He was definitely no ordinary person. However, regardless of whether this speculation was true, Bai had, after all, saved her life. Naturally, she couldn't just rush off to the Zone Bureau to report the anomaly without a second thought that would likely get him into trouble. But what if Bai really did have some ulterior motive? Wouldn't she be committing a crime by keeping this information to herself? So, after much deliberation, Orange had no choice but to contact Lou, tell him what she'd seen and suspected, and ask him to keep it as confidential as possible. Lou worked at the Zone Bureau. If anything were to happen to Bai, he'd be in a position to handle it immediately. If there's a problem, solve it. If there isn't, then all is well. This was the best solution Orange could come up with. To her surprise, however, after hearing about Bai's situation, Lou not only agreed to her request but even urged her to keep it strictly confidential. Clearly, Bai's situation was far from simple. Orange had, of course, noticed the massive changes in City Number 3, but she wasn't in the mood to ponder the reasons behind them right now. She had to get back to the office. To look her best, Orange had taken special care to get dressed up before coming to the office. She took a deep breath and calmly walked through the front doors. The moment she reached the third floor, the entire floor seemed to fall silent. No one was speaking. Everyone had stopped what they were doing and was staring at her with a variety of expressions. Shock, suspicion, confusion. She could guess their expressions without even looking. She simply walked silently down the hallway, pretending not to notice. Soon, a clamor of whispers erupted in the office area. Whether intentionally or not, many people made no effort to lower their voices. That girl actually came back alive. How is that possible? She probably didn't even dare to enter the Forbidden Zone. None of the others have shown up. Oh my God, did she really sneak back on her own? Oof, what a disgrace to the company. With just a single glance, everyone had already conjured up all sorts of reasons for why the girl might have returned alive, but without a doubt, they were all malicious. Orange paid no mind to it, turning into the hallway and walking away. She appeared calm, but the knuckles hidden beneath her sleeves were already clenched so tightly they had turned white. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, she reached the door of an office. After composing herself, she knocked on the door. Come in. She pushed the door open to find a middle-aged man wearing glasses sitting inside. He looked up, a hint of unmistakable shock flashing across his face. Oh, Orange's back. The man quickly composed himself, stood up, and warmly pulled Orange to sit down, asking casually, "Just back from the Forbidden Zone?" He did his best to appear calm, but inside he was utterly astonished. This guy isn't dead yet? How is that possible? How could an ordinary person possibly survive entering a Class C Forbidden Zone? But it's not necessarily a bad thing. As if a thought had occurred to him, Li Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and a sense of anticipation welled up inside him. If this guy really managed to bring back video footage from the Forbidden Zone, that would be a pleasant surprise. After all, Silent Village was a forbidden zone that had never been explored before. Such forbidden zones were extremely valuable once discovered. They were often fiercely contested by major corporations, all vying to record first-hand video footage. And the reason Longyuan Corporation was the first to discover Silent Village was simply a matter of luck. If it weren't for the fact that they lacked the capability to secure a Class C Forbidden Zone and the fear that others would discover Silent Village sooner or later, he certainly wouldn't have risked a leak of intelligence by sending a team into such a treasure trove to test the waters. That's right, a treasure trove. For companies like Changyuan, which specialize in filming footage of forbidden zones, these areas aren't all that terrifying. Instead, they're more like game dungeons tools for making a profit. After all, there's no shortage of explorers. As long as they're paid, no matter how dangerous the forbidden zone is, it won't be the company executives who die, and certainly not him, Li Yuan. And once the exploration of Silent Village succeeds, the mere hype surrounding a brand new Class C Forbidden Zone would generate tremendous buzz, allowing them to rake in a fortune. At this thought, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. "Yes, Mr. Li, I just returned from the Forbidden Zone." The first half of her sentence made his breathing quicken slightly. But immediately afterward, the second half of what the girl said felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. "But I'm sorry, I wasn't able to bring the camera back." Orange's eyes dimmed. "Everyone who entered the Forbidden Zone this time, including Brother Yang, is dead. I'm the only one who survived." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan let out a soft sigh, not because everyone else had died, but because he regretted that the camera had been lost. However, he hadn't held out much hope to begin with. After all, it wasn't uncommon for people to survive but fail to bring the camera back. However, he quickly realized something and frowned. "Everyone else died. How did you manage to come back alive?" His tone was rather blunt, as if Orange was supposed to have died in the Forbidden Zone. But this was actually a perfectly normal suspicion. After all, Orange was just an ordinary person, and in the face of danger, she should have been the first to die. It was strange that she had survived. The Forbidden Zone might have survivors, but it would certainly never be an ordinary person. In fact, aside from testing the waters, Li Yuan's other purpose in organizing this expedition to Silent Village was to send this girl to her death. Orange didn't answer, because there was no point in responding. She remained silent for a moment, then asked, "Mr. Li, do you remember what you promised me before? You said that as long as I came back alive, you'd give me my spot back." Li Yuan's expression froze. He hadn't expected this girl to still be holding on to hope. He chuckled wryly. "Look at you talking like that. What do you mean, give you back your spot? It's the company's spot to begin with. I was just assigning it according to the rules. But since you've come back, it's certainly proof of your ability. How about this?" He thought for a moment, then said gently, "First, tell me everything you know about the Forbidden Zone, and then I'll fulfill my promise right away." How does that sound? Not good enough. Orange shook her head, enunciating each word clearly. "No matter what you say, this spot belongs to me. My brother traded his life for it." "Fine, fine, fine. If you say it's yours, then it's yours." In the office, Li Yuan took a long, deep look at the girl in front of him and said calmly, "Tell me what you know about the Forbidden Zone, and I'll give you the spot right away." Orange shook her head. "I want to see the contract first." "I'll have someone draft the contract immediately. Just tell me the intel now." "No way. Sign the contract first." "You think I'm trying to trick you, don't you?" Orange remained silent. "Orange!" Seeing her attitude, Li Yuan flew into a rage. "Have you forgotten who the boss of this company is? I don't have time to waste on you. Sorry, Mr. Lee, but you're the one wasting time. Watch your attitude, you're not even a full-time employee here. Right, I'm just an intern. Orange admitted calmly, then looked puzzled. So I'm curious, why would the company send an intern to a Class C forbidden zone? You. She shook her head and repeated, that spot belongs to me. When traded his life for it. Li Yuan's expression shifted several times before he suddenly sighed. I'll be honest with you, I've already given the spot at Xinhai Group to Xiaohe. As you know, Xiaohe is exceptionally capable, she is more suited for that spot than anyone else. But you don't need to worry, I'll give you her original position. Orange sighed inwardly, unable to make out the rest of what he was saying. President Lee, she said softly after a moment of silence, you must know that if I weren't here at the company, that spot would never have fallen into your hands. Li Yuan's expression shifted slightly, tacitly acknowledging her words. Although Orange had come to terms with many things, she still felt a bit disappointed at that moment. She asked, the reason you sent me to the Forbidden Zone was actually to send me to my death, wasn't it? Li Yuan paused for a moment, then smiled. Since she laid it all out in the open, he saw no point in continuing to put on a show. That's right. Let us be honest, I did indeed send you to your death, all for the spot you're holding. Now you have two choices. 1. Tell me what you know about the Forbidden Zone. The terms from earlier still stand, and you'll get a huge sum of money on top of that. 2. You can choose not to tell me, but then you'd better pack your things and get the hell out of here right now. Orange said sadly, do you really think I'm going to die in the Forbidden Zone? What else did you expect? Li Yuan snorted derisively. You must find it unbelievable yourself that you made it out of Silent Village alive, don't you? Orange didn't say anything, it was indeed true. If it weren't for Bai, she would have died in Silent Village. She had made up her mind long before coming to the company, so she said, I don't need the spot, but you have to give me the advance pay we agreed on. Go settle it with the finance department. I'll give you 3 months' salary, consider it a severance package, Li Yuan said, waving his hand impatiently. Get out of here as soon as you're done. In reality, even at that moment, he was still scheming in his heart about how to squeeze every last bit of value out of Orange to get intelligence on Silent Village. Orange sighed softly, turned to leave, then suddenly stopped and looked back. Brother Yang is dead. According to the rules, you need to pay compensation to his family as soon as possible. Li Yuan was about to speak when a thought struck him. He sneered, are you trying to tell me how to do my job now? If I don't pay it, what are you going to do about it? I'll go to the police and report you. Then go ahead and report me. Li Yuan crossed his legs, completely unafraid, and said, it's not that I won't pay, I'll just pay a little later. If I pay the compensation a year or two later, the police can't do anything to me, can they? Mr. Lee. Orange said angrily, what you're doing will discourage everyone. Discourage them? Li Yuan gave a cold smile and said casually, I've said it before, the compensation will definitely be paid, it's just a matter of time. And besides, he changed the subject. With such a huge sum of money, if I used it to raise other people as salaries, tell me, would they be discouraged, or would they be grateful to me? He deliberately emphasized the word grateful. You. Orange's chest heaved with anger. What do you want? After a long moment, she lowered her head in resignation. Li Yuan flashed a triumphant smile, intelligence on Silent Village. Orange clenched her teeth, this guy was nothing but a money grubber. But that was exactly what she wanted. She sneered inwardly but feigned resignation on the surface, I can give you the intel, but you have to pay out the compensation first. Li Yuan didn't hesitate, he quickly made a phone call. Only after confirming that the compensation had been paid did Orange reluctantly write down the intel and storm out of the office in a rage. She went to the finance department to collect this month's salary, completely ignoring the stares directed at her, then returned to her desk to pack up her things. In less than 10 minutes, news of Orange's dismissal had already spread throughout the company. The reason given was that she had violated the professional ethics of a Forbidden Zone reporter. While everyone else had entered the Forbidden Zone, she had done nothing, choosing instead to spend the night alone outside the zone, which was why she had managed to survive to this day while the rest had perished. She was a despicable coward who refused to admit her mistake even after making it. There were even rumors that she might have taken advantage of others' trust. Orange, of course, knew exactly where those so-called rumors had come from. The shrill whispers never ceased, and the contemptuous glances sweeping over her felt like sharp knives, as if they were trying to cut her open completely. She acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, going about her business as she packed everything into a large storage bin and hoisted it up with some effort. "Need a hand?" Just then, the sound of tap-tap-tap footsteps rang out, and a woman in high heels stopped in front of her. The woman wore meticulous makeup and a subtle smile. Dressed in a business skirt, she looked elegant and poised. Upon seeing her, everyone immediately fell silent, and the floor grew quiet in an instant. Orange didn't even glance at the woman blocking her path, for it was Hilanlan, the very person who had snatched her spot. "Don't try to be a hero. Something this heavy, how could an ordinary girl like you possibly lift it?" Hilanlan smiled gently, her eyes flickering slightly. On the surface, she was showing concern for Orange, but in reality, she was reminding everyone, how could someone so ordinary who struggles even to carry a suitcase have become the sole survivor of the Forbidden Zone? Does that make any sense? Of course not. This person is just a cowardly reporter who didn't even dare set foot in the Forbidden Zone. Seeing that Orange remained unmoved, Hilanlan sighed. "Orange, I know you're holding a grudge against me over the spot, but you have to understand opportunities go to those who deserve them. You're just a newcomer, there's no need to covet something that doesn't belong to you, you know?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Aside from a few who knew the inside story that this spot was closely tied to Orange, most felt Hilanlan had a point. A spot at Shinhai Group was incredibly precious. Even they, as veteran employees, didn't have the courage to compete for it, let alone Orange. Although they all knew the spot had long been internally reserved for Hilanlan, the fact was that this woman was truly capable. She had seniority that commanded respect and treated everyone well. What did a newcomer like you have to offer? But that wasn't all. Rumor had it that Hilanlan had a very powerful boyfriend, a special awakener who kept his true abilities hidden. Moreover, a rumor whose truth was hard to verify had been circulating in the company for some time. Hilanlan is actually President Lia's illegitimate daughter. In any case, no matter how you look at it, Hilanlan is more suited for this position than Orange, that's beyond doubt. Hearing the whispers behind her, a faint smile played on Hilanlan's lips. Young, naive, and foolish, that was her assessment of the girl standing before her. Orange remained silent for a long time, then suddenly said awkwardly, "Sorry, sister, could you please move over a bit? If you stand too close to me, I'm afraid the powder on your face might smudge onto my chest." With that, she walked away with her suitcase without so much as a glance at the visibly annoyed Hilanlan. Everyone stared at each other in silence, unsure of what to say. To be fair, when it came to looks and height alone, Orange was indeed leagues ahead of Hilanlan, even if the latter was a master at applying makeup. But in this day and age, looks didn't mean much. Ability was what truly mattered. "My spot was snatched away, I got fired from the company, and on top of that, I've been branded a cowardly wimp. Today really is a terrible day." Orange sighed to herself as she carried the box downstairs. Just moments ago, the company had barred her from using the elevator. She didn't feel wronged or angry about it, she just felt guilty toward the late Xiaowan. She didn't have much attachment to Shinhai Group, but after all, Xiaowan had traded his life for this spot. How could she possibly be willing to give it away so easily? Orange had deliberately brought up the photographer's case earlier for two reasons. First, to ensure the compensation was paid out as soon as possible so the photographer's wife could get treatment. Second, to set Li Yuan up. That guy thought he'd found her weak spot, but little did he know he was the one who'd taken the bait. For major exploration companies, seizing the initiative is always crucial. To be the first to secure the new Forbidden Zone, Li Yuan would definitely organize another expedition to explore Silent Village. Even if he had doubts about the intelligence she provided, he'd launch the operation immediately. Because once the opportunity is missed, much of the intelligence loses its value. Orange didn't intentionally provide false information, as that could very well endanger innocent explorers. She said pretty much everything she needed to. She just withheld a small detail, that was all. Ignoring the strange looks from others, she hugged the suitcase and staggered toward the company entrance. "Strange, why does the suitcase feel so much lighter?" Could someone have stolen my stuff? Suddenly, Orange sensed something odd. Her belongings were heavy logically, they shouldn't have been that easy to move. Yet she walked down 3 flights of stairs without feeling much strain at all. She didn't think much of it. She set the box down and was about to hail a cab home when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Need some help, homeless girl? Looking up, she saw a pale-faced young man standing in the corner, smiling at her. So, the situation is you got fired? Seeing the girl hugging such a huge storage box, I quickly guessed her predicament. Orange hadn't expected to run into Bai here. As she suddenly recalled her desperate ordeal in Silent Village, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged through her. She was feeling down, but couldn't help turning her head and saying stubbornly, I'm the one who fired the company. Fired the company? Bai chuckled. That was quite a novel way of putting it. After a moment's thought, he remarked, no wonder you said you were homeless. You've been living at the office all this time, right? Well, not exactly. Orange froze for a moment, surprised that he still remembered that remark. Feeling a pang of guilt, she added, actually, I do have a place to stay. She hadn't forgotten the sight of this man scaring off the monsters in Silent Village, so she came across as particularly honest. Bai looked at the girl with a half smile and offered reassurance, it's okay. Being unemployed isn't a big deal at worst, you're just a freeloader, same here. I'm just taking a break. Even though she knew these were just words of comfort, they still sounded a bit off. Orange opened her mouth and asked in confusion, but aren't you the gravekeeper? How did you end up as a layabout? It's a bit complicated, it's a long story, so I won't go into it. I sighed softly and offered no explanation. He certainly wasn't going to tell Orange that he'd forgotten where to go to collect his paycheck. That would be too embarrassing. The girl nodded, but deep down she was convinced the gravekeeper identity was indeed just a cover Bai used in public. His true identity couldn't possibly be that simple. If that weren't the case, Lou would never have spoken to her at such length yesterday, nor would he have repeatedly stressed that she mustn't reveal any information about the Forbidden Zone to Bai. Why are you holding such a big box? Why don't you put it on the ground, I can help you carry it. Her arms suddenly felt empty, and the girl's train of thought was interrupted. She froze for a moment just as she was about to say thank you, a voice rang out from behind her. Get lost. Don't just hang around the entrance, you're ruining our company's image. Turning around, she saw Lan and a man carrying a camera standing at the company entrance. Lan was smiling, while the man looked at her with obvious impatience. Orange recognized him. His name was Wang De, the top cameraman at Changyuan Company, a gene warrior who'd been injected with high-energy gene serums produced by Xinhai Group. His physical prowess had reached grade D, and his legs had been specifically enhanced. Since Awakener abilities are so varied, it's difficult to analyze and compare their combat effectiveness uniformly. As a result, current classifications of Awakener strength are based primarily on physical attributes. Grade E strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, typically ranging from 1,700 kilograms to 2,500 kilograms. Grade D strength is further enhanced, allowing them to evade conventional hot weapons such as handguns to a certain extent. Grade C, they can effectively evade hot weapons and even engage them head-on, but still struggle against heavy sniper rifles. Grade B, Awakener at this level are difficult to define. Their speed and strength transcend ordinary human comprehension. Their most notable characteristic is a massive enhancement of their sixth sense, making them exceptionally sensitive to danger and very difficult for sniper rifles to lock onto. Unless the sniper is exceptionally skilled or the enemy is using a specialized sniper rifle, a powerful Grade B Awakener can even withstand sniper rifle bullets head-on. As for rank S and above, these are entities beyond the reach of ordinary people. They are extremely rare, and it's hard to even catch a glimpse of them on television. However, even without having seen them, there is one point that everyone agrees on. Every rank S Awakener possesses the power to bring an entire city to its knees. The advent of genetic serums has given ordinary people the possibility of reaching the realm of the extraordinary. To date, there are no more than 30 companies across the entire alliance that have developed and been authorized to produce genetic serums, and the Xinhai Group stands out as a leader among them. Shinhai Group's genetic serums have virtually no toxic side effects, excel at unlocking potential, and can selectively enhance specific bodily functions, making them the ideal advancement drug in the eyes of many. Precisely for this reason, Shinhai Group's genetic serums are extremely hard to come by. They are often pre-ordered by influential figures even before production begins. The high price is secondary. The real challenge is that even with money, one cannot find a way to purchase them. Only internal employees of Shinhai Group have the opportunity to obtain his serum first. Not only that, but given the current situation, aside from working for relevant agencies like the Zone Bureau, most Awakener choose to join corporate groups focused on exploring the Forbidden Zone. As one of the top corporations in Dongyang City, Shinhai Group's status is comparable to that of a transcendent sect in a novel. Getting in means a boost in status and prestige, along with excellent benefits and compensation. At times, the reputation of these corporations carries even more weight than that of the Zone Bureau. Orange had heard that, by some stroke of luck, Wang De had once obtained 2 vials of Shinhai Group's genetic serum. Fully aware of the serum's benefits, he had been scheming ever since to secure more. And now, everyone knew that He Lan Lan had secured a spot at Shinhai Group. It was no wonder that Wang De, who had always been arrogant and aloof, was suddenly groveling at He Lan Lan's feet. He clearly wanted to gain eligibility to purchase the genetic serum. It's worth noting that, at the same level, Awakener still holds a superior position, completely outclassing gene warriors of the same rank. While the latter possess equally formidable physical attributes, Awakener also possesses various uncanny abilities, something gene serums clearly cannot compensate for. However, it's said that recent research is moving in that direction. In the briefest of moments, Orange's mind raced through countless thoughts. She made no attempt to speak and turned to leave. I glanced at the two of them, equally uninterested in getting involved, and followed after them, carrying the box. Orange. Just then, He Lan Lan suddenly spoke up. Orange turned back to see He Lan Lan, her face etched with regret, say, "I hope you don't hold it against the company. After all, what you did indeed violate a journalist's professional ethics." Seeing that Orange remained unmoved, He Lan Lan sneered inwardly, but hesitated, feigning a look of distress. "There is something I feel I should tell you." After a long pause, she sighed. "President Lee has already noted this blemish on your record, so I'm afraid no company will hire you as a reporter, not even as a regular reporter." Orange's expression grew slightly cold, but she still didn't speak. "Of course, you could always grab a camera and go out and film on your own. No one would stop you." Watching Orange's expression, He Lan Lan felt a secret sense of satisfaction and feigned sympathy, saying, "I've advised President Lee many times, but I'm sorry." She knew full well that Orange's original goal when she joined the company had been to become an ordinary reporter, but now that woman had completely lost any chance at that career. Who could blame her for daring to mock her in public, after all? "I'd like to ask what exactly constitutes a violation of journalistic ethics?" Just then, a puzzled voice rang out. He Lan Lan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome, pale-skinned man staring at her in confusion, holding the storage box that had once belonged to Orange. Ugh, a bitch and her pretty boy. Jealousy churned inside her, but she put on a look of pity and sighed as she explained, "Actually, you can't entirely blame Orange. She abandoned her teammates including the photographer and didn't dare enter the Forbidden." Before she could even utter the words Forbidden Zone, her scalp prickled, and she felt as if she'd been locked onto by some terrifying presence. An Awakener, the Zone Bureau. That's right, City Number 3's new regulation, discussing the Forbidden Zone and anomalous incidents outside the company is strictly prohibited. This guy is trying to set me up. He is deliberately trying to get me to mention the Forbidden Zone. Cold sweat poured down He Lan Lan's face. Whether this guy meant it or not, she'd already taken a grudge against him. I froze for a moment, thinking to himself, go ahead and keep talking. Where exactly did Orange not dare to enter? Not only was her acting terrible, but why did she suddenly change her tune like that? Besides, I'd seen the photographer. He was with Orange at the time. Didn't he leave later because he was rushing home? Is that what you call abandoning someone? He turned his head and saw the girl beside him biting her lip tightly, her body trembling slightly. Get out of here. You're not welcome here, and no production company would want you either. At Helanlan's nod, Wang De spoke up again, his chest muscles throbbing with a threatening intensity. Helanlan's lips curled into a smile as she added, "By the way, Orange, even though you're no longer an employee of the company, you still have to abide by the confidentiality agreement. You can't disclose any information to any company or individual within the next 3 days, understand?" "I understand," Orange replied expressionlessly. "I have more dignity than you do." Helanlan chuckled softly, fixed her gaze on Bai for a moment, then shook her head. "I say this guy is the one with no shame." Bai was dumbfounded. Who was this woman calling shameless? What had he ever done to offend her? He set down the box and sneered, "Yeah, I'm shameless. But take a look at how thick your own skin is. Did you happen to pick up my face and stick it on your head? Are you a two-faced hypocrite?" "Ha!" Orange, who had been keeping a straight face the whole time, suddenly burst out laughing. It was the first time she'd seen this kind of insult, one that hurts the enemy 1,000 times but also hurts yourself 800 times. Helanlan flew into a rage. She could clearly hear what Bai meant. Just like Orange, this guy was obviously mocking her for wearing too much makeup. They really are in cahoots. She was seething with rage, but Orange and Bai had no intention of continuing the verbal sparring with her and had already walked away in a hurry. "We should go, sister E. We still have to shoot footage at the Forbidden Zone," Wang De, standing nearby, reminded her, barely containing his impatience. Helanlan took a deep breath. She knew the priorities of the situation and nodded. "That's basically what happened. The company tricked me into signing a contract with a hidden clause that forced me to visit a dangerous place once, no questions asked, all to steal the spot to join Shinhai Group. My brother worked himself to the bone to secure that spot. He even damaged his health in the process, and in the end, the doctors couldn't save him." After listening to Orange explain the whole story, I fell silent. "My condolences," was all he could say to comfort her. "I'm fine," Orange shook her head, then paused for a moment before asking in confusion, "Do you believe me?" "Why wouldn't I?" I asked, puzzled. "I saw you with the photographer with my own eyes. That debunks the rumors." He thought for a moment and asked, "Why didn't you ask the photographer to testify for you?" Orange's expression froze for a moment, and she whispered, He went home." "Then just wait until he comes back to testify for you." "I can testify too." "That's true." I thought about it and realized she had a point. He suggested, "Why don't you file a complaint against them? Their methods were wrong. I know an officer at the police station. He is very reliable." Orange gave a wry smile. "There's no way to sue them over this. It's really no big deal. It's not like I can't find a job. I just can't be a reporter anymore." "Do you really like being a reporter?" "I wouldn't say I love it, but I find the process of uncovering the truth very meaningful." After a pause, Orange continued, "The main reason is that I want to find people I haven't seen in a long time, and being a reporter gives you the best access to information." "People I haven't seen in a long time." I froze for a moment, muttering to herself. "If I can't be a reporter, I can do something else. It'll just be a bit trickier to track people down." Orange smiled. "As long as I keep at it, I believe I'll find them someday." Seeing her smile, I felt as if she'd been infected by it and found herself smiling too. "Someday, you will." The two chatted casually as they walked, eventually arriving in front of a rental apartment building. "I'm here," Orange said softly. She had actually wanted to walk a little farther, but when she saw the box in Bai's arms, she suddenly froze. "Wait a minute, a box this heavy? And I actually had him carry it for me the whole way? For a whole hour?" Her original plan had been to take a taxi back. I'm so sorry," she apologized repeatedly. "I forgot you were the one carrying the suitcase." "It's no big deal, it's not that heavy," Bai said nonchalantly, even lifting the suitcase casually. "I rarely go out, so I'll just think of it as exercise." "Really?" Orange breathed a sigh of relief, bowed deeply to Bai, and said earnestly, "Thank you." Bai was taken aback. "What are you thanking me for?" "For a lot of things. Anyway, I'm just really grateful." Orange didn't explain further. The fact that he had saved her life alone was enough to make her remember him for the rest of her life. "You're welcome," I smiled, then suddenly added, "but when you're looking for a new job, could you keep an eye out for me? I'm looking for a part-time gig." Orange looked puzzled. Just then, two passers-by approached from a short distance away. Bai's ears twitched as she heard one of them whisper, "I'm telling you, Sunshine Apartments on Nanshan Road is haunted." "Are you crazy? Don't talk about that. It's first-hand info. Are you going to listen or not? Well then keep your voice down. I'm only telling you this. They say there's a mud-covered corpse in Sunshine Apartments going around knocking on doors, and once someone opens the door." I listened intently, only to realize the two had already walked far away. The mud-covered corpse, Sunshine Apartments. Lost in thought, he declined Orange's invitation to lunch, exchanged phone numbers with him, and took a taxi away from there. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, an elderly man walking his bird witnessed the scene. His expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly hid in a corner to make a call. "Captain Liu, someone just reported an unusual incident near the target, something about a moving corpse." "Which target?" "Number 6. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. "Where's the target?" "It looks like they headed to Sunshine Apartments on Nanshan Road." "Got it. So this guy really is looking for corpses." Inside the police station office, Lou rubbed the bridge of his nose and spoke coldly, "Catch those two rule breakers. Find out if they did it on purpose. If they did, kill them. If not, cut out their tongues." "Yes, sir." The old man hung up the phone and couldn't help but shiver. Shocking. A suspected rank S forbidden zone has appeared in the South China Sea. A mysterious creature has surfaced. Essential gear guide for exploring the forbidden zone. D rank uses this, C rank uses this, B rank uses this. Rank S just smiles and says nothing. In a life or death situation, it's all down to this. The truth you'll never believe. What kind of love, hate, and intrigue lies behind the sharp decline in Daylight City's population over the past decade? Charms clearance sale. Mingshan silence acceleration, plus a full range of standard charms. Meticulously refined over 13 days by AV Rank Cultivator. A set of 30 cards. A blood-shedding clearance sale with free shipping for just 99.8. Monsters, monsters, and more monsters. When disaster strikes, how will you, powerless as you are, protect your loved ones? Now available, 3 vials of hand gene serum, produced by Xinhai. A godsend for the weak. Interested parties, please contact. In just 3 sentences, I made a man fight a C-rank cultivator for 3 days and 3 nights just for me. Do you want to hear the truth? Let me help you face reality. Why did the Forbidden Zone appear? Why has the world changed so drastically? After 3 years of research, he made a shocking discovery. Follow me, hold your breath, and join me in uncovering the most brutal truth. In the steam-filled bathroom, a figure in the bathtub was barely visible. Slender, jade-like fingers lightly touched the screen, swiping away all the useless posts on the forum. What a crappy forum. Why does it keep pushing this kind of junk on me? A soft female voice rang out from the bathroom, but her words were anything but gentle. They carried a hint of annoyance, though she quickly calmed down. Nothing but clickbait. Only the last one looks somewhat interesting. The truth about the Forbidden Zone, huh? The woman lay lazily in the bathtub, revealing only her wet head and half of her snow-white arm. Droplets of water trickled down her rounded chin into the water, creating faint ripples. The bathtub was strewn with vibrant rose petals, their fragrance filling the air and mingling with the thick foam, completely concealing the graceful figure submerged in the water. Xia looked at the post at the very bottom of the forum. A sense of anticipation welled up inside her, and she tapped the like button. She was determined to find out exactly what the so-called truth behind the Forbidden Zone really was. A page instantly popped up on her phone, displaying 2 rows of large text. The air was still for 2 seconds. Xia froze for a moment, silently cursing herself for being so stupid. The following is paid content. You need to pay. She muttered what bad luck several times under her breath and closed the page, gritting her teeth. She really shouldn't have gotten her hopes up. Glancing at the time, Xia tossed her phone aside, climbed out of the bathtub, and dried herself off. She slipped into a bathrobe, and a stunning face appeared in the mirror. Her shoulder-length hair, still damp, brushed against her delicate collarbone. Her slightly chubby, oval face featured perfectly proportioned features, large, bright eyes that were utterly charming even without makeup. Though her face was clearly soft and adorable, her eyes held a hint of cool detachment, and her short, sleek hair created a striking contrast. The woman tossed her phone onto the table, tapped on a paid video in the forum section, and began watching it while blow-drying her hair. Hello everyone, I'm Shoya, host of Forbidden Zone. Today, I'll be leading you on another exploration of the Class C Forbidden Zone, the Black Forest. Our explorers this time are... At this point, Xia's interest was instantly piqued. They're exploring the Black Forest again? With such thorough preparation, they should be able to completely resolve this Forbidden Zone this time, she said excitedly. She watched intently, her emotions rising and falling with the group's situation, as if she had become a member of the exploration team herself. The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, and the whirring of the hairdryer rang incessantly in her ears. Contrasting with this, were the continuous screams coming from the video. Xia's heart leapt into her throat. After venturing deep into the heart of the Black Forest, all sorts of unexpected situations began to unfold. The expedition team was nearly wiped out, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Before the host, Shoya, could even utter a word, she was sucked dry by an inconspicuous sapling and died. Suddenly, all the screams fell silent. In their place came heavy breathing and footsteps, as if someone were sprinting for their life. It's the cameraman. He is still alive. The final scene in the video showed a dark forest swaying and shaking, eerie shadows looming in the distance, a pitch-black stone tablet engraved with blood-stained characters, and a face contorted with despair. Clunk! The camera fell to the ground, the image shaking violently. This was the exit of the Forbidden Zone. But just as the cameraman was about to escape, he was instantly dragged deep into the forest without even a scream. Total wipeout. Xia froze for a moment, her body trembling slightly. She could feel the cameraman's despair even through the screen. But she quickly came to terms with it. This was the norm for exploring the Forbidden Zone. As one of the highest-paying professions, explorers inevitably faced extreme risks. They had prepared themselves for death long before entering the Forbidden Zone. She just hadn't expected the Black Forest to be that terrifying. If she remembered correctly, this was already the 5th expedition into the Black Forest, wasn't it? If things go as expected, the Zone Bureau should step in next. Given the Zone Bureau's proven capabilities, taking down the Black Forest shouldn't be a problem. Xia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but she quickly furrowed her brow. She had no idea what had gotten into the Zone Bureau in City 3. They were insisting on implementing some baffling new regulations and enforcing them strictly. There were so many things you couldn't look at or even mention. It was practically like going back to the Stone Age. It was a good thing she was an awakener with access to the relevant awakener websites, otherwise, she'd be just like everyone else, forced to kill time watching boring soap operas all day. Not only that, but the Zone Bureau had specifically emphasized the new regulations on Blue Bay Street. She thought something major was going to happen there, but when she went over to check it out, not only did she find nothing, she almost got mistaken for a man. Thinking back to that guy she ran into yesterday, Xiaoyu felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Not sure what had crossed her mind, she glanced down at her pajamas and fell silent. It wasn't until later that she realized what that guy's meaningful look had really meant. Don't let me run into you again. Xia was seething with anger. She glanced at the time and was just about to order takeout when she suddenly heard a noise. Knock, 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 knock. The sound wasn't loud. It seemed to be coming from the neighbor's apartment across the hall. Someone must be knocking on their door. The hallway had been quiet for a long time, perhaps because no one answered. The knocking sounded again. Thump, 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 thump. The knocking was very strange. There was no rhythm to it at all. The sound fluctuated in pitch, with some beats long and others short. Listening to it, Xia felt a deep sense of unease. It wasn't just a feeling of unease. She felt inexplicably anxious. She looked down at her arm and saw that, at some point, it had become covered in goosebumps. What was going on? Xia was horrified. An ordinary person might have overlooked this anomaly, but she Wun-Ti. As a D-rank awakener, her sensitivity to danger might not match that of a cultivator of the same rank, but that didn't mean she was stupid. There's danger. This is her body's instinctive warning. She silently braced herself and hurried toward the bedroom. At that very moment, the strange knocking sounded for the third time, only this time, the sound was much clearer. It was coming from the door of Xia's home. After hailing a taxi and asking for directions and going through quite a bit of trouble, I finally arrived at Sunshine Apartments on Nanshan Road. The name of the apartment complex sounded quite warm and inviting, but the weather at that moment was anything but fitting. At some point, a light rain had suddenly begun to fall from the sky, and it seemed to be getting heavier by the minute. The sky was eerily dark. Though the sun had clearly been high in the sky just moments ago, it now gave the illusion that night was about to fall. Target has arrived at the designated location. Inside the cafe across from the apartment building, a man with an icy expression noticed by peering around cautiously at the base of the building. He set down his coffee cup and called Lu. Find a plausible excuse to stall him. It's best not to let him enter the apartment. After a pause, Lu added, just play any role, don't let him suspect anything. The man thought for a moment and replied, I can't act. You can't? You can't even play a passerby? No, the man admitted honestly. Who are you? It's me, the man said after a brief silence. Captain Lu, it's Chen Shi. Chen Shi, Lu was taken aback. I knew it was you. I was actually just joking earlier, ha. Captain, have you forgotten who I am? Lu fell silent. A moment later, a voice filled with frustration came through the phone. Why did it have to be you in that area of all places? I heard there was an unusual incident here, so I came over specifically to check it out. Lu's tone turned serious as he sensed something was off. Have you heard about the Sunshine Apartments incident too? Yes. The people discussing it have already been apprehended, Chen Shi said calmly. He glanced at the sky and suddenly quickened his tone. The rain is getting heavier. The target has entered the Sunshine Apartments. I see. Lu sighed. He didn't have time to delve into the Sunshine Apartments matter just yet, so he said, mission change, follow the target inside and keep a close eye on them. Report the situation to me afterward. Remember, don't intervene unless absolutely necessary. If the situation becomes truly critical, you can use your abilities, but you must not let the target see you using them. With Chen Shi keeping an eye on Gravekeeper, Lu felt considerably more at ease. Perhaps this would be the perfect opportunity to test the hypothesis he'd been mulling over. Got it. Chen Shi understood. He called over a waiter to settle the bill, then opened his umbrella and stepped into the downpour, his face impassive the entire time, giving off an aura that said, keep your distance. Strangely enough, despite his distinctive presence, everyone in the cafe seemed to instinctively ignore him. It's so dark in here. Doesn't this big one apartment have a single light? Bai hadn't expected the rain to suddenly pour down so heavily. Caught off guard, half his shoulder was already soaked, and just as he was about to turn into a drenched chicken, he hurried into the apartment building to take shelter. Little did he know that this godforsaken place seemed to have lost power. Not only was it pitch black, but even the elevator was out of service. He stood there for a moment, then suddenly felt something was off. It was too quiet. Sunshine Apartments was located in the heart of the city. Just moments before entering the building, the area had been bustling with people, but the moment he stepped inside, not a single sound could be heard. It was as if all sound had been swallowed up by a giant mouth. Even the patter of the rain had vanished. Turning back, the view outside was fragmented and blurry. The rain fell relentlessly, and the curtain of rain at the stairwell entrance was like a distorted barrier, completely separating the inside of the apartment building from the outside. Far from the hustle and bustle, it was as if he were in two different worlds, life and death. I stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the curtain of rain. The soundproofing really is excellent. After a long moment, he muttered to himself, turned on his phone as flashlight, and headed upstairs. He didn't know where he was supposed to go, nor was he even quite sure why he'd come to Sunshine Apartments in the first place. The moment he heard the words mud-covered corpse, he was indeed stirred, wondering if it might be the missing body from the cemetery. But he quickly dismissed the idea as impossible. Although he'd never opened a coffin to check, I knew that the bodies in the cemetery had all been respectable people in life. They wouldn't necessarily be covered in mud. Besides, who would go out of their way to bring a stolen corpse to a place like this? Even more absurd was, those two guys who were gossiping actually claimed the corpse was knocking on the door? What a joke, a corpse is a dead person. How could a dead person possibly move? This was undoubtedly a story riddled with holes, much like the urban legends he'd heard before. Yet even so, I had come. He didn't know why. Perhaps he was just too bored, or perhaps it was simply part of his duty as a gravekeeper. Tap, tap. The pitch-black hallway was eerily quiet, with only the muffled sound of his own footsteps. Perhaps because the space was so vast, the sound seemed to go on forever, echoing and overlapping as if a crowd were following right behind him. The atmosphere was eerie. Suddenly, I stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the floor in front of a room's door. There was a patch of damp, yellow mud that looked like two barefoot footprints, with the shapes of the 5 toes particularly clear. The footprints were in a strange position. The heels were together, while the toes were twisted as far as possible to the sides, forming a 180-degree angle between them. If these were indeed footprints, it meant that not long ago, someone had been standing at this doorway in an unnatural posture. I shone his phone as flashlight on the door number, then on the room door itself, and discovered that the peephole and certain areas of the door were also covered in damp, yellow mud. He thought for a moment, and an image involuntarily came to mind. A curtain of rain fell, and the sky grew dark. In the pitch-black stairwell, a mud-covered figure stood stiffly at the doorway. Head bowed, mud mixed with rainwater dripped from his body onto the floor as he raised his hand to knock on the door. The occupant cautiously peered through the peephole, only to catch sight of an eye staring back in. It was cold and merciless, bloodshot. The occupant was scared out of his wits. He mustered the courage to look again, only to find complete darkness outside. He couldn't see a thing, because the peephole had been sealed shut with mud by the person outside. The visitor stood motionless, his head still bowed, remaining at the door for quite a while before knocking once more. Knock, 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 knock. I nodded to himself, thinking, my imagination really is pretty good. Even the sound of knocking I'm imagining sounds so natural. Wait. That sound, it sounded like a real knock on the door? He jerked his head up, a look of shock on his face. The sound was coming from upstairs. There isn't actually a corpse knocking on the door, is there? I felt a twinge of unease, but after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea as ridiculous. What era was this, anyway? Why was he still dwelling on such nonsense? Unacceptable, unacceptable. So he took a deep breath and slowly began climbing the stairs. The air grew unusually stifling, and the darkness in the stairwell deepened, taking on an inexplicable, eerie quality. The knocking from upstairs ceased and remained silent for a long time. It was as if the person had hidden in some corner, secretly watching him. Tap, tap. Even though Bai was usually fearless, this eerie atmosphere was giving him the creeps. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. But he actually felt his footsteps had grown much heavier, as if there were someone else on the stairs, their footsteps perfectly overlapping with his own. Once that thought popped into his head, he couldn't shake it off. He stopped in his tracks and scanned the area up, down, left, and right, but found nothing. He didn't hear any other footsteps either. It was a false alarm. He let out a sigh of relief and chuckled to himself at his own cowardice. A graveyard keeper actually believing in such things? If word got out, it would be an embarrassment to the corpses buried there. So he steeled himself and quickened his pace up the stairs. The next second, I felt as if his left shoulder had brushed against something, a faint, almost imperceptible sensation, yet terrifyingly cold. He turned his head but saw nothing. He dismissed it as his imagination and paid it no mind, climbing the stairs in just a few strides. At the same time, Chen Shi, his expression impassive, emerged from the darkness downstairs. He wasn't using any lighting, yet his eyebrows suddenly arched, as if he could see in the dark. He nearly lost control and struck out just a moment ago, but thankfully, he remembered Louis' orders in time. I hadn't noticed, but Chenshire had seen it clearly. Just a moment ago, a corpse with a bluish complexion had stumbled stiffly down the stairs and collided head-on with Bai. And now, the corpse had already reached right in front of him. Covered head to toe in mud, the corpse twisted its neck, bared its teeth, and gave him a sinister grin. Perhaps it was all in his head, but the moment he stepped onto the landing, that oppressive, terrifying feeling seemed to vanish all at once. The stairwell was still pitch black. Bai shone his light on the rooms to his left and right. On the floor in front of each door were two muddy footprints just like the ones downstairs, with the heels together and the toes twisted as far apart as possible. No normal person would ever stand like that. So is this some kind of prank? Bai was a bit puzzled. He had clearly heard a knock on the door upstairs just a moment ago, but after coming up, he hadn't seen a single soul. Could it be that the person had run further up the stairs? Logically speaking, if there really was someone barefoot and covered in mud knocking on the door, there shouldn't be footprints only in front of the door after all. They couldn't have just materialized out of thin air at someone else's doorstep, could they? But as Bai made his way up, he hadn't seen a single muddy footprint on the stairs. He glanced at the staircase leading upstairs. There were no footprints on the steps either. This defied all logic unless the person who knocked wasn't walking on their feet. He suspected that these footprints might have been smeared with mud by someone trying to scare the apartment's residents. At this thought, Bai's heartbeat slowed slightly. He told himself that the idea of a corpse knocking on the door was indeed nonsense. He had already uncovered the truth. He thought for a moment and was just about to continue upstairs to investigate when he suddenly heard a faint, crisp sound. Click. Bai froze. That sound. Was that the sound of a bullet being chambered? Panic gripped him, and he hurriedly glanced at the door number of the room on his left, 404. What an auspicious number! The door was tightly shut, and at about waist height, there was a smear of damp, yellow mud, as if it had been smeared on by hand. It looked utterly disgusting. The sound had come from that room. Could it be that the occupant was so startled by the knocking that he got so angry he pulled out a gun? Bai speculated. But that doesn't make sense. How could an ordinary person possibly have a gun? He held his breath and crept closer to the door, with a vague feeling that he might have stumbled upon another major case. The knocking outside the door stopped, and his sense of impending danger vanished. Xia sat on the living room sofa, loading the pistol-S magazine with bullets of various colors. These bullets were custom made by a master engraver. They were quite expensive, each engraved with strange patterns and designed specifically to target a certain kind of eerie creature. Even if the opponent were human, being hit by one of these bullets wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Whatever was outside definitely meant her harm. Although Xia was an awakener whose powers weren't geared toward combat, she decided to draw her gun just to be on the safe side. She had considered calling the Zone Bureau for help, but since she couldn't confirm what the situation outside was just yet, she had no choice but to rely on herself for the time being. With the pistol in hand and a round chambered, Xia felt a bit more confident. After all, she was a master of firearms. 3 minutes passed, and the strange knocking never resumed. Xia didn't let her guard down, however, and continued to wait. Another 3 minutes went by. She carefully slipped off her slippers, hid the pistol behind her back, and walked barefoot toward the door, making not a sound along the way. She still sensed no danger. Holding her breath, she peered out through the peephole. The hallway light seemed to be out. It was pitch black outside, and there was nothing to be seen. Just as Xia was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly saw a rapidly rolling eyeball pop through the peephole. Her heart skipped a beat. She realized the owner of the eye seemed to have been startled as well. He took several quick steps back, revealing his figure. His face pale in the ghostly glow of his cell phone. She felt a chill run down her spine, and suddenly, a strange expression crossed her face. She felt that the guy outside looked somewhat familiar. Wait a minute, isn't this the guy who mistook her for a man? What's this guy doing lurking outside my door? Was he behind everything that happened to Mo Fei before? No. Xia quickly dismissed this theory. After a moment's thought, she tucked the gun into the shoe cabinet and unlocked the security door. As the door swung open, S heart raced. He hadn't expected to be spotted the moment he peeked inside. He was about to bolt when he heard a cold female voice behind him. "What are you sneaking around for?" Froze for a moment, feeling for some reason that the voice sounded familiar. He turned his head and saw a short-haired woman in a bathrobe standing in the doorway, glaring at him with a menacing expression. "She's so beautiful." That was his first thought upon seeing her. Seeing S dazed expression, Xia knew exactly what he was thinking. She snorted coldly, but inside, she felt a surge of pride. "Oomph, he dared to call me a man, but now he's been conquered by my beauty, isn't he?" She said coldly, "What are you staring at? I asked you what you're doing standing at my door?" "Well." I quickly snapped out of it. Remembering the sound of the gun being chambered moments ago, he hesitated for a moment, then said after a moment's thought, "I just heard a knock at the door." Seeing the woman's eyebrows furrow slightly, he pointed at the spot at her feet. "Someone knocked on your door." Xia looked in the direction he was pointing, her expression shifting slightly. She glanced at the door across the hall and saw that there was indeed a muddy footprint on the floor in front of it. "What on earth is this?" A chill ran down her spine, and she suddenly looked at warily. "What does someone knocking on the door have to do with you? Why were you peeking into my room?" "Because," kept his cool, trying to come up with a plausible excuse. He quickly scanned the woman, thinking to himself that she didn't seem to have anywhere to hide a gun. Suddenly, his gaze settled on the woman's chest. A realization dawned on him, and his mouth dropped open in utter disbelief. He finally understood where that familiar voice was coming from. "It's you, the big brother from Lanbei Street?" "No, wait, big sister." Xia, of course, noticed S gaze and was instantly filled with grief and indignation. She never would have imagined that this guy would confirm her identity by looking at her chest. So what if she has a flat chest? Is that really that distinctive? She felt humiliated. What was even more infuriating was that this guy actually dared to call her big sister? "Who's your big sister?" Xia fought back the urge to beat up and said coldly, "I'm asking you, what are you doing here?" She hadn't dispelled her suspicions about in fact, she was even more on guard, wondering if their encounter yesterday might not have been a coincidence after all. Seeing the other person put on a blank expression, she was just about to use her telepathy ability to probe this guy's mind when she remembered the Special Investigation Bureau's rule. No use of supernatural abilities in City 3. Just then, replied, "Actually, the reason I'm here is that I heard there's a corpse in this apartment building that knocks on doors." "A corpse that knocks on doors?" Xia was taken aback and pressed, "What kind of corpse?" "A corpse covered in mud." Bai explained, "I saw muddy footprints downstairs that looked just like the ones in front of your door, but there was nothing on the stairs. I suspected someone was playing a prank, and then I heard knocking upstairs." "A prank? Impossible." Xia trusted her instincts the moment the knocking sounded earlier. Something dangerous had definitely happened. "On which floor did you first notice the footprints?" "Right below this floor." "What about upstairs?" "I didn't check." Xia thought for a moment, then said coldly, "Stay right here and don't move. I'll change my clothes, and then we'll go check upstairs together." With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving Bai standing outside, looking dumbfounded. "Why do you insist on having me go upstairs with you?" Two beams of bright light suddenly pierced the pitch-black stairwell, and in the next second, the silhouettes of a man and a woman appeared at the top of the stairs. Xia, holding a powerful flashlight, kept Bai at a distance behind her as she casually remarked, "Because I can tell you're interested in this too." Though she said this, she was thinking something else entirely. This guy is still a bit suspicious. I need to find a chance to test him. By the way, what is that yellow mud on your shoulder? She shone the flashlight toward Bai's shoulder. Yellow mud? Bai froze, only then noticing a stain on his left shoulder. He frowned as he wiped it off with a piece of paper, saying, "I don't remember getting that stuff on me anywhere." A thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly recalled that as he'd been climbing the stairs, his left shoulder had indeed seemed to bump into something. Could it be that I bumped into that so-called corpse? Quickly dismissing that terrifying thought, he mused, "It must have been when I was sneaking a peek into your room just now. I must have accidentally brushed against the door." As if suddenly remembering something, his voice trailed off abruptly, and the air fell silent. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. "Ha," I said with an awkward laugh after a brief silence, changing the subject. "By the way, why aren't any of the lights on in your apartment building? I could see your room had power, though." "No idea. Something must be wrong somewhere," Xia said, pursing his lips, then suddenly grew serious. "Speaking of which, have you noticed how eerily quiet this apartment building is?" By now, the two had made their way from the 4th floor to the 7th. They'd seen muddy footprints outside quite a few apartment doors, though not every room had them. The knocking seemed completely random, with no discernible pattern. "You're right. Normally, if residents heard someone knocking, they'd at least open the door to take a look." Bai had climbed up from the 1st floor, so he naturally sensed something was off even more keenly. Xia found it somewhat thrilling. She had a spirit of adventure since childhood, yet she was also level-headed and knew exactly what she was made of. With her combat skills, entering the Forbidden Zone would be nothing short of a suicide mission. Even though she knew this, Xia had always kept up with intelligence on the Forbidden Zone and the monsters. Her spirit of adventure was undying. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to Blue Pearl Street to join the commotion, nor would she have spent a fortune on a custom-made handgun and ammunition. Now that a supernatural incident possibly involving the supernatural had actually occurred in the apartment building, and since the danger didn't seem too great, she'd come out here simply to get a thrill. However, she looked at the guy beside her, named Bai, and thought to herself that although he was an ordinary person, he was clearly quite bold, daring to get involved in something like this. And he was a natural at playing the fool faced with any anomaly. He'd analyze it convincingly using common sense, never once considering a supernatural explanation. He was practically a model citizen who wholeheartedly adhered to the Zone Bureau's new regulations. The two walked all the way to the 9th floor. They saw quite a few footprints along the way, but never saw anyone come out to investigate, nor did they hear any more knocking. Nothing out of the ordinary. While she breathed a sigh of relief, Xia also felt a bit disappointed. It seemed her adventure exploring the apartment building was about to end just like that. And to think she'd packed quite a few things into her little shoulder bag. Just as the two were about to head back downstairs, the lights in the stairwell suddenly came on. The warm light spread up and down the hallway, bathing the entire space in daylight and dispelling all their fears. Bai said thoughtfully, "It must have been a problem with the hallway lights. They're fixed now." Xia wasn't convinced and was about to challenge him, asking why it couldn't have been some kind of force enveloping the apartment that prevented the hallway lights from turning on. But when she remembered the Prohibition Bureau's rules, she could only reluctantly agree. Just as the two were about to head downstairs, the door to the room on the right suddenly opened a crack. A middle-aged man poked half his head out and looked warily at Bai. "Was that you knocking on the door just now?" "It wasn't us," Bai stopped in his tracks and explained. "We just came upstairs to see who was knocking out of curiosity." "What do you want?" The man seemed not to hear him. Bai was taken aback. "Sir, I told you, we weren't the ones knocking." The man stared at the two of them with wide eyes, his face full of suspicion. "Then get the hell out of here," the man roared, his eyes bulging with rage. The smile vanished from the woman's face. This man was clearly picking a fight on purpose. Just as she was about to argue with him, she suddenly clapped her hand over her mouth, her face turning pale with shock. Suddenly, the man's head, hidden behind the door, jerked violently and fell straight down from mid-air, rolling twice on the floor before coming to rest at the woman's feet. Seemingly unaware of his own condition, his lifeless eyes stared fixedly at the woman as his lips moved. "Get as far away as you can." As Bai left the apartment, the rain had let up considerably. He glanced back over his shoulder. This woman named Xia might have a bit of a temper, but she was a decent person. Not only had she gone out of her way to hand him a flashlight as he left, but when she found out it was raining outside, she'd even given him an umbrella. In her own words, she had plenty of these things, and they didn't cost much anyway. She seemed to be a wealthy woman, not some vicious criminal. For a moment, Bai wasn't sure if the sound he'd heard inside was a bullet being chambered. But without evidence, he certainly couldn't just call the police on a hunch. Glancing at the sky, he opened his umbrella and stepped into the rain. Before long, Chenshire walked out of the apartment with a blank expression, watched by Leave, and dialed a number. The target has left Sunshine Apartments. No abnormalities were detected during the operation. Also, a middle-aged male body covered in yellow mud was indeed found at Sunshine Apartments. His characteristics are as follows: crew cut, square face, wearing a blue shirt. It appears to have knocked on the doors of quite a few residents. There are footprints at the doorways, though their significance is unclear. Has the body been disposed of? It got away. I'm sorry. Chenshire's expression was icy, yet his tone carried a hint of self-reproach. Its mobility exceeds my understanding. By the way, the body once passed right by the target, but the target didn't notice it. Lewis' speech quickened as he pressed further. You mean, after seeing the target, that corpse was still moving, right? Yes. I see. This isn't a simple matter. It's not your fault. I'll come by myself in a bit. After a pause, Lou continued, there's another matter you need to handle right now. The Bureau received a report of a body found in room 905 of Sunshine Apartments. Apart from the lack of yellow mud on it, its characteristics are very similar to the body you described. It really is hard to find a suitable part-time job. It had been another fruitless day of job hunting. The taxi had once again only taken Bai to the suburbs. He got out of the car, muttered a sigh, and walked toward the cemetery with his umbrella up. The sky grew increasingly gloomy, and a light drizzle fell intermittently. A cold breeze swept by, adding a touch of chill to the season. Bai hunched his shoulders, thinking of the steaming hot fish soup he'd made the night before last. Since this spot wasn't too far from Silent Village, he paused to think for a moment, then changed direction, intending to stop by the village to buy another fish to take home. By the time he saw the black stone monument engraved with the words Silent Village, the rain had mostly stopped, though the sky remained overcast. Thick, dark clouds piled up in cluster after cluster, weighing down on him so heavily it was hard to breathe. To Bai's surprise, a dark green SUV was parked next to the monument, with 5 or 6 people sitting inside. As if sensing his gaze, a burly man wearing sunglasses in the driver's seat suddenly whipped his head around to look at him. Even though he couldn't see the man's eyes, Bai could feel the intensity of his stare. Bai was undaunted and stared right back without hesitation, silently grumbling to himself, it's so dark out, and he still has to wear sunglasses? Doesn't he worry about getting into an accident while driving? For some reason, the people in the car were giving him very unfriendly stares, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Realizing this, Bai naturally had no desire to strike up a conversation with them, nor did he bother to ask why they were here. He put away his umbrella, held his head high, and strode past the stone monument toward the village without so much as a glance in their direction. The people in the car kept their eyes fixed intently on Bai. Seeing him stride so confidently into the forbidden zone sent a jolt through their hearts, and they exchanged glances. Who is this kid? How dare he venture into the forbidden zone empty-handed like that? The next moment, a puzzled voice rang out from inside the car. Could he be one of those powerful awakener from City Number 3? A heavy-set man asked, his voice filled with doubt. No. Most of the awakener from City Number 3 were disbanded by the Zone Bureau. I've met the few remaining powerhouses who stayed, and this kid definitely isn't one of them. The man in sunglasses took a drag on his e-cigarette and narrowed his eyes. If you ask me, this guy looks more like a hothead. A hothead? Everyone looked stunned. Even the most reckless person wouldn't just run into a Class C forbidden zone to get themselves killed. Maybe he's just looking to die? The man in sunglasses snorted derisively, then his expression turned serious. Never mind that. Get ready, we're about to go in. He tossed the e-cigarette into the car's trash can and said gravely, to be on the safe side, once we're inside the forbidden zone, old Zhang needs to release Stray Dog immediately. Without my orders, no one is to take action on their own, understand? Understood. Everyone knew how dangerous this mission was. Upon hearing this, they all grew solemn and began checking their gear, guns, ammunition, and various odd gadgets. While they were doing this, the man in sunglasses turned to the cameraman standing nearby, his tone growing a few degrees colder. "You'd better stay right on our heels. Just film the video like a good boy, hand it in, and your job is done. If you dare do anything unnecessary along the way that holds us back, I won't show any mercy. Got it?" Sensing the man's aura, the cameraman from Changyuan Company broke out in a cold sweat and nodded repeatedly in agreement. So this is what a Class C Awakener is like. Without a doubt, this was a highly experienced exploration team, comprising 2 Awakener and 3 Gene warriors skilled in firearms. Their leader, the man in sunglasses, was a bona fide Class C Awakener, a lineup that could only be described as impressive. Orange's prediction had been spot on. Li Yuan was indeed impatient. The very next day after receiving intelligence on Silent Village, he had paid a hefty sum to hire this expedition team and dispatched one of the company's most experienced photographers to film the mission. His requirements were simple. He didn't expect them to breach the Forbidden Zone, but he absolutely needed to obtain first-hand video footage of Silent Village. Seeing that everyone was ready, the man in sunglasses nodded slightly and pulled out a stack of silencing talismans, handing out 2 to each person. As the name suggests, the primary effect of the silence spell is to render people speechless. It's generally used against enemies, but here it's quite suitable for dealing with Silent Village. Listen, whether that kid from earlier is a skilled fighter or just a hothead, we need to keep our distance from him as much as possible. We can use him to scout the area, observe carefully, and verify the accuracy of the intelligence. Everyone nodded. I'll emphasize this one more time: you must not speak in Silent Village, or you'll face the consequences, life or death at your own risk. The man in sunglasses issued one final stern warning, then placed a silence charm in his mouth and stepped into the Forbidden Zone first. His 4 teammates and the photographer from Changyuan Company followed suit, popping the silence charms into their mouths, stepping past the stone steel, and advancing in a tactical formation. A mist seemed to have settled around the narrow path not far away. Is figure appeared and disappeared intermittently. After walking for a while, the heavy-set man known as Old Zhang received a signal from the man in sunglasses. He took a tattered teddy bear out of his black backpack and tossed it onto the ground, then pulled out a bottle of fresh blood he'd prepared in advance and poured it over the doll's head. Something eerie happened. As the blood poured onto the stuffed animal, it flowed rapidly and was completely absorbed by the cotton through the hole in the dog's back, leaving not a single drop behind. The cotton, weathered by time, turned from dark yellow to crimson, then from crimson to pure white. The stuffed dog began to wobble. Its palm-sized body seemed to grow slightly larger, and its button eyes brightened, glimmering faintly. It looked as if it had come to life. At that moment, the exploration team froze in their tracks, staring intently at the stuffed dog for 3 minutes. The next second, the stuffed dog suddenly rolled over and stood up from the ground. Old Zhang's expression relaxed as he tugged on the thin string around the toy dog's neck, looking somewhat comical as if he were walking a toy dog. Yet as he moved, the toy dog actually began to move, hopping around on its short little legs. Seeing this, everyone except the photographer breathed a sigh of relief. This seemingly unremarkable piece of junk was stray dog, and it was also the key to this exploration team's survival thus far. Taboo sequence: D. Stray dog taboo object tentative. Possesses deceptive and suggestive abilities. Due to its unique nature, there is still no definitive conclusion as to whether it possesses life. In most cases, the stray dog appears as a tattered stuffed dog, seemingly immobile. While its body appears to be made of fabric and cotton, it is actually extremely resilient and cannot be destroyed even at temperatures of 1000 degrees. After absorbing approximately 1,700 milliliters of blood and being stared at simultaneously by a group of 5 or more people for over 3 minutes, the D-stray dog will gain the ability to move. Within its area of activity, the presence of all living beings will be significantly reduced. It has been determined that the user can control the stray dog's path of movement via a dog leash and can designate targets within an 8-meter radius of the stray dog's activity to have their presence reduced to varying degrees. Note 1. If a living being remains within the stray dog's activity radius for too long, there is a chance it will randomly lose a segment of its memory. The probability of memory loss and the amount of memory lost will increase as the duration of stay increases. Note 2. As the controller of the stray dog, the individual has a higher chance of losing memories, and prolonged use will cause the individual to gradually become marginalized until they are completely ignored, reduced to a true stray dog. Note 3. The stray dog will actively seek attention from others and fresh blood. If it does not receive visual attention for an extended period or lacks a long-term supply of blood, the stray dog will lose its ability to move. Note 4. When inactive, the stray dog possesses no abilities whatsoever. Unless absolutely necessary, keep the forbidden sequence D stray dog permanently confined in a dark, sealed environment and ensure that no gaze ever rests upon it. This constitutes all available information regarding the forbidden sequence D stray dog. The intelligence originates from the Zone Bureau and was obtained by this squad at great cost. It is a well-known fact in this day and age that the Zone Bureau possesses information on most forbidden sequences. The Forbidden Zone is perilous, yet it continues to attract a vast number of explorers, something that cannot be achieved by money alone. In fact, many Awakener cannot be swayed by money at all. The Forbidden Zone holds many wondrous things. Perhaps exotic fruits and herbs, perhaps some mysterious cultivation technique, or perhaps an entirely new forbidden sequence. These are the things Awakener truly crave. In a sense, the Forbidden Zone is a treasure trove, brimming with countless riches. Provided, of course, that you live long enough to claim them. The stray dog posed relatively little danger but was immensely useful. Thanks to its abilities, the Sunglasses Man's small squad had narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions, even managing to slip away from right under the monster's noses. Seeing that the stray dog was ready, the Sunglasses Man gave a slight nod and made a gesture. The group immediately closed ranks and moved forward slowly, looking furtive. From here on, all they had to do was stay hidden in the shadows and let that hothead up ahead scout the way. Bai quickened his pace towards Silent Village. It was already getting too dark. He feared it wouldn't be long before night fell completely. The path gradually widened, flanked by abandoned farmland where weeds grew tall. He wondered what kind of nutrients they absorbed to thrive so vigorously. Under a large tree at the village entrance, an old man lay in a deck chair, his head shaded by a tattered palm leaf fan. He lay motionless, as if asleep. Bai paused, thinking to himself that the old man must be in pretty good shape. The temperature had dropped considerably, yet he dared to sleep outside in just a tank top, seemingly unafraid of catching a chill. He thought for a moment, then walked over, umbrella in hand. Not far behind him, the man in sunglasses and his companion stopped in unison, watching him in silence. Whether he was a skilled fighter or a reckless fool would depend on how he handled this strange old man next. Under the big tree, the old man lay motionless, seemingly sleeping peacefully. But in reality, ever since Bai had appeared, the lounge chair he was lying on had been drifting steadily toward the village, as if trying to escape. But it was all too late. Bai had already walked up to him, his face filled with concern, and called out softly, "Old man, old man?" The old man didn't move at all, as still as a corpse. "Old man, it's gotten colder. You'll catch a chill sleeping out here," he said, raising his voice to warn him. Seeing that the old man still showed no reaction, Bai couldn't help but feel worried. It looked like the old man had been sleeping outside for quite some time. Could something really be wrong with him? So, without hesitation, he pulled back the palm leaf fan covering the old man's face. At the same moment, the team of explorers held their breath and hurriedly looked at the old man's face. According to the intel, the old man at the village entrance had been shot in the head by a previous explorer, so his brain should have been pretty much pulped by now. Orange had provided Li Yuan with very comprehensive intel aside from the parts related to Bai. She'd basically written down every detail on paper. However, what puzzled the man in sunglasses and the others was this: wasn't it said that you couldn't speak in Silent Village? Why hadn't this guy died after making a sound? Could it be that had the monster on the lounge chair already died, which is why they hadn't managed to rip out the old man's tongue in time? With this thought in mind, they became even more curious about what the old man's face looked like beneath the fan. However, the moment they got a clear look, their expressions instantly became priceless. Bai was equally stunned, his mouth hanging wide open. He set the fan aside and said, half laughing, half exasperated, "Old man, why on earth are you sleeping while wearing a mask?" Sure enough, what lay beneath the fan wasn't the old man's face, but a grinning monkey mask. The mask was made of cheap plastic, crudely painted, and looked quite comical. The old man seemed to have just woken up. He opened his eyes, his cloudy eyes shifting as if he were trying to figure out how to answer by S question. Why wear a mask? It's too. After a long pause, he spoke in a hoarse voice, tentatively answering, protect myself from the sun? Bai chuckled at this. It seemed like everyone in this village had a bit of a lisp, and besides, what on earth was sun protection? He shook his head. You're at a ripe old age, you should be soaking up the sun whenever you can. Why would you need sun protection? Besides, wearing a mask like that for too long isn't good for your skin. Let me take it off for you. With that, he didn't hesitate and reached out to touch the old man's face. Not far away, the man in sunglasses and the others were stunned. How could these two be talking to each other in Silent Village? Could it be that the intel we received was false? As they watched the old man slowly remove his monkey mask, they held their breath once more. And when they clearly saw the face beneath the mask, their pupils suddenly contracted. Beneath the mask, there was, to their surprise, yet another mask. Bai was dumbfounded. Why on earth would this old man wear two masks even while sleeping? Sensing his confusion, the old man pondered for a moment before explaining, double sun protection. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, thank goodness I was prepared, otherwise, this guy would figured me out. Double sun protection. Bai was taken aback. This old man really takes good care of himself. He must have been quite handsome in his youth. He shook his head, took off this mask as well, and then froze in place. Another mask. He took a deep breath and pulled off this mask, only to find another mask beneath it. Steeling himself, he kept going and pulled off another one. A mask. He kept pulling them off. Still a mask. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Bai let out a soft sigh and locked eyes with the old man for a long time, neither of them speaking. The atmosphere was eerie and awkward. Noticing Bai's strange expression, the old man gave an awkward laugh. I've recently gotten hooked on opera and have been trying to figure out how to change faces. Bai said nothing, removing several more masks in quick succession. After much effort, only a red hood remained on the old man's head. That must be the last mask. His eyes lit up, as if he let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take it off, the old man hurriedly dodged, clutched his head, and shouted. The ox warrior never takes off his mask. Bai's mouth twitched, caught between laughter and exasperation. Old man, you really do have a childlike spirit. Seeing that the old man was absolutely unwilling to take off the hood, he had no choice but to give up and walk straight into the village, not forgetting to offer a parting reminder. It's getting chilly. You should head back inside soon, old man. The old man watched him leave. His cloudy eyes flickered briefly before he closed them and lay back down, his chest completely still, as if he had once again become a corpse. Not far away. The group, enveloped by the stray dog ability, exchanged glances, feeling that everything they just witnessed was filled with absurdity and ridicule, as if it were a farce. You call this a Class C forbidden zone? Why is it possible to speak in Silent Village? Is the intel true or false? The man in sunglasses pondered for a moment, then signaled with a gesture. The others understood immediately and began to advance slowly together, intending to enter the village without the old man noticing. Old Zhang guided stray dog, minimizing the group's presence to the lowest possible level. Under these circumstances, they were as inconspicuous as pebbles by the roadside, unlikely to attract any attention. Everyone held their breath as they gradually closed the distance to the old man. Throughout this time, he remained completely still, seemingly unaware of their presence. Just as the group thought they could slip into the village unnoticed, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the old man's eyes snapped open. He twisted his neck in an eerie manner and stared intently in their direction. Had they been discovered? How could that be? The man in sunglasses felt a chill run down his spine, but he remained calm. He opened his palm and waved it a few times in front of the old man, then made a few exaggerated gestures. The old man showed no reaction. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the stray dog ability could even deceive a Class C powerhouse. There was no way they'd be discovered so easily. Just as the group was about to move forward, the recliner the old man was sitting in suddenly shifted sideways, blocking their path. His face was concealed by a red hood, his expression unreadable. A pair of cloudy, vacant eyes shifted twice, then fixed intently on the group. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of death. Nanshan Road, Sunshine Apartments, room 404. Xia sat on the sofa, her expression somewhat conflicted. Not long ago, there had been a commotion outside, and someone had been examining the footprints in front of the door. Although she hadn't gone out to check, she vaguely guessed that it must be someone from the Zone Bureau, likely because of an unnatural death in the apartment building. Is this related to that knocking sound? She couldn't help but feel a little worried. Anything that prompted the Zone Bureau to mobilize was definitely an extraordinary incident. She was curious, but didn't dare go upstairs to investigate, because she heard that a guy named Lou had arrived. As an awakener, she had voluntarily registered her status with the Zone Bureau, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to log into the Awakener website. If the Zone Bureau was investigating the incident involving the corpse knocking on the door, it probably wouldn't be long before someone came to question her. Oh, right, and that guy. Xia returned to her bedroom, turned on her computer, and quickly typed a few commands. A pop-up window appeared on the screen. When she zoomed in, it revealed a map of city number 3. The map was dim, but a flashing red dot stood out prominently. The reason she given by a flashlight wasn't simply out of kindness, there was more to it than that. The high-powered flashlight had a secret. It was equipped with a tracker that could pinpoint a target's exact location. She had never completely let go of her suspicions about Bai. Although there weren't any major red flags about him, she just felt something wasn't right. It was a woman's intuition. Let me see where this guy is, huh? Why is he leaving the city? Xia furrowed her brow slightly. At that moment, the red dot on the screen had just moved to the outskirts of city number 3, indicating that the guy was leaving the city. She dragged the cursor, and the map beyond city number 3 unfolded a desolate, uninhabited area. Shortly after the red dot moved there, it vanished. Gone? How could that be? Xia froze, several thoughts flashing through her mind. There were only two possible explanations for this. 1. Bai realized there was something wrong with the flashlight and deliberately destroyed the tracker. 2. For some reason, the tracker's signal had been completely blocked. She pondered for a moment. That guy named Bai seemed a bit dim-witted when he took the flashlight and umbrella. He was too busy smiling and thanking her to be anyone with ulterior motives. Given how he acted, there's no way he could have noticed the tracker. Wait, if I don't think he is scheming, why do I even care where he is? Xia shook her head and continued to think. You get what you pay for. The tracker she bought was a high-quality product. Logically, it shouldn't suddenly lose signal unless the other party used an equally advanced jammer. Wait a minute. Xia suddenly froze as a strange thought popped into her head. Far from civilization, signal jamming. Could this guy have gone into the Forbidden Zone? If you're asking what the most advanced jamming system is, it's undoubtedly the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone blocks all signals. Electronic communication devices are basically unusable there, and contacting the outside world is out of the question. Many cameras simply cannot capture images in the Forbidden Zone. Only those old-fashioned models work, though no one knows exactly how they do it. It's not that more convenient and advanced cameras don't exist, but they're rare and expensive, far beyond the means of small companies. So even though they know it's dangerous to wander around the Forbidden Zone lugging a bulky camera, cinematographers have no choice but to do so. Xia was lost in thought but snapped back to reality, setting aside her speculations about Bai, because someone was knocking on the outer door. It must be someone from the Zone Bureau. The only road into the village was blocked, forcing the entire exploration team to come to a halt. A tattered stuffed dog toy was bouncing and jumping on the ground, occasionally spinning in circles, looking quite lively. Everyone stared solemnly at the old man in the recliner, then turned their gaze to the man in sunglasses at the front of the group. They were waiting for the team leader's instructions. The man in sunglasses looked calm, but his heart felt heavier than ever. He couldn't accept the fact that the stray dog ability had failed. Wait. The stuffed dog on the ground was quite lively, a living presence. its ability should still be active. Could it be that it wasn't the stray dog ability's failure to lower its presence, but rather that the ability simply didn't work on this guy right in front of them? Over the years, their squad had visited Class C forbidden zones before. Though every trip had been fraught with danger, they had never encountered a situation like this. How could this old man completely ignore Stray Dog's ability? Although he couldn't see the old man's face beneath the hood, through those mocking eyes, the man in sunglasses could imagine that the other's expression must be filled with cruelty and sarcasm. The most critical question now was: does Stray Dog's ability only fail to work on this guy, or is it ineffective throughout the entire silent village? He pondered silently. The safest duration for a single use of Stray Dog is generally around 30 minutes. Once the time is exceeded, living beings within the ability's range risk losing their memories. He couldn't delay any longer. The man in sunglasses' mind raced. Instead of attacking, he decided to follow by example and simply walk past the old man. According to their intelligence, as long as they remain silent, the monsters of Silent Village wouldn't attack at most, they'd just try to block their path. However, in the next instant, everyone's heart sank. The man in sunglasses had failed. As he moved, the old man's recliner shifted sideways once more, leaving deep gouges in the ground and blocking his path. He changed direction several times and even picked up speed, but he still couldn't break through the barrier. How is this possible? If just any monster is this capable, how could Silent Village still be classified as a Class C forbidden zone? The man in sunglasses was secretly alarmed. He quietly reached for his waist, wondering if the old man could still come back to life if he dismembered him with his dagger right away. Behind him, the rest of the team looked on warily. They roughly understood their captain's thoughts and held their ground, waiting for the man in sunglasses to make his move. After a brief silence, the man in sunglasses let go of his dagger. To be on the safe side, he didn't want to take action. He had a better idea. Pulling out a pen and paper from his pocket, the man in sunglasses scribbled a line on the paper and handed it to the photographer from Changyuan Company. The photographer, already on edge from the tense atmosphere, looked bewildered at first when he saw the man's gesture, but then instantly realized what was happening, and his face turned pale. This guy wants to use me as a scout. Sure enough, although the handwriting on the paper was scrawled, it was just barely legible. Go imitate that guy from earlier. Whatever way he used to get into the village, that's how you'll get in. The photographer's face went pale, and he was about to step back and flee when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A cold, hard object was pressed against his waist, seemingly a handgun. The members of the exploration team all stared at him coldly. The photographer shuddered. He knew he now had only two choices. Either scout the way, or die. Damn it, these guys really aren't the kind of people you'd call decent. His expression twisted into a grimace. After a long internal struggle, he had no choice but to set down his camera and slowly walk up to the old man. At the entrance to Silent Village, the photographer nervously eyed the old man reclining in his chair. Just standing in front of him, he could barely breathe. With a gaze as cold as a knife piercing his back, he knew he couldn't delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, he forced a grim smile and waved at the old man in a friendly manner. Only now did the photographer realize just how strong the man's mental fortitude had been when they first entered the village. Not only could he chat and laugh with such a monster, but he even seemed to hold a slight advantage in this standoff. Behind him, fat old Zhang had already recalled the stray dog, and the black backpack on his back kept bulging, but he paid it no mind. As long as he took his eyes off it, the stray dog would lose its power before long. Beside the fat man, the man in sunglasses stared expressionlessly at the photographer. He had already instructed the others that as soon as this unlucky guy failed and died, they would immediately evacuate the area. For a moment, all eyes in the room were fixed on the trembling photographer. Though terrified, the photographer hadn't lost his wits. Even though the man in sunglasses had insisted he mimic by mannerisms, he had no intention of speaking. He forced himself to remain calm, widened his smile slightly, and reached out to touch the hood covering the old man's face. The old man looked at him impassively, making no move whatsoever. The cameraman took several deep breaths, moving his hand forward inch by inch until he finally touched the old man's face. It was cold, decayed, no different from a corpse. He tried to rip off the hood, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't come off. Seeing that the old man showed no reaction, he plucked up a bit more courage, gritted his teeth, and used both hands to pull back with all his might. But even though he was straining with all his might enough to rip off a head, he still couldn't pull the hood off. Meanwhile, the man in sunglasses had tried to slip into the village, but was once again blocked by the old man and had no choice but to give up. He pressed his gun against the photographer's waist, warning him not to waste time. Although the photographer was cursing under his breath, he had no way to resist. He understood exactly what the man in sunglasses meant. He had to do exactly what that other guy had just done. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, pulled the silencing charm from his mouth, looked at the old man on the lounge chair, and said in a trembling voice, "Grandpa, why do you sleep with a hood on?" The old man merely stared at him, showing no reaction. Nothing? Witnessing this, everyone's hearts leapt with joy. The photographer was nearly moved to tears and, plucking up his courage, tentatively asked, "Sir, would you like me to help you take off the hood?" The old man still showed no reaction. The photographer let out a sigh of relief and grabbed the hood again, trying to pull it upward only to discover that this time, it actually budged. It worked! Could this be the key to solving the puzzle? It felt a bit absurd, but he took a deep breath and, under the tense gazes of the crowd, slowly pulled the hood off. The sky was overcast, and the old man's true face was fully exposed to the cold air. Everyone's heart sank. Beneath the hood, there, staring back at them, was a face, a bloody, mangled mess. The face bore distinct bullet holes, and the granulation tissue at the wounds wriggled like tiny pink centipedes, constantly crawling across the flesh. The photographer felt sick to his stomach. He suddenly thought he perhaps shouldn't have taken the hood off. Just then, the monster's gaze shifted abruptly, fixing itself intently on him. A chill ran down his spine. He felt as though death could strike at any moment. He quickly recalled by his tone and forced a sheepish smile, "Old man, why don't you come inside? You'll catch a cold out here." The old man slowly stood up. The photographer turned pale with shock and stammered, "Old man, at your age, you should get more sun." The old man leaned forward, his head gradually drawing closer to him. "Old man, you really do have a childlike spirit." He was on the verge of tears, the tip of his nose filled with the smell of blood and decay. "I'll help you put the hood back on. I know bull warriors never take off their masks." The next second, his voice cut off abruptly as he violently coughed up a large mouthful of blood. A crimson tongue spurted out along with the blood, landing at the old man's feet. "Shoo!" The old man's gaze swept over everyone present. He raised his index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Until his dying breath, the photographer couldn't fathom why he had died after all. That guy had seemed perfectly fine just moments before. It wasn't just him. The entire exploration team found the situation difficult to comprehend. The man in sunglasses didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately ordered a retreat. Money could be made again, but once a life was lost, it was gone forever. What had just happened was far too bizarre. He planned to return first to review the situation and only explore this forbidden zone again once he was certain of his chances. As for the deal with Chang Yuan Company, was that really more important than his life? The old man didn't even glance at the corpse at his feet. His face, a bloody, mangled mess, betrayed no emotion, but his eyes fixed on the group preparing to evacuate were filled with malice. The man in sunglasses felt a sudden jolt of fear and immediately stepped in front of the group, urging them not to hesitate and to leave as quickly as possible. Before long, he seemed to sense something was wrong, and his expression turned grim. His teammates behind him didn't move at all, as if they hadn't seen his gestures. Turning around, he saw that everyone was standing frozen in place, as if petrified by fear, staring in horror at the direction they had come from, that narrow path. Or, to be more precise, they were staring at the figure on the path. It was a bare-chested, white-haired man, his eyes bound with blood-stained red cloth. His body was covered in scars, wounds crisscrossing his skin in a grotesque, terrifying pattern that was a sight to make one's blood run cold. His shoulder blades were pierced by black metal spikes, the ends of which were attached to two massive, heavy chains. These chains extended from his arms and ankles, ultimately coiling around his neck. The chains were studded with countless tiny, sharp barbs. With every step the man took, blood oozed from his body. He walked step by step toward the group, the chains clanking loudly as blood pooled on the ground, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. At just a single glance, the man in sunglasses froze solid. His body felt as if it were no longer his own, and he was completely unable to move. Danger! 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 A terrible premonition threatened to crush his nerves, and an endless sense of dread spread from the depths of his soul. What the hell is this thing? Swallowing hard, the man in sunglasses stared intently at the figure. His mouth was sewn shut with a dense web of black stitches. This was undoubtedly connected to Silent Village. The man moved slowly, as if fixated on a specific direction, completely oblivious to the immobilized crowd, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. Behind them, the old man at the village entrance had long since vanished, along with his deck chair. Time seemed to stretch out endlessly. Every second was excruciating. Like insignificant specks of dust, every squad member the man touched died instantly, a mist of blood filling the air as the dim sky grew even more hazy. No one could resist. Lives withered away like roadside weeds, worthless and fleeting. The man in sunglasses, overcome with grief and rage, frantically moved his arm, trying to reach the dagger at his waist. If only he could grasp it, he could unleash his life-saving Taoist spell. If only he could touch it, even just a little. But it was all in vain. In the face of this monster, he couldn't even satisfy this tiny desire. His thoughts scattered. Darkness engulfed his vision, and the deafening screech of chains grinding filled his ears. The man in sunglasses barely managed to gather his wits, only to discover his body was riddled with wounds, blood spurting everywhere. So I'm going to die, after all. Yet he couldn't even feel the pain in his body. As his consciousness drifted and converged amid the chaos, he suddenly recalled something. The stone monument in Silent Village seemed slightly shorter than those in other forbidden zones, and the letter C engraved on it was also much smaller. Wait a minute. So that's how it is. He suddenly realized something, and his despair instantly lifted. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. It's not a Class C forbidden zone. He gave a bitter smile. If he were to pull the stone tablet of Silent Village out of it, might that slightly smaller C actually be the top half of an S? Dying in a rank S forbidden zone isn't such a pathetic way to go. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth as the man in sunglasses sank to the ground in peace. The man bearing the chains didn't pause for a moment, striding toward the village with heavy footsteps. At the same time, in a room hung with red envelopes, a black wind chime rang without a breeze, and a red envelope fell to the floor. The Silent One has awakened. How is everyone? I'm back. A slightly excited voice suddenly rang out in the marketplace of Silent Village. Several statuesque figures turned their heads in unison, their necks bending at unnatural angles with a crack as bones ground against one another. Their faces were ashen, their eyes hollow and terrifying. Chilly smiles spread across their faces, as if mocking the speaker's recklessness. Yet, upon recognizing the newcomer, their expressions all changed, and they scattered in all directions as if fleeing for their lives. The fruit vendor scrambled headlong into the small courtyard behind her and hurriedly shut the gate. Amid the chaos, one could faintly make out various fruit trees planted within the courtyard, while a pile of corpses lay haphazardly heaped in the corner, as if ready at any moment to become fertilizer for the trees. The middle-aged butcher, one hand in his pocket, hurriedly stuffed the strangely colored meat from his stall into a bucket before fleeing. He didn't forget to tuck the half a head on the cutting board into his coat to take with him. The fishmonger donned a jet-black raincoat, completely concealing his mangled body, even stuffing it with straw. A little girl, her head mostly rotted away, curled up in a deserted corner. A girl with no eyeballs hurriedly put on a pair of sunglasses. An old man covered in cadaverous spots ran while dusting himself with powder. A group of eerie, grotesque monsters sprang into action in unison, desperately disguising themselves as ordinary people, as if afraid of being discovered by something. When Bai walked into the market with a smile on his face, he saw only deserted stalls and scattered odds and ends on the ground. The smile on his face gradually froze. Has everyone packed up already? He scratched his head in confusion, looked up at the gloomy sky, and thought to himself that it did indeed seem inappropriate to keep selling in this weather. But why did everyone seem so rushed to pack up? He felt a bit disappointed. It looked like his hopes of having fish soup tonight were dashed, and he'd just have to make do with whatever he could find. He certainly couldn't go fishing behind the cemetery, could he? Just as Bai was about to leave, he suddenly heard a strange sound behind him, like metal scraping against metal, muffled and heavy. At the same moment, in certain unseen corners, several figures lurking in the shadows seemed to sense something. Without a moment's hesitation, they quickly averted their gaze and fled the area as if their lives depended on it. Bai looked around in confusion, but saw nothing. He turned around and saw a bare-chested, white-haired man approaching from not far behind him. The man was carrying a massive, heavy chain on his back. His body was covered in scars. There was hardly a patch of uninjured skin to be seen. His eyes were covered by a dark red cloth. It was impossible to tell whether the color came from the cloth itself or was stained with blood. He also wore a large black mask over his face, obscuring his features. Seeing the man's injuries, Bai was taken aback at first, then his expression changed drastically. He rushed over and asked, "Bro, what happened to you? Do you want me to call an ambulance?" Before the man could answer, Bai hurriedly pulled out his phone, only to find it had no signal at all. No matter what he tried, it kept showing no network, and he was instantly overcome with anxiety. All he could do was watch helplessly as blood kept oozing from the man's wound and trickling onto the ground. He couldn't explain why he felt so anxious. He just sensed an inexplicable heaviness, and his mood was more agitated than ever before. Although the man's eyes were clearly covered, it was as if he could see. Without saying a word, he stared at Bai's position for a long time, then suddenly spoke, "You're here." I could have sworn he'd never heard such a gentle male voice before. It sounded as soothing as a spring breeze. He also had a strange feeling. It didn't seem to be coming from the man's mouth at all, but rather directly from his heart. "You know me?" he asked, puzzled. "I see. So it's not time yet." Seeing the bewilderment on Bai's face, the man continued on his own. Bai was completely baffled and quickly pressed, "When will the time come?" After a long silence, the man did not answer. "You should go." "Go? But your injuries?" The man shook his head. "They're just minor scrapes." Bai didn't think the man's injuries were minor at all, but no matter how much he tried to persuade him, the man refused to go to the hospital with him for treatment. "I'll go to the hospital on my own," the man said calmly. Seeing that he couldn't change the man's mind, I had no choice but to ask another question. "What's the story with those chains on you?" "Chains?" The man shifted slightly, causing the chains on his body to clatter. He fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. "You should go." "What about you? Where are you going?" I couldn't help but ask. He found this man far too strange. "Wait." "Wait for what?" "Wait for that time to come." I didn't want to leave just yet. He wanted to pull out the black thorn embedded in the man's shoulder blade. "Who did this?" The man seemed to smile as he replied, "Myself." "Yourself?" Bai was taken aback. "That's right." The man had refused his help and had barely answered any of his questions, but suddenly he pulled a tattered stuffed dog from behind his back. "Here, this is for you." Bai took the stuffed dog, examined it briefly, and asked curiously, "Why are you giving this to me?" "I don't have much else on me." "If you don't need it, just give it to someone else," the man said. "What I mean is, do you know me? Is that why you're giving me this?" Bai asked. The man was silent for a moment before answering, "I just think you look a lot like a friend of mine." He didn't want to say any more and once again urged Bai to leave. As Bai walked away, he saw the man leaning against the wall, motionless. He felt an inexplicable surge of emotion welling up inside him and started to walk away. "There's one more thing I want to ask you." The man's voice rang out again. Even though they were already quite a distance apart, it still sounded just as clear. This guy could make a living just with his voice, Bai thought to himself. "Ask away." He turned around and saw that the man was still in the same position as before, like a sculpture in the darkness, not having moved a single inch. "What time is it now?" Bai pulled out his phone and glanced at it. 5:37. "I mean, what year is it now?" 20 Bai began, but his expression suddenly turned bewildered. Staring at the year on the screen which didn't match his memory, he felt a momentary panic. After a long pause, he hesitantly said, I don't know. You don't know? I don't know. The man fell silent, as if smiling, then urged, let us go. Let us head home. I picked up the stuffed dog and left the village in a daze, his mood inexplicably complex. The man stood quietly where he was, watching him go. After a while, he took off his mask and tossed it aside, revealing a mouth stitched shut with black thread. Until night fell, he remained standing in the same spot, as if merging with the darkness. Finally, the sound of chains scraping against each other rang out in the darkness, then gradually faded into the distance. Silent Village once again fell into dead silence. Xia peered through the peephole and saw two men in black standing outside the door. Their faces were stern, their posture ramrod straight, and their eyes sharp. They were clearly no ordinary people. Sure enough, as soon as she opened the door, one of them pulled out his badge and said, Zone Bureau. Please cooperate, we have some questions for you. She nodded, indicating her willingness to cooperate. However, the two men outside showed no intention of asking any questions. They stood on either side, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Before long, footsteps echoed on the stairs, and a man wearing a brown trench coat slowly descended. His gaze lingered briefly on Xia before he smiled and extended his right hand. Hello, I'm Lu. After a brief pause, he smiled and added, You're very pretty. Thank you. My name is Xia. Xia hesitated for half a second before reaching out to gently shake his hand. Her heart was pounding. She hadn't expected Lu to actually show up and to come find her in person to ask questions. I hear you're an awakener with the ability to read minds, Lu said with a smile. So I'm a little curious, when we shook hands just now, did you read my mind? Xia froze, instinctively shaking her head as a sudden chill crept into her heart. Although she had registered her status as an awakener with the Zone Bureau, she hadn't listed her specific ability. Abilities in magical arts are considered private matters for awakener barring exceptional circumstances. Not even the Zone Bureau would pry into them. Whether to disclose them or not was entirely up to the awakener's own discretion. So, logically speaking, the Zone Bureau shouldn't have known about her ability. That was precisely why Xia was terrified. Why? How could Lu possibly know my ability? Is the Zone Bureau's intelligence gathering capability really that formidable? Wait a minute. He is warning me. Xia suddenly realized that Lu was clearly telling her the Zone Bureau knew everything, and that if she knew what was good for her, she'd better not hide anything. Coming to her senses, she saw Lu shake his head with a hint of regret, lamenting, What a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what it feels like to have my mind read. Xia scoffed inwardly. Ha, bullshit. If I'd actually dared to do that, you'd have crushed my hand bones by now. I apologize for the sudden disturbance. I mainly have a few questions I'd like to ask. Remembering the serious matter at hand, Lu's expression grew slightly more serious. Pointing at the muddy footprints at his feet, he asked, Do you know anything about these footprints? Xia had no idea she was actually planning to ask Lu herself. Just as she was about to shake her head, she suddenly recalled by S-words and said, I think it's the corpse knocking on the door. The corpse knocking on the door? Have you seen that corpse? No, I haven't. I just heard it from someone else. Oh? Who told you that? Lu's smile didn't waver, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It was true that City Number 3 was infiltrated by a large number of Zone Bureau off-the-books operatives, but these people couldn't possibly be stationed in every corner of the city. Moreover, they were usually busy with other matters and couldn't guarantee they'd be able to respond to unexpected situations at a moment's notice. As luck would have it, there happened to be no Zone Bureau personnel near Sunshine Apartments at noon today, only Chinshur, who had just happened to be passing by. In order to stop the corpse, Chinshur had been forced to temporarily abandon his pursuit of Bai, briefly losing track of him. Combined with the fact that all the surveillance cameras in the stairwell had malfunctioned, he was unaware of Bai's encounter with Xia. However, that wasn't the most important part. Long before today's death of a Sunshine Apartments tenant, rumors about corpses knocking on doors had already begun circulating in many corners of City Number 3. Lu suspected that all of this was likely the work of someone acting deliberately, and given the new decree issued by the Zone Bureau, this was nothing short of a direct slap in the face to the Zone Bureau. Upon hearing that rumors about corpses knocking on doors were still circulating, Lou assumed he'd caught yet another foolhardy individual. It was a man named Bai who told me. Xia confessed honestly she saw no need to hide anything. Bai? Lou's expression shifted slightly. Tell me exactly what happened. As he listened to Xia's account, he remained impassive. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Are you saying you encountered a strange man on the 9th floor?" "That's right." Xia hadn't expected Lou to be interested in this detail. She recalled, he was just looking for trouble. It was almost identical to the description given by the woman who filed the report. Even the man's exact words were the same. Lou looked pensive as he continued, "Speaking of the body knocking on the door, you must have heard the knocking earlier, right?" "Yes. Someone knocked on the neighbor's door across the hall first, and then on mine. The sound was very strange, it made me feel really uneasy." "How many times did they knock?" Xia thought for a moment. "They knocked twice at the neighbor's across the hall, and just once at my place." Lou nodded slightly, momentarily at a loss, because based on the witnesses he'd interviewed so far, there seemed to be almost no pattern to this incident. Wait, that's not entirely true, there was a pattern after all. He suddenly asked, "You said the knocking sounded very unsettling, so what exactly did it sound like?" "That's right, it wasn't just Xia. In fact, every person interviewed had mentioned the same thing, namely, that the knocking they heard sounded very eerie." Xia tried hard to recall, then shook her head. "I can't reproduce it. It didn't sound like something an ordinary person could make." "You mean," Lou narrowed his eyes, following her line of thought, "an awakener?" "I'm not sure." "Is that so?" Lou rubbed his chin, then his eyes lit up suddenly, and the smile on his face grew more eager. "I have one last question." Xia felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze. "Your telepathy, can it reach the minds of those who just died?" By the time Bai returned to the cemetery, it had grown completely dark. He turned on his flashlight, but it seemed to be broken. It used to cast a bright beam several meters long, yet now it could barely illuminate less than half a meter ahead. It was as if a giant hand lurked in the darkness, banishing all light. He returned to the cabin, having lost all desire to cook for the moment. He pulled out his phone and stared at the date on the screen for a long time. How could it be this date? This year shouldn't be? His face betrayed his confusion, and he suddenly muttered, What time of year is it supposed to be this year?" He racked his brain for quite a while but still couldn't come up with an answer. To make matters worse, his phone had absolutely no signal, so he couldn't even go online for help. The date on his phone was wrong. He had been quite certain of this, but now he felt a bit hesitant, wondering if perhaps his memory was playing tricks on him. "I'll just ask someone tomorrow." Bai reassured himself, pulling a tattered stuffed dog out of his pocket. He examined it from every angle, then shook his head in disgust. "It's so ugly, even a dog would shake its head at it." Despite saying this, he still placed the stuffed dog carefully on the table, thinking of that battered man. His feelings were inexplicably complicated. "I wonder what's going on with that guy. Should I try calling the police tomorrow?" Something felt very off to him. Even though the man claimed he'd inflicted the injuries on himself, how could a normal person possibly hurt himself that badly? Never mind, he'd just ask someone about it tomorrow. With that thought, he quickly cooked some congee, filled his stomach, then returned to the bedroom. He climbed into the coffin, slammed the lid shut in one fluid motion, and closed his eyes. Night was falling. On the table, the button eyes of the motionless toy dog suddenly glowed, and it twitched its front paws. It had come to life. This was a truly terrifying thought. For the stray dog to regain its vitality, two conditions must be met simultaneously. First, it must absorb enough fresh blood. Second, it must be stared at intently by 5 or more people for an extended period. Neither could be omitted. Yet now, with neither condition met, it had suddenly moved without warning. The stuffed dog shifted its body, its stubby limbs flailing wildly, as if trying to escape. The next second, the air grew oppressively heavy. In the darkness, the dog of the dead trembled violently twice, then lay still on the table, not daring to move a muscle. This was by S' third consecutive day venturing into the city. As far as he could recall, he used to rarely go out. He spent most of his time at the cemetery, keeping company with tombstones and coffins, day after day. Today, he'd gone out for three main reasons. First, to continue looking for a suitable part-time job. Second, to figure out what time it actually was. And third, to go to the police station to file a report and, while he was at it, ask about the progress of the search for the body. It wasn't until he was about to enter the suburbs that his cell phone finally got a signal, but why didn't he choose to call Lou? Some things might be hard to explain over the phone. Once he entered the city, he suddenly found himself wishing he had a car of his own. Even a bicycle would do. Otherwise, getting around was such a hassle. It wasn't that tiring, but it was simply too time-consuming. After taking a ride to the police station, I walked straight toward the main entrance. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that the officers were looking at him strangely. Lou, who was in his office, had already been tipped off. He was going through the motions of handling official business while waiting for Bai to arrive. To be honest, it was giving him a headache. He didn't know if Gravekeeper possessed the power of a harbinger of doom, but ever since he'd left the Forbidden Zone, City Number 3 alone had seen a string of incidents. There were still no leads on the murder to silence case on Lon Bay Street, and right on its heels came the corpse knocking on the door incident, and it seemed as though a certain force was behind both of them. And that wasn't all. Just yesterday, a sudden report came in from the sequence chamber claiming that an entity known as the Silent One had awakened. Yet the message contained nothing but a name. Not even the Silent One's rank was specified. It was truly eerie. However, based on past experience, the Silent One's rank would certainly not be low. It's highly likely they've already left the Forbidden Zone, which is why the envelope was dropped. Lacking relevant intelligence, even if the Zone Bureau sprang into action immediately, they'd be left groping in the dark. Lou has been so overwhelmed by these matters lately that he hasn't even had time to handle his personal affairs. Knock, knock, knock. Team Leader Lou, there's a caller named Bai looking for you. The knock on the door snapped Lou out of his thoughts, and he replied calmly, "Tell him to come right in." Who knows what kind of trouble this guy is up to now? Who would have thought that, as an extremely dangerous rank S taboo sequence, this guy named Bai would actually be the least troublesome? He even fits the mold of a model citizen. Lou didn't even know what to say. Shortly after, I pushed the door open. Lou nodded in greeting, motioning for him to sit in the chair across from him, and said with a smile, "Mr. Bai, what brings you here today?" "I'd like to file a report." "Oh?" He smiled slightly. "Don't worry, take your time." Bai gathered his thoughts and recalled, "Here's what happened. Yesterday, when I went to the village to buy fish, I saw a man who was covered in wounds." After hearing Bai's account, the smile on Lou's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of gravity. "A man covered in wounds, burdened by chains?" "The village you're referring to is..." His expression remained unchanged, but his tone quickened slightly. "Silent Village. Silent Village." Lou was no stranger to that name. He'd heard Orange mention the place on the phone before. It was said to be a Class C Forbidden Zone, where making a sound was the greatest taboo, yet Bai had managed to ignore that very taboo. The monsters in the village all seemed to fear him. For Forbidden Zones rated C or lower, the Zone Bureau generally didn't pay much attention. It was a matter of conserving resources. Of course, if a Forbidden Zone proved too difficult to handle, the Zone Bureau would step in. Forbidden Zones aren't just about danger, they also hold many unknown benefits. Team Leader Lou, Team Leader Lou? Seeing Officer Lou suddenly lost in thought, I found it a bit strange and quickly called out to him softly a few times. Lou snapped back to reality, realizing he'd been lost in thought for too long. He silently cursed himself for being so foolish. How could he let his mind wander in the face of such a terrifying presence? "Sorry, I was thinking about something else." Clearing his throat, he said solemnly, "You mean you had a conversation with that blood-soaked man in the village?" "Yes." I nodded, though he felt a bit puzzled. He wondered why Team Leader Lou cared about this. Shouldn't the focus be on the man's injuries and the chains that look like instruments of torture? Lou lowered his head and remained silent. He had drawn one conclusion from this: the guy the Gravekeeper mentioned was no ordinary person. Of course, someone who could run around with chains piercing his body, completely unconcerned about injuries or bloodshed, couldn't he possibly be a normal person? That went without saying. What Lou was concerned about was another detail. As far as he knew, there were only 3 kinds of beings capable of speaking in Silent Village without being attacked. First, the original Forbidden Zone creatures of Silent Village. Second, the Gravekeeper himself. And third, the living beings within the Gravekeeper's line of sight. In fact, after learning this information and combining it with the case of that anomalous female corpse on Lawn Bay Street last time, Lou had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. That is, not only the Zone Bureau, but even those mysterious and unpredictable beings both inside and outside the Forbidden Zone were either afraid of the Gravekeeper or, more accurately, were trying to hide things from him. Even the creatures of the Forbidden Zone dared not let the Gravekeeper detect any anomalies. Perhaps this is simply a characteristic of the Gravekeeper? But after hearing Chen Shi's report yesterday, Lou began to doubt this theory. According to Chen Shi, Bai was clearly present at the time, yet that corpse still dared to move about brazenly. It even rubbed a patch of yellow mud onto Bai's shoulder, clearly unaffected by the Gravekeeper's presence. He did have some theories about this, but he needed to return to the previous topic first. The guide who spoke with Bai had clearly violated the rules of Silent Village, yet he wasn't attacked. So what kind of being was he? Was it because Bai was present that the monsters didn't attack him, or was he also a member of Silent Village, or perhaps, does this guy actually possess the power to ignore Silent Village's rules? Could it even be possible that this guy is the so-called Silent One? It makes perfect sense for a character called the Silent One to appear in Silent Village, right? Shirtless, chains on his back, eerie as hell, and speaking in a baffling manner. He's just oozing cool. Lou didn't think it was out of the question. Especially after learning roughly when Bai had encountered the chained man, he became even more certain of his assessment. I understand. Under Bai's gaze, Lou nodded solemnly, though he wasn't even sure himself what exactly he understood. In any case, it was best to show that he took the matter seriously first, get Gravekeeper out of the way as soon as possible, and verify these details later. Seeing Officer Lou's grave expression as if he were taking Bai's report very seriously, Bai felt slightly reassured. He hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, Team Leader Lou, can I ask you a question? You're thinking about the body, aren't you? Don't worry, we've already made some progress. That's good to hear, but what I want to ask is about something else. Bai shook his head, fixing Lou with a steady gaze. Lou felt a bit uneasy under Bai's gaze. Could this guy have noticed something off? The cell phone you gave me. Huh? Did he notice something wrong with the phone? Which one? Bai fixed his gaze on Lou and said, enunciating each word clearly, is there something wrong with the cell phone you gave me? Lou played dumb, feigning confusion. What kind of problem are you referring to? Bai pulled out the brand new phone he'd won as a prize, tapped the screen, and looked exceptionally serious. The time is wrong. The time? Lou's expression froze for a moment, but the next second he understood what Gravekeeper meant. The date on the phone didn't match the date in Gravekeeper's perception of time. In fact, the Zone Bureau had certainly considered the date issue, but after much deliberation, they decided against changing the date on the phone. First, they weren't sure which year Gravekeeper was referring to. Second, even if they knew, changing the date on the phone wouldn't have made much difference. It would actually make it easier for Gravekeeper to detect something was off. They couldn't possibly change the dates on everyone's phones in City 3 and get them all to stick to the same story to deceive Gravekeeper, could they? After all, City number 3 hasn't cut off contact with the outside world, so the time must be synchronized, otherwise, it would cause major problems. And if they were to change the date on Gravekeeper's phone, it might be fine for a while, but what if one day he realized his time didn't match everyone else's? That would be the end of it, wouldn't it? As for why the Zone Bureau gave Bai a phone, come on, as if he wouldn't buy one himself if they didn't give him one. Seeing that Lou remained silent, Bai spoke again, his tone growing slightly lower. So, Officer Lou, can you tell me what today's date is? Lou's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Bai and found his expression somewhat unsettling. His intuition told him that if he answered this question incorrectly, something terrible would happen. The office was eerily quiet, you could almost hear a pin drop. Lou and Bai stared at each other, countless thoughts flashing through Lou's mind. How should he answer? He keenly sensed that the moment Bai asked the question, there had been a slight shift in his tone. He detected a faint whiff of danger. This was definitely not a figment of his imagination. He hadn't forgotten that the person standing before him wasn't some law-abiding citizen reporting a crime, but a rank as forbidden sequence, a gravekeeper powerful enough to destroy an entire city. Something was wrong with this guy. Bai remained silent, his gaze vacant, as if waiting for his answer. Today is, an intense sense of pressure washed over him. Lou knew he couldn't put it off any longer, so he slowly began. Today is the 22nd. He noticed that when he said the second too, Bai quietly furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion and bewilderment flitting across his face. The air suddenly grew thick and still, making it almost impossible to breathe. So, without giving anything away, he corrected himself, the 20th. This seemed to be the answer Bai was looking for. His brow relaxed, but soon a look of bewilderment returned. So that said, Lou quickly realized. So this guy isn't even sure of the answer himself? What do you think? Lou's mind raced. He decided to stop overthinking and instead asked, what do you think today's date is? Bai's expression froze, as if he'd fallen into deep thought. What do I think? After a brief silence, he stood frozen in place, his expression gradually returning to normal. I don't quite remember. The room returned to normal. Lou silently let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, can't remember the date? That's actually quite normal. Sometimes when I'm too busy, I tend to lose track of time too. He paused for a moment, then stated with certainty, today is August 6, 2236. After saying this, he fixed his gaze intently on Bai. Bai's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, 2236. Yes, 2236, Lou said, shaking his head slightly. You must have been too busy lately, which is why you can't even remember the date. I can understand that. Bai looked bewildered, but I'm not busy. No, Mr. Bai, mental fatigue is sometimes hard to detect. Your daily work may not be busy, but your mind has long been drained. My advice is, when you have free time, go out for a walk more often, look at some beautiful women to relax. Scientific studies show. 3 minutes later. Bai stared in astonishment. Officer Lou, you know psychology too? As a cop, I know a little bit, Lou said with a smile. I don't know a damn thing about psychology, I've just been studying you. He stood up, leaning on the chair, looking a bit awkward. I see. I have been feeling a bit groggy lately, Bai realized with a sudden epiphany, finding Lou's words quite convincing. He stood up as well, exchanged a few more words with Lou, then said, if there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. All right. Lou couldn't wait for the guy to leave. He led him out of the office and patted his chest, assuring him, we'll get to the bottom of this matter as soon as possible. And don't worry about finding the body, we're already on the right track. His smile was so confident that it even rubbed off on Bai. Watching Bai's figure disappear into the crowd, Lou breathed a silent sigh of relief. Captain Lou, did you really help that guy find the missing body? Someone asked, leaning in with a curious look. Find it? He never gave me a single useful piece of information. How was I supposed to find it? Then why did you? You don't know anything. Go take care of your own business. Lou said irritably, then added, oh, and bring a new chair to the office later, the one in there is broken. Also, the damage to the chair was incurred during the mission. Make sure to get it reimbursed by the bureau. With that, he rubbed his aching thighs and returned to his office. Faced with the pressure Bai was putting on him, he momentarily lost control of his strength earlier and accidentally broken the chair. Ever since, he'd been standing in a horse stance while talking to Bai. Thinking back on what he'd just said to Bai, Lou suddenly fell silent. Setting Bai aside for a moment, hadn't he himself been a little too exhausted lately? Just then, there was another knock at the door. Team leader Lou, a woman named Xia is here to see you. Tell her to wait. I'll be right there. Lou rubbed his face, composed himself, and walked toward the door. Bai walked down the street, looking somewhat dazed. Despite all of Lou's explanations, he was still confused about today's date. Although his memory was hazy, he couldn't shake the feeling that today shouldn't be 2236. So he asked several passers-by in a row. Amid their bewildered stares as if he were an idiot, he confirmed that today was indeed August 6, 2236. He had no choice but to accept this reality, and soon came to terms with it. Strange. Am I really that exhausted? Bai gave a wry smile. He was clearly quite relaxed, wasn't he? He might as well have been the old man at the entrance to Silent Village, just waiting to find a lounge chair. He spent his days doing nothing, and even when he wanted to find a part-time job to put himself through some hardship, he couldn't find one. And so, after an unknown amount of time had passed, he walked onto an unfamiliar street and happened to see a crowd gathered not far ahead, with what seemed to be quite a commotion going on inside. He thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. Not far behind him, a man silently averted his gaze, drove off, and dialed a number. "Boss, the target's still alive." "Which target?" The man addressed as boss had an eerie voice. He was clearly using a voice changer. "The guy who busted into that corpse deal last time. We can't find any information on him, and the 2 hitmen we sent to kill him have both gone missing." No information? Compared to other matters, the boss seemed particularly concerned about this. He asked curiously, "Absolutely nothing?" "That's right. It's as if this guy just materialized out of thin air." The boss pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "Then forget it. Don't worry about him. If we can't kill him, we won tea." But the man hesitated. "No buts. It's best not to mess with something completely unknown. Your reckless move last time, when you provoked the Zone Bureau, was foolish enough. What, do you want to keep doing that?" The boss said impatiently, "Besides, all we need to do is take out the key figures. The Zone Bureau isn't a pushover. Continuing to kill people will only prove that what we're trying to hide is important, and that Mad Dog will just clamp down even harder." The man nodded repeatedly. "Got it. But what about those bodies? Try to get them through normal channels. Don't force it. Remember, your new identities mustn't have any connection to your previous ones." "Yes, sir." I had never imagined he'd be followed. By now, he had approached the crowd of onlookers with a few quick sidesteps. He squeezed into the throng and peered over curiously. The next second, his expression shifted slightly, for among the people ahead, he spotted a familiar figure. The crowd was growing larger by the minute. Onlookers had formed a tight circle, their whispers overlapping in a fine, chaotic murmur that was irritatingly loud. The focal point of the crowd's attention was a girl. Clutching a document folder, she stood there alone, her frame slender and frail. Orange remained silent, quietly observing the people before her. In front of her stood a man in gray with a menacing expression. He rubbed his neck, looking somewhat impatient, flanked by 2 burly men with fierce, intimidating looks. "Orange, I'll ask you one more time, why did you provide the company with false intelligence?" Orange knew exactly what he was referring to. She shook her head. "I don't know what you're talking about. All the intelligence I gave the company was accurate." "Accurate? Do you have any idea how much profit the company has lost because of your intel?" The man gave a cold smile. 6 people in total. They set out fully armed yesterday, and not a single one has returned so far. You should know what that means. Li Yuan really couldn't keep his patience had he already sent people to reconnoiter Silent Village again so soon. Orange had a hunch and frowned. "What does this have to do with me? What do you think?" "The team that went this time was the man in gray was about to say it was a Class C exploration squad, but worried he might be violating the Zone Bureau ban, so he changed his words. The team that went this time was a highly professional film crew. There's no way they could have been wiped out in that place. According to your intel, this team made thorough preparations before going in. Yet not only did they fail to complete their mission, but not a single one of them came back. How do you explain that?" "I have reason to suspect that you provided the company with false intelligence, and most likely, deliberately misleading false intelligence. You were trying to trick the company's people into dying." That's a bit of a stretch. Orange chuckled, it happens all the time that people go in and never come back. There are plenty of examples of teams that were well prepared but still didn't make it out. Are you really going to pin this on me? If you think my intel is flawed, the company is free to send another team in without telling them the intel and let them try their luck. Good luck to you. She recognized the man standing before her. He was from Changyuan Corporation, in charge of the company's security. His skills were average, but he had a terrible temper and especially loved to be argumentative. Explaining anything to him was pointless. But why wasn't this guy just staying at the office? Why did he have to come out here to cause trouble for her? Most likely, he was acting on someone's orders. In fact, the intelligence Orange had provided to Changyuan Corporation was entirely accurate. She simply omitted one rather important detail. The professional film crew the other party mentioned likely referred to a team of explorers, and most likely a Class C team. After all, Changyuan Corporation was currently desperate to obtain first-hand video footage of Silent Village as soon as possible, so they were willing to spend a fortune to make it happen. But no matter how much they spend, the company can only afford to hire a C-class team at most. And that's exactly what's unsettling Orange. C-class teams are already quite formidable. They're capable of exploring C-class forbidden zones. And yet, even a team like that armed with a wealth of intelligence was unable to escape Silent Village unscathed? If that were truly the case, wouldn't it mean that even a powerful C-class awakener couldn't withstand the eerie force within Silent Village? That's right, the crucial information she had been withholding was precisely this eerie force within Silent Village. In the central area of Silent Village, there exists a force that compels people to make a sound. Combined with the murderous nature of Silent Village's monsters, it is nothing short of a graveyard. She had intended to use this to deal a major blow to Changyuan Corporation. After all, the company had acted unjustly first, but who would have thought that an exploration team would be wiped out entirely? Orange, of course, had no idea that the exploration team had indeed been wiped out, though not for the reason she suspected. She was even less aware that the entire team had been declared dead before they even reached the village entrance. That's utter nonsense. Do you have any idea how much it costs to put together a team like that? The man in gray sneered. It's not convenient to discuss this here. Come back to the office with me. Why should I go back with you? Orange remained unmoved. There was no way she was going to the office with this guy. The man sneered without responding and gave a subtle nod to the two burly men behind him. Lu Wei, Orange isn't with our company anymore. Why are you forcing her to go there? Just then, a light, airy female voice rang out. He Lan had somehow squeezed her way into the crowd, followed by a man carrying a camera who was filming everything that was happening. Sister He. The man in gray, named Lu Wei, hurriedly greeted her. He Lan smiled at Orange, then turned to him with a stern expression. What's going on here? We were colleagues, after all. Instead of staying at the office, why are you here making things difficult for Orange? Give me a break. Don't you have any clue why I'm here? It's all because of orders from you, woman. Lu Wei, of course, couldn't let his frustration show. He forced a sheepish smile and said, It's like this, Sister He. Before Orange left the company, he deliberately planted false intelligence, which is why the people we sent to that location still haven't returned. I told you, that wasn't false intelligence, Orange interjected again. Lu Wei gave a cold laugh and said nothing. Is that so? After listening to both of them, He Lan seemed a bit hesitant. She thought for a moment and said, Orange, don't worry. I'll look into this as soon as possible. There's no way I'll let anyone slander you. She looked at Orange's outfit and suddenly asked curiously, judging by the way you're dressed, are you going for a job interview? The girl wore a white long-sleeved blouse with a small turn-down collar adorned with snowflake-patterned lace, paired with a black printed mini skirt. The delicate pattern added a touch of charm to her appearance. Her naturally delicate features were accented by light makeup. Her skin was fair, and her ponytail was tied high at the nape of her neck, a simple, sharp look brimming with youthful vitality. A flash of jealousy crossed He Lan's eyes. I am, in fact, heading to a job interview. Orange knew this woman had ulterior motives. She glanced at her phone and murmured, "But thanks to a certain someone, I'm already late. Look at the trouble you've caused, apologize." Hearing this, He Lan Lan glared at Lu Wei, who reluctantly mumbled an apology. Only then was she satisfied. She continued, "But Orange, what kind of job are you applying for? It can't be at a production company, right? No one there would hire you." As if remembering something, she sighed softly. "After all, what you did before went against a journalist's professional ethics." As soon as those words were spoken, the onlookers immediately lost their composure. What the heck? A violation of journalistic ethics? The crowd wasn't stupid, they naturally knew what these people were hinting at. They must be from some production company, and that place could only refer to the Forbidden Zone. The so-called intelligence was information related to the Forbidden Zone. At first, the crowd had simply gathered to watch the spectacle, hoping to catch a snippet or two of news related to the Forbidden Zone. After all, there were too many taboo topics in City Number 3 lately. They couldn't even watch their favorite Forbidden Zone exploration shows anymore, nor could they find anything about it online. It was like being in withdrawal, just like an internet addiction. Everyone had been eager to hear some fresh intel on the Forbidden Zone for quite some time. But who would have thought that after listening for so long, instead of hearing anything about the Forbidden Zone, they'd end up hearing this, a violation of journalistic ethics? This is no small matter. It might be one thing for an ordinary reporter, but if a Forbidden Zone reporter violates journalistic ethics, they'll be shunned by the public, and there's no way they'll ever be hired by a production company again. There are no barriers to becoming an explorer, you just have to be willing to risk your life. That's why so many people have always wanted to venture into the Forbidden Zone, and there were quite a few in the audience alone who shared this desire. There are many newcomers to the Forbidden Zone, and they lack survival experience. Not only are they likely to die there, but they might also hold the team back, making it highly unlikely they'll be accepted into an exploration squad. Consequently, for many, the best option is to participate in an exploration show and enter the Forbidden Zone alongside the production crew. In this scenario, a trustworthy Forbidden Zone reporter becomes particularly crucial. The reporter doesn't need to be exceptionally strong after all. They may not have to face danger head-on, but they must be resourceful, able to mediate conflicts within the team, and must not be a mere figurehead or a burden. Most importantly, a Forbidden Zone reporter must never chicken out at the last minute or endanger others. An exploration show can do without a reporter, but once one is present, they must act as a full member of the team, standing shoulder to shoulder with the explorers through thick and thin. Judging by the information He Lan Lan casually revealed, this pretty girl named Orange is clearly a prime example of someone who chickens out at the last minute. Rumor has it she didn't even dare to enter the Forbidden Zone. She hid outside all night before abandoning the others and sneaking back, which is why she has managed to survive this long. The onlookers' gaze toward Orange changed instantly. This girl is just an ordinary person after all. So that explains everything. If she didn't even dare to enter the Forbidden Zone, how could she possibly know anything about it? That means the intelligence she gave her company must be fake. Everything suddenly clicked for everyone, and their gaze toward Orange grew even more contemptuous. Being a coward was one thing, but maliciously fabricating intelligence? That was practically no different from indirect murder. He Lan Lan smiled. She knew she had succeeded. Although she hadn't explicitly stated that Orange had provided false intelligence to the company, she had skillfully steered the conversation to make everyone believe exactly that. Not only that, but she had also crafted a rather favorable image of herself in their minds. Behind her, the photographer stood silently, capturing every detail of the scene on camera. He Lan Lan certainly hadn't come to cause trouble for Orange out of sheer idleness. The fact that the exploration team had gone missing was true, but she still couldn't confirm whether the intelligence was accurate or not. But that didn't matter. All she needed was a way to attack Orange. After all, the spot at Xinhai Group wasn't something Chang Yuan had secured on its own. What if the other party set their sights on Orange? And once Orange was tainted by scandal, she would naturally lose her chance, which would make her own entry into Xinhai Group a foregone conclusion, wouldn't it? Besides, there had already been some minor friction between her and Orange. So she came. Faced with everyone's pointing fingers, Orange was at a loss for words. She realized with sorrow that her status as an ordinary person had become the strongest evidence against her. As always, no one would believe that, with everyone else dead, she, an ordinary person, could have escaped the forbidden zone on her own. She couldn't explain it for the moment. "I didn't desert the mission, and I didn't fabricate false intelligence," she shouted, but her voice was drowned out by the clamor of accusations. Lan, however, heard her. She shook her head with feigned regret. "Orange, I really want to believe what you're saying, but I just can't." Before she could finish, Sue, standing nearby, suddenly bellowed, "Orange! Since you say you didn't run away, that means you managed to escape from that place, right? How about this, go back there one more time. If you come back alive this time, I'll believe you and even apologize to you." The onlooker's eyes lit up. "Exactly, go back one more time. That makes sense. You've got the experience and the intel, it's not too much to ask to go back once more, is it? Miss, I believe you. Don't be afraid, go back one more time. Just prove yourself. At worst, we'll apologize to you. Why aren't you saying anything? You're not afraid to go, are you?" Orange remained silent. Watching the crowd's relentless taunts, Lan's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. A blemish alone wasn't quite enough. The most effective way to win in a competition was actually to eliminate the competitor outright, wasn't it? She wasn't sure how Orange had survived last time, but that was pure luck at best. Going back in again would definitely mean certain death. Orange kept her head down, her lips trembling slightly, her fingernails digging into the palms of her hands. The wave of scorn and abuse ringing in her ears burned like a scorching heat, searing the girl's soul. If it weren't for the council's strict ban on citizens throwing things, she was sure she'd already be covered in rotten vegetable scraps and rotten eggs. She desperately wanted to shut everyone up and shout 3 words at them. "Fine, I'll go." But she couldn't bring herself to say it. She'd die. She was an orphan to begin with, just surviving this far had been hard enough. She still had so many unfinished tasks ahead of her. She couldn't act on impulse, and she certainly couldn't gamble with her life. Staying alive was the most important thing. So she turned around and said to the person blocking her path, "Could you please move aside?" "Oh?" The person was taken aback at first, then chuckled mockingly, "Trying to run away already? Why don't you go prove yourself first? Looks like you're quite experienced at running away. You didn't even bat an eye. Enough already. I should have found a crack to crawl through a long time ago." Another barrage of insults followed. Not only did the crowd refuse to move aside, but they deliberately huddled closer together, blocking the girl's path. As the taunts continued, Orange bit her lip lightly, pretending not to hear them. Seeing how patient Orange was, Lan felt a bit disappointed, so she decided to fan the flames a little more. "Orange, I actually believe in you. If one day you want to prove yourself, you might need this." She beckoned to the photographer behind her, motioning for him to hand the camera to Orange, and continued, "This camera is a gift for you. You can use it to film video evidence on the day you go." "But sister," Lue spoke up again from the side, feigning hesitation, "just having a camera might not be enough. What else do you need? You'll also need a cameraman willing to partner with her." The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into an even louder burst of laughter. "Are you kidding me? What kind of idiot would dare to partner with a reporter like that?" Orange didn't say a word, nor did she reach for the camera. She just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, but people kept blocking her way. So she pulled out her phone, ready to call the police. Just then, a voice that stood out from the clamor suddenly rang out. "Give it to me. I'll be her cameraman." The voice wasn't loud, but it was strangely clear. Everyone present heard it distinctly. The crowd froze instantly, and an eerie silence fell over the room. Amid their astonished stares, a hand unusually pale took the camera and effortlessly slung it over his shoulder. Bai, with the camera slung over his shoulder, raised his eyes and scanned the crowd, as if to say, "You guys are the real idiots. A moment later, he walked up to the girl, who was looking down in silence, thought for a moment, and asked, "Do you know how to use this thing? I should be able to get the hang of it pretty quickly." He smiled. "Once you teach me, maybe we'll both have jobs in the future." Orange stood frozen in place. Her eyes had somehow turned red, and it took her a long while to utter two words. "I can." Across the street, a cold-hearted man sat by the window on the second floor of a cafe. Holding a coffee cup, he watched everything unfolding across the street with a blank expression. The commotion outside was quite loud. The man wasn't the only one curious about why a crowd had suddenly gathered, so within a short time, quite a few people had crowded around the glass windows, straining to see what was happening. The cafe wasn't large, and the glass wall wasn't particularly wide, yet strangely, even though the rest of the place was packed with people, the area where the man sat remained completely empty. No one ever approached him. It was as if everyone had completely forgotten about this section of the cafe and about the man himself, as if all the commotion had nothing to do with him. He remained silent and motionless, as if living in a parallel universe entirely separate from the rest of the crowd. Meanwhile, in an office at the police station, a computer screen was displaying real-time surveillance footage showing the moment Bai took the camera and scanned the crowd. Lou tapped lightly on the desk, staring unblinkingly at the monitor. His gaze lingered briefly on Orange before shifting to Hilanlan, who was sitting across from her, and a hint of coldness crept onto his face. Seeing Bai suddenly appear and, with his mere presence, manage to command the entire room, Lou couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello? Captain Lou." Inside the coffee shop, the man with the icy expression glanced at the vibrating phone in his pocket and answered the call. He seemed quite experienced at surveillance, though his gaze never strayed from Bai across the table. He maintained an air of nonchalance to avoid drawing his target's attention. "Keep a close eye on these people." Lou's tone was calm as he ordered over the phone, "If anyone dares to mention anything related to the Forbidden Zone, kill them on the spot." "Understood." The man replied succinctly, without the slightest hesitation. He knew full well that while discussing the Forbidden Zone was a serious crime, it wasn't a capital offense. Lou's order was clearly excessive. Yet even knowing this, the man offered no objection and simply acknowledged receipt. After a brief pause, Lou reminded him, "Remember, you can kill them however you like, but under no circumstances should you openly use your powers to do so, especially not in front of that target named Bai." "Yes." The man's reply remained concise. The air was still for a moment. On the other end of the line, Lou paused slightly before suddenly asking tentatively, "By the way, you're Chen Shi." "My name is Chen Shi." "Oh, Chen Shi. I remember you, ha ha ha." Without giving the other person a chance to respond, Lou hurriedly hung up the phone and rubbed his face hard. He glanced at the screen, then looked at the yellowed diary on the table, his expression darkening once more. This was the diary Xia had found under the bed after using her telepathy ability to access the scattered memories of the dead man on the 9th floor of Sunshine Apartments. "The moment I saw my new neighbor, I was momentarily lost in thought. It wasn't because the girl was particularly special, but because she looked somewhat familiar. If I remember correctly, her name is Chen Xiaoye." Such an abrupt intrusion naturally made the girl wary of me. She hid behind the door as I explained why I was there. "I had come specifically to say hello. As neighbors living across the hall, we're bound to interact from time to time, so building a good relationship is important." The girl seemed listless. She uttered a flat "oh" without any expression and shut the door. Although I'd been rebuffed, I wasn't upset. I even understood her reaction. Back inside my apartment, I quickly found a recent news article. "Kidnapper dies mysteriously in rental unit 13 years later, has the curse returned?" The article described an incident from half a month ago, in which an elderly man had kidnapped a young girl. However, when police rushed to the scene, they found the kidnapper already slumped on the floor, showing no signs of life. The victim was tied to a chair not far from the body, her eyes and mouth both covered. Several syringes were found on the floor, and puncture marks were discovered on both the girl and the elderly man. After testing, police found traces of a sedative in the girl's system and drugs in the elderly man's. Through questioning the victim and conducting a thorough investigation, the police pieced together the true sequence of events. The elderly man, unable to afford drugs, decided to kidnap the girl to extort money. He abducted her using a drink laced with a sedative that rendered her unconscious, then immediately took her to a temporary rental apartment. His modus operandi was riddled with flaws, and his route was fully captured on surveillance cameras, allowing the police to quickly pinpoint his location. It was likely beyond the elderly man's wildest imagination that he would die at the crime scene before he even had a chance to demand the ransom, a truly dramatic turn of events. After the girl was rescued, the police gave her a stern warning, advising her to be more vigilant in the future, and the case was successfully resolved. However, several points remain unclear in this case. Since the victim had already ingested a sufficient dose of the incapacitating drug, why did the elderly man go to the trouble of injecting her with a sedative as well? Furthermore, surveillance footage showed that before committing the crime, the elderly man had been conducting prolonged surveillance on quite a few people, including many wealthy families who would have been easy targets. Why, then, did he ultimately choose a victim who was not particularly well off? Most importantly, the police were never able to determine the exact cause of the elderly man's death. It was as if his life had been suddenly snatched away, just like in those previous cases. This is why the report used the term curse. More than a decade ago, this drug-addicted elderly man had been involved in a kidnapping incident, though at that time, he was the victim, not the kidnapper. On that very day, a bizarre incident occurred. The kidnapper in that case also died suddenly inside the house, with the cause of death equally undetermined. Going back even further, he was actually the victim of another incident 10 years prior. Since the first kidnapping, this pattern has now occurred 7 times. Although not every instance is related to a kidnapping, one thing remains consistent. Whenever someone dies under mysterious circumstances, someone close to him or her will eventually die in the exact same way. It's as if it were a curse. Precisely because of this, each victim is viewed as a harbinger of misfortune, and their lives are forever altered. I was the one reporting on this latest news story, so naturally I'd seen the victim, the girl who now lives across the street from me. Come to think of it, her sudden move was probably due to the rumors of the curse. I let out a sigh and suddenly realized this was an opportunity. Perhaps I could uncover the truth through her? I've never believed in so-called curses. My father always told me that there are no ghosts or gods in this world, only the inscrutable human heart. I tried to get closer to this girl named Chen Xiaoye, but perhaps due to the psychological trauma from the kidnapping, she remained wary of me and wouldn't even exchange more than a few words. Chen Xiaoye always seemed cold and distant, which didn't match the information I'd gathered. My investigation showed she was a lively, cheerful girl, warm toward others and innocent, otherwise she wouldn't have so easily drunk the kidnapper's beverage. I understood the reason behind her personality change, but I was even more eager to uncover the truth, so I had no choice but to keep intruding on her time. That day, I knocked on the girl's door once again. "What's up?" Chen Xiaoye opened the door quickly. After spending some time together, she wasn't as wary of me anymore, but her calm eyes were bloodshot, and she looked like she wasn't feeling well. A friend was supposed to come over for dinner, but he stood me up. There is too much food for one person, so. I hesitated a bit, but she cut me off. "So you want me to come over for dinner?" "Sure." Her directness caught me off guard. I even wondered if she hadn't learned her lesson from the kidnapping incident, yet she had already walked into my home on her own. I shook off my thoughts, went inside, took a can of Coke from the fridge, and handed it to Chen Xiaoye. She looked up at me but didn't take it. I gave an awkward smile, waved the Coke in my hand, and explained, "It's unopened." She still didn't take it. After a long moment, she finally spoke, "Do you have any alcohol?" I paused for a second, then shook my head. "I don't drink, and I'd like to say that girls shouldn't drink when they're with strangers." Chen Xiaoye waved her hand and said seriously, "The same goes for guys." This girl was easier to get along with than I'd expected. She picked up on almost everything I said, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was actually pretty good. However, from start to finish, she maintained that same expressionless look. "Are you engaged?" I'd noticed the ring on her ring finger a while ago and asked. Chen Xiaoye paused for a moment, hid that hand under the table, and shook her head. "No." She clearly didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't press the issue. Instead, I changed the subject. You don't look too well. I can't sleep. Is it because of that kidnapping case? Noticing her puzzled look, I quickly explained, I'm a reporter, I saw you that day. She looked away and said calmly, I guess so. I have nightmares all the time. I've read about situations like this. You could see a therapist, or maybe go out with friends to take your mind off things when you have time. Chen Xiaoye glanced at me, shook her head, and put down her chopsticks. I don't have any friends anymore, and I won't have any in the future either. She stood up and walked toward the door. I'm full. Thanks for the meal. I stood there frozen, feeling, for some reason, that her retreating figure looked rather lonely. Sorry about that. I'd been so busy today that I really didn't have time to update. I was supposed to finish writing the scene where I confront He Lan Lan in the street, but I took some time to review what I'd written earlier and wasn't satisfied with it at all, so I had to delete that section. After that, my mind went blank, so I had to switch to another storyline for now. I'm sorry if this affected your reading experience. Thank you to La Tiaozun for the 1,500 coin tip. Under these circumstances, I should have updated more, but unexpectedly, it's late and the update is short. I'm truly ashamed. I'll try to update more this weekend to make up for it. I'm sorry. The diary pages had already yellowed. Judging by the entries, this diary must have been written a long time ago, back in the era before the Forbidden Zone even existed. Lu had investigated the identity of the deceased on the 9th floor. He was a doctor and also a rather formidable genetic martial artist, a far cry from the I described in the diary. The book on the table was less a diary and more an autobiographical novel of uncertain authenticity. Lu stopped watching the surveillance footage, confident that Chen Shi would handle everything. A musty odor wafted toward him as he turned to the next page of the diary. That meal clearly brought us closer together. In the days that followed, Chen Xiaoye no longer looked at me with suspicion. My work kept me very busy, and I often didn't get home until late at night. Yet no matter how late I returned, I could always see the light still on at her place. Still having trouble sleeping? I was a little worried about her, but I felt awkward about knocking on her door so late at night. Just as I was about to open my own door, I suddenly heard a strange sound behind me. I turned around and moved closer to Chen Xiaoye's door. The sound became a bit clearer. After hesitating for a moment, I knocked on the door, but to my surprise, it wasn't locked. As soon as I touched it, it swung open slowly, and darkness spilled out from inside. Could someone have broken in? I stood at the doorway for a moment, then tiptoed cautiously inside. The living room lights were off, and remembering the light I'd seen downstairs, I realized Chen Xiaoye must be in her bedroom. As I got closer to the bedroom, I gradually heard singing a melody I'd never heard before, like a wistful love song that sounded quite old. I have to admit, hearing a song like that in the middle of the night was pretty creepy. I quickened my pace to the bedroom door and saw light seeping through the crack. The singing grew increasingly melancholic. Unable to resist my curiosity, I tiptoed to the door and peered inside through the crack. There was none of the eerie scene I'd imagined. I saw Chen Xiaoye applying makeup in front of the mirror. She was gently stroking her face, her movements looking rather clumsy. After a while, she actually made herself look uglier and uglier, and I almost burst out laughing. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen her wear makeup before. As I was thinking this to myself, I suddenly realized I was peeking in. I quickly took a few steps back and, looking up, spotted a picture frame on the wall. In the photo, I could vaguely make out two people. It looked like a wedding photo. But the room was too dark, I couldn't see clearly, and I didn't dare linger, so I hurriedly left. Early the next morning, there was a rhythmic knocking on the door. I opened my eyes groggily, clutching my throbbing head. I glanced at the clock on the wall and instantly snapped awake. I hurriedly got up and got dressed, glancing at my phone along the way. There were a few missed calls. I overslept. I yawned, not worried about being late for work. First, I sent a text message to call in sick, then went to the bathroom to freshen up. In the mirror, I looked tall and handsome, though my expression wasn't quite right. This headache has plagued me for years, but doctors haven't been able to give me an answer. I can feel my health deteriorating, which is why I haven't even dared to drink alcohol in recent years. As a reporter, I've visited hospitals many times and know all too well how fragile life is. Perhaps that's precisely why I'm even more determined to uncover the truth within the limited time I have. After all, many things can't afford to wait. With that in mind, I opened the door. The moment I opened it, I spotted Chen Xiaoye heading toward her apartment, so I hurriedly called out to her. She turned around, her face as expressionless as ever. "You didn't answer the door, so I thought you weren't home." "Technically, I'm not." Without elaborating, I asked, "Is something wrong?" "It's my birthday today." I feigned confusion. "So what? You don't expect me to celebrate it with you, do you?" In fact, I spotted the birthday cake she left in the living room last night. "You know I don't have any friends." "If you don't have friends, surely you have family?" "I've always been alone." I froze, shook my aching head. That's right, she had mentioned before that she was an orphan. In the past, she had friends willing to spend time with her, but after that incident, she didn't even have friends anymore. "Are you feeling okay?" Chen Xiaoye noticed something was off. "Just an old ailment." I didn't want to elaborate, so I said, "I'll celebrate your birthday with you. I happen to be free today." We quickly bought some groceries, and at Chen Xiaoye's insistence, we also picked up a bottle of baijiu. Even though I was walking into her home in broad daylight this time, I still felt a little guilty. What if she found out I'd snuck into her place last night? Fortunately, she didn't notice, or maybe she did but couldn't be bothered to scold me. Not long after we got inside, she headed into the kitchen. "So you can cook, too," I said, glancing at the pile of instant noodle cups in the living room trash can and unable to resist a little teasing. "You learn to cook when you've been living alone for a long time," Chen Xiaoye's voice came from the kitchen. "You seem to be living alone, too, don't you?" "My mom passed away, and my dad was injured and is now in a vegetative state. He has been lying in the hospital ever since," I replied offhandedly. I looked up but didn't see the photo from last night. "Did you put it away?" I wondered, suspecting I might have seen things wrong. Chen Xiaoye had never been married. Where would she have gotten a wedding photo? But when I thought of the ring on her ring finger, something still felt off. With that in mind, I quietly slipped into Chen Xiaoye's bedroom and spotted a picture frame on the bed. It was indeed a wedding photo. The man and woman in the picture were nestled closely together, their faces radiating sweetness. The frame was spotless, as if it had been carefully cleaned, while the photo itself was slightly yellowed, looking quite old. "What are you doing?" Chen Xiaoye's voice came from behind me. Startled, I replied, "Just looking around." "And that means wandering into my bedroom?" I'm leaving right away." Feeling guilty, I turned around and glanced back at the photo one last time. The woman in it was dignified and graceful, but she wasn't Chen Xiaoye. It must have been left behind by the previous tenants. You can't just throw something like this away, can you? What if they come back looking for it? Seeing that I was about to say something but held back, Chen Xiaoye offered an explanation. "How could they forget their wedding photos? They're an important symbol of their love." I agreed as I walked out of the bedroom, feigning criticism of the couple's carelessness while sneaking a few glances back over my shoulder. "Don't act so guilty. I saw you last night." Chen Xiaoye didn't seem intent on pressing the issue. She shook her head and pulled me into the kitchen. "Come help me." We spent the whole morning busy preparing a table full of sumptuous dishes. Even though this was a birthday celebration for just the two of us, it still needed to feel special. Chen Xiaoye poured 2 glasses of liquor and handed one to me. I took a sip and found it incredibly spicy, so I quickly set the glass down. "You can actually drink this?" Seeing how easily she downed it as if it were water, I found it hard to believe. "Aren't you afraid of getting drunk?" "I wish I could get drunk," Chen Xiaoye muttered something, but I didn't catch what she said. Neither of us had much of an appetite, so there were plenty of leftovers on the table. She put down her chopsticks, stared quietly at the table, then looked at me. "Because of this so-called curse, all my friends have cut off contact with me. Aren't you afraid of me?" "I've never been afraid of things like that." A thought struck me. One of the reasons I approached her was to uncover the truth, and since she brought it up, it was the perfect opportunity to press further. By the way, back then, did you see how that old man died? The girl fell silent for a moment before answering. I didn't see it, my eyes were covered, but does it matter how he died? Dead is dead, there's nothing left. Are you very afraid of death? Of course. The girl glanced at me. Aren't you afraid of death? I didn't answer, but asked instead, if you're so afraid of death, how could you dare to be so defenseless around a stranger? Aren't you afraid you might lose your life because of it? Hearing this, Chen Xiaoda's fist, hidden under the table, seemed to clench a little tighter. For the first time, a look of bewilderment crossed her face, and she said absently, "Of course I'm afraid. I want to live a good life." Her body trembled slightly, and her emotions grew increasingly unstable. Her expression shifted repeatedly, one moment crying, the next laughing, and in just a short time, she displayed dozens of different expressions, making her beautiful face seem somewhat eerie. Don't be afraid. You won't die. You'll be just fine. Noticing the girl's unusual state, I hurried to calm her down, and she gradually settled. I'm still alive, am I still alive? She murmured, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She stood up, brought over the cake, and began lighting the candles one by one. Hey, you've already put in over 30 candles, you're still adding more, I said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, seeing her dazed expression. She snapped out of it as if waking from a dream and hurriedly pulled out some candles. Only when 24 remained did she hesitantly stop. You haven't forgotten your age, have you? If you have, just stick with 18, girls are always 18. I teased. Chen Xiaoye glanced at me and whispered, "It's been a long time since I've celebrated a birthday." It's okay. We'll celebrate them all from now on. I'll be here with you, I said. The girl was silent for a moment, then gently blew out the candles. There probably won't be another one, will there? I didn't catch her murmur, I just saw her close her eyes, not knowing what wish she had made. There weren't many leads on Chen Xiaoye, but I had a vague hunch. I decided to start with the elderly man who had died half a month ago. I tracked down his address and social connections and found his landlady. The landlady was a kind-faced elderly woman. When she heard why I was there, she sighed, "Old Jiang and I have been friends since childhood, but ever since he was kidnapped 10 years ago, he hasn't been in touch with me." A look of guilt crossed her face. It's partly my fault, too. I believed those rumors and never dared to go upstairs to see him. I heard he became much more reclusive after that and cut off contact with many of his friends. Old Jiang's parents passed away early, so he must have been so lonely all these years. I really never imagined he'd take drugs, or that he'd become a kidnapper, and I certainly never expected him to die so mysteriously, the old lady said, looking despondent. I could have pulled him back from the brink in time. If he hadn't died, he'd be 60 by now. I listened quietly, then asked, "Could you take me to see his room?" "Sure, but don't touch anything inside." I readily agreed and followed the old lady upstairs to a dusty room. The room was sparsely furnished, with almost no extra furniture. A few empty liquor bottles lay scattered on the floor, along with a bottle of sleeping pills. I looked around, and my gaze finally settled on the wall. A section of it was a noticeably different color from the rest. Something must have been hanging there at one time. The bedroom curtains were drawn, and there was only a bed inside, with a box of instant noodles sitting beside it. It seemed the elderly woman was living in straitened circumstances and didn't have very healthy habits. Something flickered vaguely in my mind, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Seeing that I wouldn't find anything else, I said goodbye to the old lady and left in a taxi. No sooner had I returned home than a colleague sent me a message. It was the information I'd asked him to look up. I thanked my colleague and promised to treat him to a meal later, then opened the file to read it carefully. The content was very detailed. The curse incident had caused a sensation several times and been reported by major media outlets, though the descriptions were so outlandish that they were hard to believe. 70 years ago, a rumor about a curse suddenly began circulating in the city. It was said that anyone cursed would die under mysterious circumstances 10 years later and pass the curse on to someone close to them, making that person the next victim of the curse. What was hard to fathom was that, over the past 70 years, this curse had actually continued to come true. Deaths occurred one after another, and no cause of death could ever be determined. The reason I'm investigating the old man is that he was the previous bearer of the curse. Just half a month ago, after kidnapping Chen Xiaoye, he died under mysterious circumstances exactly 10 years after the previous cursed person's death. And that means Chen Xiaoye, who was closest to him at the time, is the next person to be cursed. I rubbed my aching head, my gaze fixed on the photo of the first cursed person in the files. His name was Wang Di. He was a middle school teacher, and he had an older brother who was a doctor. I began searching for news articles about Wang Di. According to reports, one day while he was alone in his office with a boy, sudden screams from the two of them rang out. People rushed over upon hearing the commotion and forced open the locked door, just in time to see Wang Di jump from the building, while the boy lay unconscious on the floor. The office surveillance cameras had been vandalized, and the boy couldn't recall a thing. No one knew what had happened inside, but the office was covered in eerie symbols, and combined with the body of the boy who had fallen to his death, this filled everyone with an inexplicable sense of dread. Rumors circulated that the boy had previously committed a heinous act, for which Wang Di had severely reprimanded him. However, perhaps because the boy was an orphan and belonged to a vulnerable group, public opinion overwhelmingly sided with him, while Wang Di continued to suffer from online harassment. Some said that Wang Di's jump wasn't a suicide but an act of cursing, though few believed it at the time. It wasn't until 10 years later, after the boy truly died under mysterious circumstances, that rumors of the curse began to spread widely. Wang Di's older brother, Wang Xiaofei, was a highly skilled doctor, but he had taken his own life by poisoning himself long before Wang Di's death. As I continued reading, I couldn't help but sigh, what a tragic fate. Wang Xiaofei was involved in a medical malpractice incident that resulted in the patient's death on the spot. He never practiced medicine again after that, which may have been the reason he committed suicide. Below are some photos from the day of the incident, showing a woman kneeling in front of the hospital room, weeping uncontrollably. For the past 70 years, a person has died of unknown causes every 10 years. The rumors of a curse are not entirely unfounded. But I've noticed that the victims share one thing in common, including the elderly kidnapper and Chen Xiaoye. They were all orphans. Is this just a coincidence? There are indeed many things in the reports that can't be explained. Could there really be a curse? As I thought this, I suddenly shook my head self-deprecatingly. My father once said, "There are no malevolent ghosts or gods in this world, only the inscrutable human heart." Thinking of those words, I realized it had been a long time since I'd visited my father, so I hailed a cab and headed to the hospital. My father had been in a vegetative state for a long time. He hadn't woken up once all these years. As I looked at his face, I knew deep down that this was how he would remain for the rest of his life. I let out a soft sigh. A dull ache returned to my head. I massaged it, then took my father's hand. A wave of sadness welled up from the depths of my heart, and I said firmly, "I'll live on for you." The diary entry ends here. The second half of the diary had been neatly torn out. Only the last page remained, a half sheet of yellowed paper with a single line of text scrawled crookedly at the bottom. The writing was twisted, with each character varying in size and style, as if penned by different hands. It was completely different from the handwriting at the beginning of the diary, carrying an indescribable air of madness. "Who do you think I am?" 6 large, crimson characters leapt out at her, grotesque and twisted, as if the diary's owner were asking herself or perhaps taunting the reader. Lu closed the diary, a pensive look on her face. According to Xia, at this stage, her telepathy ability allowed her to sense a person's current thoughts through physical contact, and as the duration of contact increased, she could delve deeper into their memories. She didn't use this ability very often, because in most cases, prying into others' privacy wasn't exactly appropriate. Moreover, the prerequisite for activating the ability was physical contact, which was quite inconvenient and easily detectable. Xia had discovered the location of this diary in the memories of the victim on the 9th floor, and that was precisely what made it so peculiar. No matter how hard she tried, Xia could only see the diary's location within the victim's memories. She couldn't access any additional information whatsoever, including details about the victim themselves. It was as if As if someone had deliberately left this fragment of memory behind, intending to guide someone to find the diary. Lou stroked his chin, suddenly finding the whole thing quite intriguing. If the contents of the diary were true, based on the first half alone, he could actually piece together some information about Ayan Chen Xiaoye. However, what really caught his attention was that this was a diary from before the Forbidden Zone appeared, and Gravekeeper also seemed to have made an appearance before the Forbidden Zone emerged. So, might the diary's owner know something about Gravekeeper? Did the fact that Gravekeeper and the deceased appeared in the same apartment at the same time signify anything? Since the emergence of the Forbidden Zone, the world had undergone tremendous changes. Much of the information from the past had been lost, and much of what remained was difficult to verify. After all, many areas that had once been the domain of human activity had now become the Forbidden Zone, a place no one dared to approach. Lou had long since investigated Bai's past, but despite extensive research, he had found virtually nothing useful, not to mention information from 200 years ago, which was a complete blank. Without a doubt, the Gravekeeper is a highly unusual entity. Gaining a deeper understanding of it would clearly be of great help in containing and eliminating it. Although the Gravekeeper currently appeared quite harmless, Lou never forgot that he was a rank S terrifying taboo sequence, one toward whom he could harbor no illusions. His intuition told him that the diary on the table would be extremely useful, but his energy was limited, and he couldn't investigate it right away. After some thought, he decided he'd better find something for others to do. He made a phone call, then turned his gaze back to the surveillance feed on his computer. "If you want to keep working as a reporter, I'll be your photographer from now on." Bai's words were calm yet firm, and they inexplicably soothed Orange's heart. She seemed to have forgotten all the grievances she'd just endured, as well as any thoughts about Bai's mysterious identity. She nodded gently. After reassuring the girl, Bai looked around once more. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to drown out all the commotion in the room. "Actually, I've always had a question. What exactly is that place you keep talking about?" He asked curiously. "You keep accusing me of deserting the battlefield and violating professional ethics. Can you actually produce any evidence to back that up?" The crowd froze for a moment. Some fell silent, while others began hurling insults at him. They couldn't bear their own brief silence, seeing it as a humiliating concession. What mattered to them now was no longer right or wrong, but their dignity. Bai seemed oblivious to the jeers and insults. He remained unmoved and unaffected. Gradually, a cryptic smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. As the crowd watched, their overwhelming clamor inexplicably subsided. They couldn't fathom that smile. Could this guy be so thick-skinned that he was used to being cursed at? I had a rough idea of what was going on and figured it must still be related to what Orange had mentioned earlier. He couldn't help but wonder what exactly Orange's company was filming. It sounded pretty dangerous, with terms like losing one's life and never coming back thrown around so casually. Recalling the location of his last meeting with Orange, a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute, that place couldn't possibly be Silent Village, could it? Meanwhile, on the other side of the crowd, Lan Lan's expression shifted slightly. Of course she remembered Bai. After all, he was the man who publicly called her shameless. She'd never gotten over it, and never expected this guy to show up again. This guy has spoken up for Orange twice now. Could he really be having an affair with that woman, she speculated maliciously. I had, of course, noticed Lan long ago, and now he greeted her with a smile. "Hello there, thick-skinned one," he chuckled lightly. "Thanks for the camera you gave me." Lan Lan's expression froze. She barely managed to contain her anger. This guy was actually insulting her in front of so many people. But while Bai could insult her, she couldn't. After all, she had to maintain her composure. So she took a deep breath, stopped Lu Wei, who was itching to intervene behind her, and smiled. "Sir, the camera was for Orange, not for you. Although I don't know why you insulted me, I feel it's necessary to remind you that working with a less than professional reporter puts your life at risk." She shook her head. "As much as I'd like to trust Orange, she is. After all, you should know how important it is to find a trustworthy companion when going to a place like that." Bai looked bewildered and shook his head. "Huh? I didn't know that. So could you please tell me where exactly is that place?" "It's the Forbidden He Lan suddenly clamped her mouth shut. That despicable guy, he was actually trying to trick me into violating the Zone Bureau's regulations again. Feeling the icy killing intent directed at her, she shuddered to her core, cursing Bai's cunning and treachery in her heart. Seeing the woman hesitate, Bai frowned and asked, "Why did you stop? Is it someplace you're not even allowed to mention?" "Right." Upon hearing this, Bai's interest was immediately piqued. "You can't say anything at all?" "Right." "What about the name of the place? Can't you even say that?" "Yes." "So have you ever been there?" "No." "So you don't actually have a shred of evidence for what you just said, do you?" He Lan hesitated for a moment. "We have reason to believe." "I also have reason to believe that you're truly shameless." Bai cut her off, challenging her. "You can confidently condemn someone, yet you can't produce a single piece of evidence. You rely entirely on your big mouth, so what exactly are you?" He paused, then swept his gaze over the crowd, enunciating each word clearly. "And what about you all? What are you?" The crowd blushed crimson but remained speechless. They desperately wanted to say that without video footage, it was impossible to produce any evidence of what happened in the Forbidden Zone, yet they felt such an explanation would be far too ridiculous. Besides, they actually wanted to hear from He Lan herself what exactly the Forbidden Zone was, the place that could wipe out an entire team. He Lan could feel more probing glances directed at her, and for the first time, she felt a twinge of panic. People in the crowd had long since started filming with their phones, and she absolutely couldn't let word get out that she'd tried to pin the blame on others only to be called out for it herself. Especially at this critical juncture, just as she was about to start her new job at Shinhai Group. So she stammered, her lips trembling as she tried to utter those 3 words. But just then, she sensed that icy, murderous intent once again and froze in her tracks. On the second floor of the cafe, Chencher nonchalantly pulled out his pistol, drank half a cup of coffee, and then, without haste, aimed at He Lan across the street. The area was clearly packed with people, yet not a single one noticed the man holding the gun. "If I can't use my powers, then I'll just use a gun. Shooting a passerby, that should be perfectly reasonable, right?" Just as he was thinking this, Louis' voice suddenly came through his earpiece. "Don't act yet. Let her finish speaking. The widespread use of gene serums has given many people physical abilities far surpassing those of ordinary people. Although it has its flaws, they cannot overshadow its inherent superiority. Of course, not everyone possesses these abilities, nor is everyone willing to take the gene serum, and even those who do aren't guaranteed a significant boost in physical capabilities. According to incomplete statistics, to date, about 20% of people who receive gene serums haven't seen much improvement. At most, they become a bit more physically robust. To put it bluntly, fairness doesn't exist in any era. For humans, and indeed, all living beings in the world aside from the unchanging finish line of death, life never starts from the same starting line at its core. It has always been a matter of survival of the fittest. Although people may not admit it, one thing is undeniable: today's Awakeners stand head and shoulders above the rest. Their formidable abilities allow them to face all manner of dangers, including the Forbidden Zone, head on, something ordinary people can hardly hope to do. Is there a solution? No, there isn't. Some things are predetermined at the moment of birth, whether one is extraordinary or not, and the same goes for becoming a genetic warrior. Simply injecting a genetic serum doesn't guarantee one will become a genetic warrior. To reach E-class and step into the realm of the extraordinary, one needs a certain aptitude. Fortunately, He Lan happened to possess this aptitude. Thanks to her E-class physical prowess, coupled with the Zone Bureau's deliberate warning before they took action, she was able to sense this life-threatening crisis. Gone? Just as she was wavering, He Lan suddenly realized that the prickling sensation on her back had vanished. Spit it out. What exactly is that place? Exactly. This guy wants proof, right? If he wants proof, let us just give it to him. You aren't really framing him, are you? Among the onlookers, some had already begun to waver in their stance. They cheered loudly, appearing resolute in their attitude, trying to mask the fact that they were fence-sitters. Some people with ulterior motives had also mingled among them, constantly cheering and shouting. Most of them were dissatisfied with the Zone Bureau's ban and wanted to force Lan to violate it, thereby testing the Zone Bureau's limits. In an instant, the crowd's attention seemed to shift completely. Lan's face alternated between pale and flushed. Behind her, Lu Wei stood silent, head bowed, his eyes betraying his discontent. She didn't consider herself as thick-skinned as Bai. Unable to hold back any longer, she opened her mouth but then restrained herself, reading out word by word, "That place is called No." She paused for a long time after every word, driving everyone's frustration through the roof. Just then, Bai picked up where she left off, his expression odd as he asked, "Are you trying to say Silent Village?" "What's wrong with Silent Village?" Lan froze. Seeing her expression, Bai knew he'd guessed correctly. He glanced back at Orange, but saw the girl shaking her head and whispering, "Don't say any more." Orange understood how the Zone Bureau operated. In her view, mentioning Silent Village in public was extremely dangerous, so she wanted to stop Bai from continuing. Bai gave her a reassuring look and turned back to Lan. "Are you talking about that Silent Village with the black monument standing outside, the one with Silent Village carved on it?" Lan's eyes widened, and she immediately glared at Orange, suspecting that this woman had violated the confidentiality agreement. "Is it that Silent Village with a tree at the village entrance, where an old man wearing many masks sits beneath it? Is it that Silent Village with a market in the village, where all the villagers are very reserved?" At this point, Bai almost burst out laughing. "No, is this just some ordinary little village that could make your professional team disappear without a trace?" He truly found it hard to believe. This woman had made the situation sound so dire, talking about last-minute desertions and people's fates hanging in the balance, that he'd assumed it was some life or death matter, and this was it? He'd almost thought this company's business involved filming documentaries right in the middle of a battlefield. Bai was struggling to hold back his laughter, but the others were all dumbfounded, staring at him in silence as if they'd seen a ghost. What was this Silent Village? What about the old man wearing a mask? They had no idea about any of that, but they were crystal clear on one thing: the term Silent Village was a direct violation of Zone Bureau regulations. But the question was, why hadn't the Zone Bureau taken action yet? After all, the Zone Bureau had never been an organization that showed any mercy. They had always relied on the coldest, most ruthless methods to maintain order. Over the past few days, anyone who defied the rules and dared to mention the Forbidden Zone or anomalous incidents if caught had met a grim fate. So why was this guy still walking around unscathed? As everyone watched Bai struggling to stifle his laughter, he suddenly seemed shrouded in mystery. Lan's breath caught in her throat as well. She had looked into intelligence regarding Silent Village. Although the details differed, what he was saying generally matched what she knew. She asked warily, "Have you been to that place?" "I have, and more than once." Bai finally managed to calm down and shook his head. "I really don't understand why you're describing Silent Village so dramatically. In fact, it's just an ordinary little village." "So the professional team you mentioned actually went missing in a place like that? Are you serious?" By now, he was convinced that Lan was lying and had firmly sided with Orange. Shaking his head, Bai no longer wanted to waste any more words on this woman. Action was always more effective and more meaningful than idle chatter. Shouldering his camera, he called out to Orange and was about to set off. "It's just a video, it's a simple enough task. This is completely baffling, we'll be back in no time. We'll just take a walk around the village, maybe even pick up some groceries." With that, he walked straight out. Everyone in his path instinctively made way for him, still wondering what he meant by picking up some groceries. The Zone Bureau still hadn't made a move, which was highly unusual. They had reason to believe this guy was one of their own. Orange opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing more, hurrying to follow him. Across the street, Shenshur witnessed the scene, a hint of confusion flitting across his icy face. What an arrogant guy, daring to say something like "buy some vegetables," acting as if the Forbidden Zone were his own home. Hearing this, Lu's mouth twitched. "You're right, the Forbidden Zone really is this kid's home." A moment later, he ordered, "Have someone stop that group trying to join the commotion. Keep a close eye on the people in blue and red over there on the left rear, they might be trouble." Also, head over to Changyuan Company as fast as you can. Find the manager and force him to reveal the location of Silent Village, then send people there immediately. If there are any explorers near the Forbidden Zone, tell them not to withdraw for now. Yes, sir. Shen Shi responded and left, still without attracting anyone's attention. Back in the office, Lu rubbed the bridge of his nose. He had to admit that his decision was something of a gamble. If Gravekeeper detected anything unusual in Silent Village, the consequences would be more than he could bear. But even so, he had chosen to guide Bai into Silent Village. High risk, high reward, that was the truth he had always believed in. After taking a taxi to the suburbs, Bai set off towards Silent Village with Orange in tow. The annoying group of tailgaters behind them had disappeared at some point, but the woman named He Lan Lan had followed them in her car. She got out and kept a safe distance behind them. Bai didn't bother paying her any mind along the way. He kept asking Orange for tips on using the camera, acting exceptionally earnest, and occasionally inquiring about the prospects of a career as a photographer. It seemed she was genuinely considering the feasibility of becoming a photographer. Seeing this, Orange looked worried and hesitated before saying, "Do you really want to be a photographer? Your understanding of what a photographer is might be quite different from what we've described." "How is it different?" Bai asked curiously. "This line of work is very dangerous." Orange stopped herself mid-sentence. She remembered Lu's warning all too well. Under no circumstances was she to tell Bai anything about the Forbidden Zone or the anomalous incidents there. She actually suspected as much for a while, and after witnessing everything that had happened earlier, she was now certain of her hunch. The new regulations in City Number 3 of Dongyang City were designed specifically for Bai. Come to think of it, didn't these strange rules appear right around the same time Bai arrived in City Number 3? Bai looked skeptical. "Why are you saying Silent Village is dangerous too? Could there really be something terrifying there?" "I'm not just talking about Silent Village," Orange murmured softly. Bai didn't ask any further, seeing was believing. He'd find out what was going on once he saw it for himself. "It's fine. I'll just follow you and film it. As long as we get a video to show those guys, they won't be able to say anything against you." "Thanks." Orange thought for a moment, then continued, "The video can be sold. If you agree to sell it, all the proceeds will go to you." "No, no." Bai shook his head repeatedly. "I'm not helping you for the money. I know. After all, for someone like you, tens or even hundreds of millions are probably just numbers." Although Orange wasn't sure of Bai's background, he understood that Bai was undoubtedly formidable, and formidable people generally don't chase after money. "It really is just a number." "Wait, how much?" Bai's expression froze. Orange did a quick calculation. "I'm a freelancer now, so the company won't take a cut of the video as profits. After deducting the entry fee for uploading the video and various other expenses, I'll probably end up with close to $1 million, maybe even more." She hadn't given any thought to whether she could actually leave Silent Village. All she could picture was the scene of those monsters in Silent Village forcing fake smiles as they dealt with Bai. It felt like a kind of fear. Bai's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "Just by filming casually like that, you can make $1 million? If making money were really that easy, why the hell would I be guarding a grave?" "Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way, but it's close." Orange gave a wry smile. For skilled people, making money was indeed easy, but to most others, a trip to a Class C Forbidden Zone was no different from walking through a sea of fire and a mountain of knives and near certain death, a literal trade of life for money, and there was no guarantee they'd even come out ahead. Upon hearing this, Bai's expression remained calm, yet he couldn't help but pick up the pace. That's $1 million, after all, he probably wouldn't earn that much even if he guarded a grave until the day he was laid to rest himself. When the two arrived at the stone monument in Silent Village, they saw 5 or 6 men standing on one side of the black monument, all around 30 years old and heavily built. On the other side stood a shy-looking boy with glasses, about high school graduation age. With his hands in his pockets, he seemed to be facing off against the burly men. Seeing them approach, the bespectacled boy's expression shifted slightly. He lowered his voice and said, "This is my final warning. The Zone Bureau is on a mission here. You'd better get out of here fast." the leader of the burly men, was a man with a crew cut and a black tattoo on his neck. He grinned and shrugged. Even the Zone Bureau has to follow the rules. The Forbidden Zone has always been open to anyone. Why should we have to leave? This time it's different. The Zone Bureau is on a mission, the bespectacled boy whispered. I've already tried to reason with you. Since you said you were just trying to reason with us, we're perfectly free to choose not to accept it. Ha! Who are you guys, anyway? The bespectacled boy narrowed his eyes slightly. Most people wouldn't dare speak to the Zone Bureau like that. Although he was a C-rank cultivator, combat wasn't his forte. It just so happened that he was the closest to this location. Otherwise, the Bureau wouldn't have sent him to persuade them to leave. If Team Leader Lou had come in person, these guys would be likely scattered before he even opened his mouth. He fixed his gaze on them, waiting for their reply. Yellow Springs. A moment later, the man with the crew cut coldly spat out the two words, then grinned. I heard the Zone Bureau confiscated one of our Huangquan repatriation signs. That's a total lack of respect for Huangquan, so Huangquan doesn't need to show the Zone Bureau any respect either. Fair enough, right? Huangquan. The bespectacled boy's heart sank. He knew his mission might be impossible to complete unless he called for reinforcements. The targets had already arrived. Calling for help now was probably too late. Yellow Spring is currently the largest civilian superhuman organization, with influence spanning most of the safe zone. For certain reasons, Yellow Spring is considered a semi-legitimate organization. Although it lacks law enforcement authority, it enjoys extremely high standing among the public. Sometimes its word carries more weight than that of the Zone Bureau. Its members have always been arrogant. This is my final warning, don't go around using your powers recklessly. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't make it out of Dongyang City. Seeing that he couldn't drive these guys away, the bespectacled boy had no choice but to issue another stern warning, then walked off to the side to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Bayan Orange had already reached the stone monument, drawing the attention of the man with the buzz cut and his companions. What are you doing here? The man with the buzz cut asked first, in a friendly tone. Oh, just going in to shoot a video. I glanced at the tattoo on the man's neck. Orange looked at the group, feeling a bit uneasy. I see. Forbidden Zone photographers and Forbidden Zone reporters. How the man with the crew cut's eyes lit up, and he grinned. Hello, gentlemen. My surname is Wu Ching. These are my companions behind me. We're also interested in this village. Why don't we go in together? Is this your first time here? I sized up the group. Do you even need a guide to get into the village? Wu Qing was taken aback for a moment. What kind of weird question was that? He asked in confusion, aren't you here for the first time? Of course not. I thought for a moment and smiled. All right then. Where do you want to go? I can show you the way later. Show us the way? Wu Qing ran a hand over the tattoo on his neck, thinking to himself, is this guy out of his mind? Why can't he make any sense of what he is saying? He could tell that the man and woman in front of him were ordinary people. For someone of their caliber to dare come to the Forbidden Zone to act as a guide, he didn't know if it was ignorance is bliss or if they had something else to rely on. But that suited him just fine. He turned his head to glance at He Lan Lan in the distance, licked his lips, and grinned widely. Lady over there, you want to come in with us too, right? He Lan Lan groaned inwardly, but she had no choice but to move closer, because she sensed the threat in his eyes. In fact, as soon as he confirmed last night that the C-class exploration team had been wiped out, Li Yuan, the boss of Changyuan Company, realized that Silent Village was no match for them. To make up for the loss, he decided to bundle the location and intelligence on Silent Village together and sell it, and the buyer was none other than Huangquan. Wu Qing had met He Lan Lan before. This woman worked for the company that sold the intelligence. Logically, intelligence on the Forbidden Zone should have been exclusive, yet here were two ordinary people who didn't know their place, and they were even carrying a camera. Could it be that this company had sold multiple copies of the intelligence? Ha! Well, it doesn't matter. The authenticity of this intelligence is still hard to verify anyway, so it's perfect to send these three in to scout the area, Wu Qing thought to himself. Meanwhile, over on the other side, the bespectacled boy had already received a signal from Lu. He was no longer anxious, watching coldly as the group stepped into the forbidden zone. An indescribable sense of foreboding washed over him. Wu Qing knew they had already entered the boundaries of Silent Village. This sensation of palpitations only occurs when entering the forbidden zone. It's like a warning signal that one has entered the forbidden zone, and virtually everyone can feel it. He exchanged a glance with the members of the Yellow Springs organization behind him, and they all simultaneously popped a silence charm into their mouths. Although Ilanlan had been forcibly dragged into the Silent Village, she did, after all, have experience setting foot in the Forbidden Zone. Though nervous at the moment, she hadn't lost her wits. Silence charms weren't rare. She had one on her, so she followed Wu Qing and the others' example, popping one into her mouth and moving as close as possible to the Yellow Springs organization members, hoping to seek protection if needed. Although they probably wouldn't help her, this place was at least safer than anywhere else. Bai turned on his camera, walked at the very back of the group, and began filming with great earnestness. He didn't think much of it, assuming they were all chewing the same brand of gum. Orange didn't have a silence charm. All she had in her pocket was a talisman she'd torn off by S-001, and she had no idea what it was for. With no outside help available, she could only resort to the old method, biting her tongue, keeping her mouth tightly shut, and forcing herself to remain silent. Of course, she knew full well that the most crucial aspect of survival was to stay within Bai's line of sight at all times. It wasn't until that moment that she realized she might have acted a bit impulsively, but she had no regrets. She knew full well that Bai was helping her. Wu Qing took in everything happening behind him and thought to himself that these two were indeed ordinary people. Venturing into a Class C forbidden zone was likely a suicide mission. As for that heavily made-up woman, she seemed to have some value. But now wasn't the time to let these guys scout the area. After all, there wasn't much intelligence on Silent Village, so she had to cherish every opportunity to test the waters. She needed to keep her cannon fodder on the front lines. Ilanlan didn't even glance at Orange. She quickly regained her composure. She understood that being forced into the Forbidden Zone this time was both a crisis and an opportunity. The Yellow Spring organization's strength shouldn't be underestimated. If she could align herself with them, she wouldn't just be able to leave Silent Village. She might even earn the distinction of clearing a Class C Forbidden Zone, adding a notable achievement to her career as a reporter. She might even establish a connection with the Yellow Spring organization, bolstering her own background. And so, each with their own thoughts, the group walked in silence along the path leading to the village entrance. The atmosphere was inexplicably oppressive. Bai trailed behind the group, looking slightly excited, occasionally snapping photos of the scenery along the way. Although there wasn't much to admire near Silent Village, he still found great joy in it. Of the entire group, he was the only one who looked completely relaxed and at ease, as if he weren't entering the Forbidden Zone but rather out on a picnic, a stark contrast to the current somber atmosphere. Ordinary and self-assured. Ilanlan thought with disdain this guy probably had no idea just how terrifying the Forbidden Zone was. The group moved at a very slow pace, as if conducting a covert operation. Bai was filled with confusion until, at long last, he spotted the large tree at the village entrance and the old man lying on a lounge chair beneath it. Wu Qing's expression grew slightly stern as he signaled for everyone to stop. The tattoo on his neck began to heat up, showing faint signs of turning red. This thing is going to be a tough opponent. He was a C-rank awakener, but not an awakener in the traditional sense. He didn't follow the conventional path of a cultivator, but was instead a rune master. The rune master was a relatively new supernatural profession, derived from the rune master class. By meditating on the stone steels of the Forbidden Zone, they drew power, essentially a branch of the rune master class, though with a different focus. A rune master's primary method is to activate the tattoos inscribed on their body, bringing them to life to assist the rune master in combat. The tattoo on Wu Qing's neck was actually part of a white tiger design, imbued with a fierce, murderous intent. Once it began to heat up, it meant the white tiger had sensed malice, and the degree of redness indirectly reflected how formidable the enemy was. A mere gatekeeper is that powerful? This doesn't seem like the standard for a Class C Forbidden Zone. Thinking this, he lowered his right hand from his neck, having no intention of attacking for the time being. According to intelligence, these monsters only attack those who make a sound. It would be best to avoid conflict if possible. There was no need to provoke them right off the bat. The old man stood motionless, his clothes dirty and worn, exuding a musty, decaying odor. His chest remained completely still, and a tattered palm leaf fan covered his face, obscuring his true appearance. Everyone wore grave expressions, sensing an oppressive weight bearing down on them. Bai also remained silent, the camera focused on the old man as he wore a pensive look. The silence lasted several seconds, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Just as Wu Qing was about to try walking straight into the village. "Old man, are you out here soaking up the sun again?" Behind him, a rather casual, teasing voice rang out. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, silently cursing whatever idiot was courting death by daring to speak up in Silent Village. They turned around and locked eyes with Bai. The smile on Bai's face faded slightly, replaced by a look of bewilderment. "What's going on? Why are all these guys staring at me? Did I say something wrong?" Orange kept giving him meaningful glances, but soon realized it probably wasn't necessary. Bai has the right to speak in Silent Village. Wu Qing stared at Bai expressionlessly, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a dead man. According to the intelligence, speaking in Silent Village was a taboo. Violators faced only one fate, having their tongues cut out. But he waited several seconds and realized that the idiot carrying the camera hadn't died after all. What's going on? Could the intel be false? Wu Qing's mind raced as he turned to glare at He Lan Lan with an unusually icy stare. The intel was bought from this woman's company. He Lan Lan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately glared at Orange, thinking to herself, I wasn't wrong after all. This guy didn't even dare to enter the forbidden zone and maliciously fabricated the intel. Orange didn't even glance at her, keeping his eyes fixed on Bai, afraid something might happen to him. After all, no one could guarantee that Silent Village wouldn't be hit by some new twist. Bai was baffled. What were all these people doing, just staring at each other like that? Feeling he should fit in, he decided to pick someone to watch as well, but when he turned his head, he realized the old man at the village entrance was gone. Where is he? He called out again, his voice ringing out with startling clarity in the deathly silence of Silent Village. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the village entrance was completely empty. Not even the imprint left by the lounge chair on the ground remained, as if no one had ever been there at all. What's going on? Wu Qing's expression shifted slightly. Even though he had explored several forbidden zones before, this was the first time he felt a sense of bewilderment. He just had the nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. Although nothing strange had happened yet, he simply had this intuition this forbidden zone was no ordinary place. Even so, Wu Qing didn't panic. His formidable strength gave him the courage to face any danger head-on. After a moment's thought, he gestured for the group to move forward. Even if the intelligence was false, he had to go into the village today and take a look. Generally speaking, in a forbidden zone shaped like a village, the chances of finding valuable items were high. The sooner they went in, the easier it would be to get their hands on rare items. With a bit of luck, they might even find a usable forbidden sequence. It was worth the risk. He strode confidently at the very front, while the rest of the Yellow Spring organization followed cautiously. He Lan Lan trailed right behind him, trying to cling to their coattails. Orange, meanwhile, stayed right in front of Bai, not daring to leave his line of sight. The group seemed to have split into three parts. The village was eerily quiet. The chirping of insects and birds had completely vanished, and even the wind seemed to lower its voice as it passed through, as if afraid of disturbing someone. There weren't many houses in the village, and most were dilapidated, clearly showing the ravages of time. Some even had blackened walls, as if they'd been scorched by fire. Weeds grew tall along the roads, making the place look as though no one had ever lived there. Bai took in this desolate scene through the viewfinder of his camera, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, this place seemed like a ruined village. So, where had the villagers he'd seen earlier come from? After a moment, as if he figured something out, he muttered to himself, maybe the villagers were just too poor. They simply had nowhere else to go. All the doors were tightly shut. The stalls in the village marketplace were empty, and the stone tables were unnervingly cold, their surfaces covered with layers of dark red stains that gave off a foul, fishy stench. The ground was mottled with black and red, as if telling the story of some unknown chapter in the village's past. There was no danger, no monsters, only a suffocating, terrifying silence. Wu Qing narrowed his eyes. The white tiger tattoo on his neck was still radiating heat. He knew that the current sense of safety was merely an illusion. Those terrifying things must be hiding somewhere. How insidious. The next second, his gaze fell on a tightly shut gate leading into a small courtyard. There weren't many places to hide in the village. If there was anywhere they hadn't checked yet, it would have to be these houses. Bai's camera followed the group as they moved, and he couldn't help but wonder, where had all the villagers gone? Wu Qing didn't hesitate. He decided to go inside and take a look as soon as possible, but this was clearly a very dangerous task, and he had no intention of doing it himself. And this was exactly the moment when a cannon fodder would prove its worth. His gaze swept over Bai, Orange, and Lan in turn, shifting back and forth several times before finally settling on Bai again. There is something off about this guy. He has an unstable element. Might as well send him to scout ahead. With that thought, he pointed at Bai, then at the courtyard gate, his expression icy, the smile he'd worn when they first met long gone. Seeing this, Orange's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed to stand in front of Bai. She could tell right away this guy wanted Bai to open the door and scout ahead. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon during expeditions in the Forbidden Zone. Weaker individuals were often forced by the stronger ones to scout ahead, a highly dangerous task that many would rather die than perform. After all, within the Forbidden Zone, the most terrifying things are always hidden in the unknown. What's worse than death is a fate worse than death. Seeing Wu Qing's gesture, Bai froze. Perhaps influenced by the group's prolonged silence, he didn't speak either, but instead pointed at himself in confusion, thinking to himself, "Do you want me to knock on the door?" Wu Qing shook her head and made a gesture of pushing the door open, indicating, "Don't knock, you should push the door open and go inside." Bai quickly shook his head, indicating that wasn't a good idea. This wasn't his house, after all. Wu Qing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "Don't worry about it so much, just do as I say." The two communicated through body language, seeming to effortlessly understand each other's intentions, yet there was a strange sense of incongruity about it. This wasn't a matter of them being on the same wavelength, but rather stemmed from the ability of one member of the Yellow Springs organization's team, known as boundless communication. This was a highly practical support ability that could expand the boundaries of communication, enabling cross-species interaction and even communication with the dead. Within the Forbidden Zone, communication within a team was crucial. In a situation where speaking was impossible, this ability held immense value in Silent Village. At Wu Qing's urging, Bai walked up to the courtyard gate. He, too, was eager to find out where all the villagers had gone. No one noticed that in a deserted corner, a man covered in scars was tilting his head as if listening intently to something. It seemed that some indescribable change had taken place in Silent Village. The vermilion wooden door had clearly weathered the test of time. Large patches of red paint had flaked off, leaving the entire door panel mottled. It looked just like splattered blood. Bai took a few steps forward and aimed his camera directly at the gate ahead. Before pushing the door open, he couldn't help but glance back twice at the burly man named Wu Qing. An inexplicable, absurd thought popped into his mind, leaving him with a queasy feeling. Why do I feel like I'm on the same wavelength as this guy? I can even guess what he means just by the way he raises his eyebrow. How strange. He kept glancing back, replaying the earlier scene in his mind, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. Seeing this, Wu Qing's expression darkened slightly. Thinking the kid was reluctant to go scout the area, he ran a finger over the tattoo on his neck and gave a cold smile, the threat plain for all to see. Bai didn't understand what he meant. Pushing aside those jumbled thoughts and repeatedly confirming that his sexual orientation was perfectly normal, he took a deep breath and shoved the gate open with all his might. Creak. The courtyard gate was far more fragile than anyone had imagined. It let out an agonized wail, its frame looking as if it might split open at any moment. Thick dust swirled into their faces, blurring the camera lens. Bai's vision went dark for a moment, and he hurriedly bent down to wipe the camera lens, so he didn't notice the eerie sight inside the courtyard. He didn't see it, but the others saw it clearly, and their expressions all changed drastically. He Lan Lan, in particular, would have screamed out loud if it weren't for the silencing charm suppressing her. There were no buildings in the courtyard, only an abandoned deep well. Piled in the corner were heaps of mangled corpses, their faces contorted in grimaces, their bones mostly melted, as if they had merged with the soil. Several tall, sturdy fruit trees grew within the courtyard, their branches and trunks numerous. Thick roots protruded from the soil like a dense network of dark blood vessels. Though clearly belonging to different varieties, their roots were intertwined and tangled, almost forming a single mass. The branches were caked with rotting, blackened flesh fragments. The foliage was excessively dense, and one could faintly make out black hair hanging down within the emerald green canopy. Several pale, dead faces were barely visible. The group saw it clearly, several human heads were hanging upside down from the trees. All the dead had vacant stares and their mouths were wide open, their tongues were gone, revealing only pitch-black throats. Blood trickled down the trunk, most of it had already dried, forming blood-red patterns that clung to the bark. Strangely, some of the heads were not hanging upside down from the tree but seemed to have completely fused with the trunk. The expressions of agony on their faces were so harrowing that one could not bear to look at them for even a moment. These people seemed not yet fully dead, they were still enduring torment even in death. Wu Qing's expression shifted slightly, even he had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. The tattoo on his neck grew scorching hot, glowing with a blinding red light, and a surge of ferocity suddenly erupted, as if something were about to burst through his skin. It seems I have no choice but to act. As he thought this, the white tiger within him stirred restlessly. But before he could make a move, a sudden disturbance erupted in the courtyard. Several bluish hands shot out of the pitch-black soil, dragging all the corpses in the corner into the earth and tamping down the soil before retracting. The branches and leaves writhed, and the severed heads on the trees vanished completely, as if they had never been there. From the depths of the well, a tongue dozens of meters long shot out. It looked as though countless human tongues had been strung together by black threads. The long tongue was like a pink venomous snake, incredibly agile. In the blink of an eye, it licked all the way around the tree trunk before swiftly retracting back into the well. The clots of blood and shreds of flesh on the tree trunk were completely swallowed up, and the previous scene, which had resembled the hellish realm of Azura, seemed like a hallucination. The place now looked like an ordinary, dilapidated courtyard. Wu Qing's mouth twitched, and for the first time, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. What's going on? No, wait, even if you guys wanted to hide and scare us, hiding right in front of us like that. Isn't that a little too late? The tattoo on his body was still burning, reminding him that the malevolence of the monsters from the Forbidden Zone hadn't vanished. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Bai had just finished wiping the lens clean. Hearing the commotion behind him, he glanced back suspiciously and saw that everyone's faces looked pale, especially He Lan Lan, who looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Orange seemed to be holding up better, but he was pale as well, clearly quite shaken. What's going on? He asked in confusion, quickly turning to look at the small courtyard, just as the tongue retracted back into the well. He froze for a moment, his eyes wide, and it took him a while before he spoke excitedly. These trees are so strange, their roots are all connected. How fascinating. I had never seen trees like this before. Overcome by an inexplicable excitement, he quickly began filming everything in the courtyard with his camera, silently marveling at nature's masterful craftsmanship. He licked his lips, unable to understand why the others were so frightened. They were just a few trees, no one had died, so what was there to be afraid of? When he turned back again, he saw the incredibly vivid expressions on the faces of the people behind him, and Bai looked utterly bewildered. Could it be that we're seeing different things? Puzzled, he thought for a moment and turned his head once more to look at the small courtyard. Did fruit just grow on the trees? He Lan Lan and the others were completely dumbfounded, their mouths hanging wide open, nearly causing the silencing charms in their mouths to fall out. Just as Bai turned back to look at them, another strange occurrence took place. In the small courtyard, a wrinkled old woman's face suddenly emerged from the dense foliage of a fruit tree. She furtively hung a few fruits that looked like apples on the tree, then quickly retreated back into the canopy. What on earth is that? He Lan Lan's expression changed drastically. Everything unfolding before her eyes was simply too bizarre. She was on the verge of losing the ability to think straight. The most terrifying Forbidden Zone she had ever been to was a Class D Forbidden Zone. She thought she was mentally prepared to face a Class C forbidden zone, but now it seemed she had still greatly underestimated just how terrifying Silent Village was. They must evacuate immediately. But her life and safety were now entirely in Wu Qing's hands, and he clearly had no intention of leaving just yet. He stared intently at the fruit hanging from the tree, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was pounding wildly. This thing, it's actually that. Never mind the others present, perhaps there were only a handful of people in the entire safe zone who knew what this fruit was used for. Its purpose was actually quite simple, but if word got out, it would undoubtedly send countless people scrambling for it. It extended one's lifespan. Even today, with the advancements in genetic serums, humanity still couldn't break free from the shackles of mortality. At best, people could live to be a little over 150 years old, with the average lifespan hovering around 80. Of course, very few people actually live to a natural old age. Even though most monsters can only survive within the forbidden zone, the safe zone is by no means absolutely safe. Few people know that the stone steals in the forbidden zone do more than simply record its name and danger level. They actually conceal a wealth of useful information it's just very difficult to uncover. Wu Qing, however, happened to know a few methods for deciphering the steal. The information about this fruit growing on the tree, for instance, was something he had previously obtained from the steal. Adding 100 years to one's lifespan, that is the effect of this fruit, known as the longevity fruit. As the name suggests, cultivating the longevity fruit requires human remains as fertilizer. The deaths of over 100 people are needed to grant a single person 100 years of life, a truly cruel luxury. Fortunately, the method for cultivating these fruits is unknown. Otherwise, Wu Qing would bet his life that if word got out, the safe zone would be far less crowded than it is now in less than half a month. But a look of hesitation crossed his face. The monsters of Silent Village are hanging longevity fruits on trees right in front of me. Are they trying to lure me out in broad daylight? The weather was lovely today, but Deng Xiaoping was in a terrible mood. He went to bed early, trying to numb himself with sleep. Just last night, Deng Xiaoping's world had completely collapsed. His sister had suffered a relapse and passed away. It all happened so suddenly that he didn't even have time to react. It was clearly his idiot brother-in-law who had gone to the forbidden zone to risk his life for a life-saving sum of money, yet his sister died without even having the chance to use that money for treatment. It was absurd and ridiculous. Idiot brother-in-law, stupid sister. Losing two of his closest relatives in such a short time, even though Deng Xiaoping prided himself on being strong, left him with no choice but to hide under the covers and wipe away his tears. The funeral directors in town seemed to be swamped lately. His sister's funeral wouldn't be held for a few more days. He felt furious, as if fate itself were conspiring against him. Still, it was for the best. He arranged for a transparent ice coffin and placed his sister in the center of the living room, intending to spend one last bit of time with her. His sister's expression was very peaceful when she passed away. It seemed she had died without any suffering. Aside from her slightly pale complexion, she looked almost exactly like a living person. But she was dead, unable to speak, unable to move, and unable to comfort him as she used to. Deng Xiaoping's bedroom was poorly situated. It was dark all year round, and he had to keep the light on just to see. He curled up under the covers until he could cry no more, then poked his head out from under the blankets, lying on the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, as if in a dream, he slowly uttered 3 words. "Sis, turn off the light." No sooner had he said this than Deng Xiaoping felt like laughing, only to find himself on the verge of tears again. The light switch in his bedroom was far from the bed. He had to get out of bed to turn it off. That's why, in the past, his favorite thing to do was to jump into bed, wrap himself in the covers, and then call out loudly for his sister to turn off the light. His sister would always rush over to turn off the light as soon as he called out, never once complaining. But now his sister was gone, and there was no one left to turn off the light for him. But the very next second, something eerie happened. As soon as Deng Xiaoping finished speaking, there was a click in the bedroom, and the room was instantly plunged into darkness. It was as if someone had actually turned off the light. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned on his phone's flashlight to look around, but he didn't see anyone in the room. And in fact, he was indeed the only person in the entire house. So, who turned off the light? Deng Xiaoping climbed out of bed and cautiously walked over to the light switch. He pressed it several times in a row, but the light still wouldn't come on. It turned out to be a power outage. Deng Xiaoping breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly heard a sound coming from outside. Knock, 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 knock. Was someone knocking on the door? Using the light from his phone, he walked out of the bedroom and into the living room. None of the lights would turn on. The house was terrifyingly dark, and even the sky outside had grown gloomy. He stepped out of the bedroom into the yard and shouted, "Who's there?" No one answered. Deng Xiaoping furrowed his brow, a flash of anger crossing his reddened eyes. He recalled the knocking he'd heard the night before. The rhythm was almost identical to what he'd just heard, and it had sounded twice in a row. But when his sister had opened the door, she hadn't seen a soul, only two strange muddy footprints in front of the door. It seemed like nothing more than a pointless prank. And it was precisely after that incident that his sister had suddenly fallen ill and died. At this thought, a surge of anger flared up inside Deng Xiaoping. He hurriedly opened the courtyard gate, only to find nothing there. He looked around but saw no signs of anyone having been there. Was it just my imagination? Confused, he walked toward the living room, but once again heard the knocking. Thump, 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 thump. Deng Xiaoping's body froze instantly. This time, he heard the knocking clearly, but the sound wasn't coming from outside, it was coming from behind him. It was coming from the living room. The living room? Gulp. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, and he nearly stopped breathing. Holding his breath and straining to listen, the room was eerily quiet. Before long, Deng Xiaoping felt as if his nerves had been violently snapped. The tapping sound rang out once more from the living room. It was the ice coffin. Cold sweat poured down his face as he turned to stare at the ice coffin in the room, frozen in place. Is it a ghost? He couldn't help but wonder. Or could it be that my sister isn't actually dead? After waiting for a while, with no movement from the ice coffin and nothing terrifying happening, he steeled his nerves and approached it. His sister inside the ice coffin had a smile on her face. Aside from looking a bit pale, she was just as gentle as he remembered, and Deng Xiaoping couldn't help but calm down. But the next moment, his heart suddenly leapt into his throat. Had his sister been smiling just a moment ago? Thump, 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 thump. At that very moment, a series of even more urgent knocks rang out, sounding exceptionally clear in the darkness. Deng Xiaoping hurriedly took a few steps back, his face etched with fear. The sound was coming from his bedroom. But he had only just left the room, there was clearly nothing inside. The knocking sounded every half-minute. It was as if a cold, lifeless puppet was hidden behind the door, mechanically pounding away. Each blow felt like a strike to Deng Xiaoping's heart, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. Just then, the tapping sounded again from behind him. It was the ice coffin once more. He didn't even dare to turn around. He could only feel an extreme chill behind him, as if a block of ice were standing there. Just as Deng Xiaoping was at his wit's end, the living room suddenly lit up, and the tapping ceased. The power was finally back on, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The light dispelled some of his fear. Deng Xiaoping gritted his teeth, quickly opened the bedroom door, and searched the room thoroughly, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that, in the darkness beyond the reach of the light, a pair of eyes was watching him, flashing a cold smile. He shivered and walked over to the ice-filled coffin. His sister's face inside showed no smile. It remained as serene as it had been from the start. Everything that had happened earlier seemed to have been nothing more than a hallucination. Deng Xiaoping stared at her and suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. If it really was my sister knocking on the coffin, that wouldn't be so bad. At least it would prove she is still sort of alive. Overwhelmed by uncontrollable grief, Deng Xiaoping turned off the bedroom light and lay down on the bed. The room was dark and silent. He didn't know how much time had passed when a faint, intermittent tapping sound suddenly filled the room. Starting softly and growing louder, starting from afar and drawing nearer. It seemed to be coming from under Deng Xiaoping's bed. Before long, the bedroom fell silent once more. In the notebook, the number 4 had been crossed out in red ink by a pale hand. The page was filled with densely packed notes and incomprehensible technical terms, as if recording a set of observational data. Let us try the next one. In the dimly lit room, a figure muttered to himself, his finger hovering over the names of a man and a woman before finally circling one. The notebook closed, and in the dim, yellowish light, several large characters on the cover were faintly visible. Final observation record. The handwriting was crooked, the characters varied in size, and the strokes differed greatly, as if written by different people. In Silent Village. Bai suddenly turned his head in a certain direction, overcome by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He couldn't shake the feeling that something invisible was watching him, its gaze cold and numb. Crack! At that very moment, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, the shadow beneath him seemed to twist suddenly. It silently craned its neck, emitting a crisp crack as its joints shifted, and turned to face the exact opposite direction from where Bai was looking. The air rippled, and an indescribable, eerie aura began to spread outward. Within the small courtyard, the monsters lurking in the shadows instantly scattered, not daring to linger even for a moment, as if they had seen something terrifying. The white tiger tattoo on Wu Qing's neck glowed an increasingly vivid red, like a red-hot branding iron, radiating a terrifying heat. Yet far from feeling the heat, he felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cellar, his scalp tingling with a chill. Are you kidding me? The white tiger is actually feeling fear? The white tiger embodies slaughter. Although the tattoo on his body had nothing to do with the legendary white tiger, when he first sketched it, he deliberately emphasized its ferocity, the very purpose being to make it fearless, daring to pounce on any enemy. But now, the white tiger is actually afraid? He looked around, but couldn't even find the source of the white tiger's fear. He quickly forced himself to calm down and recalculated the odds of finding something valuable in Silent Village. The others, each lost in their own thoughts, stopped what they were doing one after another. In the small courtyard, 2 fruits lay quietly among the dense leaves of the fruit tree, their colors rich and full, as if waiting for someone to pick them. After a while, Bai withdrew his gaze, a look of confusion in his eyes. That sensation of being watched seemed to have vanished. Was it just my imagination? As he thought this, the shadow beneath him still tilted its head, as if staring intently at something. It took quite a while for it to snap back to normal, emitting a click. The next second, Bai's expression suddenly changed. He pointed his camera at Wu Qing and exclaimed, "Well, why are you glowing?" No wonder he was so surprised at that moment. Wu Qing was glowing bright red all over, shining far too brightly. Wu Qing couldn't be bothered to respond. He shifted his gaze to the 2 longevity fruits in the courtyard. After pondering for a long time, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of picking them. His strength wasn't yet sufficient to sustain further risks. The white tiger's reaction just now had been far too unusual, and he felt it necessary to get away from this place. Little did he know that Bai wouldn't let it go. Seemingly intrigued by him, Bai asked curiously, "Do you have LED lights hanging off your body?" As a photographer, Bai felt it was his duty to capture something interesting. Seeing this, Lan silently cursed the guy under her breath, then couldn't help but take a bit of schadenfreude in the situation. This man named Wu Qing clearly had a short fuse. He'd likely lash out and teach the guy a lesson. But wasn't it supposed to be forbidden to make a sound in Silent Village? How come this kid has been getting away with it all this time? LED lights? Wu Qing's expression turned cold. What a novel day this was. It seemed anyone and everyone dared to mock him now. Fine, then. He might as well grab that kid and use him to test whether a blood-curdling scream counted as a violation. As he thought this, the very next second, a piercing scream exploded in his mind. His expression hardened. It was Xiao Meng. Not long ago, he issued an order for the Huangquan team to activate their internal connection via boundless communication, so they could communicate at any time and respond to any potential dangers. Simply put, it was like setting up a telepathic team chat group. However, what no one could have imagined was that the very first message in the group would begin with such a blood-curdling scream. Wu Qing whipped his head around and saw that everyone in the Yellow Springs organization looked pale. Clearly, they had all heard that scream as well. He quickly scanned their faces, and his heart sank. Xiao Meng was indeed gone. When did this happen? His heart pounded with fear. A living, breathing person had vanished into thin air, and he hadn't noticed a thing. "What is going on?" he asked silently. One person replied, "I'm not sure. I only heard the scream." "Me too. I didn't see a thing." I turned around and realized Meng Hu was gone. As report after report flooded his mind, Wu Qing's heart sank even further. Judging by that scream just now, Xiao Meng had clearly encountered something terrible, yet everyone present had failed to notice a thing, which meant he'd vanished without even a chance to fight back. The implications were self-evident. Is Meng still within the range of boundless communication? No, the Team's Awakener replied gravely. There were only two possible explanations for this situation: either Meng had voluntarily left the range of boundless communication, or he was already dead. Wu Qing leaned toward the second possibility. Without further hesitation, he suppressed the white tiger's killing intent and decided to immediately lead his team out of Silent Village. Just then, Bai was walking toward Wu Qing, but before she reached him, she noticed that the tattoo on his body had stopped glowing and paused in her tracks. Orange stood beside him, looking somewhat at a loss. Seeing this, Bai sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that this girl's professional skills left much to be desired. So he had no choice but to take on the role of reporter himself. With a polite smile, he asked, "Excuse me, but why were you glowing just a moment ago?" After a moment's thought, he added, "And why aren't you glowing now?" What an idiot! Wu Qing cursed inwardly, then a sudden thought struck him. Wait a minute, could this guy be playing dumb? Logically speaking, any normal person should be able to spot the abnormality in this forbidden zone. Take the woman who came with him, for example. She has been cautious the whole time. Yet this guy has been recklessly courting death the entire time. Is he deliberately hiding something? Seeing that Wu Qing was taking his time to answer, Bai felt a bit awkward. He cleared his throat twice, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere, and tentatively asked, "It stopped glowing, could it be because the battery died?" "Ha ha ha. Idiot." Except for Orange, the same word popped into the minds of everyone present. Just then, Bai suddenly let out a soft ha, and asked curiously, "Hey, aren't you missing one person?" He remembered that, including Wu Qing, there were a total of 6 burly men in this group, each with a stern expression, dressed in black, sporting crew cuts, and looking pretty much the same. But he had still made a point of counting them, originally so he could give a detailed statement if he ever needed to call the police. After all, these guys didn't look like good people at all. Who knows what kind of trouble they were planning to cause in the village? Like forcing their way into someone's home. This kid is definitely up to no good. Wu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Meng's disappearance had been incredibly subtle. If it hadn't been for the blood-curdling scream transmitted through boundless communication, not only would others have missed it, but even the few people right next to Xiao Meng wouldn't have noticed anything amiss for a while. It was as if their senses had been blocked. Didn't they only realize something was wrong after not seeing those 2 women, and start taking roll call? Yet this kid spotted Xiao Meng's absence at first glance clearly. Something was off. Wu Qing pondered silently, speculating on Bai's purpose in concealing his strength to this extent. Seeing that Wu Qing still wouldn't answer, Bai felt a bit awkward. Was this guy really that hard to talk to? He'd already refused to answer several questions. He decided to look around, intending to see for himself where that person had gone. As if to answer his question, a muffled voice suddenly came from a corner not far from the small courtyard. "Guys, don't worry, I'll be right back after I use the restroom." The speaker seemed to be struggling to speak. His voice was choppy, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time and his tongue had gone rusty. Wu Qing and the others instantly felt a chill run down their spines. That was Xiao Meng's voice. But it definitely wasn't Xiao Meng speaking. "Guys, don't worry, I'll be right back after I use the restroom." The eerie voice rang out from the silence. Lan and Orange's hearts instantly leapt into their throats, especially Orange, who had endured a harrowing ordeal in Silent Village, hurriedly took a few more steps closer to Bai. In Silent Village, eerie phenomena were endless, and there were all sorts of ways to make people speak: stimulation, fright, hallucinations, and even the bizarre stage in the center of the village that could force people to speak. All could trick someone into speaking, only to have their tongue ripped out. In this village where speaking is forbidden, intruders don't even have the right to keep their mouths shut. However, perhaps because Bai was present, none of the strange incidents from before had occurred in the village today, which made Orange even more certain of his suspicion. The monsters in Silent Village are afraid of Bai. Everyone sensed that something was off about the voice coming from around the corner, and Bai was no exception. That voice. His heart skipped a beat, but he suddenly zoned out, forgetting the fleeting thought he just had, and his expression gradually turned strange. That voice is really a pain. Could the speaker be constipated? How much force is he using that he can't even speak clearly? Also, there probably isn't a bathroom over there. Where does this guy go to the bathroom? He isn't just relieving himself in public, is he? His initial suspicions were replaced by these thoughts. Curious, he was about to go take a look, but then he remembered the camera on his shoulder and dismissed the idea. After all, it wouldn't be good to accidentally film someone's private moments. So he stopped paying attention to the matter, turned his head in another direction, and started filming randomly while carrying the camera. Throughout this, Wu Qing kept a discreet eye on Bai. After a moment's thought, he used boundless communication to call out a name, Su Hao. I'm here. Go check out that corner over there and see what's going on inside. Be careful if it's dangerous, pull back immediately. Make sure you don't lose sight of us. Got it. Within the group, a burly, bearded man exchanged a glance with Wu Qing, gave a slight nod, and cautiously made his way toward the corner. Bai happened to notice this. Seeing the bearded man moving slowly and cautiously, Bai raised an eyebrow. Are you going to the bathroom too? The burly man named Su Hao shot him a cold glance but didn't answer. Bai suddenly felt bored. He thought to himself that this group was no fun, they were all as silent as mutes, refusing to say a word. He shook his head, fiddled with the camera, and turned in another direction. Su Hao moved cautiously, making his way toward the corner where the sound was coming from. His task was simple, yet perilous. Although all he had to do was walk over and turn his head to see what was happening inside, no one could predict what exactly would unfold at that moment. His sleeve slipped, and a small, handle-less knife with a black and white pattern appeared in his hand. It was about the size of his middle finger, single-edged, with a blade that glowed faintly. It looked incredibly sharp. Feeling the coolness radiating from the blade, Su Hao felt slightly reassured, and a sense of confidence welled up within him. This was his reliance, the cultivator's Dao art, the mystic black short sword. That's right, what he held in his hand was not a small knife, but a sword. Forged by combining Dao art with materials, this sword was a semi-physical weapon with almost no mass, capable of inflicting effective damage on most entities within the Forbidden Zone. Though light, the blade was incredibly sharp, with speed and penetrating power rivaling that of a conventional sniper rifle, capable of delivering a fatal blow to enemies within a 500-meter line of sight. Generally speaking, the better the quality of the materials and the deeper one's mastery of Taoist arts, the greater the power of the mystic black short sword. To maximize the short sword's capabilities, he had even specifically injected himself with a genetic serum to enhance his vision. Everything is normal so far. Everything is normal so far. Everything is normal so far. Although the path was only about 10 meters long, Su Hao remained exceptionally cautious. With every meter he took, he reported his status to the team via boundless communication and glanced back from time to time to ensure he remained within his teammates' line of sight. Behind him, Wu Qing and the others wore expressionless faces. Though they appeared unconcerned, they were actually tense, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. A full half-minute passed before Su Hao finally reached the corner. He took a deep breath, confirmed that the short blade in his hand was ready to be launched at any moment, and only then took a step forward, suddenly peering around the corner. The expressions of the Yellow Springs members shifted slightly, and they all grew tense, fearing that something might go wrong for Su Hao. Everything is normal so far. Under their watchful eyes, Su Hao turned his head. He paused for a moment, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing, then walked straight around the corner and vanished from their sight. Wu Qing couldn't help but clench his fists. This wasn't part of the plan. Su Hao had slipped out of their sight. Before she could give any orders, Su Hao unexpectedly turned back quickly. He turned sideways and gave the group a calm smile, as if signaling for everyone to relax. But the others couldn't bring themselves to smile at all. Their mood was more oppressive than ever. Lan's teeth were chattering. She turned her head and saw that Orange, not far away, wasn't doing much better. She was just gritting her teeth to keep from screaming. The guy carrying the camera, however, was still filming elsewhere and happened not to witness that eerie scene. Her mind went blank. She simply couldn't fathom how, in the blink of an eye, the bearded man had lost his head. That's right, the man was actually cradling his own head in his hands. She was inexplicably reminded of those severed heads hanging from the trees in the small courtyard earlier, and couldn't help but shudder. Suhao stared at the crowd, flashing an eerie expression that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. His lips moved, mechanically uttering a few words. "Everything is normal for now." With that, he cradled his head and staggered away, disappearing around the corner. "Everything is normal for now. Everything is normal for now. Everything is normal for now." The reports kept coming, audible to everyone. The voice was unfamiliar and raspy, as if it came from hell. It sent a chill down everyone's spine. I was filming elsewhere when he heard the voice. Puzzled, he turned his head toward the corner. "What do you mean, everything is normal?" He stared at Wu Qing for a moment, then remarked oddly, "Do your people have to file a report just to go to the bathroom? How meticulous." With that, he strode toward the corner, intending to investigate for himself and see exactly what was going on. Wu Qing shot him a vicious glare, thinking to himself, "Perfect, I'll just watch this guy walk to his death." As for what this guy was really made of, the aftermath of this incident would reveal all. But in the blink of an eye, his expression changed drastically. Just as Bai was walking toward the corner, a tongue dozens of meters long suddenly shot out of the abandoned well in the small courtyard, wrapping around one of the Yellow Springs members and dragging him into the well. It didn't pause for a moment, nor did it make any eerie sounds. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wu Qing doubted he would have even noticed the thing's presence. He didn't even have time to grab the teammate being dragged away by the tongue. The next second, a blood-curdling scream rang out in boundless communication. Clearly, right under everyone's noses and without a single person uttering a sound, the team had lost another member. The rules of Silent Village were completely different from what the intelligence reports had described. On the roof of a tile house in the village, a blindfolded man burdened with chains stood motionless on the tiles, like a statue. Blood flowed continuously from the wounds caused by the chains, yet he seemed oblivious. He looked down in one direction, as if gazing at a figure carrying a camera. It's a rare moment of confusion. A soft sigh echoed through the air, only to vanish instantly in the wind. Neither joy nor sorrow, as if it had never happened at all. Such a terrifying scene stunned everyone. Even Wu Qing, who had remained composed all along, could no longer keep his composure, his expression turning exceptionally grave. To him, everything that had happened up to that point could at most be described as eerie, but events within the Forbidden Zone were inherently strange and unpredictable, and such occurrences were not enough to scare him off. Even if the white tiger tattoo, his greatest source of strength, had inexplicably felt fear, it did not necessarily mean that Silent Village harbored an opponent they could not handle. Perhaps the enemy simply possessed some means of countering the white tiger. But as the saying goes, seeing is believing. The speed of that long tongue that had just shot out of the well was simply beyond belief. He had merely blinked once, and when he came to his senses, he saw that one of the members of their group had already been dragged into the well. At the same time, the tongue's strength was staggering. He knew full well that the person swept away was a strength-oriented D-rank cultivator whose strength rivaled that of a C-rank awakener, yet he hadn't even had a chance to struggle before being silently dragged into the well. That's right, even though it could have been done silently, it chose to kill right under everyone's noses. It was like a provocation. Wu Qing felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Although the vast majority of his power came from the white tiger tattoo on his body, his physical prowess was still solidly at the C-rank level. Yet even so, he had to admit a terrifying truth. If that tongue had targeted him just now, he most likely wouldn't have been able to escape. Even if he deactivated the white tiger tattoo on his back, whether he survived in the end would still have been anyone's guess. After all, the small courtyard wasn't just home to a single tongue. No one knew what other monsters might be lurking inside. He looked at the well, which seemed to him like the gaping maw of some creature, ready to devour its prey at any moment. In fact, the Awakener was actually fine for ordinary people like Orange. They couldn't even make out what had just happened. They merely saw a flash before their eyes, and then realized one person was missing from the group. Seeing Vi stride toward the corner, Orange tried to stop him, but after a moment's hesitation, she gave up and hurried after him. The rules of Silent Village seemed to have changed in some way. No matter where one was, whether making a sound or not, one would face varying degrees of danger. In her view, the safest place was always by Vi's side. Even if her guess was wrong, facing danger alongside Bai was, in her view, better than being with anyone else. Wu Qing, after a moment's thought, became fully resolved to retreat. He immediately issued the order via boundless communication and led the Yellow Springs group toward the village entrance. Recalling Su Hao's gruesome state, he immediately abandoned the idea of sending someone to check the well. His intuition told him that Wu Ti be a wise choice. Seeing the two groups heading in different directions, Lan didn't dare stay behind alone. Without hesitation, she hurried to catch up with Huang Quan's group. Bai didn't notice the others slipping away. Carrying his camera, he strode forward and reached the corner in just a few steps. Just as he was about to turn around, he thought better of it and set the camera down first. After all, they were technically here to use the restroom. What if those two were really relieving themselves in public? It would be so embarrassing if he caught them on camera. Everything is normal so far. Everything is normal so far. The eerie voice seemed to be right by his ear, sounding about every 5 seconds. The speaker's voice sounded as if their vocal cords were damaged, dull, stiff, and tinged with an unusual chill. Hearing a sound behind him, Bai turned his head and caught a glimpse of Orange running toward him. He saw that the wooden door Orange had just passed by was trembling slightly, as if stirred by the wind. But there was clearly no wind at that moment. What he didn't see was that, just a second earlier, a withered, bluish-gray. Its palm formed of a tongue. It was less than a centimeter away from the girl about to make contact, but the moment he turned his head, it instantly retracted behind the door. Seeing the danger vanish, Orange's heart was pounding. She exchanged a glance with Bai. He gave her a slight nod, then, without pausing, abruptly turned his head toward the corner. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed. Bai's mouth fell open slightly, and his expression became quite a sight. Everything is normal so far. A eerie voice rang out in front of him, sounding exceptionally clear. He stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the two objects before him. There was no one in sight, only two old-fashioned electronic devices. One was a tape recorder, and the other was also a tape recorder. The tape recorders looked quite old and were exceptionally worn. Their exteriors were caked with dried clumps of dirt, making one seriously doubt whether either machine could still function properly. One tape recorder was silent, while on the other, someone had pressed the play button. The tape spun slowly, occasionally stuttering and emitting a teeth-grinding static that made the sound it played back sound incredibly mechanical. So far, everything is normal. A recording? I froze for a moment, then walked over and stopped the playback. All sound vanished instantly. He thought for a moment, then pressed the play button on the other tape recorder. Just as he'd expected, another familiar voice came through. "Guys, don't worry. I'm just going to the bathroom and I'll be right back." It was the very same voice he'd heard at the beginning. He felt a bit bewildered, unable to fathom why these two tape recorders were here. Orange, standing beside him, looked even more stunned. Bai hadn't seen it just now, but she had seen it clearly. The previous voice had clearly come from the mouth of the man clutching his head. How on earth had it suddenly turned into this thing? What is this supposed to mean? A diversion? Bai was at a loss for words. He turned to say something, only to realize the others were gone. "Where did they go?" he asked suspiciously. Orange froze, unsure whether to speak up. After a moment, she whispered, "They left." She felt uneasy, but thankfully, several seconds passed without anything unusual happening. "Gone?" "Yeah, they seem to be heading toward the village entrance," she said honestly. "So what the hell is going on here?" Bai hoisted his camera to record the scene before him. Using a voice recorder to simulate human voices was truly something he hadn't expected. The real question was, what the hell were you trying to achieve? I don't know what's going on either. Orange shook her head. She didn't recognize the people from the Huanquan organization, but she was certain they weren't ordinary people. They were most likely a highly skilled team of explorers. Her thoughts wandered even further as she stared absently at the two vintage-looking tape recorders. I thought for a moment and said, never mind them. Let us just shoot some more footage and then head out. It'll give me a chance to get familiar with the camera. He seemed genuinely interested in the camera. Actually, Orange wanted to leave right away, but she clearly had no control over what happened in the Forbidden Zone, so she nodded and said, okay. Suddenly, I said, I'm not sure exactly what your company films, but with this footage, it should prove that you're not the kind of person that woman described, right? He hadn't forgotten the purpose of their trip. The girl paused for a moment, then nodded and smiled. The two walked deeper into Silent Village, not seeing a single soul along the way. It was as if all the villagers had vanished. That's strange. Why isn't there a single villager in the village? Could they all be taking an afternoon nap? Along the way, the camera captured scenes of utter desolation, dilapidated houses, and a deathly silence. Bai was baffled by it all. Orange shook her head, trying hard to hide her peculiar expression. Perhaps she could guess the reason behind it all. The reason those monsters hadn't come out might be that they were afraid of being seen by Bai. Though she thought this, she didn't voice the idea. In fact, along the way, she encountered many eerie scenes and even spotted some villagers hiding in the shadows. Their eyes glowed green, and they glared at her with such malice, as if they wanted to devour her alive. However, no matter what kind of beings they were, the moment Bai turned to look at them, they would vanish instantly, as if afraid to appear within her line of sight. Seeing this, Orange gradually stopped feeling nervous and instead took on a pensive expression. Suddenly, she looked up and noticed the scene not far ahead. Her expression shifted slightly, and she began to feel a bit flustered. How did we end up here? This was the most terrifying place in Silent Village, in her mind. Not far away, a rather dilapidated, empty stage stood starkly in view. Under the large tree at the village entrance, a hanging corpse with eyes wide open had appeared. Dark green branches hung down from deep within the tree's canopy, like a greenish-blue rope, tightly constricting the corpse's neck and leaving a black and red mark. It was the body of a man dressed in black. He appeared to have died only recently. His head hung limply, almost touching his chest, and his toes were less than half a centimeter off the ground. The body swayed slightly, like a piece of cured meat that had just been hung up. His eyes bulged, and his ashen face was etched with terror. One could still faintly make out a lingering trace of disbelief. It seemed he hadn't figured out how he died, even in death. About 20 meters away from the giant tree, Wu Qing stood motionless, his face ashen. Behind him were the only two remaining members of the Yellow Springs organization. They, too, dared not make a move, their faces etched with wariness, the fear in their eyes impossible to hide. Their retreat had been fraught with danger but ultimately uneventful. They were on the verge of escaping to safety. Yet none of them could have anticipated that the tree at the village entrance would suddenly come to life. Its thick branches were like noose ropes of death. Anyone who came near would end up hanging in midair. Yet, to leave the village, they had no choice but to approach this eerie tree. In other words, they were effectively imprisoned in Silent Village. Wu Qing was certain that Silent Village must be hiding a great secret. A Class C Forbidden Zone could never be this terrifying. His face was pale, and he exuded an air of exhaustion. The tattoo on his neck looked unusually dull, as if it had been erased by some unseen force, and seemed on the verge of vanishing at any moment. Just moments ago, faced with the tree's sudden movement, Wu Qing acted decisively, summoning the white tiger tattoo on his body to launch a ferocious attack against the tree, desperate to clear a path out of the village. But the result sent his heart plummeting to the depths. As his most prized ability, the white tiger didn't even last 5 seconds against this tree. It was severed in half by the branches and torn to shreds. This tree was absurdly powerful, but fortunately, it had no intention of killing the entire group. It stood silently guarding the village entrance, seemingly unwilling to let them leave Silent Village. Within the Forbidden Zone, they couldn't contact the outside world. Seeing that escape was impossible and finding themselves isolated and without help, the group couldn't help but feel despair. Wu Qing gritted his teeth in fury, wishing he could kill the boss of Changyuan Company who had sold them the intelligence on Silent Village. That intelligence contained not a shred of useful information and was completely at odds with the reality of Silent Village. Otherwise, he would never have been so reckless as to enter the Forbidden Zone directly. And that despicable woman. He knew the woman from Changyuan Company wasn't dead. She'd hidden herself away somewhere and was still clinging to life. He suspected that she had likely used some kind of forbidden sequence with severe side effects and had directed the consequences toward them. Changyuan Corporation. Wu Qing gritted his teeth, etching the name firmly into his mind, then took several deep breaths. He didn't have time to dwell on revenge right now. It was even uncertain whether he'd ever have the chance to exact it. For now, the most urgent priority was to find a way to survive as quickly as possible. A way out, where is the way out? Wu Qing's mind raced, but he couldn't come up with a way out. Even the white tiger had been crippled. He was now severely weakened, barely stronger than an ordinary person. What possible way was there to survive? Wait a minute, an ordinary person? Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he remembered the guy carrying the camera earlier. Come to think of it, ever since they entered the village, that guy hadn't shown the slightest hint of fear, as if he were just strolling through the Forbidden Zone. But the strange thing was that neither he nor the woman with him had suffered any attacks from Silent Village. So far, everyone who had died had been from the Yellow Springs. At this thought, Wu Qing's expression darkened even further. Let us go back. Even at this very moment, he still hadn't cast the silence talisman, remaining silent the whole time and relying on boundless communication to speak with his teammates. Go back? Why? Someone exclaimed, sounding somewhat reluctant. Do you think we have what it takes to force our way out of Silent Village? Wu Qing offered no further explanation, saying in a deep voice, listen to me. Let us go back and follow that guy carrying the camera. That's our only chance of survival. With a heavy heart, he paused for a moment before continuing, the heavy casualties this time are my fault. Rest assured, I'll do everything in my power to get you all out of the Forbidden Zone alive. The air was deathly silent. No one responded, as if they had tacitly accepted his words. Wu Qing glanced at the corpse hanging from the tree at the village entrance. The corpse still had that expression of death with unclosed eyes. Its eyes were wide open, staring intently at the direction behind him, as if it had seen something utterly terrifying. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the corpse was watching him, and a chill ran down his spine. He took a deep breath and turned around, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and froze in place. He saw that, at some point, the two people who had been standing behind him had turned into two standing corpses. Silent and motionless, they tilted their heads to the left and right, staring at him, their lips curled into eerie smiles. They were dead. A chill shot up his spine. Wu Qing knew he was the only living person left at the scene. His blood ran cold, and he hurriedly used boundless communication to call out everyone's names. Is anyone still alive? Is anyone there? Answer me. His nerves were on the verge of snapping. He was on the brink of a breakdown. The fact that his two teammates had died so silently right behind him meant he'd been just a hair's breadth away from death himself. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized something. Clearly, everyone was dead. Even Offing's corpse was standing right before his eyes, and the dead possessed no abilities. If that's the case, then why was boundless communication still active? Or rather, was what he was connected to right now still boundless communication? Wu Qing didn't dare move a muscle, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Time seemed to freeze, stretched out endlessly. After a long moment, an eerie, soft chuckle echoed from within his heart. I'm here. Bai, shouldering the camera, scrutinized the stage before him. Though he could barely make out its outline, a sense of desolation welled up within him for no apparent reason. Orange, however, didn't share this feeling. She simply found everything before her exceptionally eerie. For at some unknown point, several people had quietly appeared on the stage. In the center of the village stood a stage that had long been abandoned. The platform was severely dilapidated, clearly weathered by the passage of time. The stage stood about a meter high, its sides plastered with all sorts of old newspapers, serving as a peculiar form of decoration. Most of the newspapers were torn and incomplete, some were little more than a single corner. They were covered with black text of varying sizes, the characters blurred and indistinct as if obscured by some eerie force. 3 sides of the stage were completely covered by the newspapers, but near the right edge, a sheet seemed to have been torn away, revealing the stage's dark red surface. Weeds grew wild around the stage. The stage itself was empty and dim, with 4 white candles standing in its 4 corners, looking as if they had been lit only a short while ago. The flames flickered in the breeze coming through the holes in the wall, dancing silently. In the faint glow, everything on the stage appeared to be just barely visible. Orange swore she had never seen such an eerie stage before. The stage surface was a vivid blood red, as if fresh blood had just spilled onto it. Constructed entirely of wooden planks, it was sunken in many places, forming holes of varying sizes. Unidentified roots, as thick as arms, sprouted from these holes, spreading outward as if they had become part of the stage itself. The floor was a mottled mix of red and green, and the backdrop behind the walls was also a sea of red, as if splashed on haphazardly, outlining a scene of fiery red ruins, lending the entire scene an air of blood and fire. The white curtain, stained with grime, had long since fallen, draping casually over half the stage surface, slightly billowing. Who knew what lay hidden beneath it? As Orange looked on, she couldn't help but shudder. To her, it looked very much like the white sheets used to cover corpses in a morgue. A tiny stage, yet it gave her the terrifying sensation of being surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Her heart sank with unease. The stage clearly hadn't looked like this the last time she'd been here, and there certainly hadn't been lit white candles at its 4 corners. Could someone have rearranged the stage? But Silent Village was full of monsters. Surely they wouldn't have a taste for watching plays? There was one other thing worth noting: the force near the stage that compelled people to speak had vanished. Orange remembered it clearly. The last time the group had fled through Silent Village, someone had involuntarily spoken and had their tongue ripped out. Some had clamped their hands over their mouths, tearing their lips to shreds and spilling blood, yet still couldn't resist that force. It was an irresistible force. But now, it's gone. Is it because of Bai? Orange couldn't help but wonder. After all, throughout their journey, the monsters in Silent Village had been avoiding Bai. The entire Forbidden Zone seemed to be making concessions for his arrival, dare not to attack in his presence. She looked at Bai, only to see him staring blankly at the stage, his gaze somewhat lost. "What's wrong? Have you been here before?" she couldn't help but ask. Having learned from her previous experience, she now dared to speak in a low voice. "No, I just have a strange feeling." Bai shook his head, lost in thought as he gazed at the stage, an inexplicable sense of desolation welling up within him, an emotion he couldn't quite put into words. Just then, flames suddenly flared up at the 4 corners of the stage. The candles melted rapidly, and the stage grew noticeably brighter. The blood and fire on the backdrop seemed to come to life, and the air on stage grew scorching and warped, as if it were truly being seared by flames. At the same time, several figures suddenly appeared on the stage. They were dressed in tattered, old-fashioned theatrical costumes that clearly didn't match their muscular builds, making them look somewhat comical. Their faces were painted with colorful masks of varying hues, and as soon as they stepped onto the stage, they began twisting their waists and snapping their fingers, singing and dancing with somewhat stiff movements. Orange's heart skipped a beat. The people on the stage were none other than the very same group who had entered Silent Village with them earlier. Although they were all wearing face paint, she still recognized them, especially one person who left a deep impression on her. It was clearly the guy who could still talk even after his head had been severed. She was standing some distance from the stage, but as she strained to look, she thought she could faintly make out a red line on that person's neck. A chill ran down her spine. Bai also recognized the figures who had suddenly appeared on stage. He was puzzled. Weren't they supposed to have left? How did they end up here again? He thought for a moment, then decided to point his camera at the stage. On stage, a burly man wearing a black mask was completely immersed in his role. His expressions were spot on, and the emotional fluctuations in his every gesture were deeply compelling. It was undoubtedly an excellent performance. Yet deep down, he was constantly crying out in agony. This man was Wu Qing. Although he wasn't dead yet, he might as well be apart from his consciousness. Every part of his body no longer belonged to him but was controlled by some unknown entity. The others on stage were no different, they were all corpses, yet they had all been manipulated to come to this stage and perform. The Yellow Springs organization truly lived up to its name. Virtually everyone on this trip had already fallen into the Yellow Springs. Offstage, Bai, shouldering his camera, watched it all in silence. The performers were deeply immersed in their roles, their facial expressions shifting subtly, as if carrying a sense of suppressed emotion, but Bai's expression remained blank. He felt none of it. These people's lips kept moving as if they were performing an opera, yet the entire stage was deathly silent. All was still, not even the sound of splintering wood could be heard, as if it were a silent film. The candlelight flickered, casting the stage in shifting shadows, much like the crumbling ruins on the back wall, which vanished into a burst of flame. It was a silent drama. It was clearly a rather eerie scene, but for some reason, Bai found himself completely captivated, even though he couldn't make head or tail of it. The shadow beneath him kept twisting and distorting in the candlelight, only to quickly return to normal. Vaguely, he thought he heard a rhythmic beat. Someone began humming an unfamiliar tune, which seemed to match the performance on stage. The melody was melodious yet intricate, carrying a sense of mystery he couldn't quite fathom. Suddenly, the tune stopped abruptly. He felt a pang of loss. Only when he snapped back to reality did he realize the play on stage had already ended. The fragile wooden planks of the stage had been trampled to pieces, leaving behind a series of pitch-black holes, and blood-red wood shavings were scattered all over the floor. Only one figure remained on stage. He gave a slight bow to the audience and walked silently toward the wings. The 4 white candles had just burned out. Clap, 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 clap. After a brief silence, Bai snapped out of her daze and hurriedly began clapping, voicing her admiration. Brilliant! The applause and exclamations were so loud that they stood out starkly in the quiet village, startling Orange. She sensed that something was off about Bai. She opened her mouth but couldn't get a word out. The old-fashioned tape recorder, the vintage-looking stage, the silent play. All of this had seemed as though there was a pattern to it. She suddenly felt that the forbidden zone might not be as simple as it seemed. There was definitely some terrible secret hidden behind it. Snapping back to reality, she saw Bai put down the camera and walk toward the back of the stage on her own. Without hesitation, she hurried after her. Bai pushed open the small door behind the stage, and darkness engulfed them. The next second, 4 white candles flared to life without warning, illuminating the room. It was a small, square room with cold iron walls on all 4 sides. The floor was strewn with dry straw, giving it a very cluttered appearance. The floor and walls were covered in mottled red paint that looked like broken-off writing, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. On the black iron wall at the very back were 2 large holes, each as thick as an arm. The metal bulged outward, and the edges were quite irregular, as if something had been torn right out of the wall. Against the left wall stood an altar, upon which were arranged a series of tablets placed close together. They bore no names, only a sequence of numbers from 1 to 21. Orange followed behind Bai, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Upon seeing the altar, she paused for a moment and whispered, "What are these?" "They're spirit tablets." Bai finished her sentence, his gaze falling on the ancient blue zither beside the altar. He gently plucked one of the strings. All the strings snapped without making a sound. It was quite eerie. Orange suddenly grew tense. On the altar, the 21 spirit tablets began to tremble violently. The 21 spirit tablets were crammed tightly together on the small altar, and as the zither's string snapped, the tablets suddenly began to shake violently. Yet even with such violent shaking and clattering, not a single sound emanated from the altar, just like the silent play that had just unfolded. It was unclear how long these nameless spirit tablets had been in this pitch-black, silent room, but they seemed to harbor so much resentment and bitterness that, as the tablets shook, the entire room began to tremble, as if it might collapse at any moment. "It's too dangerous. We'd better get out of here quickly." Orange felt anxious. The discovery of a room resembling an interrogation chamber behind the stage was eerie enough now. With this sudden turn of events, she sensed an extreme danger and wanted to leave immediately. Is this an earthquake?" But Bai seemed not to hear her. Instead, he muttered softly, as if to reassure himself, and stared blankly at the spirit tablet on the altar. Dust from the ceiling fell onto his head and shoulders, but he seemed oblivious, staring intently at the spirit tablet as he murmured under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, 21. He slowly recited the numbers on the spirit tablets one by one, then fell into a long silence, his expression strange, as if he had entered some peculiar trance. Orange noticed that as Bai fell silent, the spirit tablets suddenly began to shake even more violently, and the entire room followed suit. The floor kept tilting, threatening to collapse at any moment. She clenched her teeth and grabbed Bai, trying to pull him away, but his body remained utterly still, like a hard, heavy boulder. She looked at Bai. His expression seemed somehow familiar. The next moment, a soft, gentle song suddenly filled the room. Sleep tight, little one. Night has fallen. Roses cover your bedside, lulling you to sleep. Little one, little one. The song lulls you to sleep. Sleep tight, little one. Moonlight bathes the earth. A gentle breeze blows. Little one, little one. The song lulls you to sleep. The gentle lullaby echoed through the dimly lit room. Though it wasn't yet dark outside, it did nothing to diminish the song's soothing power. The candle flame, flickering without a breeze, gradually grew still. The dust suspended in the air paused briefly before settling gently to the floor. Orange's restlessness faded. Coming to her senses, she saw the spirit tablets standing quietly on the altar, no longer swaying as if soothed, just as they had been when the two of them first entered. The rickety room had also stopped swaying, and everything fell silent. If it weren't for the fact that certain sections of the iron wall had already cracked and warped, Orange might have thought nothing had happened at all. Has the earthquake stopped? At the same time, I seemed to snap out of it, looking around in a daze. Orange hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. She could actually sense something off about Bai, but she didn't dare point it out just yet. Whether it was the warning from the coffins in the cemetery or Lou's reminder, it all seemed to point to one thing: there are some things that shouldn't be brought up lightly. She didn't dare to test the consequences. I guess it's over, Orange forced a smile and suggested, why don't we just get out of here? She was still shaken by the strange events that had just occurred, afraid the room might actually collapse at any moment. And, where had those opera performers gone? I didn't answer. He looked down at the ancient green zither with all its strings snapped. Made of an unknown material, the instrument had a simple, elegant design, covered in dust as if it hadn't been played in ages. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reached out and wiped the dust from the edge of the base. A line of small characters appeared. There seemed to be another line of text behind it, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't wipe away the dust covering the rest. An inexplicable emotion welled up inside him, and he actually felt a bit afraid to look at the words that followed. Orange followed by S gaze. Although the characters on the base weren't modern script, she could still barely make them out. The solitary mountain remains silent, the night makes no song. She murmured the words under her breath and was about to wipe away the dust to see what came next, but Bai stopped her and turned toward the door. It's time to go. The girl paused in surprise. Although she was eager to know what was written next, she suppressed her curiosity and hurried to catch up with Bai. Wait for me a moment. Just as they were about to reach the doorway, Bai, who was ahead of her, suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Orange nearly bumped into him. Turning her head, she saw Bai walking toward the altar, straightening a few crooked spirit tablets. After scrutinizing them for a few seconds, he finally turned and walked away. Orange was a bit baffled. The two of them walked out of the room one after the other, closed the small door, and set off toward the village entrance with the camera in hand. Behind them, a figure hidden in the shadows hurried to keep up. Almost the moment the door closed, the candles inside the room went out instantly, plunging the interior into pitch-black darkness. Lan was in terrible shape at this point. She looked haggard and was rapidly losing strength, but in order to survive, she had no choice but to steel herself and keep up with Orange and the guy carrying the camera. She had been near the stage for quite some time, secretly hiding in the shadows and watching Bai and the other person. She had also witnessed the eerie scene on stage, which sent a chill down her spine. Orange only knew there was a dead body on stage, but Lan knew that there was likely not a single living soul left up there. Silent Village was simply too terrifying. If she hadn't been carrying a life-saving forbidden sequence, she feared she would have died at the village entrance long ago. Lan shuddered with fear at the mere thought of the person hanged from the tree at the village entrance. She realized that escaping Silent Village was impossible. The forbidden sequence in her possession would likely not be able to hide from that tree. Based on what she learned from organizing news materials in the past, that tree possessed at least B-rank power. Grade B. Supernatural beings of this caliber were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Forcing a breakthrough was impossible. Not even the guys from Huangquan could manage it. In fact, they might have already been wiped out entirely. As for her, a mere grade E genetic warrior, it was out of the question. However, she and Wu Qing were in agreement on one point, where their only chance of survival lay. In her view, if there was any way to leave Silent Village alive, her only hope lay with Bai. In fact, Lan had noticed something off about Bai even earlier than Wu Qing and had formed numerous theories about him. Unfortunately, she had a history with both Bai and Orange. It would be a miracle if they didn't try to take advantage of her, so she certainly couldn't count on either of them to save her. Moreover, given the Yellow Springs organization's formidable reputation, she was more willing to trust the capabilities of Wu Qing and his group than those of other factions, believing that by following them she could quickly escape the Forbidden Zone. But unfortunately, that plan had failed. She wasn't actually very afraid of being forced by the Yellow Springs people to scout the way. After all, she had that item in her possession. Lan slipped her hand into her pocket and pulled out a red invitation. One side was printed with a large she character, while the other had a twisted crying face drawn on it in ink. The seal had long since been broken, and she was holding it tightly in her hand. If it weren't for this invitation, the forbidden sequence hatred. Invitation, she wouldn't have survived this long. And it was precisely because she used the invitation to flee to the vicinity of the stage that she seen that eerie stage. And the shadow beneath Bai. Of everyone there, she was likely the only one who noticed that something was wrong with Bai's shadow. It resembled a writhing black hole, a sight that filled one with despair at a single glance. It was precisely at that moment, combined with the fearlessness Bai had displayed ever since entering the village, that she became absolutely certain of her suspicion. Bai was no ordinary person. He was a powerful awakener, powerful enough to ignore all the dangers of Silent Village. Haven't you noticed that the monsters in Silent Village have never attacked him? With that in mind, it wasn't hard to explain why Orange had managed to leave Silent Village alive. She never heard before that Orange knew someone like this, so it was highly likely that the two had met in the Silent Village Forbidden Zone. That guy had been exploring the Silent Village back then, too. No wonder he was sticking up for Orange. If he'd been the one to lead Orange out of the Forbidden Zone, then of course he'd know the full story and whether or not Orange had actually violated so-called journalistic ethics. If that's the case, Orange didn't actually do anything wrong, and all my previous words were just slander against her? Maybe so, but what does it matter anyway? Lan felt a chill run through her heart. The spot at Xinhai Group would be officially granted to her today. It was practically a done deal. Even if Orange managed to return alive, there was no way to reverse this decision now, let alone. Who says this woman will even make it back alive? Even now, Lan hadn't forgotten her plan to frame Orange. A spot at Xinhai Group was incredibly valuable. The mere opportunity to obtain Xinhai Group's genetic serum was reason enough to kill for it. She licked her lips, clenched the invitation in her hand, and followed closely behind Bai and the other person as they walked toward the village entrance. White candlelight rose, its flickering glow illuminating the cold, dark room. The sound of dragging chains rang out as a figure slowly entered the room. Strangely, though the chains were clearly still scraping across the floor, the loud clanging vanished the moment he stepped inside. The man's upper body was bare, covered in wounds of varying sizes, most of which had already scabbed over. Yet as he moved, the small barbs on the chains shifted, inflicting fresh, fine cuts on his skin. Yet he seemed oblivious, sitting directly on the floor. Though his eyes were clearly covered by a cloth, he appeared to be able to see, carefully reattaching each broken string of the ancient blue zither one by one. His movements were slow. It took him a long time to finish repairing the strings. With a gentle pluck, the strings vibrated. Still, no sound was produced. He sat motionless, as if suddenly noticing the dust that had been wiped away from the edge of the pedestal, along with the row of small black characters inscribed upon it. The handwriting was both familiar and unfamiliar. So much time had passed that he had almost forgotten who had written those words. "Oh, so I wrote them, did I?" He smiled silently, wiped away the remaining dust to reveal another line of text, and then gazed intently at the pedestal for a long time. "The solitary mountain speaks not, the night sings not." The candle flame flickered. The man plucked the string once more in the play of light and shadow. Another line of text on the pedestal appeared and vanished. "I play the zither, but for whom?" The flame died out, darkness descended, and the room fell into a profound, lingering silence. Taboo Sequence D. Invitation of Loathing. A taboo object possessing deceptive and suggestive abilities. This taboo sequence is a red invitation card measuring 21 centimeters long by 11 centimeters wide. One side is embossed with the gold-foiled character double happiness, meaning double happiness, while the other side features a randomly shifting, distorted crying face, seemingly drawn in ink. The markings cannot be erased. Once the invitation is opened, living beings within a 20-meter radius of this forbidden sequence will exhibit traits such as irritability and restlessness. As time passes, living beings within the radius will gradually lose their sanity, eventually descending into permanent madness. 2 minutes after the invitation is opened, the invitation of loathing will acquire the ability to attract hatred. Living beings within a 20-meter radius will be classified as the first faction, while all living beings outside this radius will be classified as the second faction. The second faction will feel intense loathing toward the first faction, often exhibiting a strong desire to attack, with the goal of killing members of the first faction. It has been determined that the power of the invitation of loathing derives from emotion, specifically the emotion of hatred among the 7 emotions. When the caster harbors sufficient hatred and sacrifices 36 intact strands of hair, they may deliver the invitation to a guest, designating that guest as part of the first faction. A maximum of 10 guests may be invited per use. Guests who receive the invitation are often unaware of the user's summons, yet even so, they are compelled to fulfill their duty to attend the banquet, thereby sharing the hostility directed at the user by the second camp. The user, in turn, will reduce their presence, detach from the first camp, and be regarded as a member of the second camp. Note 1. Testing has shown that once the invitation is opened, the safe window within the range of the invitation of loathing lasts approximately 26 minutes. During use, be sure to control your emotions and resist the urge to tear the invitation to shreds. Do not attempt to destroy it, or you may very well be the one destroyed. Note 2. An unopened invitation of loathing will also affect your emotions. If you experience prolonged restlessness or irritability, it is recommended that you consult a psychologist regularly and drink plenty of hot water. Note 3. Under no circumstances should you attempt to view the contents of the invitation of loathing. It is believed that doing so signifies that you have truly accepted an invitation from a certain entity. Tests indicate that this is one of the quickest paths to despair and death. Unless absolutely necessary, keep the forbidden sequence D invitation of loathing strictly sealed, set up multiple layers of protection, prevent anyone from approaching it, and store it in an uninhabited area. If used for an extended period, please take care of your hair. He Lan reviewed the general information on the forbidden sequence D invitation of loathing and silently estimated how much time she'd have left after opening the invitation today. About 11 minutes. I still have 15 minutes left. To be on the safe side, I shouldn't open it again after using it for more than 12 minutes. She rubbed her scalp, which was throbbing slightly, and felt that her hair had thinned considerably once more. She felt both heartbroken and helpless. After all, every time she used this thing, she had to pluck out a handful of hair. Anyone would go bald doing that. The process of using the invitation of loathing cannot be interrupted. It must be resealed by a designated person to completely deactivate it. Holding the seal in place temporarily could significantly delay the depletion of its effective usage time, but the aggro drawing effect would disappear as well. He Lan cautiously followed behind Orange and his companion, making sure to keep the distance between them within 20 meters at all times. Those two were right ahead, looking quite relaxed, completely disregarding the forbidden zone. Just as she had expected, the monsters in Silent Village had indeed not attacked them at all. He Lan silently rejoiced, thinking to herself that she guessed right. Her only chance of survival truly lay with this guy. Perhaps thanks to Bai's intimidation, she, too, had not been attacked by the monsters of Silent Village, which gave her a sense of relief. Without the hatred invitation activated, I can't hide very well. I wonder if they've spotted me. Bai, that girl is following us. Lan's skills at tailing people were indeed mediocre. Orange, who was ahead, quickly noticed her and quietly warned Bai. Bai was wandering around with his camera, snapping photos left and right. Upon hearing this, he shrugged indifferently. If she wants to follow, let her follow. We can't exactly stop her from walking, can we? Orange paused for a moment. That did make sense. After all, Bai hadn't come to Silent Village to explore the Forbidden Zone. He was here to be the cameraman. But, are we just going to let her follow us like this? What else can we do? Bai said with a smile. As long as she doesn't get in our way. All right. Actually, Orange was more worried that Lan might attract some kind of monster, but considering Bai was there, it didn't seem like there was any need to worry. The journey was uneventful, and the two soon spotted the large tree at the village entrance. Just a short walk down the path would take them out of the Forbidden Zone. The great tree at the village entrance stood motionless. The corpse that had been hanging from it was gone. Lan suddenly stopped in her tracks, glanced at the tree, then fixed her piercing gaze on the two people ahead of her. They probably don't realize how terrifying this tree is, nor do they know if they'll make it out of the village safely. She knew that whether she made it out alive depended on this very moment. Seeing that the time was almost up, she suddenly exerted force, yanking a small tuft of hair from her head, and, gritting her teeth against the pain, counted out 52 strands. Damn it, I pulled out too many. Looking at the extra strands of hair, she had no time to feel sorry for herself. She directed all her anger toward Orange and the other person. Once enough hatred had welled up, she opened the seal on the invitation of loathing and stuffed the 52 strands of hair inside. The hair vanished instantly, as if swallowed by a giant mouth, and with it, a bit of her emotional turmoil. 2 minutes passed. Both Bai and Orange were now within the range of the hatred invitation and had been reclassified as members of the first faction. Lan began to invite them. From this moment on, the two would bear the hatred directed at her by the monsters of Silent Village. At the same time, Bai suddenly turned his head and glanced behind him with a puzzled look. What's wrong? I felt like someone was calling my name just now. Really? Orange quickly turned around and found that Lan had already vanished from behind him. After activating the invitation of loathing ability, the user shifts to the second faction and becomes less conspicuous. Combined with Lan's deliberate efforts to conceal herself, this made her difficult to spot. Seeing no one behind him, Bai didn't dwell on it. It was getting late, so he decided to hand the camera over to Orange once they stepped outside, then hurry back to the cemetery. Although being a photographer was an interesting profession, his primary role was still that of a gravekeeper. He couldn't forget that. He led Orange toward the village exit. Not far away, Lan began to feel increasingly nervous, as the two were approaching that seemingly harmless tree. According to her plan, if Bai could make it out of the village safely, it would mean the tree couldn't harm him. If she could get him to take the aggro for her and draw the tree's attention, she'd be able to slip out of the village unharmed. Earlier, Huang Quan's group had been so useless that they all died before she even had a chance to slip out of the Forbidden Zone. With the aggro split this way, the guy holding the camera might not die. As for Orange, it'd be best if he did. Under Lan's watchful gaze, Bai nonchalantly walked out of the village entrance. Before leaving, he even turned back to take a few shots of the large tree at the entrance, but the tree showed no sign of movement. Lan let out a sigh of relief. Now it was up to the Abomination's invitation to successfully transfer the aggro. She took a deep breath and quickened her pace toward the village entrance. She turned her head. The tree showed no reaction. Her heart leapt with joy, and a spark of hope for survival ignited within her. She quickened her pace, her steps growing faster and faster, feeling as if she were taking flight. This was no illusion. She gradually realized her body was rising slowly, her feet feeling light as air. She was really flying. Snap! A sharp, piercing sound rang in her ears. She snapped back to reality. The sound seemed to come from her neck. She tried to look down to check, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't turn her head. The excruciating pain in her throat came belatedly. She struggled feebly, struggling to breathe, let alone call for help. She was hanging from the big tree at the village entrance. Why? Lanlan's thoughts were scattered. She couldn't figure out the reason behind this. Under the hatred invitation ability, this tree should have hated Bai and his companion to the core and attacked them first, so why had this happened? Was the ability ineffective? Or could it be that? Hovering between life and death, a terrifying possibility crossed her mind. Perhaps everything in Silent Village had always hated Bai to the core, but even so, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. No matter how much a flock of sheep hates a lone wolf, would they ever dare to attack it? But this tree, it's at least AB rank. Clunk. Finally, she closed her eyes in resignation. Her arms drooped limply, and the red invitation card fell to the ground with a soft thud. The distorted, weeping face on the invitation shifted, witnessing life wither away. It seemed to take on a hint of joy. All sounds faded, and Silent Village fell silent once more, as if guarding an ancient secret. Bai spun around abruptly. The great tree at the village entrance had receded into the distance, standing serene and still, its leaves trembling ever so slightly, as if caressed by the wind. But the problem was, there was clearly no wind blowing right now. He shook his head and quickly stepped off the path, heading toward the stone monument. By the way, where did all the villagers go? A question had been nagging at him. He hadn't seen a single villager in the village today. Beside him, Orange was equally pensive, glancing back frequently but never catching sight of Lanlan. She isn't dead, is she? Recalling the horrors of Silent Village, she felt it wasn't impossible. Her emotions were particularly complex. She couldn't tell if she was happy or sad at that moment. Life within the Forbidden Zone was simply too fragile. The moment she stepped outside the stone monument's perimeter, that inexplicable sense of dread vanished. Orange knew she had left the Forbidden Zone. Even though she hadn't done anything or faced any danger, she still felt as if she'd survived a catastrophe. She looked up and was surprised to find quite a few people outside Silent Village, among them, a figure that stirred mixed emotions within her. Outside the stone monument, two groups stood facing each other, their expressions cold as they locked eyes. The air seemed thick with tension. A figure stood off to the side with hands in pockets, watching the scene as if it were a show, eyeing the others with a smirk. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Suddenly, someone with a keen eye spotted Bai and his companion emerging from the Forbidden Zone and shouted, "Someone's coming out." Everyone turned their heads in unison, their gazes converging on Bai and Orange. The weight of their stares felt like an inexplicable pressure, making Orange feel very uncomfortable. Bai, however, didn't seem to notice. His eyes immediately fell on the figure with his hands in his pockets, and he asked in puzzlement, "Team Leader Lu, what are you doing here?" Lu cast a casual glance at the others and said offhandedly, "I heard there were some troublemakers here, so I came to check it out." Everyone kept their eyes downcast, seemingly tacitly acknowledging the accusation. Orange looked at him with a complex expression, but Lu didn't even glance at her. He sized up Bai for 2 seconds and said with a smile, "And you? What are you doing here?" "Nothing much, just taking some random shots." Bai gave the camera slung over his shoulder a little shake. Someone in the crowd had already noticed the camera. A spark of realization lit up in their eyes, and they blurted out, "You brought a camera into the restricted." Feeling an icy chill run down his spine, his hair stood on end, and he quickly corrected himself, "You brought a camera into the village?" "Yeah, so what?" Bai didn't understand why the other person was so worked up. At those words, not just the man who asked the question, but everyone present began to breathe more heavily. "What's the situation inside? Did you capture anything?" Bai looked puzzled and asked in return, "I did film something, but what exactly are you referring to?" Just something special." Wang Hao felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. They were all standing right at the entrance to the Forbidden Zone, yet they still couldn't say words like Forbidden Zone outright. They had to beat around the bush. He had no idea what was wrong with the Zone Bureau. And why the hell was Lu showing up here? Something special? I thought for a moment and said, "Do you mean the local customs and traditions?" Wang Hao was taken aback. Local customs and traditions, my ass. But then he thought about it. Every forbidden zone had its own unique characteristics, and the ways people died inside were endlessly varied. Describing it as local customs and traditions actually didn't seem so off the mark. This kid's got some knowledge. Decided. From now on, in city number 3, he'd use local customs and traditions to refer to the conditions inside the forbidden zone. So a smile spread across his face, and he nodded. Right, that's exactly it, local customs and traditions. Oh. But to his surprise, Bai shook his head regretfully. Sorry, but I didn't capture any local customs and traditions. There wasn't a single person in the village. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, you're fucking playing dumb with me. It would be strange if there were people in the forbidden zone, wouldn't it? Before he could say a word, a muffled voice rang out from among the group of burly men beside him. Brother, I'd like to ask, did anyone else come into the village with you earlier? Bai looked at the speaker. It was a slender, middle-aged man with a shaved head, wearing a black suit. Even though the sun was about to set, he was still sporting a pair of flashy, oversized sunglasses, making him look like a gang boss. Tisk, no wonder team leader Lu said there were troublemakers here, he thought to himself. The bald man wasn't very tall, and since he'd been standing behind several burly men in black the whole time, Bai hadn't even noticed him. He replied, actually, a few people did come into the village with us. They were dressed pretty much like you guys, and one of them was named Wu Qing. What's this? Are you guys part of a theater troupe? A theater troupe? The bald man froze for a moment, spread his arms, glanced at his men surrounding him, and laughed wryly. Does our outfit really look like that of a theater troupe? No. Bai shook his head, thinking to himself, don't you have any idea what you guys look like? He explained, but I saw those guys performing in the village not long ago. It felt a bit strange, and I didn't understand what they were saying, but they sang really well. Performing a play. The bald man's gaze sharpened beneath his sunglasses, and he said earnestly, young man, could you sell me the footage from that camera? The price is negotiable. Sorry, we might still need that footage for a while, and besides, the camera isn't mine. I was just helping out with the filming, Bai said, shaking his head. Well. The bald man looked at Orange, who had been standing silently beside Bai the whole time. Since the camera didn't belong to that man, it must belong to this woman. No need to set your sights on the footage. I'm taking this. Just then, Lu suddenly stepped in front of him, smiling warmly as he whispered, I hope you don't mind? The bald man remained silent. What about you? Seeing him stay quiet, Lu turned to Wang Hao on the other side. The latter was drenched in cold sweat, not daring to breathe a word, and shook his head frantically. Are you kidding? Even the soul reapers of the underworld didn't dare object. How could a lowly opportunist like him possibly have a say? Not counting Bai and his companion, there were actually 3 groups present from the start. The first was Lu, representing the Zone Bureau. The second was the bald man, Zhou Shorong, and the Yellow Springs Organization members he brought along, representing the Yellow Springs Organization. The most insignificant group was actually Wang Hao's team, euphemistically called an exploration squad, but in plain terms, just a second-rate group of opportunists. Such groups often acted shamelessly, which is why they were generally disliked by true explorers. As everyone knows, the Forbidden Zone is extremely dangerous. Many explorers never return, and even those who do make it out are highly likely to be in poor condition. In severe cases, they may even be on the brink of death. If there is no one waiting to pick them up outside the Forbidden Zone, it's even difficult for them to ensure they survive long enough to receive medical treatment. And that's exactly where these scavenger gangs see their opportunity. They lack the courage to enter the Forbidden Zone themselves, yet they have the audacity to prey on their own kind, lying in wait outside the Forbidden Zone at every opportunity, waiting for explorers to emerge. As soon as explorers emerge from the Forbidden Zone in poor condition and in small numbers, these gangs will use threats or bribes to seize their loot or force them to reveal intelligence about the Forbidden Zone. Of course, most of these scavenger gangs don't dare to go too far. They're mostly just looking to make a little extra cash. They generally target those who seem easy to bully, and many victims simply put up with it and move on. Of course, there are also some ruthless gangs that won't rest until they fleece their victims every time they scavenge. If the victims possess valuable items like the forbidden sequence, these gangs won't hesitate to kill and steal. Wang Hao's squad belonged to the former category. They actually stumbled upon this place by accident today. At first, they thought they discovered a new forbidden zone. However, after examining the traces at the scene, Wang Hao realized someone had entered the forbidden zone, so they decided to lie in wait to see if they could score a bargain. Little did they know that members of the Huangquan organization would arrive shortly afterward. Once they saw through the squad's intentions, the Huangquan members naturally weren't going to give them a warm welcome. They nearly came to blows. To call it picking a fight would actually be giving them too much credit. If it weren't for Lu's arrival, the whole group might have ended up spending the night right there. Bloody incidents near the Forbidden Zone were not uncommon after all. The Zone Bureau didn't have the resources to handle every single one. Besides, if the parties involved claimed they hadn't been attacked and that their injuries were sustained within the Forbidden Zone, how could the Bureau intervene? It was best not to dwell on it too much. However, Wang Hao was genuinely puzzled as to why Lu had come to Silent Village. As the city's head, he really shouldn't have been risking his life in the Forbidden Zone. As he pondered this, Lu had already walked up to Bai and said in a low voice, "Hand me the camera first. I'll give it back to you later. I'll even pay for it." He said earnestly, "Remember that man covered in wounds you mentioned earlier? I looked into it. He is from this village, right? The footage might provide a clue." Bai looked skeptical. He glanced at Orange first, as if to ask for her opinion. She said nothing, but nodded while staring at the ground. Seeing this, Bai didn't say much either. He handed the camera to Lu, scanned the group present, and voiced his confusion. "Wait, why don't you guys just go check out the village yourselves? Why waste money buying this footage?" The group froze upon hearing this, feeling that the way he was looking at them was strange, as if he were looking at a bunch of suckers. Little did they know, they actually found Bai's remark quite baffling. Many of those present were well-traveled and knowledgeable, especially Lu, who had long since noticed something off about the letters on the stone tablet. This was very likely an S-rank forbidden zone. So, naturally, they realized that even if it was just a stroke of luck, Bai was still a formidable fighter. Otherwise, if it had been anyone else, they might not have spoken to him so politely. But the problem was, just because Bai was awesome didn't mean they were. Why was this guy so nonchalant about telling them to go check out the village? Does he think the Forbidden Zone is his own backyard? It was getting late, so Bai handed the camera to Lu, gave Orange a few instructions, and then hurried back to the cemetery. The group watched him leave, their expressions a mix of emotions, each silently pondering this guy's background. But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't come up with a name that fit. Silent Village was suspected to be a rank S forbidden zone, and anyone capable of entering a rank S forbidden zone and not only surviving but emerging unscathed would have to be, at the very least, a top-tier rank S awakener. Such figures were generally well known. How could they have never heard of him before? Everyone's gaze wandered over the camera in Lu's hand. They were all intensely curious about intelligence on the rank S forbidden zone, but the moment they thought of the camera's current owner, they had no choice but to suppress those thoughts. Lu glanced at Orange, who had remained silent the entire time, then turned to the short, bald man wearing sunglasses standing among a group of burly men and spoke with a smile. "The Yellow Springs organization has been doing quite well lately, hasn't it? I hear even the Zone Bureau has to give you guys some face now." His tone was casual, sounding like friendly banter, but there was not a trace of a smile in his eyes. "I've heard about the Wu Qing incident. There is likely some misunderstanding involved, and I'm here specifically to resolve this matter." Faced with Lu's questioning, the short, bald man remained neither subservient nor arrogant. His name was Zhou Sharong. He was one of the Yellow Springs organization's soul capturers, a Class C awakener, and the organization's head in City Number 3, responsible for handling all matters big and small both within and outside the organization. From what I understand, Wu Qing did act a bit rashly at the time. Not only did he refuse to cooperate with the Zone Bureau's operation, but he also got into a verbal altercation with your people. However, I hope Team Leader Lu understands that Wu Qing's actions do not represent the Yellow Springs organization's stance. "Oh? Then what is the Yellow Springs organization's stance? Lou asked with a half smile. Of course, it's to maintain order among Awakener and minimize the harm caused by the abuse of abilities as much as possible. Shouldn't these be matters for the Zone Bureau to handle? What, are you trying to steal our jobs? Joe Sharon shook his head and explained, Yellow Spring is merely a civilian organization naturally, it can't compare to the Zone Bureau. However, when it comes to maintaining order, I don't believe there needs to be any distinction between us. Of course, in terms of maintaining order, Yellow Spring will always follow the lead of the Council and the Zone Bureau, hoping to play a supporting role. Is that so? I was taken aback by this and feigned confusion. But I've heard that the Yellow Springs extradition label is incredibly powerful. Rumor has it that if you use that label in business, even the Zone Bureau would think twice before interfering. Those are just malicious rumors. Team Leader Lou, you're not the type to jump to conclusions based on hearsay, are you? Joe Sharon replied solemnly, the original intention behind creating the Underworld Fairy sign wasn't to secure any special privileges. Team Leader Lou should know that very well. Lou smiled noncommittally and remarked offhandedly, you should count yourself lucky that guy named Wu Qing is already dead. Otherwise, I'd be quite interested in comparing the two of your statements. Joe Sharon's expression hardened. Ignoring the suspicion in Lou's words, he said in a deep voice, are Wu Qing and the others really dead? What else did you think? Lou pointed at the stone monument in Silent Village. If you think they're still alive, feel free to go in and bring them out. Joe Sharon remained silent for a moment, not taking the bait. In fact, he, too, believed that Wu Qing and the others were most likely beyond saving. After a moment of silence, he said earnestly, regarding the footage on this camera, Huang Quan would also like a copy after all, it concerns the whereabouts of Wu Qing and the others. Lou smiled. Whether the other party was truly concerned for those few people or was after intelligence on the rank S Forbidden Zone, everyone present likely knew the truth. No problem. I'll be releasing the footage in a couple of days anyway, so giving you a copy isn't a big deal, but I'll have to wait until I wake up. Until I wake up? What do you mean by that? Joe Sho suddenly sensed something was off and quickly took off his sunglasses, going on high alert. Why take off his sunglasses? Because it was getting dark, and if a fight broke out, he wouldn't be able to see clearly. Don't worry, I didn't mean anything by it. Lou stretched, loosening his muscles right in front of everyone. At the same time, the ground beneath their feet was being covered by layers of solid ice at a visible pace. Everyone present, including Wang Hao and the others who were trying to slip away, felt a bone-chilling cold, and their movements seemed to slow down slightly. I just wanted to ask you to come with me, but I don't even need to guess that you wouldn't be willing, so? Lou looked at the crowd with a smile, a flash of ice blue light flickering in his eyes. I'll just have to strike first. Outside the Forbidden Zone, the ground was now littered with shards of ice. As he watched the last ice sculpture being loaded onto the truck, Lou slammed the cargo door shut. After a moment's thought, he said to the driver from the Zone Bureau, when you get back, tell Ching Ching to erase all of these people's memories from today. Tell her it's my order. Yes, sir. Drive safely. Who cares about you? I care about this truck. Lou said irritably, the Bureau said they won't reimburse us if this thing gets damaged. Sure, if you list me as the beneficiary on your insurance policy, I might care about you a little. Lou patted him on the shoulder affably. The smile on the driver's face froze. The truck drove away slowly, leaving only Lou and Orange standing before the stone monument. They each stared in a different direction, at a loss for words. A moment later, Lou picked up the camera from the ground and walked toward where he parked his car a short distance away. Come with me, he said without looking back. Orange said nothing and was about to follow when he noticed Lou had suddenly stopped ahead, his gaze fixed intently on the Forbidden Zone monument, his expression one of utter bewilderment, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. See? Lou could hardly believe his eyes. The letter on the monument had changed the C. There was now unmistakably a C, not part of an S. How could this be? He didn't believe he'd misread it before. The previous C was definitely not a real C. Even if it wasn't part of an S, it was still slightly smaller than a normal C. But now, this was a genuine C. Wait a minute, could it be that? Lou actually didn't quite dare to believe his own conjecture, because this was something that had never happened before. Silent Village was both a Class C forbidden zone and a rank S forbidden zone due to some trigger. Its danger level had changed. And that trigger was, of course, bi. But was that even possible? Could influencing the danger level of a forbidden zone be one of the Gravekeeper's abilities? That was hard to say for certain. In fact, the forbidden zone steels are hard and sturdy under normal circumstances, they cannot be uprooted, and in the eyes of many, they simply cannot be removed. There are many theories regarding the purpose of the forbidden zone steels, and one of the most widely circulated is that these steels are likely some kind of sealing mechanism used to confine the creatures of the forbidden zone. Once the steels are damaged, there will be no safe zones left in the world. The monsters within the forbidden zone would be free to roam outside it at will. Orange followed Lou's gaze. The stone monument looked largely unchanged. She didn't understand why Lou had been staring at it for so long with such a grave expression. Shortly afterward, a blue car drove into city number 3, blending into the flow of traffic. As dusk fell and the sky blazed with crimson hues, the scenery outside the car window rushed by, but Orange had no heart to admire it. She stared at Lou in the driver's seat ahead of her, remaining silent for a long time. Lou glanced at the camera in the passenger seat from time to time, seemingly having no intention of speaking either. The car drove on in silence. Xiao Wen is dead. Why didn't anyone tell me? Finally, Lou in the front seat spoke first. His tone was calm, almost detached. Orange thought for a moment before replying. You told us a long time ago not to contact you, and that you wouldn't contact us either. And in fact, that is exactly what we've been doing all this time. Lou held the steering wheel. He was silent for a moment, then said flatly, How did Xiao Wen die? He overworked himself, you must know that too. True. That guy's health has always been poor, hasn't he it? Hearing this, Lou showed little emotional reaction. He said slowly, So what did you do with his body? Why did you take it to a coffin shop? A coffin shop? Orange was taken aback. Yes, and it's the one on Lanbei Street. Lou asked in puzzlement, What? You didn't know? Nanchang has been handling Xiao Wen's body all along. He even said the funeral would be held in a couple of days. So are you saying that he? I'm not implying anything, but things on Nanchang's end might actually be quite interesting. Lou shrugged indifferently, but that's none of my business. You guys can handle it yourselves. Same as always, you're you, and I'm me. If we can avoid contact, let us avoid it, it's better for everyone. Orange hesitated, as if on the verge of speaking, then after a long pause suddenly asked, You've actually been tracking down the Dean all along, haven't you? The traffic light ahead turned red, and Lou slammed on the brakes. A long silence filled the car. Yes, but I'm different from you guys. After a while, he spoke slowly, his voice cold, You're looking for him for the sake of so-called reunion, but I'm looking for him. To kill him. Why are you so obsessed with killing the director? What exactly did he do wrong? Just because he left without a word that day, have you forgotten all the kindness he showed us in raising us? In the back seat, Orange spoke urgently, her emotions clearly on edge. Then tell me, because he left without a word, how many of us are left now? Well, as if remembering something, Orange's eyes dimmed slightly. But that still can't be a reason for you to kill the director. Maybe the others just left with him? Lou remained non-committal. There are many things you don't need to know in detail. You just need to remember one thing, don't go looking for him anymore. Why? There's no why. Why do you have to be like this? Why do you keep everything bottled up inside, even if it means breaking ties with everyone? Is it really that hard to talk about those things? You weren't like this before, bro. The word bro was spoken very softly, but Lou still heard it. His expression wavered for a moment, as if he had been transported back to those days when a group of kids used to run around after him, darting this way and that. It had been so long. 7 or 8 years? He had almost forgotten those carefree days at the orphanage, and he rarely thought back on the brothers and sisters he'd once been with. Many things had faded into the past, but he still remembered that night as if it had been carved into his heart with a knife. "I haven't hidden anything from you. Besides, we just happened to run into each other today. From now on, let us keep things the same as before. It's best if we don't get in touch." He snapped out of his reverie and spoke calmly. After a moment's thought, he added, "Of course, if there's really something urgent. Don't worry. No matter how urgent it is, I won't come looking for you." Orange coldly cut him off. "Is that so?" Lou watched the flickering traffic lights and smiled silently. "That's for the best." The light changed, and he stepped on the gas. The blue eco-friendly car surged forward, speeding off in a certain direction. There was another long silence inside the car. Suddenly, as if something had occurred to him, he said, "By the way, there is something I need to warn you about." Orange, in the back seat, kept her head down, saying nothing. Lou continued, "That guy named Bai you've been hanging out with, you two shouldn't keep seeing each other. He's dangerous." "Why?" Orange looked up at him and shook her head. "You keep saying you want to cut ties with me, yet you're actually meddling more and more. Just listen to me. He saved my life, he is my savior. Instead of finding a way to repay him, I'm supposed to avoid him? I'm doing this for your own good. If you really had my best interests at heart, you'd tell me the truth." After a moment's silence, Lou shook his head. "Often, knowing more isn't necessarily better, especially in this day and age." Orange laughed coldly. "I can guess even if you don't say it. Bai is no ordinary person. The Zone Bureau's recent ban was put in place because of him, wasn't it?" Lou remained silent. He wasn't surprised that Orange had figured it out. In fact, from the very moment Bai first entered City Number 3, he had gone to some extent to falsify and conceal Bai's identity, establishing significant access restrictions. Not only that, but he had also altered the records of Bai's entry into City Number 3. Unless someone had been monitoring the entire process from the start, it would be difficult for the average person to connect Bai with the ban on City Number 3. But Orange was different. In a sense, she might even be the person who currently understands Gravekeeper best, so it was no surprise that she had guessed this. As a rare active rank S forbidden sequence, Gravekeeper's abilities remain unknown. But one thing is certain, he is extremely dangerous, and the conditions for activating him are far too simple. Although, as things stand, Gravekeeper seems to have a knack for self-delusion. He can construct bizarre logic to explain many relatively anomalous situations. This is ultimately nothing more than a sort of buffer mechanism. To put it simply, if even one person were to fly into the air right in front of Gravekeeper, he would be unable to continue deceiving himself no matter what. And these days, pulling off something like that isn't actually that hard. Therefore, if someone with malicious intent were to obtain information about Gravekeeper, it would be like holding a nuclear weapon. They could easily trigger Gravekeeper's activation conditions, thereby threatening the safety of City Number 3, and even the entire city of Dongyang. There have always been people dissatisfied with the world, especially in this era of surging supernatural powers, when those restless souls find it even harder to control themselves. This means that, to prevent such a scenario from occurring, the fewer people who know about Bai, the better. In fact, including Lou, there are currently only a handful of people in Dongyang City who are aware of Gravekeeper's information. Not even the members of the Zone Bureau in City Number 3 know the true mission objective. To conceal their true purpose, the City Prison Project established multiple mission targets. Members of the Zone Bureau throughout City Number 3 primarily focused their operations on these individuals, prioritizing the elimination of anomalies in their vicinity. They were unaware that there was actually only one true target, Bai. If they had explicitly stated that Bai was the mission target, even with the best security measures in place, combined with the massive upheaval throughout City Number 3, certain individuals watching from the shadows might have sensed something, thereby causing unnecessary trouble. As it turned out, this concern was not unfounded. The recent corpse-knocking incidents appeared to be an attempt to test the Zone Bureau's intentions. Whether intentional or not, 3 targets have so far been disturbed by anomalous incidents, though Bai was not among them. His entry into Sunshine Apartments seemed more like a coincidence. In short, the connection between Bai and the Zone Bureau's ban is a secret, and Orange not only knows the secret but is, of all people, an ordinary civilian. This means that if anything were to happen to her, the relevant intelligence could easily be leaked. Lou looked at the girl in the back seat, her head bowed, through the rearview mirror, his feelings conflicted. Logically speaking, he should have had someone erase Orange's memories of Bai, just as he had done with those people in Huangquan. That would have been for the best, both for city number 3 and for Orange. But he didn't want to do that. Some things can't be viewed so simplistically, especially after witnessing today's events. He was even more certain of one thing, and another thought took root in his mind. I'll take the camera back for now. I'll let you know in a couple of days when I'll return it to you. Lou didn't ask Orange for any information about Bai. He pulled over and said calmly, "We're here. Go home." Orange was taken aback. She looked around. Sure enough, everything nearby looked very familiar. She got out of the car, and right there was the entrance to her home. How did you know where I live?" she couldn't help but ask. "I just happened to see it once." "Get out of the car, I'm in a hurry." Only then did Orange get out. No sooner had she closed the door than Lou drove off without a moment's delay. She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. The setting sun cast a crimson glow on her hair as she stared blankly at the blue dot receding into the distance. "Is Ching Ching here? Have her come to my office." After seeing Orange off, Lou quickly returned to the police station. He went to his office, closed all the windows, drew the curtains, and just as he was about to turn on his computer, he paused, thought for a moment, and walked over to the corner of the room. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." "Lou, what do you need me for? What are you doing?" A girl with a slightly chubby face and a ponytail pushed open the door and walked into the room reluctantly, her eyes clearly showing her displeasure. Just as she was about to complain, she saw Lou turn off the camera in the corner. The lights in the room were off, the curtains were all drawn, and only the computer screen emitted a faint glow, giving the room a somewhat eerie atmosphere. The girl froze for a moment, took a few steps back, and asked warily, "You called me over here. You're not planning to hit me, are you?" "Why would I hit you for no reason?" Lou was taken aback by her question. He walked back to his desk and beckoned, "Come in," and closed the door. "No way." The girl shook her head vigorously. "You're just trying to hit me. That's why you turned off the cameras." "Why would I hit you for no reason? What's the matter? Did you do something you shouldn't have?" Lou furrowed his brow. "Hurry up and come in, or you can forget about this month's paycheck." "No way." Those words seemed to strike a nerve with the girl. Upon hearing them, her face contorted with a mix of grief and indignation, but she still resolutely walked into the room and closed the door. It was as if she were willingly walking to her death for the sake of her paycheck. For a moment, the room was almost pitch black except for the area around the computer. "What are you standing there for? Turn on the light." Lou's exasperated voice rang out in the darkness. "Oh." The girl turned on the light, and the room instantly brightened. She asked warily, "I just erased the memories of those people you sent over today. Why did you call me back here? Did you erase everyone's memories completely?" "Of course," the girl said, lifting her chin. "One of them had really strong mental power, probably a psychic type awakener. It took me quite a bit of effort." "So what are you getting at? Just say it." He, you're still the smart one." Lou's eyes twinkled, crinkling into crescent moons. "I haven't had dinner yet, so you'll have to treat me to a meal later. I just happen to have 2 coupons for the restaurant across the street. They give a big discount." "How much of a discount?" 10% off." Lou's mouth twitched. "What did you say?" 10% off, the girl explained, her eyes sparkling. "That means you'll only have to pay 1/10 of the price this time. You'll save a lot of money. I feel like breaking your legs for your math teacher's sake." "Lou." Seeing the incredibly complex expression on the other person's face, Lou snapped, "You're not even willing to spend this little bit of money. Why should I do anything for you? You work for the Zone Bureau, not for me. Besides, doesn't the Bureau pay you a salary?" Lou felt a headache coming on suddenly. he regretted calling this fool over. I don't care. You have to treat me to a meal, or don't even think about getting me to do anything later. Lou snorted. Fine, then. Lou sighed. A meal was bound to cost a pretty penny. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he would have had to haggle with him. Wait while I make a call. I'll ask if the bureau will reimburse this. You cheapskate. Why do you have to get everything reimbursed? Lou looked indignant, his chest heaving several times, then his expression changed as he probed in a low voice. So can I ask the bureau for reimbursement in the future, too? No. Stop dwelling on these useless things. I suggest you spend your free time brushing up on your knowledge of discounts. Lou shook his head and said, besides, how can you, someone who waits for discounts on everything, have the nerve to call me stingy? The two looked at each other, each despising the other as tight-fistedness. All right, let us get down to business first. I'll treat you to a meal when we're done. Then I want the most expensive one. Sure. Lou rubbed the bridge of his nose and asked, any leads on that incident on Lawn Bay Street yet? No. Lou, now in work mode, grew more serious. She found a spot to sit down and replied, the other side had prepared their defenses well in advance and erased all useful information beforehand. There aren't many factions in Donyang City capable of doing something on this scale. Indeed, there aren't many. Maybe it's really as that guy said before he died, the other side is connected to some major conglomerate. Lou thought for a moment, then said, look into the top 10, no, the top 5 corporations in Donyang City. See if any of their senior executives have physical disabilities or similar conditions. Oh. Lou nodded solemnly, then added listlessly, anything else? I'm hungry. It's not exactly business, but I have a video here. Lou was taken aback for a moment, then said with a strange look on her face, no way, Lou. You closed the windows and turned off the camera just to watch a video? So this video of yours? She gave him a look that said, we both know what this is about. Do you want to watch it? Sure, why not? Lou quickly pulled a chair up next to Lou and stared at the computer screen with anticipation. Lou opened a file and pressed play. The image wobbled slightly, revealing a narrow, desolate path on the screen. Out in the wild again, Lou whistled in amazement, her large, bright eyes fixed intently on the screen without blinking. Several figures appeared. She counted them roughly, and her expression shifted slightly. 2 women. Why are there so many men? Lou gave her a strange look. What's wrong? Is it unusual to have more men than women in this kind of situation? Wait, what kind of video is this? Realizing the content of the video was different from what she'd expected, Lou quickly adopted a serious tone. The latest footage from an expedition into the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone? They actually went there? Lou's eyes lit up. What rank is this Forbidden Zone? Rank S. Oh, rank S, huh? That should be pretty. What exactly is a rank S? Lou suddenly turned to Lou, doubting her own ears. Currently, discovered rank S Forbidden Zones are extremely rare, and even fewer have been explored. This is because only those at least rank S or higher dare to explore them, and such powerful individuals generally prefer not to be caught on camera. Besides, they don't need to make money by exploring forbidden zones for them. The most important thing is to quietly scoop up valuable loot from the Forbidden Zone without drawing attention. That's precisely why even videos of rank S Forbidden Zone explorations rarely leak out these days, let alone the Forbidden Zones themselves. Which Forbidden Zone? The girl asked hurriedly. Silent Village. Silent Village, Lou thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't recognize that name at all. Is it a new Forbidden Zone? Although phrased as a question, her tone was quite certain. As a Class C Awakener, she had every reason to be confident. Lou's ability was Memory Palace. She was a master of manipulating memories. She could not only solidify her own memories to the point of never forgetting anything she saw once, but also manipulate others' memories to erase them, a highly practical ability. This was one of the reasons Lou had called her over to watch the footage. It's a new Forbidden Zone, and don't say another word. I want to see it for myself. Hearing this, Lu fell silent and turned his gaze to the screen. He, too, was curious about the footage. The cameraman's technique was quite amateurish, but fortunately, the camera was steady enough that the footage wasn't too shaky. Both Lu watched with rapt attention. "These are people from Huangquan, right?" Lu asked, looking at the men in black suits. There were people from Huangquan among those you had me erase from my memory, Lu said, her eyes widening. "You didn't happen to snatch this footage from them, did you?" Lu shot her an exasperated glance. Does Huangquan even have the guts to enter an S-rank forbidden zone? Probably not. Lu shook her head, then asked suspiciously, "But why did these people go in?" "Just watch the video first. We'll talk about the rest later." They soon reached the end of the narrow path, and the road ahead widened. On either side lay abandoned farmland, overgrown with tall weeds that grew so densely together that it was impossible to tell what might be hiding among them. At the village entrance stood a tall, ancient tree. Lu couldn't identify the species, but its dense foliage suggested it had been alive for at least 100 years. Under the shade of the tree stood a recliner, on which lay a motionless old man. His clothes were tattered and reeked of decay. His chest didn't rise or fall at all, as if he had long since stopped breathing. A tattered rush fan lay across his face, completely obscuring it, making his features impossible to discern. Even through the screen, Lu and the others could sense something eerie about the old man. It was clear that the group from Huangquan in the video had grown somewhat tense. Lu's expression shifted slightly as she couldn't help but wonder what would happen next. "Old man, are you sunbathing again?" Just then, an untimely, teasing voice rang out, startling not only the group from Huangquan but also leaving Lu with a question mark floating above her head. According to her expectations, entering the rank S forbidden zone should require, if not proceeding with extreme caution, at least the utmost vigilance. How could someone dare to speak like this, treating the forbidden zone as if it were nothing? Moreover, that word again was quite thought-provoking. Could it be that the person speaking wasn't entering this rank S forbidden zone for the first time? She didn't know who was speaking, but Lu knew full well that voice was unmistakably by S. He stared at the screen, watching the changes in the old man's appearance. In the video, everyone turned around in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that anyone would dare speak up. Only then did Lu realize the speaker was the cameraman. The next second, her expression suddenly turned peculiar. She noticed that, at some point, the deck chair the old man at the village entrance was sitting in had begun to move slowly, slipping unobtrusively behind the large tree. The old man's movements were extremely subtle. If she hadn't been staring at him the whole time, she probably wouldn't have noticed his peculiar behavior at all. But the problem was, the way he was acting, it looked exactly like he was making a run for it. Rank S forbidden zone. Is that it? With that thought, Lu couldn't help but glance at Lu, but the latter remained fixed on the screen, his expression somewhat grave. He felt his suspicion had been confirmed. The people in the video hadn't noticed the entire process of the old man's disappearance. It wasn't until they snapped back to reality that they realized he was gone. The camera panned as the group made their way into the village. The journey was uneventful, with no danger arising. Through the video, Lu could only see the village's dilapidated state. While she marveled at how quickly time had passed, she couldn't sense any of the terror associated with a rank S forbidden zone. Even so, she still felt a sense of oppression. Is this really a rank S forbidden zone? Lu glanced at Lu skeptically. In her understanding, a rank S forbidden zone was supposed to be a place of utter despair where every step could cost you your life. It couldn't possibly be this safe. But not only had no one died yet, even the old man at the village entrance, the only one who looked somewhat threatening, turned out to be a wimp. What's the rush? Just look down to see if it's really a rank S forbidden zone. Lu thought for a moment, then said earnestly, "Besides, I brought you here so you could keep an eye out for useful details, not so you'd actually think you're at home watching a mystery show." Got it? Okay. Lu covered her ears, pouted slightly, and looked at the computer screen. The houses in the village all had their doors tightly shut. The stalls in the market were empty. The stone tables glowed with a cold light, still bearing a layer of accumulated dark red stains, giving the whole scene a rather eerie look. The group remained silent the entire way, never exchanging a single word. She found it a bit boring. Finally, when the camera panned to the entrance of a small courtyard, she perked up. The red lacquer on the courtyard's vermilion wooden door seemed to have flaked off in places. The entire door panel was mottled, resembling splattered blood. The man leading the group from the underworld was a tattooed guy. He turned around and made a few gestures to the cameraman. Soon, the camera panned past the group and moved toward the courtyard gate. Is he calling the cameraman over to open the door? The camera paused at the doorway, and Lou instantly grew tense, feeling as if she were playing a first-person horror game. She held her breath and focused intently. The next second, she saw the vermilion door pushed open forcefully by a hand. The scene behind the door flashed by in an instant, immediately becoming blurry and indistinct. What's going on? Lou gasped in alarm. At the crucial moment, the camera's view had been blocked by something. Feeling both frightened and annoyed, she turned to Lou and asked, "Did you see that just now?" "I did." Lou's tone was grave. His observational skills and reflexes far exceeded those of ordinary people, so even though the image had been fleeting, he had still caught it. And thanks to her memory palace ability, Lou could clearly recall the terrifying scene she just witnessed, which was one of the reasons she cried out in shock. In the courtyard stood a very deep, abandoned well. The corner of the wall was piled high with mangled corpses, each with a hideous expression. Most of their bones had melted away, making the sight utterly repulsive. Within the courtyard stood several massive trees with dense branches. Thick roots protruded from the soil like dark blood vessels. Though each tree belonged to a different species, their roots were intertwined and entwined, almost completely connected. The branches were caked with rotting, blackened flesh. The foliage was exceptionally dense, and beneath the emerald green canopy, several pale, deathly faces were faintly visible. She remembered it clearly. There were actually several human heads hanging upside down from the trees. All the dead had eyes wide open, their gazes vacant, their mouths gaping wide, their tongues barely visible. Blood trickled down the trunk. Most of it had already dried, forming blood-red patterns that clung to the bark. The lips of several heads on the tree moved open and closed, twisting frantically, as if constantly letting out silent screams. These people didn't seem to be completely dead yet. Even in death, they were still being tortured. Even after just a single glance, Lou felt a chill run down her spine. She looked at Lou beside her and asked nervously, "Aren't you scared?" "What's there to be scared of?" "Look closely." Lou stared at the screen and turned the girl's head toward it. Lou swallowed hard, steeled herself. She was ready to face what the clear image would reveal. The image finally came into focus, but when they saw the scene in the small courtyard, not only was she stunned, Lou was stunned as well. The corpses and severed heads in the courtyard had vanished, and the blood and flesh fragments had disappeared without a trace. Only a deep well and those few trees, their roots intertwined, remained in place. It was as if everything in the courtyard that could be moved had been taken away. Although it still looked somewhat eerie, it didn't seem quite as uncanny as before. "What's going on?" "Lou." Jean and the others exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that it was impossible to hallucinate while watching a video, especially not for both of them to hallucinate at the same time. That terrifying scene from just a moment ago had definitely happened. These trees are so strange, their roots are all connected. That's really interesting. Perhaps the only person in the entire group who hadn't seen what had just happened was the cameraman. He suddenly let out a gasp, his tone tinged with the joy of discovering something new. The camera panned to the group behind him. Compared to the horror on everyone else's faces, his voice sounded completely out of place. As the camera returned to the small courtyard, Lou noticed that nothing was missing this time, but two unidentified fruits had appeared on the tree. The scene that had just unfolded in the courtyard seemed to have made the Yellow Springs group hesitate. The camera shifted from the courtyard to the group, revealing that the tattoo on the leader's neck was growing increasingly bright, like a red-hot branding iron. The Rune Master's abilities. Lou knew a thing or two about Rune Masters. Seeing the look of curiosity on Lou's face, he explained, "It's an entirely new system of power. Though it's still in its infancy, it's already incredibly powerful. Generally speaking, the brighter their tattoos, the more formidable their opponents are. A rune master's power comes from the steels, so they're all experts at studying them. At this point, Lu's voice trailed off. That's right. Since Wu Qing was a rune master, there was no reason he wouldn't have recognized the letter on the Forbidden Zone steel, and yet he had recklessly stormed into the rank S Forbidden Zone to meet his doom. So the letter on the steel was most likely a C before, and it only changed to an S after the group entered, causing the danger level to shift accordingly. Recalling the change in the stone tablet S letter before they left Silent Village, a theory began to form in his mind. He had never heard of the letter representing a Forbidden Zone's danger level changing before Silent Village might be the first such case. As another Forbidden Zone, if there was anything special about Silent Village, it likely had to do with Bai. Of course, it could also be an issue with the Forbidden Zone itself, for example, the sudden appearance of a powerful figure in the village, such as the Silent One. He actually agreed with Lu's point of view. The level of danger Silent Village was currently exhibiting did indeed not live up to its reputation as a rank S Forbidden Zone. Just then, in the video, an untimely voice rang out once more. "Whoa, why are you glowing?" Lu noticed that as those words were spoken, a look of bewilderment flashed across the tattooed man's face. She couldn't help but laugh. Why was this cameraman's line of questioning so offbeat? But it didn't end there. The voice continued, "Are you wearing LED lights?" As Lu laughed, she also realized something. There was something off about this photographer. To put it mildly, his laid-back attitude didn't seem like he was putting on an act at all. "Is this photographer a rank S expert?" she asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Lu shook his head silently, thinking to himself, "Your perspective is too narrow. You don't even dare to take a wild guess." So narrow-minded. Seeing him shake his head, Lu looked utterly skeptical. "You're not seriously suggesting he is rank S, are you? How could someone like that possibly be a photographer?" "Ha, not only is he a photographer, but he also helps people 10 graves he is down to earth as can be." Lu thought to himself, but didn't explain. Instead, he said sternly, "Don't say anything. Keep watching." At that moment, a soft "huh" came from the video. "Huh, aren't you missing someone?" Hearing this, the two of them froze and quickly counted the number of people on screen. Sure enough, one person was missing from the Yellow Springs. This person had vanished without a trace. If you didn't look closely, you might not even notice it at first. The others also seemed to have just realized someone was missing and appeared somewhat flustered. When did he disappear? Lu couldn't help but wonder. "Guys, don't worry. I'm just going to the bathroom and I'll be right back." Just as everyone was looking around, an unusually eerie voice suddenly came from not far away, intermittent, as if two rusty pieces of iron were grinding against each other. It was unclear what had been said, but a burly, bearded man emerged from the underworld and cautiously made his way toward the source of the sound. "You need to use the restroom, too?" As the man passed in front of the cameraman blurted out another unexpected remark. Hearing this, Lu burst out laughing again. Was this cameraman really that clueless, or was he just playing dumb? Surely he didn't actually think the speaker was going to the restroom, did he? She kept watching, eager to see what would appear around the corner. But just then, the camera stopped following the burly, bearded man and suddenly swiveled away, focusing on a cluster of dilapidated houses. What the hell is this guy doing? Right at the most crucial moment. Seeing that the camera wasn't panning back, Lu was so frustrated she could have bitten her nails off. Lu was curious too, but she looked deep in thought. As he suspected, barring any surprises, something unexpected was about to happen. Sure enough, not long after, an eerie voice rang out again in the video. "Everything is normal at the moment. Everything is normal at the moment. Everything is normal at the moment." The voice was dry and grating, repeating mechanically. It sounded especially terrifying in the Silent Village. "What do you mean, everything is normal?" As if sensing something was amiss, the cameraman turned around, and the camera followed suit, only to find the corner they'd just passed completely empty. The burly man with the beard had vanished without a trace. "Do your people have to report every time they go to the bathroom? That's really something." The cameraman seemed baffled, muttered a remark, and then strode toward the corner. "Everything is normal for now. Everything is normal for now. The eerie voices grew closer and closer. Lou once again felt as if she were playing a first-person horror game, yet this time, for some reason, she didn't feel particularly afraid. She had already put herself in the cameraman's shoes. She held her breath and watched as the camera moved toward the corner. She had expected the photographer to hesitate for a moment, but to her surprise, he didn't even pause. He turned directly around the corner and got a clear look at what was inside. There was no terrifying scene as she had imagined. Instead, 2 tape recorders stood on the floor. The tense atmosphere suddenly took a strange turn. "They're really old," Lou said, squinting at the tape recorders. "Maybe it's some kind of forbidden sequence." "A forbidden sequence?" Lou's expression changed drastically. "Are you sure?" "Of course. How could I be sure without getting my hands on it?" Lou said irritably. In the video, the cameraman seemed to have no interest in the tape recorders. Only then did he realize that everyone else had disappeared, but far from thinking of retreating, he continued walking deeper into the village with the girl who had been following him the whole time. "He hasn't encountered a single bit of danger," Lou remarked with a sigh, then asked, "There is something off about this guy, right?" Lou remained silent, confirming his initial suspicion. Gravekeeper's rules applied equally to the creatures of the Forbidden Zone. They had been purposefully avoiding Gravekeeper all along and had never struck while on camera, that is, in Gravekeeper's line of sight. However, he also realized another issue: certain contradictions exhibited by Silent Village. Based on Orange's earlier description, at first the monsters in Silent Village seemed to be completely avoiding Bai, afraid to let him detect anything unusual. Normally, if the creatures of the Forbidden Zone truly feared Bai, they would indeed play it safe and never attack in his presence. Yet today, these monsters seemed to be attacking deliberately, as if conducting some kind of probe with an unknown purpose. And strangely, this probe never pushed Bai beyond his limits. So could it be that there is actually a specific entity behind Silent Village, one that has some control over it and also knows something about the Gravekeeper? Could it be the Silent One, or perhaps the figure bearing chains that Bai mentioned earlier? Or could it be that the two are actually the same person? After parting ways with the others, the footage became rather dull. The village was completely deserted, eerily quiet. That is, until Lou spotted the dilapidated stage Bai had mentioned. "There is something indescribably eerie about it," Lou remarked. She was staring at the arrangement on the stage, but Lou's eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze on the missing newspaper on the side of the stage, exclaiming in shock. "Is this the pen spirit? Forbidden sequence B pen spirit, a forbidden artifact possessing precognitive abilities. This forbidden sequence consists of a discarded newspaper with illegible handwriting and an old-fashioned fountain pen. Once exposed, it exerts a powerful psychological suggestion on all living beings within a 10-meter radius, inducing an urgent impulse to ask questions. Once questioning begins, it cannot be interrupted. The pen spirit will prioritize drawing the questioner's blood to refill its ink reservoir and will answer by circling characters on the newspaper. According to verification, the pen spirit's answer accuracy rate exceeds 90%. It is worth noting, however, that while the answers are accurate, they are often highly misleading. Please do not take them at face value. Note 1. Questions come at a price. Depending on the nature of the question, the questioner will pay a price ranging from hair loss to instant death. Please ask questions with caution. Note 2. Do not speak casually near the pen spirit, or you may be forcibly deemed to be asking a question, a process that cannot be interrupted. Note 3. The pen spirit will answer only one question per calendar month. If additional questions are asked, it will not respond but will still exact the corresponding price. Unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from using this forbidden sequence and keep it permanently in a completely soundproof, dark environment. Information about the forbidden sequence pen spirit flashed rapidly through Lou's mind, and he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. The pen spirit consisted of a fountain pen and a scrap of newspaper. The writing on the scrap of newspaper, which served as its main body, was blurry and indistinct at a glance. It looked almost identical to the newspapers scattered around the edges of the stage. So could the newspaper used as the pen spirit's body be the very same one missing from the stage? Lou couldn't be certain, but he felt it was highly likely. In fact, the origins of the forbidden sequences have long been the subject of conflicting theories and have never been conclusively proven. If one were to say that the forbidden sequences are native products of the forbidden zone, it's puzzling that most of them take the form of everyday human objects, some even remarkably down to earth. But if one were to argue that the forbidden sequences are ordinary objects that have, for some reason, acquired the powers of the forbidden zone, that would fail to explain the emergence of active forbidden sequences, like by not to mention that some forbidden sequences have bizarre shapes that humans could never have conceived. As for whether Bai is actually human, Lu couldn't come to a conclusion yet. After all, he couldn't think of a plausible excuse to take Bai for a medical exam just yet. Everything about the forbidden zone and the forbidden sequences is so mysterious, but now, he seems to have caught a glimpse of a clue. Lu had never used the pen spirit, but she was familiar with it. Upon hearing Lu's exclamation, she quickly grasped what he meant and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you saying that the newspaper part of the pen spirit comes from this stage?" "It's very likely," Lu explained. "One of the pen spirit's characteristics is its ability to compel living beings to ask questions intensely, while, as far as I know, this stage's characteristic is its ability to force people to speak. There are significant similarities between them." The two continued watching the video. Suddenly, several figures appeared on the stage. It was the group from the underworld who had left earlier. They were all tall and burly, and their baggy stage costumes hung loosely on them, as if they might tear at any moment, a rather comical sight. Yet the way they moved and the fleeting emotions visible in their expressions made it impossible to laugh. It was eerie, yet strangely compelling. It was a silent play. The performers on stage were acting out a pantomime that made no sense to the audience, yet Lu watched with rapt attention. It wasn't until the very last performer bowed that the two snapped back to reality. Lu exhaled and looked at the girl beside him. "Did you notice anything?" Lu closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I do have some knowledge of traditional opera stored in my memory, but aside from the general performance style, that knowledge doesn't connect in any way to what we just saw on stage." "So what's your personal take on it?" Lu asked. "Intelligence." "Intelligence?" "That's right," Lu nodded. "I suspect this is some kind of method for conveying intelligence, and clearly, it's not something an ordinary person could imitate. Many of their movements defy human anatomy. It would indeed be difficult for an average person to pull off." Lu nodded in agreement, then asked curiously, "But why do you think it's a form of intelligence?" "I'm focusing on the backdrop on the stage. It was clearly painted very recently, as if it represents some kind of event." Lu hesitated for a moment, a rare occurrence, and said uncertainly, "I feel like I've seen something similar somewhere before." "Feel like?" Lu was taken aback. "Is there something you can't remember?" "My ability didn't awaken until I was 13, okay? It wasn't until I turned 15 that I could truly remember everything I see." Lu rolled his eyes at him. "Besides, I can't possibly store every single memory in the memory palace. That would be exhausting. Then think hard about where exactly you've seen something like this before." "I don't remember." After a moment's thought, Lu shook his head. "But I haven't been to many places besides Donyang City. There's only Boundless City. Maybe it was the library there." "The library?" Lu looked skeptical, his eyes brimming with doubt. "How come I didn't know you had a habit of reading books? Wasn't there an exam back then?" Lu said, feeling a bit guilty. "I just memorized it." "You call that memorizing?" Lu chuckled, silently making a mental note about the stage backdrop, then turned his attention back to the screen. But the video was almost over at this point. The progress bar was nearly empty. The camera suddenly panned down toward the ground, focusing on the pitch-black soil. It seemed the cameraman had set the camera down. "Is that it?" Lu was taken aback, still wanting more. Although the video hadn't been particularly thrilling or exciting, she found it quite intriguing. Lu hadn't pressed the pause button the whole time. He intended to wait until the very last second. He waited a long time, and just as the progress bar was about to disappear, he suddenly saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Suddenly, a pale arm appeared in the video, waving gently as if beckoning to them. Then it extended a finger and drew two strokes on the screen, a horizontal and a vertical, leaving behind a large, blood-red character. "Person." person? Lu and Lu exchanged glances, surprised that an unexpected twist had actually emerged at the very end. He rewound the footage slightly, fixing his gaze on that hand. That's a human hand, Lu concluded after examining it for a moment. But there are no fingerprints, and besides, a dead person can still be a person. This hand doesn't prove anything. Lu thought for a moment and said, "You go ahead and note down the characteristics of this hand. As for the rest, I'll ask the relevant people about it later." Okay. The two discussed the meaning behind the character people, but with no leads to go on, they remained completely stumped. The video continued playing. Before long, the hand wiped the bloodstained character clean. Immediately afterward, someone hoisted the camera onto their shoulder and carried it all the way out of the village, at which point the video ended. Lu took a moment to process what he'd learned that day, then suddenly reminded her, "By the way, you'd better forget about the contents of the video for now. You can recall them when I ask you to." Okay. Lu didn't object. She closed her eyes, then quickly opened them again, her face lit with anticipation. "Can we eat now?" "Yeah, it's about time." Lu checked the time, permanently deleted the video from the desktop, and shut down the computer. Just as he was about to leave the office, he paused for a moment, then took the camera and brought it to a certain place. Once everything was taken care of, he finally walked out of the office with an excited Lu, saying with a pained expression, "Let us go. Dinner's on me. We have a deal. I want the most expensive one." "Sure. I have a 10% off coupon. Here, take it. It'll save you a lot of money later. When you have time, brush up on your math skills and save me some trouble." Their voices gradually faded away, and the office fell silent. Night fell. In certain corners of the city, a few more rows of muddy footprints appeared. At the same time, in a dimly lit metal room, the camera lens seemed to flicker suddenly, taking on a faint reddish hue before quickly disappearing. Wang Xiaoshui opened his eyes to find himself in pitch-black darkness. The bed frame beneath him was unusually cold, and the air around him no longer carried the exotic fragrance of the vanilla he'd bought at great expense from the Forbidden Zone. Instead, it was filled with a foul stench. He was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. As he tried to sit up, he bumped into something as hard as solid iron, and his forehead throbbed with pain. Reaching out, he tried to feel for the light switch on the wall, but instead of finding it, he once again touched that cold, hard object. Judging by the texture, it seemed to be a wooden plank. His unease grew stronger, and Wang Xiaoshui realized something. He was in a cramped space. This wasn't his original room. He shouted his wife's name at the top of his lungs, but his voice seemed trapped by the confined space, echoing endlessly in his ears and gradually distorting, as if it were slowly transforming into another person's voice, emitting a malicious laugh. No one answered. His wife didn't seem to be there. Wang Xiaoshui was frantic with worry. He frantically felt around his body until he found a hard object in his left pocket. Only then did his mind settle a little. Thankfully, his cell phone was still there. The faint glow of the screen lit up. He turned on the flashlight and only then realized where he was. A coffin. A red coffin. The space inside the coffin was extremely cramped. He couldn't even turn around. A foul stench filled his nostrils, nearly making him throw up his dinner. Seeing that his phone had no signal at all, Wang Xiaoshui's heart sank. He didn't know how he ended up here from his apartment, but he knew full well that some kind of eerie, supernatural force was definitely behind it. Had he offended an awakener? He quickly searched his memory but couldn't recall offending anyone recently, let alone harboring such deep animosity with someone that they'd risk arrest by the Zone Bureau just to get to him. But aside from this guess, he simply couldn't think of any other reason he'd be entangled in something like this. Could it be that? Wang Xiaoshui recalled something, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. His immediate priority was to get out of the coffin as quickly as possible. With no cell service, he couldn't call for help. He tried pushing the coffin lid, his veins bulging, but no matter how hard he strained, even though his physical conditioning was already close to that of an E-rank genetic warrior, he couldn't budge it. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Wang Xiaoshui was absolutely certain this was no ordinary coffin. Some extraordinary force was definitely at work here. A moment later, he steeled himself and decided to first survey the interior of the coffin. By the light of his phone, he immediately spotted scratches on the coffin walls. His heart skipped a beat. He examined the scratches repeatedly, feeling that something was off. These marks looked very much like scratches made by fingernails. Could it be that someone else had been locked inside this coffin before? Wang Xiaoshui examined them closely and noticed numerous red spots and streaks around the scratches. Their hue differed slightly from the coffin's natural red. They looked very much like bloodstains. There were also clumps of caked earth in the crevices, similarly tinged with a hint of dark red. Gulp! An image involuntarily flashed through his mind, a person locked inside the coffin, unaware of the passage of time, gradually suffocating in the deathly silent and pitch-black environment, their face contorted in agony as they couldn't help but scratch at the coffin walls, their fingernails snapping until blood seeped out. At this thought, a deeper association came to mind. Could that foul odor in the air be the lingering scent of blood? He looked at the dark red coffin and noticed that the red hues were uneven, varying in depth, as if the entire red coffin had been stained with blood in stages over time. Perhaps because he was gripped by fear. Wang Xiaoshui's hearing was exceptionally keen at that moment. As he pricked up his ears, he suddenly heard a sound coming from outside the coffin. Creak! It was a shrill, drawn-out sound, much like the sound of an old wooden door being pushed open. Wang Xiaoshui grew suddenly tense. He realized someone had come in from outside. Who's out there? Who are you? Let me out. No one answered. Answer me. Answer me. Answer me. Me. He screamed at the top of his lungs, but it was eerily quiet outside. No one paid him any attention. Only a distorted echo kept reverberating, like a chilling mockery. He shivered for no apparent reason, lowered his voice, and tried to reason with the person outside the coffin. After a moment, his tone turned to desperate pleading, but still no one responded. Wang Xiaoshui was terrified. Ever since waking up in the coffin, apart from the sound of the door opening, he hadn't heard a single sound. It was as quiet as a graveyard. Yet even so, he felt an intense sense of unease, as if a person were standing right outside the coffin, staring intently at him. That person didn't breathe. Their eyes held only a cold, deathly gaze. Expressionless, they pressed their face against the coffin, as if listening for any sound from within. Amid this eerie silence, Wang Xiaoshui's heartbeat raced uncontrollably. He dared not make a sound. It felt as if a string had been stretched taut in his mind. And in the next second, that string snapped. Thump, 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 thump. A frantic series of knocks suddenly rang out from above. Wang Xiaoshui was startled. Someone was knocking on the coffin. Who is it? Who's out there? He mustered his courage and called out anxiously. The knocking quickly ceased, and no one answered. But before long, the knocking on the outside of the coffin began again, just as frantic as before, as if something urgent were at stake. Please, let me out. The other person was like a cold machine, offering no response whatsoever, merely tapping the coffin over and over again, producing a rapid and eerie tapping sound. But that wasn't all. Something even more desperate happened. By the light of his cell phone, Wang Xiaoshui suddenly noticed something seeping in through the cracks in the coffin. It was mud. He quickly realized what it was. Someone was pouring mud into the coffin. This was clearly an attempt to kill him. Wang Xiaoshui roared in anger, begging for mercy, but the mud kept seeping in through the cracks in the coffin, carrying an eerie warmth as it flooded over the back of his neck, his ears, and his cheeks. It was about to submerge his mouth and nose. He was going to die. Perhaps driven by an overwhelming will to live, Wang Xiaoshui stopped begging for mercy and began frantically pounding on the coffin, not caring if his hands bled. Stained by the blood, the crimson coffin grew even more vividly red, adding an eerie air to the scene. Bang! 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 Finally, thanks to the strength he mustered on the brink of life and death, the coffin lid was violently pushed open. Although darkness still surrounded him, he could no longer see absolutely nothing. The light from his cell phone suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he caught a faint glimpse of a dead man's face, caked in dirt. Thud, 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 thud. Wang Xiaoshui jolted awake and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. He froze for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. He tentatively flipped the light switch on the wall, and the room was instantly flooded with light. The scene before him was so familiar. He was back. Was it a dream? Wang Xiaoshui let out a long sigh of relief, but before he could fully compose himself, he heard the frantic knocking again. Knock, 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 knock. His whole body stiffened. He turned his head in terror and saw the tightly closed bedroom door trembling slightly, as if something were pounding on it. Who is it? It's me, his wife's exasperated voice came from outside the door. For some reason, the bedroom door is locked from the inside. Come open it, please. Wang Xiaoshui froze for a moment, only then realizing that his wife, who had been sleeping beside him, was indeed gone. He hesitated for a moment, then got out of bed and opened the door. His wife, wearing a nightgown, stood outside, her face damp with sweat. What's wrong with you? You're covered in sweat, his wife said, puzzled by his appearance. I had a nightmare, Wang Xiaoshui sighed, not quite wanting to recall what had just happened. A very strange dream. To his surprise, his wife's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she hurriedly asked, what kind of dream? Wang Xiaoshui found his wife's reaction a bit odd, and he began to feel nervous as well. He whispered, it's hard to describe. In the dream, I heard a voice. A voice? His wife seemed to freeze for a moment, then said frantically, was it a frantic pounding sound? Yes. How did you know? Wang Xiaoshui was taken aback. Was it pitch black in the dream? You couldn't move at all, and then you realized you were inside a red coffin? Yes. Was someone constantly pounding on the coffin, sounding really desperate? Yes. And then did someone start pouring mud into the coffin, trying to drown you? Yes. Wang Xiaoshui felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at his wife in terror. How do you know all this? Because I had the exact same dream. His wife's expression was strange, and water kept dripping from her head onto the floor. Do you remember what that knocking sound was like? What was it like? Wang Xiaoshui thought for a moment, then shook his head. I can't remember clearly. I think we'd better contact the Zone Bureau right away. This was far too bizarre, it clearly couldn't be explained away as just a nightmare. However, instead of heeding his suggestion, his wife stared intently at him and continued, do you remember what the person knocking on the coffin looked like? I didn't get a clear look. Wang Xiaoshui suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him. His wife's behavior seemed strange to him. Why is your hair soaking wet? His heart pounded as he looked down and realized his wife seemed to be clutching something in her hand. Dirt kept seeping through her fingers, carrying a faint, fishy stench. Wait a moment. Before he could say a word, his wife suddenly shut the bedroom door. Once again, the two were separated by a door, and the atmosphere grew inexplicably oppressive. Wang Xiaoshui stood in the empty bedroom, a sudden wave of intense unease washing over him. Second by second, time passed, and the silence grew unbearably heavy. Knock, 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 knock. He didn't know how long it had been, but a frantic knocking suddenly rang out. Wang Xiaoshui's face went pale as terrifying memories began to resurface that sound. It was exactly the same as in his dream. Could it be that? His whole body was trembling, yet as if possessed, he opened the door. Outside the door, his wife's face was caked with damp mud. It filled her nose and mouth. Her expression was ashen and numb, like that of a corpse. Try to remember the person who knocked on the coffin. She opened her mouth, her voice eerie and hoarse. The mud on her face trickled down, mingling with the dripping water to form two muddy footprints on the ground. Does he look like me? The night was deep, and the crescent moon hung silently. It was already past midnight, yet Xia still couldn't sleep. She was thinking about the knocking sound that had echoed through the apartment earlier, and the muddy footprints left outside the door. Someone had died in the apartment not long ago. At Lu's invitation, she had used telepathy on the deceased for the first time, and to her surprise, she actually gained some insight. Although she'd only seen a few disjointed fragments, she still gleaned a very important piece of information from them. The knocking was the key. According to Lu, there was a strong connection between the deceased upstairs and the corpse that had been knocking on the door. In the deceased's scattered memory fragments, she had seen a dark red coffin, heard rapid and eerie knocking sounds, and caught a whisper. "Do you remember that sound?" Her intuition told her that the corpse knocking incidents weren't over yet, so after tossing and turning all night, she decided to seek out Lu and ask for protection from the Zone Bureau. Xia knew full well that, with her limited abilities, she'd be hard-pressed to mount an effective defense if real danger arose. Even just seeing that coffin through someone else's memories sent a chill down her spine. Lu agreed to her request. However, since the knocking corpse incidents weren't limited to a single location and hadn't yet caused significant disruption, the current threat level was low, and Lu was reluctant to make a big deal out of it. As these incidents frequently occurred in apartment buildings, he dispatched several Zone Bureau agents to stake out the entrances of the affected buildings. Considering that Xia had provided intelligence, he specifically assigned a female agent to provide her with close protection. In fact, Lu took this matter quite seriously. After all, the timing of the corpse knocking incidents was far too sensitive. It seemed as though they had been deliberately orchestrated in response to the Zone Bureau's ban. Furthermore, he was quite intrigued by the red coffin Xia had described. A corpse caked in mud and a blood-red coffin. It all sounded highly suspicious. He even wondered if this might be connected to the gravekeeper. After all, that guy had been going on and on about losing a corpse, and when he first heard about it, he even made a special trip to Sunshine Apartments. Although the knocking sound was crucial, Xia didn't know exactly what the key point was. She didn't even remember what the sound was like. Even though she heard it again in the deceased's fragmented memories, it was hard for her to describe it in detail. She was now sitting in the living room, the coffee table in front of her covered with all sorts of talismans, a veritable smorgasbord of them with a silver handgun on either side. "You sure are rich." Beside her, a very capable woman in black let her gaze linger on the coffee table for a few seconds, clicked her tongue slightly, then said calmly, "But talismans are a form of supernatural power. Aren't you afraid I'll arrest you for bringing these out right under my nose?" "I know. The Zone Bureau's rules aren't set in stone. You issue bans merely to achieve a specific goal, like keeping certain people in the dark, but it's certainly not because you genuinely want to restrict Awakener." Xia smiled calmly. "Besides, I'm about to die anyway. Surely you can't stop me from using supernatural powers to defend myself?" "You're very smart." The woman gave her a surprised look. Though she said nothing, she effectively acknowledged Xia's guess. "But do you really think someone's coming to kill you?" "I'm not sure, it's just a hunch." Xia shook her head and smiled wryly. "But my hunches are usually spot on, so if something really does happen later, I'll be counting on you." "And what if nothing happens?" The woman's name was Su Jing. She was an agent with the Zone Bureau, a C-rank cultivator specializing in combat. In fact, in this era, a C-rank Awakener was already a status many could only dream of. Many people couldn't even reach the threshold of an E-rank genetic warrior, let alone compare themselves to a C-rank Awakener. Moreover, even among Awakener of the same rank, there were often significant disparities, and Su Jing was among the very best of the C-rank Awakener. C-level Awakener are already considered core members of major factions, which shows just how much Lu values Xia's safety. Of course, it's best if nothing went wrong. Xia thought for a moment, then pointed to the talismans on the coffee table and said, "If nothing went wrong, aside from these 2 handguns, I'll give you all these talismans on the table. Consider it a protection fee." "What do you think? A protection fee?" Su Jing chuckled wryly. "You really do seem to have a lot of money." "But no thanks, I'd rather trust the knife in my hand than those talismans." Xia blinked. The woman had been at her place for some time now, but she hadn't seen her carrying a knife. However, she had noticed something else: the members of the Zone Bureau didn't seem as difficult to get along with as the rumors suggested. That Lu, on the other hand, was exactly as rumored. Though he was always smiling, he gave her a strong sense of oppression. Knock, 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 knock. Just then, a series of rather urgent knocks rang out in their ears, sounding jarringly out of place in the dead of night. The two immediately stopped talking and turned toward the door at the same time. Xia noticed that Su Jing, standing beside her, still looked calm, but her aura had quietly shifted. It had grown exceptionally cold, yet couldn't hide the brutality and sharpness within, like a blade about to be drawn from its sheath. Su Jing gestured for her to be quiet, but didn't immediately get up to check the door. The knocking stopped briefly, only to resume shortly afterward, as if someone were persistently pounding on the door. The knocking was urgent, as if something important were at stake. Su Jing listened quietly, as if waiting for something. After a moment, she stood up, motioned for Xia to stay put, and went to open the door herself. Her footsteps were steady and light, almost silent. Xia felt inexplicably nervous, but quickly regained her composure. She chambered around in each of her 2 handguns, then selected a few of the most practical talismans and placed them in her bag. After doing all this, she looked toward Su Jing, who had already reached the door and was peering out through the peephole. It was pitch black outside. There was nothing there. She gripped the doorknob, slowed her breathing, and waited for the knocking to resume. Knock, knock, knock. Before the knocking was even halfway through, she flung the door open and shone her high-powered flashlight outside. No one was there. Her gaze sharpened. She didn't let her guard down for a moment. On the floor by the doorway, she noticed 2 muddy footprints that had appeared at some point. Su Jing thought for a moment, then decided not to close the door. She stood blocking the entrance and quickly dialed Lu's number. Captain Lu. I'll be right there. It was already late at night. Before she could even explain the situation, Lu quickly caught on, realizing something must have happened. The knocking and the muddy footprints have reappeared, but there's nothing outside the door. I can't pinpoint the intruder's location, Su Jing reported, her eyes fixed on the doorway. Adapt as you go. Wait for me to arrive. Yes. Su Jing hung up the phone, her gaze never straying from the door. Based on the previous knocking pattern, it should be time for the knocking to start again. The only question was whether, right under her nose, the knocking would stop or continue. Knock, 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 knock. The next second, the knocking sounded again, but this time it didn't come from in front of Su Jing. It came from behind her. It was the bathroom. When did that happen? Su Jing's expression hardened. She closed the bedroom door, then quickly stepped back, opened the bathroom door, and flipped the light switch. The light was soft. Several scarves hung on the pristine white walls. To the right was a tidy sink, with a trace of moisture still clinging to the mirror. Everything looked normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Only the faucet on the sink seemed to have been turned on by someone, emitting a faint, mechanical sound like an eerie clock counting down to some terrible event. An invisible enemy, perhaps. Seeing this, Su Jing hesitated no longer. She immediately returned to Xia's side and said in a low voice, "Stay alert and keep an eye on your surroundings. I can't pinpoint the enemy's location right now." She noticed that something was off with Xia. For some reason, Xia was actually feeling a bit drowsy at that moment. Realizing this was definitely not a good sign, she quickly cast a mind-awakened talisman on herself. It had some effect, but it was negligible. The drowsiness seemed impossible to shake off. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. The opponent might be using some kind of mental power. She kept casting mind-awakened talismans on herself, but she still couldn't shake off that state. Seeing this, Su Jing didn't hesitate for a moment. She pulled out a yellow talisman and handed it to her, a Wu-Wang talisman. Use it right away. Even in the world of Awakener, mental powers are unpredictable and difficult to counter. A single moment of inattention could lead to serious consequences. For this reason, Zone Bureau members are typically equipped with about 3 Wu-Wang talismans to defend against mental attacks. The Wu-Wang talisman was expensive to produce, but it was absolutely worth the price. It offered numerous benefits, such as clearing the mind and calming the spirit, while also repelling and eliminating many forms of corrosive psychic energy. Xia knew the value of the Wu-Wang talisman. It was something that was hard to come by even with money, so she didn't hesitate. She took it and immediately applied it to herself. A faint chill washed over her, and her mental state improved considerably. At that moment, the knocking sounded again, this time coming from the side. Hearing it, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. It's the knocking. The sound of knocking makes me drowsy. She suddenly realized something and blurted out. Use the sound-blocking talisman, Su Jing decided without hesitation. Xia was thinking the same thing. She grabbed a talisman from the coffee table and stuck it to her forehead. Instantly, she could no longer hear a single sound. It was as if she had gone deaf. But soon, her expression shifted slightly. No, this isn't working. I clearly blocked my hearing, but I can still hear the knocking. She could feel her mind being eroded by something. Su Jing was secretly alarmed. Realizing she could no longer remain passive, she had to take the initiative. She tore the sound-blocking talisman off Xia's forehead and asked, "Are you really that rich?" Xia was taken aback, unsure why she suddenly asked that, and hesitated before replying, "I guess so." "Then if I destroyed everything in your house, you wouldn't mind, would you?" "No." Upon hearing this, Xia finally realized what she was up to and quickly made her position clear. "Go ahead and destroy it all, I've got money." Su Jing said no more, and the aura she had long suppressed suddenly erupted. In the next second, the entire room was filled with gale-force winds, raging wildly. In an instant, the walls, ceiling, and floor everywhere except the area where the two of them stood were covered in deep gashes. Xia watched and finally understood the meaning behind Su Jing's earlier words. Although Su Jing wasn't carrying a blade, she herself was an unrestrained blade. Cultivator Dao Art Chaotic Blades. By disrupting the flow of air with her own aura, she formed powerful gusts resembling blade energy, slicing through her target at high speed with terrifying power. Just like the Awakener's eerie abilities, the Dao arts of cultivators are often difficult to fathom. Most Dao arts originate from a type of jade bearing red patterns. This material exists all over the world and possesses a certain degree of selectivity regarding its master. Not everyone can master Dao arts. It requires insight, or rather, natural talent. Therefore, in a sense, cultivators are just as rare as Awakener, and together they form the two most mainstream branches of the Awakener path. Of course, their paths of advancement differ significantly. Su Jing had two objectives in destroying the room. First, she wanted to probe the enemy's location through indiscriminate attacks. Now that the entire room was shrouded in blade energy, if she couldn't locate the enemy, it was highly likely that the opponent had no physical form. Second, she intended to destroy all the doors, because, as far as she could tell, the threat manifested as a knocking sound. Although she didn't know why it only worked on Xia, she planned to cut off that avenue. This relatively fixed yet difficult to counter tactic is somewhat similar to the forbidden sequence, Su Jing thought to herself. Half a minute later, the entire room was in shambles. The gale gradually subsided, and the doors had been reduced to thumb-sized pieces of wood. Yet even with this level of destruction, the room remained surprisingly quiet. Xia could easily imagine how simple it would be for the woman beside her to kill her without making a sound. So this is the Zone Bureau. She couldn't help but marvel. The Zone Bureau truly lived up to its reputation as the Council's most fearsome enforcement agency. No wonder it was able to suppress major factions and consistently maintain order within the safe zone. Su Jing, however, felt a sinking sensation in her heart. During the indiscriminate attack just now, she hadn't felt the sensation of cutting through a physical body. This meant either the enemy was incredibly fast, capable of constantly dodging the high-speed, chaotic blade energy, or as she suspected earlier, the opponent had no physical form. But according to that guy, wait, who was it again? In any case, based on the information that Guy had provided earlier, he had clearly encountered a mud-covered corpse in the stairwell and even exchanged blows with it briefly. That corpse had a physical form. Could it be that these two weren't the same entity? However, the door was now completely destroyed, and the medium through which the knocking sound traveled had vanished. It remained to be seen whether the knocking would continue. She waited in silence. Knock, 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 knock. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Before long, the knocking sound actually resounded again, but this time, it wasn't coming from a door, it was right in front of them. It was the coffee table. Someone was knocking on the coffee table. Xia was startled, but instead of waking her up, the sound inexplicably made her feel even more drowsy. With every knock, her drowsiness deepened. Su Jing quickly crouched down to investigate but found nothing. She couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. She was good at fighting and combat, but she really couldn't handle this kind of eerie phenomenon. Team leader Lu should be here soon. As she thought this, Xia, beside her, suddenly seemed flustered. What's wrong? A face just appeared under the coffee table. Xia said, fighting off drowsiness. Hearing this, Su Jing remained silent and crouched down once more to investigate, but still saw nothing. Are you sure? I'm sure. Xia was absolutely certain. I used the Wu Wang talisman. The probability of hallucinations should be pretty low. Su Jing nodded, thinking to herself that this was indeed true, but why couldn't she see anything? The only solution she could think of at the moment was to take Xia to an open space to see if they could temporarily escape that strange knocking sound. It was late at night and quiet. The commotion inside the room hadn't been loud to begin with, so they hadn't disturbed anyone. Su Jing looked at the drowsy Xia, and her heart sank. She knew full well that she absolutely couldn't let Xia fall asleep like this, otherwise, things would likely take a turn for the worse. She was about to lead the woman out of the room, but suddenly hesitated. She wasn't sure what the nature of the knocking sound was, or whether it could spread. As things stood, it was highly likely that someone, or rather, that knocking sound itself, had set its sights on Xia. If she simply took her away, would the sound follow them, potentially affecting even more people? She didn't dare take that chance. The knocking continued intermittently, and Xia's complexion grew increasingly pale, not just from exhaustion, but because she was seeing many terrifying visions. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was someone else standing in the room, lurking in the shadows and spying on her with a cold, vicious gaze that seemed to come from the depths of an abyss, sending shivers down her spine. Su Jing knew she had to make a decision immediately. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the sound of steady footsteps approaching from outside the door. Her expression turned wary, and the icy aura surrounding her suddenly sharpened, as sharp as a blade. Her entire being was like a dormant volcano hidden beneath a calm lake, ready to erupt at any moment. It's me. A calm voice came from outside the door, and a figure appeared in the doorway. It was Lu. His gaze lingered for a moment on the door, now shattered into splinters, before he asked, "Sorry I'm late." What's going on? Su Jing remained silent until the tension in the air eased slightly. Only then did her expression soften somewhat, and she gave a brief account of the current situation. After listening intently, Lu cast a glance at Xia, whose eyelids were heavy with fatigue, and his expression grew somber. After receiving the call, I immediately checked with the others staking out the various apartments. They didn't see anyone suspicious coming in or out, but when they later entered the apartments, they found muddy footprints outside the doors of certain rooms. However, unlike here, the knocking at the other locations stopped after a few knocks, and nothing else strange happened. Only here has the knocking persisted, accompanied by a sense of mental erosion. After hearing this, Su Jing felt inexplicably uneasy. Her intuition told her that if this matter wasn't resolved quickly, the impact of the corpse knocking on the door would likely grow worse and worse. So what should we do? She couldn't help but ask. I'm still figuring it out, but I brought Qingqing with me. As soon as Lu finished speaking, footsteps sounded outside the door again, and a girl with a slightly chubby face walked into the room, looking thoroughly reluctant. She complained, "Lu, you never said we have to work overtime. You've got to digest your food after eating, don't you?" Lu said helplessly. Just thinking about the money he lost today made his heart ache, and to make matters worse, he couldn't even get reimbursed. That glutton really could eat a lot. He said seriously, most of the psychic-type awakener from the Bureau have already been taken away. Only Qingqing's ability is somewhat related to the psychic type. But can Qingqing handle this kind of situation? Hearing this, Su Jing grew a little worried. After all, Lu wasn't in charge of combat, and if she rashly tried to counter psychic attacks, it could be extremely dangerous. Lu didn't answer. He quickened his tone and said, "The reason I'm a little late is that we also found muddy footprints downstairs. The people in one of the rooms were already dead, a married couple." Lu paused for a moment, surprised. "So, does that mean we're not the only ones being targeted tonight?" Lu shook his head. To be more precise, only one person in the entire room was targeted, her Xia. As he spoke, he quickly walked over to Xia and asked, "How do you feel right now?" "Very sleepy." Xia's eyelids kept drooping, so she had to keep pinching herself, relying on the pain to stay awake. "Have you used the Wu Wang talisman yet?" "I have," Su Jing replied. "It works, but the effect doesn't last very long." "It works, so that means this really is some kind of mental erosion, a supernatural force targeting the mind." Lu pondered for a moment, then touched Xia's forehead with his index finger. Almost immediately, her body was covered in a layer of frost, and she began to shiver uncontrollably. He withdrew his index finger and asked, "How do you feel now?" "It's freezing," Xia stammered, her teeth chattering. But I still want to sleep." Thump, 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 thump. A frantic knocking sounded from within the room. Xia thought to herself, "This isn't good," and sure enough, her drowsiness deepened. Lu glanced at the table not far away, quickly looked away, and asked, "Can you still walk?" "Yes." Xia forced herself to stay alert. She wasn't stupid, she knew she absolutely couldn't just fall asleep like this, she had to find a solution as soon as possible. "Hang in there." Lu dispelled the frost, then said to the two women behind him, "Su Jing, Qingqing, help her walk." "Where to?" "Room 206 on the second floor, the room where that couple died." The group quickly made their way downstairs. Lu had already broken the lock on room 206, so they entered the room without delay. Stepping into the bedroom, they immediately saw the two bodies lying on the bed. They lay there with calm, peaceful expressions, even a faint hint of a smile, as if lost in a beautiful dream. But in reality, both had long since stopped breathing. Their bodies were cold, covered in mud from head to toe, and gave off a strong, foul odor. As Xia looked at them, the smiles on the corpses' faces seemed to grow even more eerie, and she even thought she heard a sinister, cackling laugh. Fortunately, Lu's voice snapped her back to reality. "This couple is most likely victims of this incident. So will I end up like them too?" Xia asked nervously. She was so beautiful, she certainly didn't want to die looking like that. "Not necessarily. That's why we need you to use your ability to look into what these two experienced before they died," Lu said. Although Lu's memory palace could add to, erase, and otherwise manipulate others' memories, it lacked the ability to directly probe them. Therefore, to find out what the deceased had experienced in their final moments, they still had to rely on Xia's telepathy. Xia wasn't surprised, in fact, the moment she saw the bodies, she guessed why Lu had brought her here. Knock, 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 knock. A frantic knocking sound rang out, and everyone's expressions darkened. That damned knocking sound had indeed followed them here. Xia was growing increasingly drowsy. Knowing time was limited, she hurriedly approached the man's body with Su Jing and the others supporting her, and pressed her hand against his forehead. She closed her eyes and waited for half a minute, nearly falling asleep. Perhaps because the deceased had only recently passed away, the information she received was almost entirely intact, yet the more complete it was, the paler her face grew. "How is it?" Su Jing noticed her unusual state and quickly asked. "This man fell asleep after hearing the knocking. After that, he had a strange dream." Xia forced her eyes open and recounted the man's final memories to everyone in the simplest terms possible. Lu looked pensive after hearing this. "Did he die in a dream?" Su Jing murmured. "So, once he fell asleep after hearing that knock, he became trapped in a coffin in his dream and died?" "No, that wasn't a dream." Lu shook his head. If it had truly been a dream, those experiences wouldn't have become part of the deceased's memories, and this young lady wouldn't have been able to see the contents of the dream. "My ability is to touch another's mind, it's not just about seeing memories. Maybe that's why I can see dreams," Xia said. "No, that's not right. Otherwise, how do we explain the mud on their bodies? It can't possibly have come from a dream, can it?" "Let us put aside whether this is a dream or not for now," Lu interrupted their discussion. He looked at Xia and said in a solemn voice, "Our top priority right now is to make sure you stay alive." "Then what should we do?" Everyone turned to look at Lu. It seemed he had a plan. "It's simple. Just fall asleep like this. Lou smiled, but the air suddenly grew a few degrees colder. He licked his lips. Since they can kill people in dreams, then let us make contact within the dream. At the same time, far away in the cemetery, I was also having a dream. I was having a dream. In the dream, there was a very long, deep, and dark path that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ahead, it was pitch black, as if all light had been swallowed up. On either side of the path stood 2 rows of people, one after another, shoulder to shoulder, forming a human wall that stretched into the darkness along with the path. Their expressions were all numb, like cold corpses. I walked slowly down this path. With every step he took, the necks of those people would twist an inch in unison, their movements stiff as stone, their gazes fixed on him the entire time. It felt like a gaze from hell. Despite the eerie scene, my mind remained as still as water. He turned around. There was no way back. The path he had just walked seemed to have been erased from existence. The 2 rows of figures had vanished, leaving only 2 rows of densely packed, nameless gravestones standing suspended in midair, exuding an inexplicable sense of desolation. With no way back, he had no choice but to keep moving forward, into the unknown darkness ahead. Vaguely, I thought he heard sounds, a chaotic cacophony of wailing, chanting, whispered murmurs, unbearable curses, and piercing screams. All the sounds came from both sides, seemingly emanating from the mouths of those corpse-like figures, though they had clearly never opened their lips. I could see nothing, yet a blurry image suddenly flashed through his mind, a scene of crumbling walls and ruins, with countless corpses lying on the ground, most of them mutilated, their eyes wide open in fury, as if they had died with unresolved grievances. The mountains and fields were covered in an endless sea of red, where blood and fire mingled. The entire scene kept shifting, as if a memory from the past were being replayed. I remained unmoved. He simply kept walking, heedless of everything around him, devoid of any emotion, utterly cold, as if he had completely become a different person. No matter how piercing the screams, no matter how gruesome the scene, he never once stopped. He simply kept walking into the darkness, down that narrow path leading to who knows where. Gradually, he had no idea how much time had passed. All the screams faded away, and the gravestones on either side vanished. The air was eerily still. The bodies of those who had died so innocently and horribly had all vanished from sight, yet they did not seem to have disappeared entirely. Rather, they were hiding in the shadows, watching him surreptitiously. Amid the deathly silence, a faint glow suddenly appeared in the darkness ahead. Baez's expression remained unchanged, but his pace involuntarily quickened slightly. The path gradually widened, and he stopped, looking somewhat dazed. First, he heard a burst of laughter and cheerful chatter, and then he saw a magnificent white stage. Beneath the stage stood row upon row of red round tables. The carpet was red, and the chairs were red as well. It looked just like a wedding reception, full of festive cheer. Yet the stage itself was an eerie white. The curtain hung down like a giant shroud, obscuring the most harrowing scene. The area around the stage was eerily empty. Not a single soul was in sight. He didn't know where the laughter and cheer had come from, nor did he feel like finding out. He simply picked a random spot to sit down, picked up a red cup, and poured himself a cup of tea. "Pour me a cup, too." Suddenly, a soft male voice rang out. I turned his head and only then noticed someone sitting beside him, a strikingly handsome man dressed entirely in white, exuding the air of a refined scholar. "Pour me a cup, too." A voice sounded again from his left. It belonged to a red-haired, tattooed man who was grinning widely at him. "Me too," said a woman. "Pour me a cup as well. Don't forget me." One voice after another rang out. It seemed as though many more people had suddenly appeared at this round table. Me, and me. I poured tea for everyone one by one. Suddenly, he heard a clear, ringing child's voice to his right. He looked around, then looked down in astonishment, only to discover that the one who had just spoken was a little girl. The girl had rosy lips and pearly white teeth, a round head, and was very short. She was glaring at him in displeasure, perhaps feeling overlooked. She took a few steps with her little legs, struggled to climb onto the chair, and raised the cup in her hand above her head, trying to prove she was tall. The commotion below the stage grew louder, and I finally noticed that, at some point, all the surrounding tables had become filled with people. I looked at the little girl, and everyone else looked at him. After a moment, he smiled silently, reaching out as if to ruffle the girl's hair, but quickly stopped himself and silently poured her a cup of tea. During this time, no one spoke. Just then, the white curtain on the stage slowly rose. Gongs, drums, and Swana horns blared in unison, and the scene on stage unfolded before the audience. On stage were not opera performers, but a group of generals, men and women clad in battle armor, wielding gleaming real spears and swords. The blades cast a faint, icy glow, a truly captivating sight. As the performance began, the audience fell instantly silent. I had seen this play before, but this time, it was no longer so quiet. He still couldn't understand the plot, but he found himself completely engrossed. The sound of gongs and drums grew louder and louder. The performers on stage wildly swung their weapons, as if battling some unknown and terrifying entity. Their expressions were resolute, yet the despair in their eyes was impossible to hide. I was affected by this atmosphere and felt inexplicably restless. The play continued, and everyone in the audience watched with rapt attention. They sat motionless, even their raised cups suspended mid-air. Time seemed to stand still. Finally, the white curtain fell, and the play came to an end. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and I found himself clapping along involuntarily, not even noticing that his palms were stinging from the force of his clapping. As the applause died down, he turned his head. Not a single soul was in sight. The atmosphere had grown eerily quiet in an instant. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. Everyone had vanished. Near the round table, only rows of cold gravestones remained, some tall, some short. The one to Tobias' right was the shortest, barely reaching his knees. The vast stage, both on and off, was completely deserted. As he took in the scene, he suddenly froze in place. When he came to his senses, he downed the still warm cup of tea on the table in one gulp. "Have you forgotten?" Suddenly, a calm voice rang out, the same gentle male voice that had initially asked Bai to pour tea, as if it had appeared directly within his heart. Bai remained silent for a long time, offering no reply. He simply stood up and drained the tea from every cup on the table, one by one. Ever since entering the dream, he hadn't spoken a single word, as if, like those gravestones, he had fallen into eternal silence. He opened his mouth, as if to say something. Thump, 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 thump. But just then, an untimely knocking sound suddenly rang in his ears. The surrounding scene faded away, shattering into pieces. The entire world seemed to be slipping away. I watched the stage and gravestones recede into the distance, feeling somewhat restless. "We've all been waiting for you to wake up." At the very last moment, he heard that voice again, very soft and matter of fact, and immediately afterward, all that remained before his eyes was darkness. A brief darkness. I opened his eyes and rubbed his dazed head. It felt as though he had a long and eerie dream, but he couldn't recall the details no matter how hard he tried, which left him feeling somewhat restless. Looks like it was a sad dream. He lay where he was and let out a long sigh. He felt as though he slept. Somewhat uncomfortably, so with practiced ease, he pushed aside the wooden plank above his head and climbed out of bed. He was surrounded by pitch-black darkness, and there seemed to be a foul stench in the air. He covered his mouth and nose, shone the light from his phone around, and then froze in surprise. Why is there a red coffin here? Aren't all coffins in cemeteries supposed to be black? No wonder I slept so uncomfortably. Why do I feel like cemeteries' coffins are actually comfortable to sleep in? A look of bewilderment crossed his face. He shone his phone's light around the room and was stunned to discover something. He was no longer in the cemetery. This was clearly a nearly abandoned shack, completely empty, with cobwebs covering the corners and a crooked wooden door that looked as if it might collapse at any moment. I'm not still dreaming, am I? I found it hard to wrap his head around suddenly leaving home and ending up somewhere else. He walked to the entrance, pushed the wooden door, and it immediately let out a screech as if unable to bear the weight, then crashed to the ground, ending its duty of guarding the house. A person was standing outside the door. The moment Bai saw the person, the other clearly noticed him as well, his expression one of disbelief. It was Lu. One was the gravekeeper of the cemetery, the other, the head of city number 3. Meeting in the dead of night in such an unfamiliar place, they stared at each other in silence, their expressions a sight to behold. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. As they exchanged glances, a shared thought gradually formed in both their minds. I must be dreaming after all. Otherwise, how on earth could this guy be here? Outside, everything was a hazy gray. Time seemed to have frozen, as if they were at the threshold between dusk and night. A gloomy mist flickered in and out of view at the edge of their vision, constantly expanding and contracting, swirling and rising, as if something were breathing rhythmically. The rotten wooden door lay collapsed to one side, crumbling at the slightest touch. Half of it had already turned to sawdust, which was quickly swallowed up by a dense swarm of black dots. It was a colony of ants. Their movements, both as they advanced and as they fed, were perfectly synchronized. Their ranks were impeccably orderly when they moved. They resembled a massive army of 10,000, maintaining the same formation at all times and forming a strange pattern. Viewed from above, it closely resembled an eerie, ever-changing leaping face, radiating an indescribable malevolence. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, a faint, almost imperceptible wail seemed to emanate from within the ant colony, sending a chill down one's spine. The sky was unusually gloomy. Crows the size of basketballs circled endlessly in the air, as if weaving a vast, pitch-black web. Their eyes were a deep, blood red, and their beaks and claws were equally crimson as they coldly surveyed everything on the ground. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were filled with identical little wooden cabins, densely clustered in every direction with no discernible pattern standing among them. One could easily lose one's way if not careful. Everything was bizarre and eerie, like a sinister nightmare. Creak! Lou pushed open another wooden door, and the bright beam of his flashlight flooded the room. The room had clearly been sealed away for a long time. The lock on the door was rusted solid and broke at the slightest touch, and the doorknob was caked with dust. Upon opening the door, one could immediately see the large red coffin placed right in the center of the room, as if it had been soaked in blood, with pitted clots of blood still clinging to it. Perhaps because so much time had passed, the coffin had faded slightly, revealing patches of its original black color in some places. The room was poorly ventilated, and a foul odor lingered constantly, though its source could not be pinpointed. The corners were filled with dust and cobwebs, giving the place a sense of decay. Lou strode quickly into the room and opened the coffin lid. Inside, it was completely empty, with not a single soul in sight. His expression was calm, but he felt a bit anxious. This was already the 24th coffin he had opened, yet there was still no sign of Xia. According to Xia's description, anyone lulled to sleep by the knocking sounds would wake up inside a sealed red coffin. If they didn't escape quickly, they would likely be drowned by the sludge poured in afterward. After learning the basic details of the incident, Lou quickly found a way to follow Xia into the dream world, appearing outside the small hut. He had expected to rescue Xia from the coffin in no time, but to his surprise, even after all this time, he couldn't find her anywhere. The huts here were packed so tightly that they stretched as far as the eye could see, and each one contained a red coffin, meaning there were countless coffins. If he continued searching aimlessly like a headless fly, Xia would likely not survive long enough for him to find her. This was where Lou had miscalculated. But what he found most unbelievable was that he would actually run into Bai in a place like this. At that moment, Bai was staring right at him. The two stared at each other, their expressions a study in drama. Bai was almost convinced he was still dreaming. How else could he possibly be in such a strange place? He looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "Are you Lou?" Faced with this question, Lou remained extremely cautious. He wasn't sure what this guy was. Was he a false illusion conjured out of thin air using his memories, or was he the gravekeeper himself? Given his current situation, neither option seemed particularly promising. He paused for a moment, then replied calmly, "I'm not." "You're not?" Bai chuckled upon hearing this and said, "If you're not Lou, then who are you?" "I'm Bai." Bai froze. "What the heck? Who are you saying you are?" "Bai," Lou said with a straight face. The Bai and freeloader and the MON sticking to the rules. "No, I mean, if you're Bai, then who am I? How would I know that?" After a brief silence, Bai looked bewildered and shook his head. "Wait, I'm Bai, right?" His tone was filled with self-doubt. Perhaps because of that vague dream he had earlier, at that moment, he actually felt a sense of detachment from the name Bai, as if he were doubting his own true identity. "Who isn't?" Lou said with a smile, though his heart sank a little. Damn it, this really does seem to be Gravekeeper. He thought this not for any other reason, but simply because the other person exuded such a strong air of self-deception, something no one else could possibly imitate. The next second, I suddenly had a realization. I get it. You're not Lou, you're me. The me from my dream. Lou took a deep breath and remained silent, surveying his surroundings. This place was clearly off. Could something be wrong with Gravekeeper? But his worries seemed unfounded. Faced with the eerie scene around him, I merely whistled in amazement, showing no signs of distress. Wow, dreams really do have everything, don't they? Hearing by S mutter, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This guy actually thought he was dreaming? But I suppose that's a blessing in disguise. Suddenly, I fixed his gaze on him, a look of suspicion on his face. But I still can't figure out how I ended up dreaming about Lou. Lou, afraid I might try to verify anything, steeled himself and tentatively suggested, "What you think about during the day, you dream about at night? Get lost. What the hell does what you think about during the day have to do with it?" Bayes' expression changed drastically, but he quickly regained his composure and muttered to himself, "Could it be that I've been thinking too much about that missing body, and since Lou hasn't been in touch at all, that's why I dreamed about him? That's actually a form of what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. Who knows, maybe you'll really see the body later." Lou quickly tried to prepare him for the possibility. "That may be true, but if this is a dream, isn't it a little too real?" Bai looked skeptical. He thought for a moment, then reached out and pinched his arm. It felt a little cool, but it didn't hurt. "So it really is a dream?" Lou quietly withdrew his power, breathing a sigh of relief. Just as Bai had pinched his arm, Lou had frozen that spot in time, temporarily numbing it. He was still only vaguely aware of his current situation. Judging by the items on his person and his physical condition, it seemed he wasn't in a dream at all, but existed in physical form. Even the sensation of activating his power felt the same. So what kind of place is this, exactly? Also, if Gravekeeper really did appear here, could that mean he suffered the same attack as Xia? What are the prerequisites for being attacked? Lou was deep in thought when he suddenly froze. Wait a minute, could this place be a mobile forbidden zone? Ever since the stone steel fell from the sky, a large number of forbidden zones have appeared in the world, forcing humans to gather in safe zones free of them. Most forbidden zones possess extremely strong confining properties, preventing the creatures within from escaping. At the same time, their locations are relatively fixed and do not change randomly, which is why small safe zones remain. However, some forbidden zones are exceptions. These forbidden zones have no fixed entry points. They can appear at any moment in any corner of the world, and their movement patterns and entry conditions are completely unknown. And precisely because of the uncertainty surrounding their entry points, very few people currently know whether forbidden zone steals exist outside these so-called mobile forbidden zones. Humankind is still searching for the answer to whether they are, in fact, the same type of phenomenon as conventional forbidden zones. The most famous active forbidden zone today is a place called the Secret Shop, which had already appeared in urban legends long before forbidden zones even existed. As the name suggests, this forbidden zone is a shop that claims to sell any secret. It bears some resemblance to the Pen Spirit, but the information it provides is far more precise. Of course, the price is also much higher. Suddenly, Lou snapped out of his thoughts and turned his head in a certain direction. Bai, standing beside him, looked over curiously as well. They heard faint footsteps coming from the darkness in the distance. The footsteps were very light, as if the person walking were deliberately trying to keep their steps quiet. In this eerie darkness, the beam of the powerful flashlight couldn't reach very far. The dim, gray mist in the distance gradually gave way to a hunched figure. It was a hunched old man. He had only one eye and was very frail, with thinning hair. His back was severely hunched, as if he were carrying a heavy load. He was draped in a thick green military overcoat and leaned on a white cane with his right hand, shivering as he walked, seemingly enduring an indescribable cold. The cane consisted of one section after another, as if carved from vertebrae, polished to a fine finish, yet it was covered in a dense network of holes, creating a deeply unsettling sight. The old man walked toward Bai and his companion, though he didn't seem to notice them. His neck was craned to one side, and his single, cloudy eye remained fixed on the ground, as if searching for something. The man didn't give off any sense of danger, but Lou remained secretly on guard. How could there possibly be someone in a place like this? Or rather, is this guy even human? Compared to Lou, I didn't have many reservations. His mind had always been a blur when he slept before. This was the first time he had such a vivid dream, and he found it quite novel. Not only that, but he even felt a sense of freedom, as if he'd briefly broken free from some kind of constraint. So, under Lou's stunned gaze, he ran straight up to the old man and began examining the white cane with curiosity. The old man stopped in his tracks and raised his head slightly. His wrinkled face was completely expressionless, and his single, cloudy eye stared intently at Bai without uttering a word. Seeing this, Lou's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Bai aside and whispered, "What are you doing?" As he spoke, he kept a close eye on the old man's movements, afraid he might suddenly strike. But the old man showed no reaction whatsoever. He didn't even blink. If it weren't for the slight tremor in his body, Lou might have thought he was a corpse. "Don't you think this cane is interesting?" I looked at the cane in the old man's hand with interest and hesitated. "It just seems kind of familiar." "Interesting my ass. It'll be even more interesting when that thing smacks you in the face." Lou felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. If anyone else were being this reckless, he'd just watch coldly, but the problem was that this guy was a gravekeeper, a rank S taboo sequence. He was genuinely afraid that this guy might suddenly realize something was off, leading to some unforeseeable consequences. But complaints aside, he still keenly picked up on what Bai had just said. "You said this cane feels familiar?" Bai mused. "I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I just can't seem to remember where." Lou was at a loss for words. That response was practically meaningless, but he still made a mental note of it. Just then, a sudden thought struck him: there are a lot of coffins here. Could this be a cemetery too? He knew Bai lived in a cemetery, and he wasn't sure if he'd ever have the chance to visit it. Bai paused, glancing around. "Are there a lot of coffins here?" "Yes, right inside those houses there's a red coffin in every single one." Upon hearing this, Bai's first reaction wasn't shock, but delight. He suddenly turned to the hunched-over old man, his eyes lighting up as he asked, "So, does that mean this old man is also a gravekeeper?" Before Lou could say a word, Bai continued his own analysis. "He is a gravekeeper, and I'm a gravekeeper too. So if that's the case, doesn't that mean this walking stick in his hand is the legacy he's leaving me?" "What the hell kind of legacy is that?" Lou's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. "That's a walking stick, not a dog whipping stick. Besides, neither of you are the leader of the beggars sect." "But this is my dream," Bai declared with righteous conviction, then reached out to grab the staff from the old man's hand. "You have to follow moral principles even in your dreams." Lou hurriedly pressed down on his hand, only to notice a strange expression on Bai's face. His eyes held an icy coldness that seemed to have frozen for 10,000 years. Something's wrong with Gravekeeper. His heart sank, and the next second, he saw Bai turn his head and look at him in confusion. The coldness in his eyes had vanished, and everything that had just happened seemed to have been nothing more than an illusion. "What?" Bai asked, puzzled. Just as Lou was about to answer, he suddenly heard an aged and frail voice ring out from in front of him, sounding like an emotionless sigh. "It's been a long time since I've seen a living person around here." The old man, who had remained impassive the whole time, had spoken. Lou's heart skipped a beat, every muscle in his body tensed, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The old man looked as if he'd just snapped out of a trance. He looked at Lou, first pulling his military overcoat tighter around himself, then said in a flat tone, "I don't like the aura you give off. It makes me feel very cold." Lou's scalp prickled. What did that mean? Had this guy seen through my ability at a glance? Impossible. "It's been a long time since you've seen a living person?" Just then, Bai's puzzled voice rang out. Showing not the slightest hint of fear, he asked, "Why? Why?" The old man turned to Bai, scrutinizing him closely with his single eye, and replied slowly, "Of course, it's because only the dead can come here." The air remained silent for a moment, then suddenly grew tense. The old man's words were like a death sentence. Just as he was about to raise his cane, Bai in front of him suddenly burst into laughter. A place only the dead can reach? I must have had a strange dream. Bai's expression was very strange. He clearly wasn't smiling, yet laughter escaped his lips. Lu's heart sank. Perhaps it was because the surroundings were too bizarre. It had already pushed Bai beyond the limits of his self-deception. His state was clearly off. His words made no sense. Although darkness clearly surrounded them, the shadow beneath Bai was exceptionally clear. Its neck twisted slightly, as if it had lifted its head, staring straight at the old man. After a moment, the old man averted his gaze from the ground and said calmly, "You're right. This dream isn't just strange, it's also very long." The atmosphere seemed to lighten instantly. Bai was silent for a moment, then asked curiously, "Are you a gravekeeper, too?" "No," the old man shook his head slightly. "I am the man in the grave." "The man in the grave?" "That's right, the one who crawled out of the coffin." Bai looked pensive. "Where did you get that stick you're holding?" "This?" The old man lifted the white cane in his hand, pondered for a moment, and ultimately refrained from swinging it at Bai. "I found it," he replied. "Where did you find it?" "This place is so vast that even the dead are easily discarded and forgotten, let alone inanimate objects. It's just a stick. Who could possibly remember such a thing?" As he spoke, the old man took a shaky step forward, as if intending to walk past the two of them and leave. He lowered his head and looked down at the ground again, as if searching for something. Seeing that the old man seemed quite approachable, Lu couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking for?" The next second, a chill crept up his spine from the base of his tailbone, shooting straight to the top of his head. Suddenly, a flash of white appeared before his eyes. He realized that, at some point, the old man had aimed his white cane at his head. The tip was less than half a centimeter from his right eye. A slight push would pierce his eyeball. "I'm looking for an eye." The old man's left eye glowed with a ghostly light as he said coldly, "Damn it, why is this old geezer playing favorites? You sure didn't act like this when you were talking to Bai." Lu cursed inwardly, but he realized one thing: this frail-looking old man was likely no pushover. Under Bai's gaze, the old man slowly lowered his cane. Without so much as a glance at Lu, he took a step forward, ready to leave. Suddenly, Bai asked with interest, "This place is so big. Where are you going to look for the eye?" "No matter where it is, my eye is still my eye. I can sense it." The old man murmured, "Besides, I'm already very familiar with this place. I'll find it eventually." Lu's heart skipped a beat. Fearing the old man might attack him again, he moved a little closer to Bai and, steeled his nerves, asked, "Since you're so familiar with this place, can you find someone?" "Find people?" the old man said coldly. "If you mean dead people, they're everywhere here." "No, I mean living people." "Oh?" Hearing this, the old man seemed to take interest. He cast a subtle glance at Bai, then nodded. "If you're looking for living people, of course I can." He flashed a sinister smile. "After all, that's exactly what I do." A gloomy mist swirled around them, and three figures gradually emerged from the darkness: one old man and two young men, each with a different expression. The old man's face was expressionless. His back was severely hunched, as if weighed down by a heavy burden, his head nearly touching the ground. He tilted his neck, his lone eye coldly fixed on the ground, occasionally shifting slightly to quietly glance at the two men beside him. The two young men were about the same age and also kept glancing at the old man from time to time, but their expressions were worlds apart. One had his hands in his pockets. Though he appeared casual, his face was cold and he seemed quite wary. The other, however, was genuinely carefree, as if on a spring outing, and had been looking around with great interest the whole way, marveling at his surroundings. All around them stood row upon row of small wooden huts, almost identical in appearance, decaying and dilapidated, their walls covered with mottled mold spots, clearly having stood there for quite some time. The huts formed a continuous cluster, and amid the crisscrossing paths, faint blood-red glimmers could be seen flickering, now bright, now dim, as if they were eyes. The owners of these eyes were quite mysterious. Their figures were completely hidden in the darkness, as if they were part of the boundless darkness itself, watching everything with cold, detached eyes. Above, a crow flapped its wings and flew away, trailing a crimson rain that fell onto the pitch-black soil, only to be swallowed up by it almost immediately. Bai looked around, finding everything happening in this dream quite intriguing. He wished a camera would appear in his hand right then and there so he could capture the scenes before him. Led by the one-eyed old man, the three of them made their way towards some destination, winding through twists and turns, all the while remaining silent. It was unclear how much time had passed when a voice broke the silence. Bai watched the old man, whose body was trembling slightly, for quite a while before suddenly asking out of curiosity, "Old man, why are you trembling like that? Is it very cold?" The old man's expression remained impassive. He pulled his military overcoat tighter around himself but didn't he answer. "You're not in the best of health, are you?" But Bai showed no sign of stopping. He continued on his own. "I know an old man who is in great shape. He is really into self-care and soaks up the sun every day. When it comes to staying healthy, maybe you could learn a thing or two from him." They say dreams are the opposite of reality. Could this old man be a reflection of the old man from Silent Village? Bai wondered on a whim. The old man was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, "Young man, it's not a bad thing to speak a little less." "Why? It's so boring not to talk." Bai thought for a moment, then said earnestly, "Actually, I rarely have the chance to talk to people. Silence is golden. If you really want to confide in someone, you can talk to these coffins around you. Talk to the dead inside them." Bai was taken aback for a moment. "Talk to the coffins?" After a while, he said hesitantly, "But that's exactly what I've been doing all along." The old man's face twitched. "How so?" "Talking to the dead." Lu listened to the exchange, finding it secretly amusing, yet at the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of Bai's loneliness. As a gravekeeper, Bai seemed to spend all his time alone in the cemetery, with no one to talk to, spending his days pouring out his joys, sorrows, and emotions to those nameless tombstones and coffins. He had always regarded Bai as part of the taboo sequence, but he had never really taken the time to understand what kind of person Bai truly was or what he was thinking. The old man fell silent for a moment, then said in a somber tone, "Every place has its own rules. One of the rules here is not to speak while walking." "Why?" Bai was taken aback but asked with interest. "The dead cannot speak. Anyone who speaks will be regarded as an outsider by the corpses and attacked by them." Bai raised an eyebrow. "What a temper! Is this even a matter of temper?" Lu couldn't quite understand why Bai's focus was so odd, so he asked, "What are the other rules?" The old man glanced at him but didn't hide anything. "Don't speak while walking, don't look back while standing still, don't linger when passing a house, and don't knock on the door when entering." Strange rules, but aren't we talking while walking right now? A thought struck Lu, and he suddenly asked, "Why can't we knock on the door when entering a house?" He recalled the knocking sound mentioned in many accounts of incidents involving corpses. Because mistakes can happen, and the consequences of a mistake are severe. What kind of consequences? Ha! The old man didn't answer Lu's follow-up question. His eyes shifted slightly, as if he took pleasure in having piqued their curiosity. Just then, Bai suddenly asked, "So what happens if we break the rules?" "You can try it." I responded with unwavering confidence, "I'll give it a try then. Why should I follow the rules in my own dream?" The old man remained expressionless. Lu's feelings at that moment were exceptionally complex. Needless to say, the Gravekeeper Aranka's forbidden sequence was terrifying beyond description. Its danger was simply too great to even test. This unassuming-looking old man was equally terrifyingly powerful. Although he gave off no discernible aura, that single strike he just unleashed made it clear he was not someone to be trifled with. Lu still couldn't quite figure out what this old man was. It seemed he didn't harbor as much fear of Bai as other creatures of the Forbidden Zone did, but he was clearly wary of him nonetheless, otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated to strike. Lu could tell that when the old man first appeared, he had actually intended to kill both of them, but had stopped for some reason. The good news was that the Gravekeeper seemed convinced he was in a dream, which would make Bai's subsequent actions easier. Using his abilities wouldn't be out of the question. Seeing that the old man wasn't speaking, Bai grew bored and suddenly turned to Lu, asking, "By the way, you said you were looking for someone. Who is it? Do I know them?" "Maybe," Lu replied. "You'll find out when you see them in a moment." The more he said, the more likely he was to slip up. Rather than giving a straightforward answer, he thought it safer to let Bai figure it out for himself. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai looked pensive, then broke into a look of sudden realization, as if he already had the answer in mind. Seeing this, Lu felt a strange sense of emotion. In a way, Bai was actually quite low maintenance. He'd been fooling himself all along without ever causing any trouble. "Old man, have you found out where that living person is?" he asked again. The old man seemed reluctant to respond, but after a moment's thought, he replied, "Of course. Just follow me. Like I said, this is what I do." "Are you really sure you can find them? They might be getting pretty anxious over there." Lu had his doubts. For all he knew, this guy was the one pouring slurry into coffins, finding the living and turning them into the dead. That was his job. If that were the case, would he really lead the way honestly? "I've lived most of my life. I can still tell the difference between the living and the dead." A moment later, Bai's voice rang out, "So, old man, what about you? Are you alive or dead?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the air fell instantly silent. The old man's single eye darted around, then fixed intently on Bai's head. After a long pause, he sneered coldly, "What do you think?" Bai thought for a moment, then replied honestly, "Even if I'm not dead, I'm not far from it." Hearing this, Lu's tooth began to ache terribly. This guy really would say anything. "Bai, don't talk nonsense," he warned. "But this is a dream." Bai looked at him, thinking to himself, although this guy looks like Lu, he is actually another version of him in this dream. Why is he always so timid? Sigh, life, huh? A hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes as he shook his head and mused, "What kind of hardships in life have made you so cautious, even in your dreams?" A sudden chill crept up his waist, gradually intensifying, clearing Xia's mind. She opened her eyes to find herself in pitch-black darkness. A foul odor drifted in from somewhere, almost nauseating. She sniffed, her heart sinking at first, but she quickly regained her composure and reached into the right pocket of her jacket. Just like in the memories of that couple who died in the apartment. The object in her pocket was bone-chillingly cold, and Xia couldn't help but shiver, yet a warmth spread through her heart. Gritting her teeth, she pulled it out of her pocket. Immediately afterward, she fished a powerful flashlight from the left side of her jacket. The blinding light banished the darkness entirely, forcing her to close her eyes for a moment. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a blood-stained, weathered wooden plank. She realized she was inside a cramped, red, rectangular space where she could barely stretch out her arms and legs. It was a coffin. Xia took a deep breath. Her gaze fell on her cold right hand, and the scene from just before she fell asleep flashed through her mind. Lu's words seemed to ring in her ears once more. Judging from the scene and the memories Ms. Xia has retrieved so far, it appears these two victims were moved into a coffin while they were asleep. They were then submerged in mud inside that coffin and died, only to return to the room they were in before falling asleep, which is right here in front of us. Lu listened while idly rubbing his cheeks, furrowing his brow slightly as he nodded and shook his head. Lu glanced at her and continued, "But as you've probably noticed, things aren't quite as simple as I've described. If these two really died by being buried in mud inside a coffin, as Ms. Xia saw in her memories, there should be mud in their mouths and noses, and the cause of death should be suffocation. In fact, there were no foreign objects in their mouths or noses, nor did they exhibit the typical signs of suffocation. This clearly contradicts our initial hypothesis." After a brief silence, he looked at Xia. "To be honest, I can't clearly assess your situation right now. After falling asleep amid the knocking sounds, I can't guarantee whether you'll die immediately or, like these two victims, enter what is known as a dream state. Fortunately, however, I have something that can determine this." As Lu spoke, he pulled a coin from somewhere, tossed it casually into the air, then clenched it in his fist and said earnestly, "If the text side faces up, you won't die after falling asleep otherwise?" He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Xia took a deep breath. The next second, Lu opened his hand. The coin seemed to flicker briefly, revealing the text side facing up before everyone's eyes. The text side. Xia let out a sigh of relief. Lu handed her a flashlight and reminded her, "Keep the flashlight handy, you might need it later." He paused for a moment, raised his hand slightly, and a transparent crystal appeared in his palm. Before Xia could get a good look at it, he tossed it directly into her pocket. It was terrifyingly cold. "Don't look at it yet," Lu stopped her, saying, "If you really wake up inside a coffin, looking at it then will confirm something." He wrote a few more characters on the palm of Xia's left hand and continued, "When that time comes, look at what I gave you first, then look at the characters." The knocking on the door continued. Finally, Xia could no longer resist and fell into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes, she found herself inside the coffin. The icy cold on her hand kept assailing her, as if trying to remind her of something. Xia hurriedly looked down and saw that in her right hand was a cube formed from ice crystals, hollow at the center, with various patterns constantly shifting: swords, spears, halberds, cars, motorcycles. All exquisitely detailed, covering every conceivable object. Eventually, the pattern slowed down and finally stopped, transforming into a carving knife about 10 centimeters long. The cube surrounding the knife melted into water, enveloping Xia's palm, then solidified once more, as if she were wearing a frosty glove. The chill vanished. Xia looked at the carving knife, also formed from ice, switched the position of her flashlight, and glanced at the palm of her left hand. There, she saw the 4 characters "glove carving knife" inscribed on it. Seeing this, Xia fell deep in thought. She could more or less guess why Lu had given her the carving knife. At the very least, it would be very helpful in her current situation, but writing on her hand, what was the significance of that? And there was one more thing. What exactly was Lu's ability? Lu was very well known in City Number 3. Almost every awakener knew his ability was freezing. And in fact, that seemed to be the case. Judging by Lu's rare combat records, his most common tactic was to freeze his opponents using cold attribute attacks that were highly effective for both immobilization and killing. But recalling the scene just moments ago, when the patterns on the ice block kept shifting, Xia began to harbor a certain suspicion. That was absolutely impossible to achieve with just the ability to freeze. Time was running out. Xia knew exactly what was about to happen, so she had to leave immediately. Grabbing the carving knife, she stabbed it forcefully into the wooden plank. The ice-forged blade was terrifyingly sharp, slicing through the coffin lid as easily as if it were tofu. This might work. Her excitement grew. She pulled out the knife and was about to stab at the corner when she saw the slit she'd just made in the coffin lid vanish. It didn't vanish suddenly, but slowly twisted and shrank, eventually closing up as if undergoing some eerie form of self-healing. Vaguely, Xia noticed the coffin tremble slightly, and a faint, almost inaudible moan reached her ears. This coffin, is it alive? A chill ran down her spine as the thought suddenly crossed her mind. But this was no time for hesitation. She stabbed fiercely at the crack along the corner of the coffin, trying to pry open a gap. Thanks to the sharpness of the carving knife and her D-rank awakener's physical prowess, she managed to pry the coffin open without much effort and crawled out. As she swept the flashlight around, she realized she was inside a small hut. The stench had grown even stronger, yet she couldn't pinpoint its source. This hut had clearly been abandoned for a long time. Cobwebs and dust were everywhere, and the floor was a hazy gray. As Xia looked around, her heart suddenly began to race. There, on the dust-covered floor, was a row of barefoot footprints. The row of footprints seemed to appear out of nowhere. They started next to the coffin, then circled around it, before abruptly ending at a certain spot. Xia swallowed hard. The spot where the row of footprints ended was right behind her. A chill instantly crept into her heart. Staring at the jumbled row of barefoot footprints at her feet, Xia suddenly realized that someone might very well be standing behind her. That person was holding their breath completely, or perhaps wasn't breathing at all, lacking even body heat, just standing there behind her, eyes closed and head bowed, their body almost pressed against her back. As this image flashed through her mind, Xia shuddered, but when she shone her flashlight on the ground, she saw only her own solitary shadow. If there really is someone behind me, then why doesn't he have a shadow? Xia instinctively wanted to turn around, but was suddenly overcome by a sense of dread. Her neck felt unnaturally stiff, as if something terrible would happen the moment she looked back. Xia trusted her instincts completely, so she forced herself to resist the urge to turn around. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged toward the wooden door of the small hut. Bang! The door was far more flimsy than she'd imagined. With a single push, it crashed to the ground. The loud noise echoed far into the darkness, and faintly, she could make out strange sounds in the distance, as if something were approaching. The bright beam of her flashlight cut through the darkness. Looking at the rows of nearly identical huts outside, Xia felt a chill run down her spine. She hadn't expected the door to be so flimsy, otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a commotion. Oh no! The loud noise seemed to have attracted the attention of some unknown presence. With no time to think, she simply chose a random direction and fled. It was too dim around her. The little houses were arranged haphazardly, as if copied and pasted. There was nothing but houses as far as the eye could see, with no landmarks in sight. It was like a bizarre maze. Xia had no time to leave any markers behind. She pushed aside all distracting thoughts and, relying on the intuition granted by telepathy, kept changing direction as she fled into the distance. She ran along the pitch-black dirt road, the sound of rapid footsteps echoing through the darkness. They seemed to come from right beneath her feet, yet they sounded unusually heavy. As Xia listened, her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Those footsteps were too heavy. Though they almost completely overlapped with her own, she knew for certain they weren't hers. Someone was hot on her heels. Is it that thing that was standing behind me earlier? She suppressed the urge to turn around and began to think about her next move. Her knowledge of this place was limited to the memories of the deceased couple. Although she had narrowly escaped the coffin without incident, she knew absolutely nothing about the world outside. It could be said that the most dangerous part had only just begun. In this day and age, the most terrifying thing is always the unknown. Xia swore she had never seen a place like this before. Even though she'd encountered many eerie forbidden zones in videos, she'd never felt such a bizarre sensation. The sky was perpetually gray and gloomy, as if the concept of daylight didn't exist here. The soil was an equally deep black, as if it were part of the boundless darkness itself, or like a pitch-black sea. Who knew how many lives had been buried here to make it so soft and fertile? Xia saw that on the surface of the sea not far away, black objects were actually bobbing back and forth like the dorsal fins of sharks. It seemed as though something was swimming freely through the soil, searching for prey. The gloomy mist dispersed, and a flock of red-eyed crows, each about the size of a basketball, swept across the sky. One suddenly spread its wings and flew low into the air, its blood-red eyes darting about before settling on her. Xia felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't shake the feeling that this crow possessed an extraordinary intelligence, as if it were examining her with great interest. She kept running, while the crow hovered in midair, constantly twisting its neck to stare at her. Only after a long moment did it flap its wings, preparing to fly away. But before it could soar high, a pitch-black dorsal fin suddenly emerged from the mud beneath its feet. In the next second, a colossal creature leaped upward, biting down on more than half of the ravenous body, dragging it down and pulling both of them into the earth. Was that a shark? A shark swimming through the dirt? Xia froze for a moment. She hadn't actually seen it very clearly, only catching a blurry outline. But perhaps to give her a better view, the next moment, the colossal creature emerged from the mud once more, its massive body hovering in midair. She could see it clearly now. It was indeed a huge, pitch-black shark. It had no eyes. Its mouth was filled with barbed fangs, and there were two large, round mouths on either side of its belly, giving it an exceptionally eerie appearance. As Xia watched, she gradually realized that something was off about this shark. This time, it didn't seem to have jumped out of the water on its own. Rather, it was as if it were being hoisted by some invisible rope. Its massive body struggled constantly in midair, yet it was still being pulled higher and higher beyond its control. No way! Watching the scene unfold before her, Xia felt a chill run down her spine. She let out a low gasp, and a word inexplicably popped into her mind: fishing. But what kind of creature could possibly lift such a massive shark? She dared not imagine it. The next instant, a dark shadow flashed through the air. It moved so fast that she couldn't tell if it was an arm. The shark vanished in the blink of an eye. Gray mist swirled, and a blood-red rain began to fall from the sky, though it was quickly absorbed by the ground, and the world once again turned to pure black. As if drawn by the scent of blood, a vast army of ants arranged in the shape of a crying face appeared out of nowhere. They marched in formation into the blood-stained soil, only to crawl back out shortly afterward. The crying face they formed now seemed to carry a festive air, as if they'd encountered something joyful. Xia found the scene absurd, yet she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had witnessed many similar scenes along the way, but the good news was that these monsters seemed unable to see her. Even when fighting, they would consciously stay away from the surrounding houses, which put her mind at ease. At least for now, they posed no threat to her. Xia had come to clearly realize that even the seemingly weak ants on the ground were not opponents she could easily handle. Just looking at the crying face pattern they formed for a few extra seconds made her feel dizzy and disoriented. If we're talking purely about strength, she was probably at the very bottom of the food chain here. What on earth is this place? Xia was puzzled, but she didn't stop walking for a moment. After all, even though these eerie creatures hadn't set their sights on her, there was something that had been following her the whole time. Those heavy footsteps had never strayed far. Xia! Just as her anxiety was mounting, a shout suddenly rang out from behind her. She froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up. That voice, it was Lu. She was about to turn around, but that indescribable sense of dread swept over her once more. She resisted the urge to look back, and a thought popped into her mind. Was it really Lu calling me? Although Lu had mentioned he'd try to find a way into the dream, whether he'd actually made it in was still unknown. Her greatest desire just moments ago had been to see Lu as soon as possible. After all, he was pretty capable, and who would have thought that the very moment she thought that, she'd hear Lu's voice. Combined with the unease she'd felt when she'd wanted to turn around earlier, this voice sounded exactly like it was trying to trick her into looking back. What are you standing there for? Run! There's a corpse following you. Just as she hesitated, Lu's voice rang out again, conveying a terrifying message. A corpse following her? Even so, Xia still didn't turn around. Instead, she quickened her pace. The glove on her right hand was freezing, and she gripped the ice-carving knife tightly. Why are you running? Behind her, Lu's voice carried a hint of surprise and resignation. You'll get spotted by those monsters if you keep this up. One moment he tells me to run faster, the next he asks why I'm running. Seems like whatever's behind me isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Lu. This inconsistency in his tone made Xia absolutely certain of one thing: the figure behind her was definitely not Lu. So she raced on, her mind racing, running tirelessly. The heavy footsteps clung to her like maggots burrowing into her bones. She just couldn't shake them off. Until she heard the voice of that man she hated. Ha, this person is even running while carrying someone on their back. Are they doing weight training? Old man, to be honest, I think you could learn a thing or two from this kind of workout. If Lu had to use one word to describe Bai's current state, she felt letting loose was the most fitting. To put it more bluntly, Bai was acting a bit out of the ordinary right now. This was most evident in his emotional state along the way. His mood had shifted repeatedly, at times unusually cold, at others exceptionally erratic, as if he'd suddenly lost some kind of emotional balance. Lu realized this was probably not a good sign. Fortunately, during this time, the eerie one-eyed old man hadn't made a move. He remained exactly as the two had first seen him, hunched over, staring intently at the ground, as if he were genuinely searching for his lost eye. Old man, how far are we from that living person? Lu suddenly asked. Before Xia fell asleep, he had given her an ice crystal cube. One of its functions was to allow him to pinpoint the holder's location. The problem, however, was that since arriving here, he hadn't picked up any signal at all. There were two most likely reasons for this. First, the distance between him and Xia was too great for his senses to reach her. Second, his senses were being blocked by some external factor. Of course, there was actually another possibility, that neither he nor Xia had physically entered this dream, but were actually dreaming. Everything happening right now was an illusion. Since nothing from the outside world could be brought in, he naturally couldn't sense the location of the ice crystal cube. This was another reason he'd given the ice crystal cube to Xia, to find an opportunity to confirm whether this place was a dream or reality. No rush. We've still got a little while. In response to his question, the one-eyed old man stopped in his tracks and said calmly, remember, don't speak while moving, don't break the rules. He glanced at a dark corner, lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Although he didn't know who they were looking for, couldn't help but grumble, not in a hurry? If we don't hurry, the living will turn into the dead before long. A strange sound suddenly rang out from the sky. The three looked up to see a massive serpent's head that had appeared out of nowhere in the sky. It swallowed a strange, giant bird whole, its vertical pupils cold and impassive, before quickly vanishing into the gray mist. What a bizarre dream! I murmured, completely unaware that his voice had grown unusually icy. Isn't it just as well that he is dead? Then we won't have to waste our energy looking for him. The old man averted his gaze, a forced smile playing on his lips. Still, today has been quite interesting. Who would ve thought there'd be more than one living person in the burial ground? He licked his lips, the wrinkles on his face deepened, and his lone remaining eye glowed with a faint, eerie light. More than one living person? Louis' expression shifted slightly. He wasn't quite sure what the old man meant. Was he saying there were others alive here besides them? The old man said no more, glancing in a certain direction. Look, there's one over there. Bai and Lou followed his gaze and saw, sure enough, a figure in the gray mist in the distance, running endlessly around a house, seemingly carrying someone on their back. Xia! Lou let out a sigh of relief, but when he saw what was on the other person's back, his heart sank again. The woman didn't seem to be in a good situation. This person is even running while carrying someone on their back. Are they doing weight training? Bai remarked. The one-eyed old man's eye shifted slightly, his expression cold as he seemed to be sizing up Xia in the distance. Just then, Bai suddenly patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Old man, to be honest, I think you could learn a thing or two from this kind of workout." The old man said nothing, merely gripping his white cane more tightly. At the same time, Xia, not far away, had clearly spotted them as well. She paused briefly but didn't approach them right away, appearing somewhat wary. Lou noticed the ice-carving knife in Xia's hand, which served as preliminary confirmation of her identity. Yet even though the two of them were now so close, he still sensed nothing from the ice crystal. His heart sank. So it really has been shielded. He mused as he quickened his pace towards Xia, only to see the person behind her suddenly react, craning its neck to look in his direction. Its face was deathly pale, covered in strange symbols, and devoid of facial features. It was, to his shock, a paper doll. Lou didn't dare take any chances. He silently activated his ability, and the paper doll's entire body began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feeling the chill on her back, Xia realized this must be Lou's ability, so this person must truly be Lou. She breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a bit puzzled. It wasn't surprising that Lou had appeared, but why was that guy named Bai here as well? Lou walked up to her, tossed the frozen paper figure onto the ground, and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." "You've been circling the room non-stop." Xia was startled and hurriedly explained what had happened to Lou. Only then did she dare to turn around and see the paper figure on the ground. Even without any facial features, she could almost sense the sinister grin on its face. Thinking about how she'd been running around with this eerie paper figure on her back the whole time, she still felt a chill run down her spine. Just then, Bai and the old man walked over. Bai first glanced at the frozen paper figure on the floor, then turned to Xia, "Say, you there." His voice trailed off, and he looked taken aback. "Why is it you? Why on earth would I dream about this woman?" "I was about to ask you the same thing," Xia said, seething with anger at the sight of him. "Why are you here?" "This is my dream, so of course I'm here," Bai said with righteous conviction, then added, looking bewildered, "But why am I dreaming about you?" Lou interjected, "What you think about during the day. Get lost." Bai cut him off just in time, stealing a glance at Xia's chest and shaking his head to himself. "This dream of mine really is so realistic, it's a perfect recreation." "A dream? What dream?" Xia was completely baffled and was about to ask when she felt that faint chill again. She quickly realized this was Lou warning her not to say anything out of place. As she pondered this, she suddenly felt a very uncomfortable sensation and only then noticed the one-eyed old man with his head bowed, tilting his head to look at her. The old man was trembling all over, as if he were very cold, yet his gaze held no emotion whatsoever, sending an inexplicable chill down her spine. Who on earth is this guy? Lu stepped in just in time to block the old man's view and whispered, "Sir, thank you. We've already found the person." "Is this the woman?" A petty trick to peer into the mind, another annoying one. The old man spoke indifferently. After a moment's thought, he continued, "There are still living people not far ahead. Would you like to go take a look? Let us go." Before Lu and the others could say a word, I eagerly spoke up. He was actually curious to see who else he might dream about. "Then follow me." After saying this, the old man first used his white cane to pierce the paper figure on the ground with a sharp thrust, then set off in a certain direction. Lu remained impassive, wondering why the old man had pierced the paper figure, but he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he quickly followed behind. Xia was equally puzzled, but with Lu by her side, she figured there wouldn't be any immediate danger, so she had time to think it through carefully. The group began to move forward in complete silence. She glanced first at Lu, whose expression was solemn, then at Bai, whose face was full of curiosity as he kept looking around. A sudden sense of unreality washed over her. What on earth was this guy doing here? How come he wasn't the least bit nervous? Also, why was he here? Could it be that, like Lu, he used some method to get in here? Wait a minute. Xia suddenly remembered something. On the day she encountered the knocking corpse incident, Bai had been there too. So was he also a victim of that incident? But why, out of so many people who encountered the knocking corpse incident, were only a few actually attacked? And, if she had to name one thing she and Bai had in common, perhaps it was simply that they both heard the knocking? The knocking sound is the key. There's no doubt about that. But the question is, why did so many people hear the knocking, yet only a few were ultimately attacked? Xia tried hard to recall the knocking sound she heard that day, then pondered the sounds from the couple's memories and those of the deceased upstairs. As the three accounts overlapped, the sound of the knocking gradually became clearer in her mind. Thump, 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 thump. There were 5 knocks in total. The rhythm varied slightly, but the pauses were exactly the same. 3 long, 2 short. 3 long, 2 short. Xia paused for a moment. 3 long, 2 short, doesn't that mean death? So is that why we ended up here, because we heard that 3 long, 2 short knock? Xia speculated to herself. After thinking it over, she realized the truth might not be that simple after all. That knock was hard to remember, and she still didn't know what the knocks the others had heard sounded like. Besides, compared to why they ended up here, she was more concerned with something else at that moment, namely, how to get out of here. Although she always had a restless spirit and had often longed to venture into the forbidden zone for adventure, she actually knew her own limits all too well. Now that she was actually in a place like this, she found herself feeling somewhat at a loss. She regretted not having brought those expensive talismans she bought before falling asleep, nor those 2 handguns. Turning her head, she saw Lu lost in thought. The guy named Bai was still peering around cautiously, and the one-eyed old man, hunched over, was staring intently at the ground, lost in his own thoughts. It was a rather strange group. No one had spoken a word along the way. And so, each lost in their own thoughts and with no set direction, they followed the old man as he led them through a series of twists and turns deeper into the mist. During this time, Lu took the opportunity to glance at the characters on Xia's left hand, then examined the ice gloves and ice carving knife she was holding, before discreetly looking away. This place did not seem to belong to humans, or perhaps everyone here had already died, their bodies slumbering in the countless red coffins inside the hut, having perished along with the era and lain in silence for who knows how many years. Strange and powerful creatures were everywhere with sharp fangs and claws, tearing and devouring their prey. They slaughtered one another with the most primal physical strength, showing no compromise. It was a fight to the death, terrifying in its cruelty. The group couldn't help but wonder, if this black land didn't possess some power to absorb blood, this place might have long since turned into a sea of blood. The largest creature they saw along the way was a giant ape, so massive it blocked out the sky, nearly 20 stories tall. Crouching low, it casually snatched at its prey, only to be suddenly swept up by a tentacle that shot out of the air, dragged into the clouds, and vanished without a trace. There's actually a food chain here. After witnessing all this, Lu was startled, and immediately began to ponder deeper implications. If one were to name the organization that has studied the Forbidden Zone most thoroughly, it would undoubtedly be the Zone Bureau. The Zone Bureau was originally established to eliminate the Forbidden Zone, but due to the chaos caused by the ever-increasing number of Awakener, it took on the additional responsibility of maintaining order among them. The Zone Bureau operates under the unified jurisdiction of the Council. However, because the Forbidden Zone is scattered and many safe zones are difficult to connect with some districts lacking even a single road linking them over time, the major districts have become relatively autonomous. Although nominally still under the Council's unified jurisdiction, the Zone Bureau has essentially evolved into each district's own force, each harboring its own secrets. Take, for example, the emergence of the Forbidden Sequence's Gravekeeper. Dongyang City did not report this incident to the Council. This was not out of self-interest on Dongyang City's part. In fact, the appearance of any rank S Forbidden Sequence is treated with the utmost seriousness, let alone an active Forbidden Sequence like Bai, capable of freely entering and exiting the Forbidden Zone. If possible, each city would naturally want to claim such a being for itself, though, of course, it would have to bear the consequences. The Council is well aware of this quasi-feudal state among the city districts, but they have taken no action. Critical information continues to circulate freely between the districts, especially regarding research into the characteristics of the Forbidden Zone, as no one would keep such knowledge to themselves. The original purpose of the Zone Bureau's establishment was to completely eradicate the Forbidden Zone and turn the entire world into a safe zone. The Council's first consensus regarding the nature of the Forbidden Zone was that no complete ecological chain exists within it. In the eyes of most, the Forbidden Zone resembles a collection of independent mini-worlds governed by specific rules, with no interconnection between them. They are, by definition, synonymous with the anomalous, and no unique ecosystem exists within them. Take Silent Village, for example. No one knows what those monster-like villagers eat to survive. But if they don't survive by eating and drinking, where does their energy come from? If this question could be answered, it might reveal a small part of the truth behind the Forbidden Zone's existence. So isn't this place part of the Forbidden Zone? Lu wondered to himself. The creatures they encountered earlier were all too terrifying, some even made him shudder just looking at them. Faced with such size and strength, unless one's abilities were truly extraordinary, there would likely be no chance of resistance at all. This place seemed to be like this, forever dark and gloomy, as if time had stood still. It was difficult to gauge the time by the light of day, so the group simply kept walking until they finally spotted a small hut with its door ajar. The one-eyed old man stopped first, pulled his military overcoat tighter around himself, and said calmly, "The person is inside." Lu snapped out of his thoughts and narrowed his eyes. Was there a living person in there? Xia also went on high alert, but Bai clearly had no such concerns. He strode into the hut and soon let out a cry of surprise. Lu hesitated briefly, then rushed inside. The bright beam of a flashlight illuminated the hut. Just as he had seen before, the room was covered in cobwebs and dust. In the center stood a large red coffin, surrounded by a row of footprints. Xia followed him in. She was startled at first when she saw the footprints, but quickly regained her composure. The footprints on the floor weren't bare feet, as she had seen before, but the imprints of some kind of sneakers. Paper figures wouldn't wear sneakers, would they? She thought to herself. The one who had let out the gasp was Bai, who was now staring intently in one direction, his face full of suspicion. "What's wrong?" Lu asked. He looked in the direction Bai was staring, but it was completely empty. There was nothing there. "I just saw someone." "Where?" Bai looked peculiar after a moment's thought. He said, "He walked right through the wall." "Walked through the wall?" Lu's expression shifted slightly. "An awakener?" "That's right, he walked through the wall." "He ran really fast." Bai shook his head, and only then, as he turned, did he notice that Lu was staring at him with a serious expression. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked. Lu hesitated for a moment before asking, "You witnessed someone walk right through a wall with your own eyes, don't you find that a little strange?" Bai chuckled. "What's so strange about that? People walk through walls in dreams, that's perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" His tone was casual, but as he uttered the last word, his voice suddenly turned eerily sinister, startling even Xia, who had leaned in to listen. Lu thought to himself, this isn't good, but Bai's expression and tone quickly returned to normal. He turned to look at the coffin in the center of the room and suddenly furrowed his brow. Who did this? The lid isn't even closed properly, that's not professional at all. He walked straight up to it, about to close the coffin completely, but noticed it suddenly shake violently, as if trying to stop him. Bai froze in place. The coffin was moving? Lu sensed trouble and hurried over to close the coffin. While pressing down hard on the lid to resist the force coming from inside, he said, "Let's just close it and get out of here. We need to find the guy who walked through the wall." But the coffin moved, there's someone inside. Don't be ridiculous. How could there possibly be anyone in there? Lu said with an awkward laugh. Why not? Bai gave him a strange look. Isn't it perfectly normal for a dead person to be lying in a coffin? Lu paused for a moment. I suppose you're right. He'd examined quite a few coffins before, and none of them had contained anyone. He'd completely forgotten that fact. Isn't that exactly what's supposed to be inside a coffin? As he thought this, I had already opened the coffin. Sure enough, a person lay inside. It was the corpse of a man with a deathly pale complexion. The man was in his 20s, with delicate, handsome features and hair that fell to his shoulders. He wore a silver rose earring in his left ear. He looked as though he might have been a free-spirited artist in life. His face was deathly pale. He lay motionless, showing no signs of breathing, and his chest didn't rise or fall at all. He was, indeed, dead. But Lu had his doubts. He checked the man's breath and found nothing unusual, but he wasn't about to give up. Just as he was about to feel the left side of the chest, a hand stopped him. What are you doing? Bai asked. Check if he still has a heartbeat. Lu explained. He sensed something was off about this body. The man was dressed in the latest designer clothes, though they were obviously counterfeit, which clearly indicated he hadn't been there long. Moreover, he wasn't covered in the mud Xia had mentioned earlier, nor did his face show any signs of the agony of suffocation. So how did this guy die? Or rather, was he really dead? But as soon as he heard this, Bai immediately shook his head. No, you can't just go feeling around on someone's chest. Why? Lu was taken aback. Could this be some kind of taboo among gravekeepers? I glanced at Xia, who was standing a short distance away, and whispered, what if the person in the coffin is a woman? How could it be a woman? Lu looked completely baffled. He pointed at the male corpse's head. Even without looking at his face, just by looking at his chest, you should know he is a man. I know, but this is my dream. Bai shook his head. His chest is indeed flat, but being flat doesn't necessarily mean he is a man. If he is not a man, then what is he? Lu could tell that Bai was acting a bit odd again. He'd been like this ever since they arrived at this place, and right now was certainly not the time to be fixated on whether the corpse was male or female. But perhaps this was one of the gravekeeper's ways of self-deception. He seemed to be using these unconventional points of focus to distract himself. Xia, standing nearby, naturally heard Bai's words and felt deeply humiliated. She pointed at Bai, gritting her teeth, and snarled, "What's wrong with being flat? Did being flat ever do anything to you?" She hadn't even had a chance to settle the score with this guy yet, and he actually dared to take a dig at her first? Although she was furious, she managed to control her emotions in time and kept her voice very low. Hearing Xia's voice, Lu was taken aback at first, then glanced at her before finally realizing what was going on, his face lighting up with a look of sudden understanding. You get it now, right? I said. I do. He nodded solemnly, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder Su Jing said this woman was very wealthy. I thought for a moment and decided that even if he were dreaming, he shouldn't go too far. So he walked over to Xia, patted her shoulder gently, and said earnestly, "Don't be discouraged. It's no big deal. After all, as the old saying goes, simplicity is the true essence of life." Upon hearing this, Lu struggled to suppress a laugh and quickly gave Xia a meaningful look. Xia was furious, but she quickly caught Lu's drift. She shoved Bai aside and said through gritted teeth, "Who cares if it's a man or a woman? I'm just here to check this guy's pulse." With that, she walked straight up to the coffin and placed her hand on the corpse's left chest. There was no pulse, and the body was abnormally cold. She shook her head at Lu. But Lu still felt something was off. After all, the powerful force that had just emanated from the coffin was no illusion. Even if the person inside wasn't alive, it certainly couldn't be just an ordinary corpse. Besides, judging by what the old man had said, there should be a living person in this room. Come to think of it, where had that one-eyed old man gone? There was no sign of the old man in the room. He seemed to have vanished without a trace. Lu put aside his thoughts on the matter for the moment. He beckoned to Xia and said, "Give me the knife you're holding." Upon hearing this, Xia quickly handed him the ice-carving knife. Watching Lu walk toward the coffin with the knife, I asked in confusion, "What are you up to now?" "Nothing." Lu's tone was casual, but under the shocked gazes of Bai and the others, he thrust the knife viciously into the corpse inside the coffin. "Spare his life." Just then, a terrified voice rang out in the room. The young man in the coffin instantly opened his eyes and, to everyone's surprise, caught the blade barehanded. Lu hadn't held back at all with that stab, yet the young man still caught the blade. Shaking uncontrollably, he begged for mercy at the top of his lungs, "Big brother, spare my life. Big brother, please spare my life." Lu had no intention of stopping. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. "Why were you pretending to be dead in that coffin?" "I was pretending to be dead to stay alive. If I hadn't, I really would have died." "To stay alive?" Lu sneered. "Then why were you playing tricks and scaring us?" "I'm innocent." The young man looked aggrieved. "I left that crack open to breathe. Who knew you'd suddenly try to shut the coffin? How could I not move?" Lu thought about it. It did seem to make sense. He sheathed his knife but didn't let his guard down. Having narrowly escaped death, the young man was completely drained, lying in the coffin and gasping for breath. It took him a while to crawl out, and he offered a sheepish smile. "Hello, everyone. My name is Gunyan. Are you alive or dead?" Lu had no intention of introducing himself and suddenly asked. The young man named Gunyan froze, seemingly puzzled. After a moment, he replied, "Of course I'm alive." "Then how did you end up here?" I. Seeing the young man hesitate, Lu raised the ice-carving knife in his hand. The threat was clear. At this, Gunyan shuddered and hurriedly replied, "The door we came in through a door." "We?" "Yes, we. We all came in through the door," Gunyan admitted honestly. "Earlier, you mentioned someone who can walk through walls. He is actually one of my companions." "What door?" Lu pressed. If this guy was telling the truth, then the way they entered this place was clearly different from how he and Xia had gotten in. It might just be a way to get out of here. Under Lu's intimidating glare, Gunyan sighed and had no choice but to answer, "That door is in a secret passage in Polynite City. Only a few of us know about it. Once we pushed it open, we ended up here. There are so many monsters here, plus a horde of murderous corpses. I had no choice but to hide in the coffin and play dead to save my life." "Where's the door?" "I don't know," Gunyan said with a headache. "After I opened the door, the monsters chased me all over the place. This place is like a maze. I can't find the door anymore." At this point, his face grew a little paler. "We lost a lot of people, and the rest of us got separated." I had been listening quietly the whole time, but suddenly asked, "What kind of door are you talking about?" Gunyan stared at him for a moment, then recalled, "It wasn't just one door. The door here is a rectangular prism with different patterns engraved on all four sides. It looks more like four doors joined together. There is actually only one door in the tunnels of Polynite City, and its pattern matches one of the doors here." "Four doors," Lu muttered. Bai remained silent. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door, and the figure of the one-eyed old man appeared from the darkness at the doorway. His white cane was faintly tinged with a crimson hue. "Old man, where do you go just now?" "Oh, nothing much. The old man raised his cane and gently wiped it on the cuff of his military overcoat. His gaze fell on Gunyan, his voice icy. Just catching a little ant that didn't know when to quit. Gunyan was so startled by the old man's gaze that he didn't know what to do. He was about to cower behind Lu, but perhaps remembering how fierce Lu had looked with the knife in his hand, he hurriedly ducked behind Bai instead. Lu had always been afraid that Bai might get upset, so there was no way he was going to let this guy have his way. Under Bai's piercing stare, Gunyan had no choice but to hide behind Xiao once more. Xiao didn't say much, he simply shifted aside quickly, exposing Gunyan to the old man's gaze. Gunyan cursed inwardly but had no choice but to face the old man head-on. Steeling himself, he forced a smile and said, "Sir, hello, sir. My name is Gunyan." The old man silently wiped his cane when suddenly a blood-stained silver watch slipped out of his sleeve, hitting the ground with a crisp clatter. Gunyan looked down, and the smile on his face froze instantly. Wasn't this the watch belonging to that fat guy, Deng Daxing? It was said to be quite expensive, and that guy had always treated it like a treasure. How could it end up in this old man's hands? And it was covered in blood, too. Wait a minute. As if a thought had struck him, Gunyan swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "That little ant you mentioned, sir, it isn't a fat guy, is it?" The fat guy Deng was his companion who could walk through walls. However, he immediately regretted saying it, because the old man's gaze suddenly turned a few degrees colder. That's right, it was indeed a fat guy. What do you have a problem with that? No. Gunyan's scalp prickled, and he hurriedly protested, "I was just thinking that, given that guy's build, he'd have to be at least a big ant, right? A fat ant would work too." His voice grew fainter and fainter. Seeing how timid the guy was, Lu couldn't stand it anymore. He first glanced at Bai, who was standing beside him, completely unresponsive, then turned to the old man. "Old man, what were you doing just now?" "Catching ants." The old man wiped his cane clean, his single eye darting over Lu with a cold, piercing glare. "Do you have a problem with that?" Lu's heart sank. Judging by the old man's tone, had he really gone to kill someone just now? Was the reason he hadn't attacked us because Bai was present, or was there another reason? He wasn't sure what the old man's motives were, but he never let his guard down around him. Now it seemed the old man had no intention of hiding anything anymore. No questions. "I just think it's really sweet of you to still be catching ants at your age. You've really kept your childlike spirit." After careful consideration, he decided not to attack the old man just yet. "Hey, old man." The atmosphere grew unusually heavy. Suddenly, Bai, who had been looking down in thought, spoke up, "Do you know where the door is here?" "Door?" The old man pointed expressionlessly at the dilapidated wooden door outside the hut and said indifferently, "Isn't this the door? If you don't like it, there are plenty more outside." Bai shook his head and said earnestly, "I'm not talking about that one. I mean the 4 doors joined together, the ones with carvings on them." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed instantly, and he blurted out, Why do you know about those doors?" It was the first time he'd ever lost his composure like this. "You'll have to ask him," Bai shrugged. The old man looked in the direction Bai was pointing and saw Gunyan, who was just about to slip away, staring back at him with an awkward smile shivering under the old man's gaze. "So your ability is to play dead? You really are a rare talent." The old man gave a cold chuckle and fixed him with a piercing stare. "Tell me, where did you see those doors?" I don't remember." "Oh?" The old man used his cane to flick the watch on the ground toward the young man, saying as if to himself, "Before that little ant was buried, he told me. He really wanted to find a companion to share life and death with. He must have been talking about you, right?" "It wasn't me." Gunyan shook his head frantically and blurted out, "We're mortal enemies." Filled with righteous indignation, he crouched down as he spoke and slipped the expensive watch into his pocket. "Lu? Xia. This guy is one hell of a character." The old man snorted coldly and was about to raise his cane, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. He said indifferently, "You'd better remember as soon as possible. If I have to help you recall it, it won't be a pleasant experience." Gunyan's face darkened with despair. As if I could remember a damn thing. If I could remember, I'd have left long ago. Just then, Lou spoke up. What exactly is the door? He'd noticed it long ago. Ever since hearing about the door, I had been acting very strangely, sitting by the coffin and barely saying a word. And the old man, who was usually uninterested in everything, had also clearly shown great concern over the news of the door. All of this pointed to the door's uniqueness. The old man didn't even glance at him and didn't answer. Xia looked at Lu, thought for a moment, and whispered in his ear, I have a way to find the door's location. You mean reading Gu Nian's mind? Lu instantly guessed her plan. Right, Xia said matter-of-factly. If he really came through that door, reading his mind would be like looking at a map. I can find the door's location. That's actually a good idea. Although their conversation was whispered, the old man had clearly overheard it. He even smiled slightly and urged, go ahead. Perhaps to spur everyone on, he said in a seductive tone, you can come in through the door, so naturally you can go out through it too. Go out? Gu Nian looked completely bewildered. He hadn't heard a word, but he sensed something bad was about to happen and felt a sudden wave of unease. Lu, however, wasn't about to take the old man's word for it so easily. Fiddling with the ice-carving knife in his hand, he said with a smirk, as far as I'm concerned, reading your mind might be even more valuable. That is certainly a good idea, but the old man's voice suddenly turned cold. Do you know what the price is for peering into the abyss? Lu remained unmoved. What makes you think we should trust you? If you have a better way to leave, feel free not to trust me. Lu fell silent for a moment, then said, you must first tell me what exactly is this place, and what is the door? He could tell that Bai had already fallen into a strange, dazed state. The old man cast an equally impassive glance at Bai and replied, I cannot tell you what the door is, but I can tell you what this place is. Its name has long been forgotten, but we usually call it the burial ground. We? Of course, we, the old man said calmly. As I said before, this place is meant for the dead in their coffins, but once the dead crawl out of their coffins, they can live for a short while. There are quite a few who manage to crawl out of their coffins, but I may be the only one left now. The old man's voice sounded uncharacteristically despondent. Darkness, heaviness, mottled fragments scattered in all directions. I felt his body plummeting uncontrollably, as if he were drowning in the depths of the ocean. Accompanied by an intense sensation of weightlessness, he realized in bewilderment that he could neither see anything nor utter a single word. He didn't know how much time had passed when a hand suddenly appeared in the darkness. It gradually grew larger, and the darkness receded along with it. Overcome with excitement, Bai reached out with all his might and touched that glimmer of light. The light expanded, gradually becoming blinding. But soon, that light grew unusually dim, as if it had never appeared at all. He suddenly opened his eyes, watching the old man and Lu conversing. The shadow beneath him shifted restlessly. His gaze was filled with indifference, though it quickly receded into the depths of his eyes. What a bizarre dream! The voices around him gradually grew clearer, and he just caught Lu's question. How many ways are there to enter the burial ground? Generally speaking, there's only one, through the door, the old man replied. But the door shouldn't have appeared at all. Now that it has, I'm afraid it means something major is about to happen. Lu silently took note of this, then said, but we didn't come in through the door. I know. You came in from your dreams after hearing the knocking, right? Lu was taken aback. How do you know that? Because you aren't the first group to enter the burial ground this way. I questioned those people a long time ago. Lu knew full well that the questioning the old man referred to was anything but friendly. He was about to ask another question, but the old man interrupted him urgently. The questioning should be over. We'd better go find the door right away. Wait, I have one last question. How can we prevent people who hear the knocking from entering the burial ground? Lu understood that if it weren't for his desperate need to find out about the door, this old man would never have willingly revealed so much. He needed to seize this opportunity to pry more information out of him. His intuition told him that the burial ground was far from simple. He might have to return to this place again. The old man thought for a moment, then said calmly, do you remember the 4 rules I mentioned? Yes. Don't speak while walking, don't look back while standing still, don't linger when passing a house, and don't knock on the door when entering a house. That's right. Within the burial grounds, breaking the rules will result in punishment. Among them, breaking the rule against knocking on the door when entering a house means falling into an eternal slumber. And in the land of the living, where you come from, this rule is clearly reversed. He paused, then shook his head. That's all I can say. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourselves. The old man's tone was quite firm. Lu knew the old man's patience had likely reached its limit, so he said no more. He walked over to Gunyan and asked, "Do you want to leave here?" "Of course I do." Gunyan nodded eagerly. He'd been wanting to leave this hellhole for ages. "Then do you remember the way to the door?" "I don't remember." He looked frustrated, and much of the joy on his face faded. Lu said solemnly, "I have a way to locate the door right now, but it'll require you to make a sacrifice. Are you willing?" "A sacrifice?" Gunyan froze for a moment, then, as if remembering something, reluctantly pulled the expensive watch he'd just acquired out of his pocket and said through gritted teeth, "This is all I've got on me." "Go ahead and take it, boss." "Bullshit. Is that even yours?" Lu's mouth twitched as he shook his head helplessly. "That's not the kind of sacrifice I meant." He pointed at Xia and whispered into Gunyan's ear, "That woman's ability is mind reading. She can quickly locate the door's position in your mind, but don't worry, she won't look at any of your other memories." After all, he was a member of the Zone Bureau, a legitimate organization, and unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to resort to coercion. Mind reading? Gunyan hesitated for a moment, but quickly decided to go along with it. He grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "I don't have any valuable memories anyway. If she wants to look, so be it." Xia caught Lu's nod and quickly stepped in front of Gunyan, placing her hand on his head and closing her eyes. A moment later, she opened her eyes, a hint of excitement in her gaze. "I found it." As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Gunyan one more time, letting out a soft sigh inwardly. She couldn't fully control the mind-reading aspect of telepathy, so she inevitably caught glimpses of this guy's scattered past. "What are we waiting for, then? Take me there." The one-eyed old man had long since grown impatient. Upon hearing Xia's words, he hurried out the door, his stride remarkably agile. He might even rival the old man from Silent Village. Seeing this, Lu sighed inwardly. He didn't know if the old man's claim about a way out was true or false, but for now, he had no other choice but to trust him. This place was completely different from what he'd imagined. There were no vicious enemies, and its atmosphere was vastly different from that of a typical forbidden zone. The sheer vastness of the area alone was giving him a massive headache, let alone finding a way to break the deadlock. On top of that, he had other concerns as well. The most important question was why the old man was so obsessed with finding the location of the gate. If the gate's purpose was to allow people to freely enter and exit the burial ground, then did that ability apply to the old man as well? This guy seemed to have been living in the burial ground for quite some time. So what was he really searching for all along? The lost eye or the location of the door? Lu silently braced himself. This one-eyed old man was extremely dangerous. In any case, he absolutely must not be allowed to leave the burial ground. "Bye, it's time to go." A moment later, he snapped out of his thoughts, spoke to Bai behind him, and stepped out the door. Bai stood frozen in place, half his face hidden in the shadows. It took him a while to rise from the edge of the coffin, and the shadow beneath him writhed even more violently. He walked toward the door, cracked his neck, and the shadow beneath him did the same. A sharp crack rang out in the air. It was impossible to tell whether it came from the person or the shadow. Bai stepped out of the room. Outside, it was still pitch black, and the strange creatures were still fighting. He watched them and murmured unconsciously, "Ah, it's about time to wake up." I saw it just as Gunyan said. There are 4 doors there. I don't know if they even count as doors. They're all the same size, imprinted with different patterns, and together they form a rectangular prism. Inside the burial ground, Xia led the way. With her eyes closed, she recalled the memories she'd read from Gunyan's mind, weaving her way between rows of identical small huts as if she were following a map. The sky was dark, and a gloomy mist swirled ceaselessly. The flashlight S-beam couldn't penetrate it at all, contracting and expanding like the gaze of a ghost. Countless moving corpses surround the doors. Their clothes are strange, they're probably not from our era. There are so many of them that they've completely sealed off the doors. Even those powerful creatures find it hard to get close. Xia furrowed her brow as she continued. That's right. Gu Nian said, trembling all over as if he'd just thought of something terrifying. There were 23 of us in total, but fewer than 5 managed to escape from that pile of corpses. Lu glanced at him and asked skeptically, "And you happen to be one of the survivors?" Gu Nian gave a sheepish laugh. "What can I say? My ability is to play dead." Lu was at a loss for words, then shook his head. "So, does that mean we can't launch a direct assault? Let me put it this way, we had a B-rank awakener in our group. His ability was Thunderstorm, which deals area of effect damage, but he was devoured by that pile of corpses before the assault even began." Hearing this, Lu's heart sank, and he looked at Gu Nian with even greater interest. Noticing by lagging behind, he whispered, "A faction with a B-rank awakener at its helm can't be weak. And considering you have 23 people, I'd guess you're at least a C-rank awakener, right?" So he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who exactly are you?" I Gu Nian hesitated, unable to continue. "They're a smuggling ring," Xia suddenly interjected. With her eyes closed, she turned her head to glance at Gu Nian and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, there's relevant information in your memories from when you entered the burial grounds." Gu Nian's expression darkened, then he gave a wry smile. "It's nothing. No need to apologize. I am, in fact, a member of a smuggling ring." He admitted honestly, "We're based in Midnight City. Our organization is called Midnight, and we're very powerful. We practically monopolize all smuggling operations in the city." Lu asked, "What do you mainly smuggle?" Gu Nian gave a wry smile. "To be honest, I don't really know." "You don't know?" "Right. Before every smuggling operation, I'd enter a state of complete feigned death, pretending to be a corpse. The organization would use my body to smuggle goods." "You're quite the talent. You can even use your abilities like that?" Lu was amazed, then asked curiously, "But why don't you use real corpses for smuggling?" Rumor has it that real corpses can't withstand." Gu Nian said bitterly. "Tisk, sounds like something pretty extraordinary." Xiao remarked in surprise, "A smuggling ring involving a Class B awakener is no small matter. Haven't the people in Midnight City done anything about it?" "I don't know. I'm just a courier," Gu Nian said dejectedly. Lu gave him a deep look, his expression somewhere between a smile and a sneer. "You really have had a rough go of it." "You can say that again. For the sake of the intel, I want to arrest you. But as soon as I get out of here, I'll call the people in Midnight City and spill everything I know about you. You'd better watch your back." "Boss, please don't. I've got elderly parents and young children to support." Gu Nian's face turned ashen. He was on the verge of clinging to Lu's leg and bursting into tears. "Everything comes at a price, you should understand that." Lu shook his head, cutting him off. Xia also ignored the ashen-faced Gu Nian and asked Lu, "Do you have a way to deal with that horde of corpses?" "No, I can only say I'm somewhat confident." Besides, Lu's eyes darted around, and he suddenly turned to the hunched, one-eyed old man standing nearby, smiling broadly as he said, "Old man, do you have a plan?" "What kind of plan?" the old man asked calmly. "You heard it too, those corpses are incredibly formidable. If we want to get close to the door, we might need to work together." "Huh, that sounds reasonable." The old man tilted his head and gave him a sinister grin. "But have you ever considered that I'm actually a corpse too?" Hearing this, all three of them felt a chill run down their spines, especially Gu Nian, who nearly collapsed to the ground. Just then, Bai's voice came from behind them. "How's the discussion going?" "If you're almost done, let us get moving, I'm in a hurry." Compared to usual, his tone had undergone a drastic change. It was calm and composed, yet faintly tinged with a hint of bloodlust, causing Lu's heart to race. The others might not have noticed anything amiss, but he suddenly realized something was wrong. Gravekeeper, could he have awakened? Perhaps sensing his thoughts, I turned to glance at him and flashed a friendly grin. "What's the matter, Team Leader Lou?" Lou's scalp prickled. Team Leader Lou, he called me Team Leader Lou. After all, I had always believed Lou was just his doppelganger. "I'm fine." Although he was incredibly anxious inside, he still put on a calm and composed facade. For some reason, he suddenly found himself empathizing with Gu Nian's timid demeanor. Xia kept his eyes closed, and Gu Nian didn't even dare to look at Lou, so no one noticed anything unusual about him. At that very moment, Lou had already braced himself for the worst. He couldn't help but feel relieved that they weren't in City 3 right now. Even if Gravekeeper really did display some terrifying destructive power, it wouldn't threaten the safety of City 3. The one-eyed old man cast a discreet glance at Bai, but their eyes met. He cleared his throat and looked away. The atmosphere grew awkward. Xia found it a bit strange. The mood of the group seemed to have changed all at once. But she kept her eyes closed, leading everyone as they kept changing direction. It clearly looked like they were going in circles, yet the mist ahead was gradually clearing. There were no longer any houses in sight. Instead, a huge circular platform appeared. The ground was no longer soft, black soil, but paved with solid blue glazed tiles, though they were already covered with severed limbs and corpses. Blood had congealed into clumps, and swarms of moving corpses, like a plague of locusts, kept surging toward the center of the platform. A foul stench rose to the heavens, overwhelming and nauseating. Xia suddenly realized where the stench from the coffin had come from. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Nothing Xia had described earlier could possibly convey the horror of this sight. There were tens of thousands of corpses, clad in bizarre attire and covered in all manner of repulsive fluids, piled layer upon layer, a sight that struck fear into anyone's heart. "Team Leader Lou, how confident are you?" Xia asked, his expression grave. I'm not confident at all." Lou was stunned by the sight before him. He even wondered if there were that many living people in the entire safe zone. Just then, something even more terrifying happened. As if responding to some signal, the horde of corpses suddenly stopped in unison. They all turned their heads regardless of their position, some twisting their necks a full 180 degrees to stare intently at the group's location. There was little flesh left on their bodies, and their eyeballs had long since vanished, leaving their eye sockets eerily hollow. Yet the group could still sense the rage and madness, the hatred and resentment, burning deep within their eyes. The corpses stood motionless, and the entire world seemed to fall into silence. Gu Nian took an imperceptibly small step back. The next second, a deafening roar erupted, and the horde of corpses began to charge, rushing toward the group at an unimaginable speed. "Run!" Lou roared. Even the old man who claimed to be a corpse scrambled to his feet and began running, moving with astonishing speed, slightly faster than the rest of the group. "Let us go!" Xia noticed by standing motionless in his spot and hurriedly pulled at him with all her might. She pulled with great force, but he didn't budge an inch. Bai stood there like a lifeless puppet, silently watching the corpses charging toward them. Xia tried again, gritted her teeth, but had no choice but to leave Bai behind. The corpses were moving fast, like a towering wave, and were about to engulf Bai. Xia couldn't bear to watch. Suddenly, amid the deafening roar, a different sound emerged. It was singing. "Sleep tight, little one. Night has fallen. Roses cover your bedside, lulling you to sleep. Little one, little one. The song lulls you to sleep. Sleep tight, little one. Moonlight bathes the earth. A gentle breeze blows. Little one, little one. This song lulls you to sleep." The voice was very low and soft, yet it somehow drowned out the deafening roar. Something strange happened. All the corpses gradually came to a halt, standing motionless in place, their breath fading away, like soldiers standing at attention. The next second, they parted to form a passage just wide enough for one person to pass through, their hollow eye sockets staring straight ahead, as if welcoming the king's return. Hordes of corpses stood motionless, not a trace of life visible in their hollow eye sockets. They stood there on the massive circular platform, huddled together, gazing intently at the figure directly in front of them. The number of corpses was simply beyond count, they nearly filled the entire space. A blend of negative emotions coalesced into a palpable aura of malevolence that swept over him like a tidal wave, enough to make anyone's knees go weak. Yet the slender figure before the horde remained unmoved. He was like a small boat amidst the waves, his hair and clothes fluttering in the wind, but his body stood motionless, his expression unchanged. Lou, watching from a distance, knew full well that given the speed of these corpses, had they not suddenly stopped and resumed their pursuit, even he might not have been able to escape. Every single corpse here possessed the physical prowess of at least a C-class awakener. It was simply beyond belief. But who could have imagined that such a terrifying horde of corpses would actually halt in their tracks because of a lullaby? Baez' singing was low and soft, it certainly wasn't melodious, nor did it seem to contain any strange power, yet it had this horde of corpses spellbound, frozen in place. The world fell silent. They stared intently at Bai, and before long, they parted to form a path just wide enough for one person. When the song ended, Bai remained expressionless. Without so much as a glance at the stunned group behind him, he slowly scanned the corpses surrounding them, his eyes devoid of any emotion. After a moment, he took a step forward and walked straight down the path the corpses had cleared. "Follow me." Halfway down the path, he said to the group behind him without turning his head. The group froze. Lou was the first to react. He hurriedly grabbed Xia and Gunyan, who were still in a daze, and ran toward the path formed by the corpses. The one-eyed old man, however, didn't move at all. He just stood there blankly, the hand holding his white cane trembling slightly as he stared absently at Bai's retreating figure. Snap! Bai stepped into the tide of corpses. A pungent stench swirled around his nostrils. The faces all around him had long since lost most of their flesh, leaving them hideously grotesque. Their necks twisted as he moved, emitting strange, crisp cracking sounds. Lou led the way, with Xia and the others following close behind Bai. His heart pounded as he kept a watchful eye on the corpses lining both sides of the path. In reality, however, his vigilance was largely pointless. If this horde of corpses had wanted to attack, they would have been instantly overwhelmed by the tide of the undead, with absolutely no chance of survival. Strange as it may seem, the Gravekeeper was clearly a forbidden sequence from the Forbidden Zone, naturally at odds with the Zone Bureau's stance, yet here he was, trusting him in a matter of life and death. Lou gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Perhaps it was because of the lullaby Bai had just sung? After witnessing everything that had just happened, Lou became even more convinced that Gravekeeper was far from just an ordinary forbidden sequence. This guy likely had a secret and terrifying past, and it seemed he also had some connection to the burial grounds. He suddenly recalled the stage in Silent Village, as well as the missing newspaper on it, and questions began swirling in his mind. What exactly is a forbidden sequence? And what is the truth behind the emergence of the Forbidden Zone? Now that the Gravekeeper has awakened, does he know everything Lou wants to know? There were so many corpses that the path seemed to stretch on endlessly. From a distance, the group could indeed make out a rectangular structure adorned with intricate patterns. Or rather, it was 4 doors set side by side. Upon seeing the doors, Gunyan was instantly overcome with excitement, but despite this, he wisely remained silent, afraid that the corpses might suddenly attack. Bai's pace was slow, which in turn slowed the group's progress. Was slow as well. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and they eventually reached the very front of the doors. It was only at that moment that they truly saw the doors in their entirety. The 4 doors were exactly the same height, about 10 meters, and as smooth as a mirror. The patterns on each side were completely different, yet equally intricate, as if constantly shifting and transforming, making it difficult to discern their exact forms. The ground around the doors was littered with severed limbs and unrecognizable masses of flesh and blood, though the doors themselves bore no traces of blood. Bai came to a halt and looked up at the 4 doors, each with its own distinct style. Although he had his back to the group, everyone could sense that he was completely different from before, as if he were an entirely different person. The doors. Bai uttered a single word in a low voice, his tone betraying no emotion. Behind him, Gunyan swallowed hard, pointed to the door on the left, and said cautiously, "That's the door with the flame patterns I came through." All he wanted now was to push the door open and leave as quickly as possible, to escape this eerie place and this group of strange people. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. Sure enough, on the left was a door adorned with a flame pattern. The design seemed to ripple, as if real flames were burning. Seeing that Bai made no move, Lu paused to think for a moment, then plucked up his courage and asked, "Is this door the exit?" After a long silence, Bai's cold voice rang out, "Yes." "Then let us get out of here quickly." Gun Yan was overjoyed and hurriedly urged them on. But just then, Bai suddenly turned to look at him, his eyes seeming to pierce right through his thoughts, and said indifferently, "You're quite interesting." Gun Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He touched the rose earring in his left ear and, steeled his nerves, replied, "Be big." "Boss, you're pretty interesting too." Fortunately, Bai quickly looked away, and that intangible pressure vanished instantly, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "You guys go ahead. I still have things to do." Lu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "What is it?" A thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that Gravekeeper had come to this place on purpose? As a rank S forbidden sequence, the forbidden zone Bai inhabited was certainly no ordinary place. Logically speaking, if anything dared to go there and knock on his door, it would be courting certain death. Yet not only had Bai fallen for the trap, but he also seemed to have some connection to the burial ground, and after awakening, he appeared to have a specific purpose. Was this a coincidence, or was it deliberate? Team leader Lu, what I do is none of your business, is it? Lu opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression for a split second. He even sensed a murderous intent emanating from Bai. He wanted to kill them. Fortunately, the feeling came and went quickly. As he watched Bai's retreating figure, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. "Leave through the door on the left, and you'll be back where you came from." As if suddenly remembering something, Bai continued, "Oh, and there are some things you mustn't let get out." Lu's heart skipped a beat at these words, and he hurriedly assured him, "I promise, we'll keep this a secret." No, Bai shook his head. Promises are never reliable. As he finished speaking, the shadow beneath him suddenly expanded, like a bottomless abyss, engulfing all three of their shadows. The sound of chewing came from within the shadow, as if something were eating. Lu and the other two stood motionless, seemingly with no room for resistance. This really is just a dream. As Bai spoke, the 3's consciousness gradually grew hazy. He raised his hand slightly, and the door on his left, marked with a flame pattern, parted slightly. The shadow writhed, and the three were hurled directly into the darkness beyond the door. The next second, the door slammed shut. The world seemed to sink into complete silence. Not a single living soul remained. A vast mass of shadows on the ground writhed and retreated to Bai's feet. He stood motionless where he was, then suddenly looked up at the sky. Click! As he moved, countless corpses raised their heads in unison, as if gazing at something. Suddenly, a raven the size of a basketball appeared in midair. Its blood-red eyes flickered, as if staring intently at Bai. Its gaze was strange, carrying a human-like sense of confusion, as if deep in thought. I could see clearly that behind the raven was a thin, transparent thread stretching all the way into the sky, where it vanished into the mist. The man and the raven locked eyes. After a moment, the raven seemed to remember something. Its feathers bristled in fright, and it turned and flew straight into the mist. Bai didn't move, letting the raven fly away and disappear. Across the endless tide of corpses, he turned his gaze away and looked toward the one-eyed old man in the distance. "It's been a long time," he said calmly. "It certainly has been a long time." The old man stared back at him, his expression icy. His single eye was filled with venom, and his voice seemed to come from an endless abyss. "Traitor!" Bai skillfully pushed open the coffin lid and crawled out in a daze, his head still throbbing slightly. It felt as though he had a long and absurd dream. Much of the dream had already faded into obscurity, but he remembered that at the very end, an old man had pointed a finger at his nose, shouting "traitor" and even striking him. Then he woke up. "A traitor, huh?" Bai muttered under his breath, then smiled indifferently. "So what?" The label traitor was actually quite jarring, but he didn't take it very seriously, just as he rarely paid attention to others' insults, as if he'd long since grown accustomed to such things. After all, it was just a dream. There were so many bizarre monsters in that dream, surely they couldn't all be real, could they? Bai pushed open the door. Outside, the sun was out, a rare occurrence, and a half circle of crimson light was slowly rising, the dawn glow painting half the sky red. Yet the cemetery remained dim, with row upon row of unmarked headstones standing as if propping up a barrier of darkness. What beautiful weather! He looked up at the sky. No sunlight fell upon him, nor could he feel any warmth, yet he still smiled, and the inexplicable sense of gloom that had settled in his heart vanished without a trace. He didn't look down, so he didn't notice the two muddy footprints in front of the door, so faint they were almost invisible. At some point, a shallow pit had appeared on the ground inside. There seemed to be some shredded flesh and yellow mud, gradually dissolving into the soil. The shallow pit was about as wide as a person, with a layer of fresh soil turned over, as if something had just been buried there. It was as if some presence had once stood at the doorway of the little house, only to be dragged into the graveyard in an instant. Lou woke with a start and sat up, immediately spotting Lou sitting listlessly on the edge of the sofa. "Lou, you're awake." This slightly chubby girl had been dozing off, but as soon as she saw Lou wake up, she perked right up, so excited she almost jumped to her feet. Seeing this, Lou felt a warm glow in her heart, and a smile involuntarily spread across her lips. Even though this girl is usually so scatterbrained, she actually cares about me quite a bit. It was worth spending all that money to treat her to a meal. The girl smiled back, exclaiming excitedly, "Great! Lou, you're finally awake. Now I can finally go to sleep." Lou's smile froze. That sounded kind of weird. So this girl was actually this happy just because she could finally go to sleep? He rubbed his aching head and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" "Quite a while, 7 hours and 13 minutes. It's almost dawn." Lou paused for a moment before continuing, "Also, I've already saved the memories from your dream for you. You can ask me to show them to you anytime." Lou was slightly taken aback. "Memories?" "Yeah. Before you went to sleep, didn't you ask me to record everything you experienced in your dream? I've stored all the memories from the time you fell asleep until you woke up in the memory palace. Just let me know if you want to see them." Sigh, those dream experiences must have been really interesting. "Why can't I see them, though?" Lou was a little annoyed. As someone skilled at manipulating memories, the fact that she couldn't access someone else's memories just made her angrier the more she thought about it. "That's it, I'm going home to sleep." She yawned, then hurried toward the door, leaving Lou sitting alone on the couch, lost in thought. Should I ask Ching Ching to help me record my memories? Lou certainly remembered this incident. He also remembered everything that had happened in the burial ground. The old man with the bone staff, by S appearance, the strange and powerful creatures, Gun Yen's peculiar behavior, the 4 rules, and the exit which looked like a deep, black pit that they'd seen. As they left, everything was clear in his mind, yet for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd forgotten something important. Next time, I could compare this experience with the memories recorded by Ching Ching. Lou pondered silently, and soon another question came to mind. Had Xia returned as well? He hurried to the adjacent bedroom, the very room where the couple had died, to check on her, calling out softly to Xia, who was lying on the floor. Fortunately, there were no surprises at the sound of his voice. Xia slowly opened her eyes. Team leader Lou. She sat up, clutching her head. Recalling her ordeal in the burial site, she felt both shocked and frightened, but above all, she was overjoyed to have survived. Before she could speak, she suddenly felt a chill in her pocket. She quickly pulled out the ice crystal cube and handed it back to Lou. Team leader Lou, here's your cube back. Lou's expression grew more serious. As he took the cube, he saw a dazzling array of objects inside: knives, guns, swords, and halberds constantly shifting, creating a truly magical spectacle. From the moment he'd woken up, he'd felt a strong connection to the cube, as if it were some kind of special resonance. His gaze sharpened slightly as he said, "Let me see your hand." Xia understood what he meant and held out her left hand. Written on her palm were the 4 characters "glove engraving knife," exactly the same as what she had seen in the burial site. Seeing Lou lost in thought, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lou shook his head. "This isn't right." "What's wrong? Do you think our physical bodies entered the burial site, or did our spirits enter it?" Xia paused, glanced at the 2 mud-covered corpses on the bed, and replied, it must be our physical bodies. Otherwise, if our spirits had entered, these two wouldn't be covered in mud. But you seem to have overlooked one thing: inside the burial ground, the ice cube in your hand had already activated, transforming into gloves and a carving knife. Right now, however, it remains in its inactive state. Lou explained, the reason I gave you the ice cube and inscribed those words on your hand wasn't for any particular reason, it was mainly to verify the authenticity of the burial ground. Many illusions use the victim's memories as a foundation to create extremely realistic false illusions. The ice cube operates with a high degree of randomness, but it's still under my control. Although I wrote the words fist gloves and engraving knife on your hand, the command I actually preset was for it to turn into a sword. Lou's tone grew more somber. Yet in your hand, it transformed according to the words written there. What does that tell us? And here's the most important point: Xingqing had been by my side the whole time. She never mentioned that my body disappeared while I was asleep. Xia pondered for a moment, then quickly realized what this meant, exclaiming in shock, "Are you saying that we entered the burial ground in spirit, and that the burial ground is actually a fabricated illusion? Did someone shape a false spacetime based on our memories?" "Of course not." But Lu shook his head. "As you said, the soil found on that couple still can't be explained unless someone was already here before I arrived and, out of boredom, dumped soil on them. Besides, there are other inconsistencies." Xia seemed to half understand, but asked in confusion, "But if we didn't enter the burial ground either physically or mentally, what state were we actually in while we were there?" Lu shook his head. He couldn't explain it either for the moment. Suddenly, he asked, "By the way, do you feel like you've lost part of your memory?" "No." Xia thought for a moment, then replied earnestly, "I remember everything I experienced in the burial ground very clearly." "Is that so?" "I have a suggestion. You could have someone verify whether there really is a door in Polar Night City." Lu said nothing more. He suddenly recalled Bai's appearance in the burial ground, and for a moment, he felt a headache coming on. In his view, if there really was something wrong with his memory, it was very likely related to that guy. There was another issue: everything concerning the gravekeeper required the utmost secrecy, yet Xia had encountered him in the burial grounds. Given Bai's state at the time, she must have sensed that something was amiss. Lu looked up and saw that Xia was also staring at him, looking as if she wanted to say something but held back, as if she were about to ask a question. Lu's heart sank, and suddenly his eyes darted about. Instead of erasing Xia's memories, he had a better idea. So he spoke with a smile that always made Xia feel he had ulterior motives. "By the way, Miss Xia, would you be interested in joining the Zone Bureau? Polar Night City is located at the southernmost tip of the entire safe zone. Days are short and nights are long year-round, with approximately 16 hours of the day spent in deep darkness, hence the city's name. Precisely because of this year-round lack of sunlight, food crops are extremely scarce in Midnight City, leading to frequent trade with other districts. To facilitate this, they've even gone to great lengths to clear portions of the Forbidden Zone, carving out a relatively convenient trade route. Regarding this day-night disparity in Midnight City, most researchers share a consistent view: Midnight City may be influenced by the adjacent Rank's Forbidden Zone, the Hell Without Day. Hell Without Day is extremely notorious even among all known Rank's Forbidden Zones. Its danger level ranks among the highest. Let alone exploring it in recent years, almost no one has dared to even approach Hell Without Day. The entrance at the Hell Without Day monument is a pitch-black gate. Its material is indistinguishable, and it has no doorknob, but the moment anyone touches it, they are sucked into the Forbidden Zone without exception. To date, there has been no report of anyone ever pushing the door open to escape the Hell Without Day. No one knows how vast the Hell Without Day is. It stretches as far as the eye can see, but many believe its area may be second only to Yomi, another Rank's Forbidden Zone. True to its name, the Land of No Day sees no sunlight year-round. The entire sky above the Forbidden Zone is perpetually shrouded in darkness, with not a glimmer of light ever visible. Birds instinctively avoid the area, afraid to fly into that sky. Some say that perhaps the dark sky is the true Land of No Day. Precisely because so few dare to approach the Land of Eternal Darkness, very few people know that within a cave somewhere between the city of Polar Night and the Land of Eternal Darkness lies a secret passage. The passage is deep and extremely narrow. Only at its very end can one see a crude, square chamber, built entirely of earth. Its walls are covered in cracks, as if they might collapse at any moment. The chamber was completely empty, with torches burning in each of the four corners, giving it a rather ordinary appearance. Only the floor seemed unusual, though scattered with dirt. One could faintly make out that a large door appeared to be embedded at its center. Suddenly, the floor of the chamber began to shake violently. The door, adorned with a flame pattern, opened a crack, and a figure shot out from within, landing on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The figure had long hair that fell to their shoulders. They quickly stood up as if nothing had happened, brushing the dust off their clothes as if they were long accustomed to this sort of scene. The rose-shaped earring in their left ear glinted faintly, as if responding to something. Perhaps sensing the commotion in the chamber, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the tunnel. Gunyan turned her head and saw a man and a woman running into the chamber. Seeing that there was only one person in the secret room, the excitement on their faces vanished instantly, replaced by a look of dismay. The man snapped, "Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? What's the situation behind the door? What happened?" Faced with this barrage of questions, cold sweat broke out on Gunyan's forehead. Nervously, he stammered, "Brother Meng, Sister Su, there's a new forbidden zone behind the door. Everyone else, they're all dead. That's impossible." Hearing this, both the man and woman across from him were startled, especially the man called Mengu, who exclaimed in disbelief, "They're all dead? Is Ouyang dead too?" Ouyang was the B-rank awakener with the thunderstorm ability that Gunyan had mentioned earlier. Su Jia's expression also darkened. "If they're all dead, then why are you the only one who came back alive?" Gunyan's expression changed drastically, and he shook his head hurriedly. "No, that's not it. Actually, I'm not the only one who's alive. There are others still alive?" Mengu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly looked around, but he didn't spot anyone else. Frustrated, he snapped, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting, kid? Where else could there be anyone else here?" The air grew silent. As if finding this situation boring, Gunyan across from them gradually shed his look of terror. His voice grew calm and deep, a stark contrast to his earlier timid and cowardly demeanor. "Yes, there are others." A man and a woman quickly sensed something was wrong, but their full attention was focused on Gunyan across from them. They completely failed to notice the two knives that had materialized out of thin air behind them. The two knives were as black as ink, their blades sharp and cold. Without a moment's hesitation, they plunged viciously into the backs of the couple's necks, and blood gushed forth instantly. Thud! The two didn't even have a chance to utter their last words. They collapsed to the ground dead in an instant, their eyes wide open in death, blood pooling all over the floor. Thud, thud. Footsteps echoed as Gunyan walked expressionlessly to the bodies. He crouched down, pulled the two black blades from their bodies, and wiped them clean with their clothes. "Choose your words carefully. Now there really is only one person left." After speaking, he stood up and remained motionless, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, all the torches in the four corners of the secret chamber went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Gunyan felt an inexplicable heat in his left ear. As if sensing something, he looked up toward the void. His gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness. The space was clearly empty, yet his eyes narrowed slightly, as if locking eyes with some unseen presence. "What's behind the door?" The next second, a lazy male voice, hoarse to the extreme, reached his ears. Gunyan didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "The land of no day?" The voice chuckled. "You guessed it right. You seem to be a smart one. Can you break through the forbidden zone?" The forbidden zone has never been a constraint. Where there is darkness, there is naturally the land of no day. The voice said no more, but returned to the previous question, "Answer me, what's behind the door?" Gunyan flicked her long hair and chuckled softly, "Why should I tell you? Because I can make you end up just like those two corpses lying here forever." The voice was calm, yet its words were laced with menace. Gunyan showed no fear and scoffed, "This isn't the first time I've dealt with a forbidden zone entity like you, so I know one thing for certain. You can't lay a hand on anyone outside the forbidden zone." "Oh?" The voice remained impassive. Then why do you think I'm able to leave the forbidden zone to speak with you? Because of this. Gu Nian pointed to her earlobe, where a faintly glowing rose-shaped earring glinted. He smiled slightly. Do you understand? It wasn't you who found me, it was I who summoned you. The voice fell silent, as if scrutinizing the earring. After a long moment, it spoke, You're quite interesting. State your purpose. Gu Nian was momentarily taken aback. He had a vague feeling he'd heard that line somewhere before. He pushed the thought aside for the moment and chuckled softly. I'd like to trade the secret of this door for a secret of yours. What secret? The voice asked with interest. The secret to bringing the dead back to life. A long silence fell in the darkness. Neither of them spoke, both seemingly deep in thought. After a while, that languid voice sounded again, though this time its tone carried a hint of scrutiny. You know quite a lot. Gu Nian replied calmly, Of course I don't know as much as you do, but I certainly know quite a bit. You really aren't modest at all. The voice chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in its tone. But setting aside whether or not I know how to bring the dead back to life, even if I did, what makes you think what lies behind this door could compare to the secret of resurrecting the dead? I'm not sure if the two can be compared. Gu Nian's tone remained calm, showing no fear whatsoever of the lifeforms in the forbidden zone. He continued, But I do know this, if you really had absolutely no interest in the secret behind that door, you would have called me a fool just now instead of continuing this conversation with me. Is that so? The voice paused for a moment, making no attempt to hide its intent, and said slowly, So what exactly is behind that door? I've already said it's a deal. You'll have to trade a secret for it. Even in a deal, someone has to make the first offer, doesn't that go without saying? Let me see your sincerity first. My greatest proof of sincerity is standing here facing you. Gu Nian sat down on the ground, paying no heed to the two corpses not far behind him. He surveyed the dark, secluded room and chuckled softly. I realized something a long time ago. When facing sentient beings in the forbidden zone, you must never let your guard down. Because I know that even if you can't intervene directly from within the forbidden zone, you still have ways to interfere with the outside world, just like the day and night cycles in Polynite City. However, he suddenly smiled. Suddenly, two black knives shot out of the void behind him once more, piercing the heads of the male and female corpses on the ground with brutal force. Something eerie happened. Though the two were clearly already dead, their bodies convulsed violently twice. At some unknown moment, two handguns had appeared in their hands, now pointed directly at the back of Gu Nian's head. But as the black knives pierced them, the corpses were clearly dead beyond any doubt, and the pistols fell to the ground with a dull thud. If the black knives had struck even a second later, those two corpses might well have pulled the triggers. But tactics like that won't work on me, anyway. The deep darkness seemed to have no effect whatsoever on the long-haired young man. He drew the black dagger, wiped the blood off it once more with the corpse's clothing, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. So is this your gesture of goodwill? He seemed to have anticipated everything all along. Even the way he just sat down appeared to be a deliberate ploy to give the corpses a chance to ambush him. The air was still for 2 seconds, then the hoarse voice suddenly exclaimed in surprise, these two are still moving even though they're corpses. How interesting. As he spoke, it was as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. You really have no shame. Gu Nian smiled, touched the rose earring in her left ear, and shook her head. If that's the case, then it's best to end this conversation between us as soon as possible. The voice fell silent, lost in thought. By the way. As if suddenly remembering something, Gu Nian spoke up. I actually saw a being behind the door capable of leaving the forbidden zone. That's truly rare. What? Upon hearing this, the lazy, hoarse voice suddenly grew a bit more urgent, its tone brimming with disbelief. How is that possible? Are you talking about? But before he could finish, his voice faded away. I told you, it's best to end this conversation now. Gu Nian lowered his hand from his left ear. Fully aware that it was the guy in the land of no daylight who should be anxious right now, not him. He knew that with his current strength, he had absolutely no chance of penetrating deep into a rank S forbidden zone. Forcing his way into the land of no daylight would only lead to a gruesome death. Therefore, his only option was to find a way to get the guy inside the land of no daylight to reach out to him first. And he was confident that, having heard the information he just revealed, the other party would certainly be much more friendly and candid during their next transaction. In fact, even Gun Yen himself found everything he'd seen in the burial ground utterly unbelievable. Especially after witnessing that guy's appearance, he'd almost thought he wouldn't make it back. Suddenly, torches in the four corners flared to life, and the darkness receded like a tide. The flickering light illuminated a face lost in thought. He stood motionless for a long time, like a statue, then suddenly felt a bit confused. Something's off. Have I forgotten something important? Ever since having that strange dream, I had spent several consecutive days in the cemetery. He took the time to visit Silent Village, only to find that all the villagers were gone. There were no signs of anyone living there. He felt a bit wistful about this. Although he hadn't interacted with the villagers of Silent Village very often, he found them to be quite easygoing. Perhaps that's what they mean by simple, honest folk. Unfortunately, simplicity alone doesn't put food on the table, and living conditions in Silent Village were indeed poor. The villagers must have moved away together. As much as he was reluctant to see them go, he wished them all the best from the bottom of his heart. It's worth mentioning that as he entered the village, he actually picked up a rather strange invitation at the village entrance. One side of the invitation was printed with a large, gold-embossed double happiness character, looking quite festive, but the other side was drawn with an ugly crying face, which instantly ruined the mood. He had no idea which mischievous kid had drawn it there. But didn't he think much of it on a whim. He picked up the invitation and slipped it into his pocket, thinking to himself that if he ever got rich, he might even use it to wrap a red envelope for an acquaintance or something. Although he didn't really have any acquaintances himself. However, the departure of the Silent Village residents meant that some troubles were bound to arise, the most pressing of which was the issue of food and drink. Since Silent Village the nearest market had vanished, I naturally had nowhere to buy food. With the food at home running low, he had no choice but to take the time to head into town. While shopping, he'd also look for a suitable part-time job. After all, money was only going out of his wallet and not coming in, so he'd be broke before long. Actually, he was quite interested in the profession of a photographer. He just didn't know if it paid well. If the earnings were decent, he could team up with Orange to shoot some videos here and there as a side hustle. Of course, he had another matter to attend to on this trip into town, inquiring about the case of the stolen corpses from the cemetery. After all, so much time had passed, and there was still no word from the police station. I felt it was necessary to follow up. Besides, he couldn't shake the feeling that the dream from that night had been all too real. Just thinking about it gave him the creeps. Lately, he'd even felt an urge to see Lou as soon as possible. Ugh, why did I dream about Lou? Could it really be that I'm thinking about him too much during the day? But I also dreamed about Xia, so maybe things aren't that bad after all. I shuddered, quickly banished those inexplicable, bizarre thoughts, reaffirmed his sexual orientation, and hailed a cab to head to the police station. The alarm went off right on time. He reached out haphazardly toward the nightstand and turned off the shrill ringing. The man methodically put on his clothes and shoes, made his way out of the bedroom by memory, and felt his way into the kitchen. After a quick breakfast, he carefully made his way into the kitchen, washed the dishes, then, holding onto the wall for support, walked skillfully to the door. He instinctively turned his head and called out into the room. "Panda!" The air was silent. There was no response. After about half a minute, the man turned around blankly, picked up his cane from the corner with one hand, and habitually reached down with the other only to find nothing there. His arm hung in midair for quite a while before he finally seemed to realize something. Silently, he opened the door and left. His name was Xiao Ingji, and he was blind. The roar of traffic, the shouts of pedestrians, and the clamor of voices wove a vast web that engulfed Xiao Ingji's eardrums. Xiao Ingji proceeded with great caution. Even though he had walked this route many times before, he still didn't feel entirely safe. "We're here." His cane suddenly struck empty air, and Xiao Ingji realized he had arrived. He probed the ground with his cane first, then slowly set one foot forward, stepping onto the first step. "Do you need help?" A soft female voice suddenly reached his ears. The speaker sounded quite young. A faint smile flitted across Xiao Ingji's composed face. He shook his head toward the source of the voice, declining her offer. The girl could clearly tell he was blind and offered a kind warning. it looks like you're trying to go down the steps, but I want to let you know that the path ahead isn't very even. For you it might be difficult to navigate. She hesitated for a moment, choosing her words carefully, afraid of saying something offensive. I'll be fine, Xiaoyinji said gently. But the girl was thoroughly kind-hearted. She insisted on guiding Xiaoyinji down the steps and then led him along a stretch of uneven path. 10 minutes later, the girl and Xiaoyinji reached a crossroads. Thank you, Xiaoyinji said after a moment of silence, then added thoughtfully, it's true when someone is guiding you, every step feels more secure. The girl simply smiled, reminding him that the rest of the path was rough and he should be careful. After exchanging a few more words, she hurriedly left. She must have had her own business to attend to, yet she was willing to spend time helping a complete stranger, a truly rare kind soul. Once the sound of footsteps faded from his ears, Xiaoyinji turned around and probed the ground around him with his cane. Realizing where he was, he slowly made his way forward to a corner. The girl didn't know that he had walked this path many times before. The path was secluded, with few passers-by, but Xiaoyinji could hear that whenever footsteps neared him, they would pause ever so slightly, as if sizing up this blind man waiting quietly. Some people asked if he needed help, but Xiaoyinji politely declined with a smile each time. Xiaoyinji stood motionless, waiting quietly for 2 whole hours. The sun moved slowly across the sky, yet he stood like a statue, waiting for something unknown. Footsteps sounded again not far away, accompanied by a man's voice. He seemed to be talking on the phone, chatting cheerfully and bursting into hearty laughter from time to time. Xiaoyinji's vacant eyes suddenly seemed to come alive. He asked in that direction, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Sujun?" The footsteps and the voice ceased simultaneously. Someone seemed to be standing not far in front of him, sizing him up from head to toe. "That's me. Is there something you need?" After a short while, a man's voice rang out. His tone was puzzled, as if he were trying to figure out the identity of this blind man. A smile flickered at the corner of Xiaoyinji's mouth as he said, "I